What would you do with $75 million?
I would travel the world, I would invest, I know a bit of a boring answer, and I would help people when I can.
I'll buy things for my family.
A house for my mom. Yeah.
Invest so I keep some money for the future.
Everyone's just out here saying, oh, I'd spend it on my family, I would invest it smartly in smart enterprises. We need Americans, because Americans will come out here and be like,
I'd buy 10 Ferraris, bruh.
What if I say that I think you're lying?
I don't know. Do you think I'm lying?
Yes. The first thing that you're gonna do is buy all of the jerseys from your favorite players. I think you're gonna buy 10 fancy cars and go crazy.
Okay, I'm lying.
I would invest it into probably a retirement account.
Why are you such a liar?
I'm a finance major. I just graduated with a finance degree, so.
So don't lie, you're gonna pay off your student loans first.
No, actually I wouldn't, because I have an interest-free loan from my parents.
Oh, so he came from money. Let's go to someone who doesn't have a silver spoon in their mouth.
That's right.
What would you do with $75 million?
I'd buy an esports team.
Hell yeah, this is what we're talking about. Why are you wearing a Teemo hat watching Dota? Do you think that maybe this is, you're a traitor?
Yeah, this is my trader, yeah.
A big PC. Like a nerd, like a real nerd.
Lakeside mansion, you know, a good little Lamborghini here and there.
Ooh, what color?
Ooh, has to be red.
Super Asian looking Teemo, what would you do with $75 million?
Up, 2, 3, 4.
Sick.
Buy my first PlayStation and Forza 6, that's it.
Yeah, PlayStations are expensive right now, so a lot of that $75 million is going towards that. Okay, rejection. It's just like high school all over again. I'm all alone.
I'd buy this arena, honestly. I would name it after myself, and everybody would have to play at my arena. This would just be mine now.
You think that this is $75 million? A little delulu.
Okay.
You could buy the parking lot.
Parking lot, I'll name it after myself. Perfect.
Yes! Mm-hmm. Okay, now shoot. Ooh, maybe he can use the $75 million to buy some skills.
The Esports World Cup, the most elite competition in the world. Its trophy system is built to match. The Club Championship trophy, awarded to the one club that rose above the rest and reigned supreme across all EWC games. Every participant earns a key engraved with their name. That's their right to compete. Reigning champions hold a key unlike any other. The game trophy is the ultimate prize for every game's champion, incomplete until a champion's key is inserted. The champion's key frame is locked into the totem, a stone marker of legacy. etched with every EWC champion. The losing keys are crushed. The champion claims 3, a personal reminder of who they defeated. The rest are preserved beneath the totem in resin. Every fallen contender captured forever. Will you be remembered or forgotten beneath the totem? At EWC, nothing is granted. Everything is earned.
Standing on the historic Pont Neuf, bridging Paris' legendary past with esports' brightest future. We're here to celebrate the Esports World Cup 2026.
Where the world's greatest players have earned the right to battle for the ultimate prize in esports.
With the magnificent Palais de Justice behind us, where justice has been sought for centuries, it is only fitting to ask.
After last year's unforgettable teamfight tactics final between Weibo Gaming and virtus.pro, who will justice favor this year?
Notre Dame Cathedral is a place where history reminds us that greatness endures.
Because nothing is granted. Everything is earned. This is Teamfight Tactics at EWC 2026. Welcome everyone to the 2026 Esports World Cup here in Paris, France. We are back with some team fight tactics for the 3rd year in a row. What a 5 days this is going to be. We're talking not only the club championship race on the line, but also $500,000 up for grabs. Who's going to get it? We're going to find out together. Hey everyone, welcome into the Allianz Vault, your home for the next 5 days. I'm Taylor Reflections, so we're joined by Stuart and Hoope. Good to see you both. Stuart, what's going on? Teamfight Tactics, we're back.
It's great to be back. It's great to be back here in Paris as well. It's going to be an incredible ride. 4 versus 4 Teamfight Tactics. It's what we all love.
That's right. We love it, Hoope. I know you love it too. We're going to be guiding the viewers along each and every day.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, summer in Paris is so good. 4v4, this is a total celebration. Having the players here is just amazing.
That's right. $500,000 on the line. That is significant when we're talking TFT. Hoope, what does this money mean? Not only to TFT, but the competitors competing over the next 5 days.
Personally, it's life-changing money because normally they cannot be full-time pros in TFT sometimes, and now they have the chance. But most importantly for the club, being able to get a contract long-term and of course give them points for the club championship will be an amazing feature for them, and that's the point, obviously.
Quite significant, isn't it? Hey, we've got a fun format this year when it comes to TFT. Listen up. This is everything you need to know.
Tacticians from all around the world, welcome to the Esports World Cup 2026. Before we see who hits a 3-star legendary or a fast 9, let's break down exactly how the tournament works. We kick things off with the group stage. 16 teams are split into 2 groups, each needing to battle through a brutal double elimination bracket to advance to the playoffs. Adapt or be crushed. As every match will be a best of 3, every team's skill and coordination will be pushed to the ultimate limit. Lose twice and it's a bottom 4 exit, but win twice to advance to the playoffs. 8 teams remain, but the safety net is officially gone as they move into the single elimination format. No second chances. 1 bad series and your favorite team's tournament run is over. It'll still be best of 3 matches, so don't count any teams out just yet. All that leads us to the grand final, where the 2 best teams have a final best of 5 showdown to be crowned winner of Teamfight Tactics at EWC 2026. Who will have the best strategies? Who will hit their power spikes and crush their opponents? And who will be the team to take it all? It's all happening right here at the Esports World Cup 2026.
It's one of the most unique formats we have in the TFT circuit, and I am here for it, of course, with the boys to watch it all go down. But we've got a lot of great competitors split up into two groups, and they will have to go through the gauntlet in order to make it into the next stage. Let's take a look at our Group A competitors who are looking stacked. Let's start top left, Stuart. We're talking Weibo Gaming, the title defenders.
Yeah, exactly. The winners coming back this year. Same roster this time around, which is super exciting to see. First time we've seen it here in the 4v4 format, to see if they can come up with a team like Vitality.
Yeah, and Vitality doing amazing right now. They have the biggest streamer of TFT right now here on Soju, and that's a hype match. And of course, according to Group B Amazing, we have MCOI, the Spaniards, that are really representing. They were obviously doing so amazing, and that's another team to watch for sure.
Yeah, they're going to be loud for sure. T1 bottom right. This Group A is looking stacked. Let's take a look at our Group B, also equally as stacked. And of course, great competitors in our Group B. Looking at Nox from Red Force, they're going to be coming in strong. Zeta as well. Nemesis, though, I think we're all expecting them to take the entire event.
Yeah, I mean, Nemesis is going to be difficult to judge. We also got Zeta as well. Title coming back into EWC is going to be great. They missed out last year, but they were a bit unfortunate in 2024, so excited to see them come back.
And here, I mean, my favorites. Aura Gaming, Aurora is just so good. I mean, they have Wame, who just won Tactician Crown, playing so amazing and having a chance here to outperform. This is the only thing he's missing to win. EWC 4v4, and this is the time for them.
Absolutely, virtus.pro as well. So many teams to talk about, and we'll be talking about them all day long. Speaking of which, we've got two wonderful streams for you to watch at home. This is Stream A, but we also have our Stream B. Starting with Stream A, we start with a banger matchup. It's Weibo Gaming going against T1, who has always been the bridesmaid, but never the bride. Then we move on to Zeta, of course, and on down the list. We do have Stream B taking place, and I encourage you all to have both streams up and open, whether it's on a phone, on a tablet, or, of course, on a PC. I don't care, but make sure you have both of them going. They'll be starting off with Nox from Red Force going against Aurora Gaming, who Hupe obviously just broke down. Excited to watch them. The Club Championship race is underway, and it's starting to get brutal at the top. Now in week number 3, Trav, lay down the law.
Last week was a big week for the Esports World Cup as far as the Club Championship was concerned. Teams took to the stage in Free Fire, League of Legends, MWI and Dota 2. But for Dota 2 and Free Fire, the teams that won those competitions aren't eligible for the Club Championship. ag.al managed to get second place in Free Fire, and they've got 16 teams competing across the Esports World Cup, so they've got a great chance of going far in the Club Championship. For MWI, though, Team Vitality came out on top, earning them 1,000 points and putting them on the heels of Na'Vi coming into this week in TFT. Team Vitality look to go back-to-back at the Allianz Vault, and Teamfight Tactics is their answer to take the top of the leaderboard. Na'Vi, though, want to keep pole position and will be competing in PUBG this week, so they need a big result to stay at the top. Stay tuned as we keep you updated on all things Club Championship.
$75 million, 25 tournaments, over 200 clubs, only one club champion. The Club Championship is the beating heart of the Esports World Cup. Over 7 weeks, esports clubs send their players to compete. Every placement, every win, every podium earns points for their club. At the end of 7 weeks, every point counts. The club at the top walks away with $7 million and the title of Best Esports Club in the world. It's not about being the best at one game. It's about being the best across all of them. Depth, versatility, consistency under pressure. One championship trophy, one title. Who will take it? Watch history unfold in Paris at the Esports World Cup 2026.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
Club Championship race, it's week number 3. Things start to get serious for the Club Championship race, which is a lot of money, by the way, and a chance and opportunity to really revolutionize your team, your roster. Now, Na'Vi is in first place, but as Trav said, Vitality have been dominating the Allianz Vault. Will this be the same in TFT? And a real chance to get some major Club Championship points, because Na'Vi is not competing in TFT, but they're not the only two we're looking at. We're looking at several others.
Yeah, ag.al are currently in 3rd place, also have a team in Teamfight Tactics, as well as virtus.pro and Team Vision, both joint in 5th place. So any one of them teams right now can really look to jump up the standings.
Yeah, definitely so. The fact that Na'Vi's not playing in TFT is a big deal, given the fact that, again, everyone is looking to catch up to them. There's a very real chance. Now, our first matchup, though, is going to be incredible. We're talking T1 versus Weibo Gaming. You've got the title defenders going against a roster of T1 who has been desperately trying to get into the winner's circle. Now, they have a chance this year, and they bring in a new gun.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, they have Tian Long that been doing amazing. He went final table here on TAC round, doing so great. And Sao Pimin, a player that was the MVP last year, playing so well, doing the GP reroll that you love and hate sometimes also, Stuart. Now with a meta more developed, it will be a chance also to see the gameplay so far.
Yeah, I think it's a great matchup. It's good enough to be a semi-finals, even a finals matchup.
Absolutely.
I think for a first game of the tournament, it's going to be fantastic to see if Weibo Gaming can continue their dominant run from EWC last year.
Well, the competitors started arriving this morning, and Dagon had a chance to catch up with a couple of them.
What's up, guys? We are live here from the entrance at the Porte de Versailles as our TFT players are coming through. You see Flash Wolves, the APAC competitors qualifying on in. They're walking in to try and start a great day. Here comes Nemesis. Welcome, Nemesis. How's it going? Can I interview you real quick? How you feeling here in Paris?
I feel really good so far.
Yeah. Who are you most excited to face?
I'd say Vitality.
Why Vitality?
I guess they beat us the last time, so we want to get our revenge, I think, for this time around.
Everyone always wants a piece of Vitality, but it is Nemesis, the 2nd seed, looking to step up here at EWC. Good luck today. Godlike here. Godlike, how are you?
We're doing good, man.
Good? How you feeling?
I'm feeling great.
How are you feeling?
I'm feeling amazing, man. Ready to win today.
We're going to high roll today?
Of course.
All right, good luck today. See ya. Fnatic, how are you?
All right.
Are you ready to go today?
Ready as always.
All right, good luck today. Take care, take care, take care. There goes Vitality. Vitality, one of the favorites here from America's the #1 qualifier coming on in. I'm going to go ahead and grab someone real quick. Oh, I got to grab Soju. Soju, I got to grab you, brother. How's it going, man? How are you feeling about today?
I'm tired. Pretty confident, though.
Tournament as a whole, I mean, this is such a stacked 4v4 event. How you feeling about your chances? You're the #1 qualifier, but you just shared the bus with last year's finalist and last year's winner.
Yeah, Setsuko just like 2 minutes ago was saying that the winners are probably going to be on this bus. It's going to be us and Weibo.
All right, well, best of luck today, brother. Good luck.
Yeah.
All right, take care, guys.
This ain't no regular thing. Came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
Thank you, Dagon, for catching up with the players. Some of them might be sleepy, but they'll be wide awake once they hit the stage, ready to play against their opponents. Boys, let's talk about it. It's time for our crunchy story of the day, and it's our matchup number 1. It's T1 versus Weibo Gaming. Both Titans, and like you said, Stuart, could very well be either our semifinals matchup going into day 4, and maybe even our grand finals matchup.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, T1 coming into this, I think in the EWC 2024 and 2025, both reaching top 4 this time around. Is this their time that they can step up as well? And Weibo on the other side, fantastic, dominant last year, only losing 3 games in total to take down the title.
Yeah, and for Weibo last year, they were not the favorites, and they demonstrated that power of friendships is almost more important than individual performance, and that's exactly what we want to see here. On the other hand, T1, we have staples. We have Binti and SCSC been here throughout all EWCs, and especially the rest, and now with more people coming in, Sanjop doing amazing also during the set, and I mean, do we have a hype one?
Yeah, I think the experience of T1 is going to be huge. They're the only team in this tournament where all of their players have been to every single Esports World Cup as well. With Sang-Yok coming in, he wasn't in T1 in 2024 and 2025, but that experience can become really, really huge in this tournament.
Hoope, the power of friendship, can it take down the new addition on T1?
I mean, it totally can. We know that the ego is the less important right now. In TFT, normally you want that ego. You want to be called.
Right.
You want to demonstrate that you have the power to beat everyone. And now, no. Even if you're the best player in the field, maybe you have to take the defense angle and try maybe to play tower, play defense, and maybe try to go 7th, but make the other one go 8, and that's also a win for the team.
Win for the team. That's what they're all going for after all. It's not going to be easy if you yourself want to be the winner, but we've got some amazing teams. And after all, it is the 3rd year of TFT and the EWC run, which means everyone is starting to get better. You might have won last year, but it doesn't mean you're going to win this year. This is just day 1, but it sets the tone for the rest of your run through the 5 days of competition. $500,000 on the line. And of course, you want to immortalize yourself not only in EWC history, but you also want to start off TFT strong. Let's get day 1 started.
Welcome to the Esports World Cup. Live in Paris, we have 16 of the top teams from all over the world battling out to be the best at teamfight tactics.
Now you can enjoy the show? Yeah.
To win it all, it's all about strength.
To win, it's all about 実現。心を空にして制定策略。如果想赢，我们就必须 lock in。
Okay. With the teams riled up and ready, let's see who will be the ultimate winner of teamfight tactics here at the Esports World Cup.
Welcome everyone to the Teamfight Tactics Tournament at the Esports World Cup 2026. We are going to witness a brand new story starting this year. However, last year we saw Weibo Gaming battle it out with one more take.
Okay.
A little slower.
That's right, Kitty. Right here, officially, it is time for the greatest team fight tactics players on planet Earth to throw down for glory and, of course, for your viewing entertainment. Ladies and gentlemen, every single lobby is going to test their skill. Every single decision made could be the difference between walking away, lifting up that EWC 26 trophy, or walking away empty-handed. The pressure does not get any higher than this. It is going to test their camaraderie. It is going to test their skill. It is going to test their resolve. And at the end, we will know who is the best team fight tactics team on planet Earth.
The Club Championship is the ultimate race for glory. Across 7 weeks, competitors will be battling it out to climb the ladder and raise the ultimate trophy, the Club Championship Totem. I am in front of the Totem Hall, where this Saturday I will be welcoming the new winners of Esports World Cup Teamfight Tactics. But of course, it is not just about lifting that trophy. It is about securing those valuable Club Championship points, along with putting your keyframe into that Totem Hall etched in history, like Weibo Gaming did last year. After 2 weeks of competition, the battle for these points is starting to be very intense, and you know this week is going to be as well. So without further ado, it is time to welcome all of our teams for Esports World Cup Teamfight Tactics. It is time to welcome all of our teams for Esports World Cup Teamfight Tactics. Last year's runner-up, they were the underdog. Can they do it this year? virtus.pro!
The most experienced team here at EWC, T1.
Coming in with 1 veteran and 3 new prospects, ag.al! And of course, the sole Spanish representative. They missed out on last year, but they're back in full strength. Movistar, Koi!
Making their first appearance at EWC, godlike Esports. Powered by the experienced wet jungler, Mouse.
They might be veterans of EWC, but they're fielding 4 new players this year. Fnatic!
Entering their first TFT EWC and the event's first mixed gender team, Team Nemesis!
They finished top 4 last year, and of course they're looking forward to do better in front of the home crowd. It's gonna be Team Vitality!
Fighting out of China, Aurora Gaming.
For their first ever appearance, they made it 2nd place on the China qualifier. JD Gaming!
The big dogs. The China qualifier winner, the powerhouse, Team Vision.
Qualifying out of the APAC closed qualifier. When in Flash Wolves.
The lone Japanese representative, Zeta Division.
And for their first time at EWC, first at the APAC close qualifier, Mongshim, Red Force!
And finally, our title defenders of EWC TFT 25, Weibo Gaming. They crushed every key and every dream of their opponents last year in order to make theirs come true. And they have returned with their winning roster untouched as they aim for back-to-back titles. Ladies and gentlemen, the stage is officially set. It's time for TFT at EWC.
The stage is set, and the competitors are here for one reason, and that's to be the winner. But only one can truly be the winner. And will it be our returning title defenders of Weibo Gaming? We're going to have to find all that out and more. Today is going to be epic, and we're so happy to have each and every one of you along for the ride. But we've got some things to talk about. The Esports World Cup is an incredible product. Not only is Weibo Gaming about to take on T1, but there's also plenty of ways for you to get involved, including our EWC Play. There's a lot on the app that you can get involved with, including right here, our Play Pick'em. $300,000 in prizes. Scan the QR code if you haven't already and get it downloaded and get involved, because there's so much to talk about, including, of course, your picks. You have a chance to take part in picking the outcome, at least what you think will be, for the Play Pick'ems. Now, of course, taking a look at it, we've got plenty of matches for you to look at. This is going to be all the matches coming up for today, tomorrow. This includes Stream A, Stream B. All you have to do is go into the app, click on Play, go to Teamfight Tactics, and then click on the outcome. Do you think Noxum Red Force is going to beat Aurora Gaming? Well, make your pick and go a little bit deeper. Pick the outcome, the series score as well. Doing so gives you an opportunity to win some of those $300,000 in prizes. But that's not it either. You also have the Pick'em tournament that's taking place as well, and you can get involved with that just as much. Esports World Cup, plenty of opportunities to get involved with, and go ahead and submit your tournament winner prediction. Scan the QR code. It is free. You might as well get involved and take place in history here for the 2026 Esports World Cup. Now, this next coming matchup, we talked about it a little bit during the pre-show. Now I really want to hone in on the teams and what makes them so great. It's Weibo Gaming going against T1. Let's first talk Weibo Gaming. What makes them such a good roster? Hoopy, I actually want to go to you. Yep. The friendship roster. Now, from what I've been learning, when it comes to TFT, just because you're on a big org doesn't guarantee you a win. But if you have team chemistry, that takes you a long way.
Yeah, anyone has to take the win depending on the spot that you have. And in this case, they have experience together with wildcards also. For me, Tianlong is the player to watch. He went to Takran. He played in an amazing level. It's just elite play that we got to see from him. And of course, I want to see Sao Pimin has another tech like last year, something interesting that he can maybe OTP and try to win it all. Met is very developed, so it's more difficult to do it this time.
Yeah, I think when the backs are against the wall, Weibo can come up completely clutch. Like we saw Sao Pimi being the finals MVP last year. His back was against the wall. He was down to 20 HP last year. Brings out the GP reroll. Like you said, the meta is a little bit more balanced since we're in Space Gods and since we're at the end of the set this time instead of the beginning. But still, they can come up clutch when it matters.
Last year, Weibo, you mentioned, wasn't necessarily a favorite. They might not have even felt like the favorites, yet they become the title defenders. What was that journey like from start to finish, and what set them apart from the rest of the competition?
I think the big factor is just, like Hoope said, I think the team chemistry is absolutely huge. We talk about 4v4 teamfight tactics, about having that leader, but also having that player that can set back and be the destructive one, be the one that can set their team apart and make sure that they can put the other team behind.
And speaking of team chemistry, let's take a look at T1. Now, all of these competitors have played in every EWC. but they've not all played together. There's a core 3 and a new addition.
Yeah, 100%. Vinti and CSC all the time, and obviously these are the veteran players that are supposed to be the supporting one. We were expecting last year for Vinti to be the hero one, but no, Crazy Moving was the one. So he entered last year, and we saw it in the ceremony. He was the one laughing. This is the guy that gives you joy. He's always present there, and if T1 starts winning and Crazy Moving starts to give that joy, it's contagious. So I really think that's the ramp up for T1. Being Crazy Moving, the one to take it all.
So T1, a storied, first off, organization, period, right? When it comes to TFT, and just in general, just playing with them, I feel, gives you a buff as a player. But this is a roster that has fell short 2 times at least, right? We're talking top 4, top 2. What sets this year apart from the previous years? Because T1 clearly have done their homework. They bring in a new addition, so they're making the adjustments, it seems, on paper to be successful. But why can they be successful this year?
I think they got Sang Yop coming in. I think Sang Yop is a big player, again, with experience that we've talked about from previous years, being on different teams. They've also had a bit of a rockier time to go through the qualifiers. Yep. You know, they didn't go through the APEC qualifiers. They went through the global qualifiers. So it means now that they have more experience under their belt, more games played, and that experience can become absolutely huge.
Experience is absolutely critical, especially when you think about playing in all the EWCs, because when you go out to the stage or in front of the fans, the lights are on you. It hits differently versus just playing at home. So clearly both rosters have that experience. But what does this matchup mean for the start of our tournament? I mean, we're not talking about a team that finished middle of the pack last year, another team who finished maybe at the bottom of the pack last year facing off match number 1. No, we have the title defenders going against top 4, top 2 from previous years. I mean, you mentioned it, Stuart. This very well could be the semifinal or grand finals of this tournament. But here, they're forced to knock each other down, potentially a peg to the lower bracket.
The big thing as well is this is not the first time that these two orgs have played against each other at EWC as well. In 2024, they had the same group. That was T1 taking it 2-1. Then in 2025, they also won in the same group. It was Weibo that took it game 1. So at the moment, in terms of series, they locked at 1-1. So this is the one. This is the year.
Tiebreaker.
Exactly. This is the one where they can step up and they can be the ones to take over.
I like it. I really do. Especially that you mentioned, Hoope, that we've been on the same set now for a considerable amount of time, which means we're going to see some mature gameplay. There's not going to be any gimmicks. This is going to be straight up action, and it's time to get the action going. Casters, start out our series of the day.
Thank you so much, Reflection of the kind of it alongside Clement for this first series. As they said on the desk, this is easily a matchup that could have been a grand finals and still could be in this tournament. What a fantastic way to start us off. Of course, we still want to bring everybody on board. Of course, we've got Ori and Thresh coming for our first game, but the 4v4 format itself, Clement, let's talk a little bit about what we've seen from that, because certainly from both these teams, particularly from Weibo Gaming, we've seen them really pull out some crushingly strong 4v4 performances before.
It's a great contrast between these two sides. For Weibo Gaming, they dominated their run. They were the most dominant championship team that we have ever seen. They never dropped a match. They had the highest blowout ratio, which means their individual strength was just like a sledgehammer. They just rolled over their opponents. On the other side, for T1, the way they actually made the semifinals was they had an intricate style of dance that they like to play. They had the most tiebreakers in their game. The way they like to play is they would like to hold on to the loss streaks and the win streaks at the same time. Make sure they send someone 8th and protect their own first place player. So very different types of strategies coming into this one in what could be a semi-finals caliber match.
So do remember, of course, we were seeing 4v4 for the first time. As Clement was saying, the blowout is 3 players finishing in the bottom 4, which makes it no longer possible for that team to win. We will just end the game right there because there's no point playing out the rest of it. As I said, it's a huge thing to come in and try and do that to an opposing team, because you have to absolutely dominate them and really get in some damage early on.
Absolutely, and for both of these teams, they have had very glorious pasts, but right now, I think they're both coming in slightly wounded. We haven't had the best year individually in terms of performances on the side of either of these teams. Multiple relegations on the side for T1 from TPC, and in the same side, Guan has not been at the same level as he was in 2025. However, this would be a great opportunity to turn those fortunes around, to make sure those individual sacrifices they had made for 4v4 have been worth it.
Well, absolutely, of course, yeah. Weibo coming in as our defending it champions absolutely are the favorites. what I want to kind of pitch out the idea here is, as was mentioned on the desk, but T1, we expected to see them come through their qualifier and smash through everything, but instead losing, having to go through the global qualifier, eventually winning that, means at least they do come into the EWC with the maximal amount of 4v4 experience they could have in recent times.
Practice is always a good thing. I think it's really important to look at the teams that they lost to and the teams they did beat. And that has been a source of questions for T1 because all the teams they did beat were more of the tier 2 rosters coming in from the TFT scene, and they lost to Flash Wolves, they lost to ag.al on their way here as well. So there are a lot of questions to this T1 roster, but most importantly, experience, like you talked about. All 4 of these players have played in every single EWC, a very rare feat to accomplish.
All right, so let's start big picturing a little bit here because we're seeing, of course, a lot of Primordian coming in. We've got Silver Orange to start this off. We've got some branching out, dropping in. We've even got Primordian Emblem for Tanlong here. If we are playing the Weibo style as we've established, looking to try and push the opposing team out as quickly as possible, are these the kind of comps you're looking for?
I would say whenever you have a silver opening, the most important things to be keeping track of are definitely going to be the branching outs and also the expeditions. Expedition, we are playing on the 17.6 patch, where you can only have a single player on Expedition, and it is the highest cap silver augment you can get. And only one player can get it out of the lobby. So as we're seeing right here, our observers completely on cue, great job by them, is going to be going over to SCSC's board here. He has been a stalwart alongside Bintum, one of the only 2 players that has been on this T1 roster the entire way.
So as we're seeing these initial rounds played out, you mentioned, of course, before the T1, they're looking to try and control the streaks. That's another thing, again, if you're a first-time 4v4 watcher, you won't not, be able to realize, looking at all these matches taking place, is that teams are able to a degree, control who's getting the win streaks and who's getting the loss streaks because they're playing against their own teammates.
Yeah, and it's really important to actually salvage the HP bars on your own teammates. It's the same thing as dealing damage to the opposing team as well. So that's kind of a really key thing about 4v4 is oftentimes you want to sack. You want to build your items later and make sure that you're actually building your items against the opposing team, because if it's against your own friendly teammates, you can build them later and then make sure there are more kills on both sides so you don't take as much damage. Very important to kind of save HP here. We're taking a look across the T1 boards. We just saw Bintum going into a very strong HP preservation line. They had caretakers into a Zoe too, so that is one of those lines that you can definitely just play like a sledgehammer, get your tempo early, as we're seeing from Bintum's board right here.
Yeah, we've got Bintum and Sangyup on the same squad, both managing to control those early streaks. As you said, it seemed like at least from the very early going, we've got T1 managing to settle into a mostly comfortable spot. If we're looking for a blowout from a Weibo side of things, certainly it doesn't start this way.
Yeah, this is a great position for T1 to start out. They have 2 players on 100 HP, and the full loss streakers is also on their own side. So this is the exact game plan that they want to run. We haven't really seen a team execute it the same way or to the same level that T1 has been able to do, which is keeping their loss streak and win streakers at the early start of the game, the whole way through, and then swapping positions. This is where Crazy Movie starts to shine when it comes to stage 4. He's usually the loss streaker. He comes up with a big win, as they did in 2025 to kind of take over the game. That's the way T1 likes to play.
Since we've got a little bit of time before, of course, we come to the end of the round, just keeping an eye on the Bintum and Sangyup winner streaks up the top. They've managed to, again, keep hold of them. I presume eventually they're going to end up facing each other and having to seed that very top ground. Sangyup taking the level ups there, presumably looking to be the person who keeps that one going. Just talk to me a little bit about where this will be going sort of more towards the mid-game. Now that we've kind of got to the beginning parts of the stage 2 out of the way, particularly for T1, if they've got these streaks and they keep these streaks intact.
I think a very important thing is for SalPme to actually break SCSC's streak, if that is even possible. SCSC is the one most likely to win out here with that expedition. We have seen the Mecha Ace still be a very, very strong line going into that direction. So if they can break that streak, make sure he loses on the Econ, I think that's probably the most important thing. On the other side for Bintum, I feel like he's just playing a tempo game right here. He's already slammed his items on that Zoe. He's got 5 copies of it. Very quickly just going to level up. 3-star Zoe, and then with the Mordekaiser in the front line, he's going to have a very easy time in stage 3.
All right, so Bintum will be the one taking control of the win streak there over his teammate. As you said, seems like the perfectly positioned to do so. If you look around more of the board, SalPme with the patience is a virtue, just waiting there to build up a little bit more economy. Has got, of course, you mentioned the loss streak intact.
Our observers are spot on this game. This is exactly what I was talking about. If Salpimi can stop SCSC, it breaks the loss streak, makes sure that he can't get Econ.
They're both full opening.
SCSC, he doesn't want to lose, so they're both going into full open right here. They're saying, you know what? I need to preserve my loss streak no matter what, and I can't let you run away with it. If we're going to run into each other, then we're both going to play without loss streaks.
Yeah, and that means that we're losing some of the economic potential there, selling off some of the potential Primordial later on, but I like it. Even this early on in our first game here, we're seeing our teams and our players demonstrating exactly what's necessary to get things done. But again, coming out of stage 2, looking pretty good for T1. We've got 3 players in the top 4. Again, no sign at all of any move towards a blowout. So we're going to need to see something a little different, from their opponents.
A huge here for T1. I think their matchmaking has just been incredible. The fact that they have 2 players on full streaks is very hard to accomplish if you're just going by RNG. That rarely happens on the same team. And look at here for Salpimi. This is very interesting because he's actually holding on to what we see from the Mecha Acel package already. Gets a very lucky getting into one of the, I believe this was given to him through the Thresh boon, because he was still level 4 before, at least our interface was telling us that. So just getting a very lucky Galio early on is going to be quite strong.
Yeah, getting the... just having the Thresh in the game is honestly always so incredible. The game was, the mini recombobulator came in to just push that board forward. So, we're now into stage 3. T1, they've got 3 players in the top 4. In terms of, the kind of boards we want to be seeing later on that are going to ultimately win out this first game of the 3-game series, what kind of things are ideal in 4v4?
I would definitely say that SCSC with the Expedition is going to be the main focal point. If he's able to turn the corner and stabilize, then he will have an extra Radiant item, which is basically like an additional Prismatic Augment. So he definitely has the highest chance of just winning out the game outright. On the other boards, though, we still have a very strong boards across the board here as well. For Crazy Moving, he's obviously going into the Shepherd board. You see him printing the Leonas early on. Shepherd board is kind of the standard AP lines you want to do. In most of the games that we have seen in scrims, the standard layout is that you have an Akali player, you have 2 AP flex players going for Shepherd, Space Groove, or Mecha Acel, and then you have a flex AD sort of do whatever you want type of player. So those are kind of the 4 positions that you see. And so far from the side of T1, I feel like they filled out those positions really well. They have your Freedom player in SCSC that can do whatever he wants, has very high cap. And then you have your 2 APs in the Shepherd and then a Tempo Zoe. So I do feel like T1 might be running away with this one just based on how their HPs are lining up.
Well, something that's kind of interesting that's developed towards the bottom, of course, is LBTC and Salpimi. They've managed to move into possession of the loss streaks in this game. So, we're getting to see something a little bit different from Weibo, that maybe they'll have the chance to build up a strong late game board.
I really want to see what Salpimi has because he had to full sell his board. There was no anima early on. And what will he get from the augments to actually bounce back? There are a couple outs that he could get. If he has like a forward thinking where he might be able to convert that gold into a very, very strong later board, it would be good for him. Or otherwise, I think he is going into a level 8 full roll down. We are getting his board right now. We have these sort of items and Xayah found already. So he could be going 2 ways. The Maokai 2 does suggest that, could just be a standard Bel'Veth reroll board, but he is holding on. I actually just sold his Xayah. So he is going all in into just the Bel'Veth.
And that's fascinating to see that just breaking Bintam's win streak up the top. Of course, we knew it wasn't going to last forever. We've got other players like Crazy Moving who are, pulling out the strong board.
It's kind of unfortunate. Crazy Moving definitely angling for one of the better artifacts coming in from just the LeBlanc items. LeBlanc is a great carry for it. You can get the you get the flashing blades. You can get sort of the static shiv as well. Doesn't find any of them. Just goes for a standard tank item. A little bit of a miss from Crazy Moving.
Yes, and I'm sure she said looking for something a little bit more. The Construct Companion means the board is still pretty strong up against Gran in this round. We've got a lot of players who don't really have that major streak developed, of course, since Bintam's was broken. We've only got the one big streak left in the lobby, LBTC towards the bottom for Weibo.
It's absolutely huge. We are playing on the Ornn Encounter. That's why everyone is getting an artifact on 3-3, so we will be checking each and every individual board. This could swing things quite dramatically, especially for a player in the bottom like SCSC. Exactly, our observers are pointing this out. When you have that combination between the Radiant item and the artifact, if you get a good hit, it's almost impossible to dislodge.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to get completely out of control. Our second choice of God is going to be coming in for our players, so we'll see which ones decide to adhere themselves, and I think, yeah, mostly to the Thresh side of things, as we would expect.
Yeah, Thresh does give you a lot more sustained power later you go into the game if you can pick his Treasure Realm. So I think for a lot of the T1 players that currently have a lot more HP, they will try to go for the Thresh a little bit more. They expect their games to last longer into this fight.
All right, we did get a chance to glance around the boards a little bit more. Sarpimi, of course, we did want to see what was up with him. So, yeah, we've got a pretty strong board. Of course, Kindred coming into the mix as well. Another unit that did see a lot more play over time. You mentioned the Akali board, of course. We at least got that starting to develop here.
Huge find here. He gets the Kindred at level 6, which enables this Akali board quite heavily. But as we're seeing, he's actually not going to play for it. Doesn't try to roll down here, actually sells most of his Jinx. So I think that just angles that he's going to go for a more standard, just Brawler E type of line. Doesn't want to reroll for the 2 cost. Feels like he's too far behind in tempo and wants to save his rerolls for the level 8.
Well, did spot the Bintum look like he was going for the Brawler Marauder board. So can you tell us a little bit about how teams approach this in terms of team composition? Are you trying to contest the same comps as other people? Or are you trying to choose individual lines?
Well, I think it's about matching the opponent, right? If someone is running away with a certain composition and they're likely to go first place, sometimes you have to slow them down. And that's the beauty about TFT. You can have bad spots, but if you choose to play for the team, you can often salvage that. Even if you go 8th, maybe a first place player on the opposing team now goes 3rd. So just the placement differences can make a difference here. And a lot of the times it's about matchup mapping for the teams. Who are you actually matching up against on the opposing side is the big question. We're going to take a look at Bintum's board here as he heads into 3-6 with a massive power spike right here. And look at the way that he's building his items. He wants his tank to actually die a little bit sooner. He's not full slamming. So he's doing it, taking his time, making sure that his teammate Sanyap can get a couple of kills at the very least.
Yeah, and of course, those individual pieces of HP can matter tremendously once we get to the later parts of the game. We definitely see people giving over rounds, giving over HP to make sure their teammate stays alive. SCSC with the Expedition, of course, is still building up there. We'll have a check on how close he is to cashing that one out. And of course, as you said, becoming absurdly powerful in a hurry.
Yeah, SCSC has kept his options relatively open. I would think that the Hextech Gunblade does point towards going more towards the Akali. That is kind of her built-in item, but it could also be other builds as well because he's already level 7. Actually didn't choose to stick on level 6. It's going to be very interesting to find out where he's going to end up with these items. They don't have a very strong direction, which is why I'm a little bit worried about. Most of the time, you still see this composition going towards the direction of the Mecha Asol, but we will see how his items do end up. So he does cash out double 5 cost right here and is able to get the Shen online, a very good item for just going into maybe like a Kindred Nova type of build where you can stabilize easily. SCSC is definitely keeping his options relatively open right here. He's still going to Radiant item, just the Guard Breaker in the Striker's Flail instead of anything else. So it looks like he's still looking to see what his second augment is going to be before committing to a comp.
So, again, a little bit of 4v4 meta idea. Again, for anyone who's not seen 4v4 before, getting first place and the second place under any circumstances means your team will definitely win. From what we're seeing from T1 so far, how kind of confident are you for them to be able to move towards that kind of finish?
I think it's highly likely that they will get at least one player in the top 2. I feel like Bintum's job is just to play full tempo And for the other sides, we also saw Sanyap having a pretty good board, AP leaning as well. And this is a good gambit actually coming out from SCSC because he has so much HP on the Expedition. His teammates were able to save so much HP for him. He didn't have to decide on a composition just yet. He actually was able to see 4-2, see that he has combat augment, and then decide for a composition. So now he's going to go for Nova, sort of fast 9 board, where he's going to be very strong with the 2-star Akali. And this is something we've seen in the 17.6 meta. We have seen a lot of selections being given to the Akali, so you just evaporate the enemy backlines really quickly. If you do not have a 2-star backline, the bleed damage from Akali is just going to wipe that. And we're seeing that in SCSC right now.
And over on LBTC on the other side, you can see their boards coming together as well. We've got the Meeple emblem coming in, and we've had, of course, we had a whole bunch of them dropping in to fill out that board. We'll see how SCSC does up against Salpini in this round. We can see, yeah, there's a Radiant item from the bomb. Got a little bit lucky with the augment. So we've got actually some pretty similar boards up against each other.
And look at that bleed damage on the Kindred. Kindred 1-star, you're going 15 seconds into the fight, you're now in one-shot territory. That's the power of the Akali. You have seen this over and over again in scrims. One of the newest comps to brace the convergence in 17.6.
All right, so as we move deeper into stage 4, we can see each team, or at least for a moment, controlling the win streak. But Bintum will be still staying at the top. After the early dominance, he has gone for a call to chaos, found himself a RNG golem for a little bit more power. But so far, again, we've been here for a while. T1 are still in the top 3 spots in the lobby. And we've basically been that the whole game.
It's been scramble time for Weibo Gaming. They have struggled to find their spots. We're looking at LBTZ's board right here. He's trying to play around Sniper and the Meeples, but he doesn't have a Gnar on his board. Ooh. So it's actually very difficult. Like, he's missing a lot of the components that he could necessarily have. He really should be 7 Meeples and printing items right now, but no Gnar means that he's kind of just stuck in no man's land, and he's running out of time. Like, he's already on 23 HP at this point, and look at how strong some of these boards are coming out on the side of his opponents right here. Does get a win against Crazy Moving, but he's still in very dire straits.
And again, remember the reflection of what we were talking about before. Top 2 spots means that you guarantee a win. Bottom 2 spots doesn't guarantee a loss, but it does require your team to pull out an astonishing performance overall. So we'll be keeping a close eye on if any of these Weibo players do go out relatively early on, because that really restricts the path through the rest of this first game.
Yeah, I have to say the augment imbalance was really in T1's favor this game. You know, you start off with Expedition, you start off with 4 copies of Zoe. We kind of expected this, right? I don't think it's too surprising that Weibo Gaming have to dig themselves out of a bad position, but this is the time to shine. This is the time to prove what you're made of. How do you actually claw back? It's going to start with Tianlong on our left side right here. He did have that forward thinking, rolled down on level 8, and does have the 5 Space Groove online. This is actually the composition with the highest win rate we have seen so far in Scrim. So he's set himself up in a very strong position. He's going straight to level 9. He still has 40 gold in the bank right here. So even if all things goes wrong, Tianlong could still give them a win.
Yeah, and of course, he's still got the 5-round loss streak in place as well. If things do go a little bit sideways, we'll see how strong this board ends up being. We can see the front line is extremely good. And of course, the artifact to bring in an extra body on the field. SCSC has such a strong front himself, though. Even the Kindred with 1 item is still cutting through most of them. The Nami will, I think, eventually get all the way there. No, it won't. Tianlong takes another hit. And we're looking at very low HP totals on the right-hand side. We've got Weibo Gaming with 3 out of the bottom 4 slots right now.
Yeah, this is very strong from Bintum's position. In 4v4, you want to deny the low HP players on the other side. We saw LBTZ was kind of lost in the wilds, and this is why Bintum is holding on to 2 core keys, saying that you're going straight 8th. This is what T1 loves to do. They spot a low roll, they smell blood in the water, and they go around like sharks just surrounding you.
I think it's not even clear the first time you see 4v4, just that implication there of saying you've got 4 people who can grief you in a game and just completely ruin you. Absolutely right. Tianlong might be that first victim. We've got the Nami again, but that RNG gun mentioned from before will be a decent enough front line. We've got very good backline from Bintam on the AP side of things. That Zoe 3, as you mentioned, from very, very early on in the game, itemized to the moon. The Foxfire as well is doing real good work to cut through so much of the front line. Tianlong is going to take another hit. For Weibo, this is emergency stations already, our defending champions. Game 1 is looking pretty rough.
Oh, and Tianlong missing on his items is absolutely critical. In Space Groove, you have an abundance of AP, AD. What you really want is those multipliers like the crit and just things that give you damage amp, right? We saw that Nami, she was holding a shred item and she had no crit. So items not lining up very well for Tianlong, unfortunately. I think he has a chance to come back if he can find the correct items right here. Unfortunately, I don't think he hit. He's actually planning to go straight level 9. So this is going to be a critical juncture. Can he actually find the correct heroes that he wants? He would really like something like a Shen. That would be a huge buff to his board. He would get a lot of extra HP and attack speed here. And you see he's going for it, but he just doesn't have that much gold to work with. This is the critical role. Can he actually find anything of use? The Morgana is okay, but he really, really would have preferred the Shen. 2-5 cost doesn't hit the necessary character here. Oh, this is a bit of a low roll. You gotta feel the pain in Tianlong. 4 HP, can he make it through?
Will be up against his teammate in this round. As you mentioned before, they've got the opportunity to weaken themselves to try and stop, potentially losing members early on. We mentioned Weibo fans are trying to blow out their opponents. Right now, all 4 of their members in the bottom 4. It will be a hell of a way to start EWC 2026 to be blown out themselves by one of their long-term rivals in the scene. We do have the first player going down, so Tianlong will be out. Again, that's not a death knell for a team, but it does still set the stage for the rest of the game.
And this is how T1 likes to play. They like to send someone who's already low rolling to the 8th place, and then they secure their own first. Once you do that, there's only one way the opposing team can win, and that's by blowout. So if you already know SCSA is likely to just win this match, as he's already on a 6-win streak, and T1 are in a very strong position, the only hope for Weibo Gaming now is to not meet each other and then blow out T1. Almost impossible task.
Yeah, I mean, everything we're seeing so far suggests that's just not going to be the case. We're seeing a spectacular game from T1. We were talking before about how they've been humbled on the way to the EWC, not making it through their own qualifier, having to come back for the global qualifier, the event, which was basically the last chance for them to get into the tournament at all. But what we're seeing from this game 1 speaks to a confident roster. Salpimi is going to be taking the hurt here again. Will get taken all the way down, and it will be bottom 2 for Weibo in the first game. They've got to be able to get through and land those top 2 places, or it's all over.
Our MVP of 2025 EWC gets knocked out just by a tempo board. That board coming in from T1 was not supposed to go first place. It was just, hey, that's a reroll on the same time. I'm going to get a Team 03. Let's see if we can take that to the finish line, make sure you secure a top 4. They're able to do that. Now Guan might be the one who has to get a comeback win right here. He does have a strong board, does have the correct artifact, and look at what he's doing. Because he knows his teammates have already gone 7th and 8th, he is still holding on to his gold. He's saying that the only way we win is actually trying to challenge. So he's holding on to a lot of his gold, saying that I might have to go for the full cap right here, but it's a very precarious situation. How can they actually find the wins right here? They are going up against Bintam, who is playing more of a tempo side, so I do expect the Static Shift to be able to win out. Oh, that was so close.
Yeah, I think we're going to be seeing a lot more of those before this game is done, if there's going to be any chance for Weibo to come back in. He said 10 HP for Guan, just a single life remaining. LBTC is at least on the win streak towards the top, so that's one piece of the puzzle conceivably in place. But he's going to eventually run across Guan and have to avoid eliminating him himself.
Yeah, with Salpimi out, that changes the calculus. Right now, Weibo Gaming, they can only go 1-2 to win the game. That's the most important thing to think about. That's why Guan was holding on to his gold and going for the maximum cap possible. He does get a decent find here, able to throw in that additional Blitzcrank. Knocking the enemy tank away might expose the enemy backline.
All right, SESC is going to make his shot at trying to blow out Weibo Gaming here in game number 1. What a thing it would be if he's managing to do it. Of course, the backline has become considerably stronger since we saw it last. But Guan, so much of his AP damage, of course, focused towards the right-hand side. The front line is collapsing in a hurry. The Kindred has got the Edge of Night, will not be taken out. Weibo are reigning and defending champions, blown out in game 1 by T1.
And what a decisive game coming in for T1, our most experienced squad out of any team in the EWC. They spot a great position early on. They had Printer Leona, they had Caretaker Zoe, and they had SCSE with Expedition. Just able to run Weibo Gaming out the gym.
That is an absolutely incredible way to enter the competition. Of course, this is only the first game of the first match, but there isn't a better way to start an EWC to go up against the reigning champions and show them you've still got fire in your belly.
We talked about the personal sacrifices that these players had to make. Bintum, not making it back to TPC, SCSE getting relegated for TPC because they are spending so much time at EWC. They're trying to take that trophy home.
What an incredible way to start us off. They said, we've still got plenty more to go. We've got 4 series across the day. This is just the first game of the first series. It could easily go to 3 games, and we really hope it do. So stick with us. We'll be taking a short break. When we return, we'll be back with our desk, and then with game 2 between an astonishing and fighting Weibo Gaming and T1.
We're there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Already off to an exciting start as T1 win map number 1 against the previous title contenders, the title holders. Weibo Gaming, what's going on? It was a clean sweep. We've got a lot to talk about. Hey, welcome into the Allianz Vault. I'm Taylor Reflections, Nober Stewart, and Panda. What's going on, my guy? How you doing?
I'm happy to be here, especially after that explosive first game to start off the tournament. A bit of a shock, a bit of a surprise for some. Not for me, though. I'm a big T1 stan.
Okay, T1 stan, T1 fan. But let's be real, though. They're going against last year's winner. Is it not a surprise to you that T1 takes game number 1 in such a convincing fashion?
I think it's textbook T1 for this first game. I think tempo is the name of the game for them. I think the fact that Akali Jinx became a meta comp coming into this tournament 1 week ago is great news for them because they were all about the heavy stage 3 roll down, taking over the tempo early, and just having the HP lead coming to stage 4.
Yeah, I think there was a big difference in this game. Like Weibo Gaming especially took 2 branching outs, which means they're trying to play for the high variance. It was Thresh as one of our gods as well, so maybe trying to find the Reforgers, trying to play for the win out. But like you said, T1, the tempo game, they showed it last year as well. They liked the tempo, they liked to play for early boards. They had the Arbiter, the Caretaker Zoe, which was perfectly called out by the casters. That by itself and the other players going Expedition with the reroll Akali, like you mentioned, was just too much for Weibo to handle.
There's a lot of new viewers in the chat. I was taking a peek at what you guys were saying. By the way, keep chatting out there. We would love to hear what you have to say, and there will be times we might potentially show your comment on stream so you can get involved in the broadcast. So you speak tempo. T1 sets the tempo then. What is that? Exactly what is the tempo? What does T1 do so well? And how can Weibo counter that aggressive tempo?
So it's all really about the early augments that were taken by T1 and the early pressure that they put on early on. They used their roll downs early on. They used their pressure to make sure that they took Weibo low on HP. We saw after the first PvE round, Krugs, there was 2 players on T1 that were 100 HP. That big difference that Weibo have to catch up on HP is really difficult, especially when you're taking high variance augments that doesn't have a lot of pressure early on. You're lose streaking, you're losing a lot of HP early on, and they just couldn't find their units later on to try and catch up on HP.
Weibo's going to have to fight back for sure. EWC is exciting. There's plenty of ways to get involved. Check out the trailer.
thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing but go!
Tyler Wine, you're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me back.
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
Raw energy. House for far, blow the house down.
Every series Weibo gets into from this point on is going to be tough. Everybody wants to beat the winners from last year. So Weibo's not going to have an easy route and already starting off in a very difficult fashion against T1. Of course, Weibo has to fight back. This is only a best of 3, so therefore currently T1 has the leg up. Now, T1 setting the tempo, Panda, clearly that's a big deal. They did a great job at it. They looked comfortable from start to finish. Let's dig a little bit deeper. T1 makes a big roster change. They come in, they bring in Sangyup. That was a big talking point during the pre-show. He clearly made an impact for T1's early game, but also late as well.
And I think Bintum is a player that I really want to look out because his 2-1 augment caretakers into Zoe, for example, it just makes it so easy to play a very explosive tempo game into AP Flex, which I think is the best way to play into it. On the flip side, we had 2 players from Weibo trying to play AP Flex from behind. They were not able to go 9. They were not able to cap their boards. They were not able to become the win-out players. And we also had Salpimi, who was the Akali mirror player, fail. He was a worse Akali player compared to SCSC. He lost more HP early on. He went 8th in the end. And it's just the game plan itself crumbled. Stage 4 onwards, it was done for Weibo.
Yeah, and I think the big thing as well is that we talk about the 4v4 environment in TFT. Not a lot of players are maybe understanding that from an outside point of view. We saw players like Bintum, because he saved so much HP early on, he was able to save that HP. He was able to hold some of the units from Weibo as well. LBTZ playing the Corki on the back line. There was 2 Corkis on Bintum's bench. So that's a real big difference between, you know, the 1 versus 1 format that we're used to in TFT, but in a team format, denying them units as well as taking your own units, it makes such a big difference.
The emotions on stage is only going to continue to heat up. And I will say afterwards, I was looking over at Weibo once they lost, and they did not look happy.
And there's, of course, a very good reason why they were unhappy, certainly coming into this tournament as favourites. You know, certainly as a squad, as you mentioned before, T1, they've had the opportunity to play together in a competitive round. They've had the chance, honestly, to lose together. And that's going to be the best tool for any team to examine what they've been doing, refine their strategies, and come into the tournament strong.
This iteration of Weibo Gaming has not dropped a single match so far at EWC. They made it with a 100% win rate in 2025, and now in the first round could be facing their biggest stumble just yet. Now, if we heard the analyst desk, if we watched game 1, we knew it was mainly about tempo game. It was mainly about just the fight matching RNG that benefited T1 so early on. I think the question now for Weibo is, if you are put in the same situation, if you are put in the predicament where you're behind in tempo, you're behind in HP, who is going to be the one that stands out, rolls the earliest, and says, no, we need a strong player on the field. We have to stabilize the stage 3.
Well, that's exactly, you know, kind of big picture here. For Weibo, they're the ones now on the back foot. As much as they were favored coming to the series, they've got only one chance to stay in. I mean, if they go 0-2 in the first series as defending champions, full on morale, it's going to be devastating. T1 get to set the pace here in game 2. You know, we're talking about the idea of Weibo trying to blow people out. Strategically, it felt like, as you said, T1, they had their routes, they had their strategies. They basically blew out Weibo strategically from very early on in the game.
Yeah, I think, Augment difference really plays a huge just kind of difference. I'm sorry, you're using the same word again and again in 17.6. And for Weibo Gaming, even if they get knocked out, it won't be over for them. We are playing essentially a double elimination in the group stages. So sometimes you have to roll with the punches. This happened to Falcons as well in 2025, where they early on, you saw Honglin with the 2-star game plank on 2-1, and you kind of knew, well, this match is kind of over already. You still have to fight through it. There is a chance to come back no matter what, but obviously the best case scenario is we get a Game 3 in this match. I hope Weibo Gaming shows us something new.
And it's worth noting, if we look across the history of TFT and the EWC, of course, 2024 won by the Wolves. In 2025, the roster got raided and divided into 2 different teams. This is the first time here in this EWC we're seeing a championship team return with their roster. We need to see more from them in Game 2.
Every single member is still intact. Their coaching staff is also their XZZ as well. 2 of their players did make it all the way to TAC round in the most recent iteration. So if you look at the individual strength from Weibo Gaming, if you look at how dominant they were in 2025, I still think that they have a great chance of making it back in this series. But they do have to talk to each other. They can't have 4 weak early games. You can't go into stage 3 at the start of it and you see 3 T1 members in 1, 2, 3 and then Expedition in 8th. That is not an acceptable situation for you to be. T1 was able to string together all of the streaks that they wanted in the previous game. Of course, a lot of it did come down to RNG, but it was also about negotiating their spots, right? You have to have more people to actually contest for tempo.
All right, so, if you're in the Weibo gaming side of things, you're looking to try and change things up as much as possible. We are going to get into Game 2 in just a second, because, again, hugely important. Even, you mentioned it's double elimination, but if you go into that lower bracket, your route to the finals becomes tremendously more difficult. It'll be Varus and Eve for Game 2.
And this is a great game to go after tempo. Whenever you look at Evelyn, you're thinking about steamroll, the chance to get those 2 costs over and over again. And if you look at Varus, he does enable those reroll compositions to just pop off. So if you think about the Game 1 strategy from Weibo Gaming, no one actually committed to a reroll. I think that was a huge difference. You had T1 on the other hand going, we're just playing full tempo. We will take a gold augment just for a Teemo 3. And try to run you out the gym. So someone has to step up on the side of Weibo Gaming and take on that mantle.
Of course, Vincent definitely felt like the star of the previous game as well. It's worth noting for anyone who's unfamiliar with his work, a 5 times crown player, just an absolute unit on the tournament stage. There are very few players who are able to compare with him.
For a long time in TFT history, it was between Bintum and Dissop as the 2 best players right behind Tidal. So that's where he started. Unfortunately for EWC, he's brought so much energy into the 4v4 format. He really revolutionized and taught most of the team how to play the fundamentals. But for his individual career, he has kind of stalled afterwards. So I think this is the chance that Bintum gets to prove that it was all worth it for T1.
All right, as we have our initial bits and pieces being thrown in, of course, we're looking out for the early Organ. I do want to kind of to raise the idea, with Bintum at front of mind, how influential can an individual player be for a team's performance?
Oh, for someone like Bintum, absolutely massive, because he is known as the team coach. He is the one that talks the most on the team and is able to basically command the other 3 players to do his bidding. So we're seeing him actually in a very strong start right here. Caretaker's ally, of course, offered again, but his position would be great for a Shepherd start. He has the Gwinsu's Rage Blade and already does have the Arbiter online. Ooh. Again, Expeditions falls to T1. Remember, only 1 player out of the lobby can get this, our highest cap augment, and T1 has found it again.
Well, I mean, that's a fantastic start here. So far, we're seeing a lot of what we saw in the previous game is Silver start, where we've got different gods coming in. As you said, Expedition dropping into Crazy Moving's lap means that ideally for them, of course, they're just looking to run Game 1 out again.
Yeah, they could definitely just go on the same route here. Someone goes for the high cap like Crazy Moving, had the highest first place rate on the team, and indeed he does go for it immediately. On the other side, we had a check-in from our observers. On the side of Bintum, he again is Leona printing with Iguinsu's Rage Blade. So extremely strong starting position for T1 once more.
And he's taking the Caretaker's Gwen. So again, for T1, everything seems to be lining up. It's almost like looking just a game one over again. Again, as much as we said before, from the Weibo side of things, it's on them to try and find an alternate route through. I mean, theoretically, if we see T1 with so many of the same pieces together, what would you want to see from Weibo in the early game that would be different?
I really want to see more rerolls incorporated into their game plan. There are a couple of 2 costs that you can play. The Jinx reroll, the full commit to the Akali, they're definitely still in position. But for Guan here, unfortunately, he branching out into an Anima. This is typically considered the worst augment to get. It doesn't have any additional combat stats, only a little bit of HP, and he's not using the loose streak anyway. So this is a very weak situation where he really needs a Reforger to get out.
Yes, of course, if you thought it was hard to get an Anima cash out when just maybe 1 or 2 people in the lobby were griefing you, it becomes absolutely impossible in a lot of circumstances. I do appreciate, certainly you've got to try and go for those emblems early on. Maybe you'll find something very strong. Standing up on the other side, though, find Primordian from the very beginning, and we'll have the stronger augment later on.
This is a huge fight on the side for Guan. He's actually trying to tempo with an Anima, a fairly weak emblem right here, and does go straight to level 4. He faced Sanyap, who hits a lucky Belveth too. He's trying to play greedy and just set level 3, but finally Guan does shut him down right there. At least he doesn't get him to run away with it.
Yeah, so we'll be looking from our early game to see, again, well, I mean, sure, we're only a couple of rounds in, but we are starting to see something different beginning here. We've got Weibo up towards the top. We've got T1 being pushed a little further down towards perhaps more loss streaks. Of course, from game 1, we had T1 managing to have so many of their streaks intact. This time, Weibo, they've got 3 candidates to carry the win streak forward instead.
Yeah, and look at how strong these boards are coming out from Weibo Gaming. You have Salpimi in a very strong spot to go for something like the Jinx. He already has the Guinsu's built up already. He could be playing for the Brawlers as well. So this is a good committal to the early game. What I wanted to see coming in from game 2 for them, you had Guan also trying to play tempo, not completely ignoring the loss streak possibility because they know T1 is so adamant on getting an early game lead.
Salpimi will not, I think, be the one to carry forward the streak. Just let's see across the rest of the board. Note as well, Tianlong at the bottom for Weibo is controlling the loss streak right now. And as we come out of the round, Weibo, yep, they've got both the win and the loss streak. A very different look from game 1.
Right, 2 tiny duplicators on the left side. It's going to be interesting to see if anyone is angling for that 1-cost reroll. It could be very strong if you just want to 3-star Rek'Sai earlier on. For some of the players, we did see the 3 Primordian in, I believe, for Salpimi, who already has a Guinsu built. On the other side, the gold option, I feel like this is a little less interesting, but you can communicate, like, maybe only one player goes there, so you take less damage overall.
Yeah, you can see we have got a bit of a split between them. Of course, every point of HP will absolutely count. To check in with LBTC, so will be the win streaker controller. Has the good for something, so they had a start which could easily have been much more with sitting back in the game, but has managed to put together a decent board. It did take a couple of tiny duplicators. We'll see if he can keep that streak all the way through stage 2.
It doesn't look like he's actually printing on the Leonas, and this setup from LBTZ is a little bit suboptimal as he's not getting much gold from his augment. Is going to try and win streak through. Tianlong on the other side, once again, is going to be given the duty of breaking Crazy Moving's loss streak. Crazy Moving, of course, on the Expedition is going to go full loss. So this is the critical moment, I think, for Weibo Gaming. In the previous game, their full loss streaker actually still tried to play a level 8 board. It didn't work out. The tempo didn't work for stage 3. So we'll see where Tianlong goes afterwards. Can he run into Crazy Moving? Can he make sure that Crazy Moving doesn't run away with the full loss streak? That's going to be the critical key here.
All right, we've got one more round before this stage 2 is done. LBTC stays in place. Tianlong stays in place on the loss streak as well.
So according to what we see on screen right now, Crazy Moving was actually already snapped.
Yes.
He already had that loss streak being denied. So that's huge. That's a big difference from game 1 where you had someone run away with Expedition.
So, of course, from the Weibo side of things, we're looking for as many differences as possible to go in. So we know more money is coming from the win streak and from the loss streak as well. We're seeing some aggressive board selling going forward to make sure that stays the place.
Yeah, 2 full loss streakers still going to be appearing here. SCSE selling his full board. And this is the most interesting thing, right? Because they introduced the largest swings in placements for any team. Full loss streak, you don't have any of the minor champions. It's very hard to go back into verticals later on. You have to rely on luck a little bit more. It's much more likely you go into the bottom placements here. So how they pivot out, how they use that 3-2 is going to be critical. We also have to remember, because of this encounter, also gives you an additional prismatic on 4-2. That's also going to be huge. It gives a lot more econ possibilities.
All right, just checking into his crazy moving here, of course. Managing to find the time break as well. You're talking about the, while we haven't necessarily seen the loss streak maintained, because Qianlong, of course, has been absolutely camping that, we are getting a little bit of extra resources creeping in here. So for crazy moving, because as you mentioned before, the extra resources means that he's very well set up to be a big hitter later on. I do notice as well, as we look further up the table, Sangyup is starting to build up the only team, well, no, sorry, not the only T1 win streak, because Bintum is there as well.
Yeah, once again, T1 still finding themselves decently in the tempo, but this time, Weibo Gaming is able to wrestle away just the HP lead for the board going to stage 3. And stage 3, I think, is actually the most critical in 4v4. Stage 3, you take a lot of damage right here, and it's you have more agency on if you want to roll or not. I think that's a very key thing that Panda did point out on the analyst desk. Stage 3 is where a lot of these team strategies actually show up. We have seen players just go on 3-2 and aggressively row down, go straight to level 7, and try to wrestle control.
Yeah, and I mean, just to break that down even more simply, we talked about the idea of being able to grief each other if we check in with Bintum. You said you got 4 players who can all roll at the same time or do anything they like at the same time and have an outsized effect on the rest of the game. So we've got our 2 win-streaking players from T1 up against each other. We'll see which one ends up giving over and letting the other push further forwards.
T1 can't keep getting away with it. It was bound to happen at some point. So finally their win streakers run into each other. It looks like Bintum, unfortunately, will have his win streak snap right there. And this is the moment for the power-up augment, right? We have SCSE on the power-up. Can he actually land a prismatic? It's going to be absolutely huge. And no, he gets punished. It is going to be a gold augment for him. Usually if you get the prismatic, it's a over doubling of power, but just getting the gold means that your first augment wasn't that worthwhile.
No, so we're starting to see some of the bumps in the road appearing for T1 in a way which we really just didn't see in Game 1 at all. So Bintum, the one left in control of the win streak. I suppose at least, for Sangyup, which you mentioned with the power-up, has a little bit more going on. We are seeing the misfortune dropping for the time being, and of course, the little bit of extra crits. So we'll see how well these two do for T1 long term.
You see Sangyup starting getting a little bit nervous about his position, has rolled down to just 2 gold. His position on T1 is just to maintain tempo. This is something that T1 does a lot. When you have a win streaker like Sangyup, who just beat Bintum here, then, you have that, who lost to Bintum, but can still maintain his win streaks here. You want him to go in pretty aggressively. He rolls down to just 2 gold to find that misfortune 2. And is going to go for the sort of challenger misfortune into Jinx line.
Well, we're talking, it does seem like we are seeing something very different in game number 2. Talking about the rerolls coming in as well. In terms of, overall game plan, could you mind just reiterating again for anyone who wasn't here for game 1, what sort of role reroll plays in an overall 4v4 strategy?
So what we've seen, the way T1 likes to play them, is you try to win stage 3 outright, and then later on in stage 4 or 5, you lend your additional HP to the players that have to win out. So you're thinking about your fast 8 lines that might take a while to actually hit their 2 stars. You're thinking about your fast 9 lines. They act as a sort of cover for your players that are your late game carries. That's the way that T1 likes to play it. But I think there's also situations where Bintum in the previous game where he was like, Zoe 3, I hit the right artifact. I'm going to be the carry now. I'm the carry now.
No, absolutely. He certainly showed himself more than capable of doing so. We'll be going Salpimi in this round. So these are the two win streakers on the opposing squads up against each other. This will be huge. If Bintam can move in here, he can break Weibo's early hold across this game. The Gwyn is caretaking her way through most of the backline. I don't think she's got quite enough punch. So that means Weibo will be the only ones with a major win streak coming out of this round.
Massive win going up against Bintam here. Bintam was very well set up to go into a space groove line, and as we've seen in scrims, typically the win out position for them. So making sure that he slows down a little bit, absolutely critical for Weibo.
Oh my gosh, the Evelyn emblem. We know our players love to take this chance because, you know, in terms of power injection, this is off the charts potential.
Yeah, so far SCSE the only one going for the random emblem here. We're going to have a little bit more time to talk about the different options. We saw on Varus it was going to be lovers, so you're going to have a 4 cost and a 3 cost of the same tempo right here. And actually in 4v4, I would say that this particular boon gets a lot stronger, because the denial factor is also much, much higher on that. You basically double your outs there. You could either deny from the opponent or you could take something for yourself. So I think that's probably one of the reasons why you saw most of the players actually picking for the Varus.
Well, I suppose, yes, of course, you know, you're guaranteed at worst that's 7 gold, whereas with the emblems, I imagine at this point, you know, particularly as you're looking at this across teams, particularly from the Weibo gaming side of things, taking that risk that you may end up with, say, a whole bunch of terrible emblems that do nothing for you, it's going to be the death knell for not just this game, but the series as a whole.
Yeah, I feel like there are a couple of compositions that really want to go into it. I actually think like Sanyap's composition with the Jinx is very strong if you can try and attempt an emblem. You have Challenger outs, you have Brawler outs, but as we're seeing right here, this is going to be Tianlong's board building up towards the Akali. The most critical thing that he wanted to hit was actually going to be the Kindred and Maokai. If he was able to hit that Nova pair, that would be absolutely massive for his board. It would be almost as flat out close to win. Is unable to tempo so far, so has to just use the Misfortune right now as a secondary carry.
Well, checking in with LBTC towards the middle of the table. You talked before, of course, about how potent and how ubiquitous the Shepherd board has been so far across multiple tournaments. On the other side of Guan, we are seeing more. There's Ribbon coming out with a little bit more of the AD side. Of course, you mentioned before, the Anime Emblem coming from very early on was not ideal. I think against this Shepherd board, which is most of the way there, is not going to be remotely enough.
LBTZ just pulling a page out of T1's book. He's got the Leona printer online, a very strong segue directly into the Shepherd board, as you were mentioning. And then we have Corki coming up. We'll see Corki a lot more. This has been kind of an America's special when it came to Tacron. It's considered a C-tier composition, but because 4v4, everyone's cap is a little bit lower, it gets a lot better. You see Corki a lot more than you do in solos.
Well, checking in with Sangam, we mentioned the Kindred as being a chase unit for a lot of us. Our players here has got that one on the bench for the time being, so able to keep hold of it and while also denying it from anybody else. See what he does here. Sangyup on the 3-round win streak. Remember, Salpimi, his opponent, is still controlling the major win streak from Weibo and hopefully preserving a ton of HP, as you mentioned before.
Salpimi is angling to be the win-out player on the side of Weibo Gaming. If you look at his items, this is a perfect Vex setup, and he has been storming in on the Econ just by playing the Primordian as well. So the 4-2 augment's going to be massive. If a 4-2 augment is something that gives him enough gold, like invested, to go straight level 9, he could be the anchor, the first place to deny tiebreaker for Weibo.
All right, crazy moving. It has going to be procking down as of this round. That's the final piece we put in place. His HP is very low, though. I mean, how optimistic are you feeling about Crazy being able to turn this one around?
It really depends on his roll down right now. He's 53 gold and still a ways away from getting the experience to go level 8. Hopefully, I assume that he's going to cash out this round. This is why our observers are showing us this. So we'll see on the roll down. If he doesn't manage to find those mecha units, he could be in dire straits right here. And the roll down so far, a lot of 4 costs being shown, but not the ones that he really wanted to get. Still no Galio, no Aurelian Soul.
Got Nunu.
That's his first copy, but that is very, very late.
Just gonna have to try and make the most of it. Yeah, doesn't have the money, doesn't have the time to do too much more. So it's Radiant Juggernaut for the Bard. We've got the 2-star Nunu on the front line. Needs this round to go well. Hopefully his teammate SESC will not hand out a big loss.
Yeah, hopefully that Pyke doesn't do anything silly. You're going up against a teammate. The assassination comes in and it goes up on the Bard, but there's no backline damage just yet. It looks like Crazy Moving is going to be able to sigh a breath of relief and hopefully even get some units from his Bard. That would be the ideal situation. He takes the win. We can call that good enough.
No, absolutely. At this point, we're very much on the edge of our seats here with SESC and Crazy Moving both relatively low on HP overall. Of course, at the top of the table, Salpimi still keeps up the pace, now on an 8-round win streak.
Can Salpimi actually find something for his econ? Now, we're looking over at SCSC's boards with someone different right now. Red Blue buff, he's going to be contesting, actually, Guan on the Corki line because he's already committed his build towards the Deathblade, but he just doesn't have enough gold. Doesn't find any of the copies necessary. No Corkis whatsoever. SCSC looks like the reversal has been found for Weibo Gaming. This is a terrible spot.
And it's always so heartbreaking to see those last few gold dribble out of the inventory and say, you know, you're just going to have to try and make do with what you have. So bad news for T1. I mean, Sangyeong and Bintam are at least in the top 3 right now, HP-wise. But you can see Salpimi on an 8-round win streak, 34 gold in the bank. He's looking real good. We'll see if he can continue to keep that going.
Where are their Corkis? There's no Corkis on the side of Guan's board either. Very interesting situation where both of the teams have been doing such a good job denying that neither of the members can actually find their allotted carries. Now, this is actually better for Guan because Guan does still have a slight HP lead. So if they can bleed SCSC out, that would be a win. Unfortunately for Guan, though, he doesn't even have the front line.
No. And then when so Guan's going to want to take the hit instead.
Oh, he's unhappy. He's mouthing about it.
I do love the reaction cams. They're absolutely wonderful. So coming out of the round, Salpimi did lose that massive win streak, which means that the door is open a little bit more for T1 to start establishing themselves with some of these high HP players you mentioned that are so valuable from before. Crazy Moving. It will keep us from panicking too much. The ASOL Online.
Huge find for him. Think about how many copies that he was actually missing in the previous round. Does get a great augment on 4-2. Commerce Core really saves him. He gets additional gold injection, uses the rolls, and he is by far the strongest board right now.
All right, well, we've been waiting for this one for a while. You say they've got the Mighty Mech still to really come online, but the 3 items, including, of course, the Radiant, thanks to the Expedition, means that this should be okay up against Bintam in this round. Of course, we know, as we said before, Crazy Moving will be kind of, T1 will be weakening some of their boards when Crazy Moving wasn't necessarily strong enough, but I imagine at this point, that's not even necessary anymore.
Yeah, he's in a great position to actually just win out this game. Now we're going to be looking at the final item here. It would be really strong for some of the tempo players, but it looks like most players actually missing their copies are going to be going for Varus once more. Can Varus please save us? We're missing the Corkis, we're missing the Shens and the Blitz. Everyone actually heading toward Varus.
Well, when you need the units in a hurry, that's who you call upon. Just a quick reminder again for any of our folks who are tuning in as of Game 2. These are reigning world champions Weibo Gaming up against T1. T1 have won the first game in the series in dominating fashion, but here in Game 2, it's much more of an open question.
And Salpimi is going to be the difference maker. We were talking him as the win-out player coming in for Weibo Gaming. He still has 69 gold, Commerce Core online. He's going straight for 9 and playing the Vex game. No one else is holding on to any of that Fast 9 component. So he still has a great position. He might even be able to take down Crazy Moving if he's able to get online fast enough and take down Crazy Moving, send him 8th. That would be a huge swing.
Well, one of the players with that sort of potential, Tianlong up at the top left of your screen, who are being informed took Call to Chaos and got 36 rerolls to bring his board online in a hurry. If you need that tempo player, you can see the power of all those found units means SCSC takes the L.
And that's the power of Akali striking once again. Just the 2-star Akali with the bleed into the backline is able to take down a 1-star Corki relatively quickly. Bintum now with his Gwen 3 online in a strong position as well. We're taking a look across the lobbies just to check in on everyone's situation here. Signing up in the meanwhile, he's not really that strong for stage 4. Usually when you're playing this reroll comp, you really need double carries online. Only going with the Belveth so far means that he's just trying to salvage placements at this point. Hope that the RNG is in his favor.
Yeah, splitting out the board presumably to allow for the at least a solid loss up against Salpimi in this round. Again, we mentioned before, the board much stronger than it would be otherwise. I mean, looking at the overall field, crazy moving. On the right-hand side of the scoreboard is starting to move up and continue to move up with Aurelian Soulboard. Sangyup's loss streak is broken up against Salpimi, so we head into stage 5 with a very mixed scoreboard.
More and more, I think, has to be riding on Salpimi at this point. Tianlong has rolled down. He's just playing for the Akali 3, but unfortunately, that's not usually a win-out line. It does very poorly against Space Groove that can just passively heal up their backline, so he's not going to be able to take down Bintum. I think a lot of the situations, Salpimi's roll down, when it gets to level 9, is going to be critical. How fast can he find the Vex 2? He has the items built for it, but hasn't started the roll just yet, and Blitz 2 online already, so that's a very good start for him. Is the Vex going to be there?
We got the Graves too. Let's see what else we can find. Not a ton of money in the bank, but certainly enough rerolls.
So much banking on the MVP of 2025. The Vex 2 still eluding him, but he has 9 more rolls to go. Those items are built specifically for the Vex. If the Gwinsus and the Giant Slayer have a home, it makes this comp so much stronger. Is not going to hit on his vital carries. Usually in this comp, you really want Fiora 2 and Vex 2 online. Those two are your most stable carries that can get you past pretty much everything.
Well, 2 Vexes is not a Vex 2 ultimately, so that's a little less power. He's on the loss streak and he's got the HP to be able to shrug off a few more losses up against Bintum, who is starting to put together the board in earnest. We mentioned before we saw Nami, he wasn't necessarily built for damage, a little bit of utility. Right now, I'd have to imagine Bintum should be standing a pretty good chance.
Yeah, really tough matchmaking coming in for Salpimi here. He's fighting Bintum, who's still on level 8, and I think Bintum will take this one. Just not enough damage coming out from the other side. Hitting the Graves 2 in stage 5, really not as important as hitting your damage dealers.
Our first elimination comes in. Quan just creeped off the edge of the table there. So we've gone from a game which looked like Weibo were in firm control to them taking the first 8th of the lobby. That does change things. So when we look on the other T1 members currently in 6th and 7th, they are also low.
Kind of a doomed game plan for Guan once again. Branching out into Anima, has to basically forget that he ever had an emblem, doesn't get a chance to reforge it either, and gets hard denied by the Corkies on the other side. So SCSC does win the matchup. This is the most important thing. Even if he goes 7th place here, because the mental mapping was against Guan, that's still a +1 for T1.
Oh no, absolutely. And with crazy moving, he's currently in 6th on a 6-round win streak. There doesn't seem to be too much chance of him dropping out and basically resetting the game by leaving us with a sandwich finish, which leaves both people the same points. The SCSC, though, very low against Bintum, and I think, yep, will survive for this round. So that's another further step forward as LBTC takes a big hit. T1 refusing to drop.
Wow, and that was a great awareness play coming in from the side of Bintum. He actually removed the items on the Nami, made sure his teammates stayed alive, and right now SCSC even has a chance to overtake LBTZ. We should be looking at LBTZ's board right here. It's been a while since we checked in on all of his units. But at 8 HP, bad matchmaking could mean that once again Weibo Gaming find themselves in a must-win 1-2 spot.
Yes, our premium, as we see here, is still not at the full power he needs to be. SCSC, we're fighting here once again against Sangyup, his teammate. You mentioned, of course, the item removers being used. Of course, in the more recent sets, the addition of those extra removers means that players on the 44 have the extra layer of strategy. And as you see on the right-hand side of your screen, will get the win against Bintum, so crucially, does not fall down early either.
Yeah, LBTZ finding a good match. Bintum still trying to go straight level 9, so hasn't spent his gold. We will continue the fight onto the other run, but wow, a huge loss from Crazy Moving. I think that could only happen against Salpimi. Yeah, Salpimi was the one that took him out. So those were the two players most likely to take first places here. And in that strike alone, it takes a huge amount of pressure off of Weibo Gaming. They no longer have to go at 1-2.
And we look at the HP totals on the right-hand side. Remember, 3 players in the bottom 4 means this game is done, and we'll be seeing a blowout from the other side of things. SCSC, Sangyup, they're both on single digits HP. Crazy Moving was central to the game plan, and now he's gone.
And this is the problem with over-indexing and too much into tempo. If you can't get your carries online and you start falling off, then sometimes a player like LBTZ with a very creative 4 Darkstar board can overtake you. The fight is definitely more important on the right side right here. It's going to be Sangyup on 1 HP, losing to LBTZ. That means an additional position. And if SCSC is out as well...
They're both out. It's a reverse blowout. We've seen it turned around. Weibo stepped up to the task and said, T1, we're just going to do exactly the same to you did to us. These are 2 heavyweights going blow for blow. The series 1 each.
What a great win from LBTZ. I feel like his spot was the most nebulous to kind of maneuver. It was an AP flex spot, and look at what he landed on. 4 Darkstar with Radiant item. That's the great thing about 4v4. A lot of times you can have more space for creativity because everyone's ceiling is a little bit lower.
You can see the relief on the face of the Weibo players. This could easily have been the end of the series for them if this didn't go their way. Now we're left in a position where Game 3 is for everything.
Absolutely. Salpimi finding the critical win against Crazy Moving before he could scale up was the critical play of this game.
All right, we're heading to a short break. Stay tuned. Our first series will conclude after the break.
Well, it appeared we were going to have a big 2-0 win for the side of T1, but against all odds, last match, hey, it was Weibo taking the win, which surprised me, surprised you too. It's actually quite unbelievable because I felt throughout the entirety of that game, Panda, it was T1 who was setting the pace. What happened in the end?
It was, but there was a glimmer of hope on Weibo's side, and that was Salpimi. He basically did everything for his team in this game. He was a player in Stage 3 winning fights against both Bintum and Sangyup, who were the tempo players from T1. He was a player who then became the win-out player. He was a player who then eliminated Crazy Moving, who was the win-out player from T1. So he fulfilled, I think, 2 or 3 different roles that you need to have in a 4v4 team, all by himself. He mitigated the low rolls from Guan, who had a terrible game in terms of his luck. It was a 2-1 Anima Emblem. Can't do anything with that, and then just no Corkies on his 4-2 roll down. But somehow, some way, Salpimi basically carried the entire team on his back in this game too.
Yeah, it sounds like at the start of this game that it was kind of the same as game number 1. We had the branching out, we had the caretakers, the same again for Bintum. This time it was a Gwen, wasn't the Zoe this time around. But I think the big thing is, kind of what I said at the start of the day, like Weibo, when their backs are against the wall, when they're in a situation where they feel like they're going to lose, they come out of nowhere. Salpimi, the finals MVP from last year, coming in completely clutch in this game number 2.
Yeah, even looking at the emotions of Weibo after they get the win, they even themselves seem surprised, which is a big difference from game number 1 loss where they all looked a bit, disappointed, obviously, naturally so, losing to T1, but then they come back all of a sudden. After all, this is the friendship team that surprised everyone from last year. Going back to stage 2, though, Stuart, SCSC, Tianlong seem to be trying to counter each other, more specifically from Tianlong on his perspective. Walk me through that stage 2 and how it ended up progressing.
Yeah, the big thing with Tianlong is that he was trying to, lose streak the entire stage. SCSC and T1 saw that, and SCSC decided to sell his whole board, the same as Tianlong. In Teamfight Tactics, if you do that, lose streaking is very important to get a lot of gold, but if you realize that you're against that lose streak player, if you fight two open fort, we call it players, that have no units on their board, both of them actually win the round, which means that Tianlong would have lost a lot of gold.
I think he was on an 8 losing streak at one point. So at what point do you cut that off? At what point do you say, enough is enough, and I'm done losing, now it's time to start winning? And how do you go about that process? Because you've been losing, obviously you have the gold, but then how can you readjust into a winning strategy so quickly?
You have to really analyze at what point you can spike and where the kind of the weak spots are in the opposing team. I think Tianlong bounced back at just the right time. We saw at the end there was 3 players from Weibo in the top 4. I was surprised. I thought Tianlong would be going down early. He was playing kind of a Akali Nova from behind. I was not super confident on that game plan. It worked out in the end. He outplayed the players he had to, and it was kind of a technical win for Weibo in this game too, despite it seeming like there was a stronger late game from players like Crazy Moving.
Yeah, and Guan going down though, at that point I thought, okay, we're looking at kind of the same thing from game number 1. T1 are about to take this. When you lose Guan like that and you're looking at your team, of course, from Weibo, how do you recover from that loss?
You have to play very aggressive. You know, once you lose a player in 8th place, I think it becomes a position where you have to come back fighting. You have to try and get, you know, at least one person in first place, which, as Panda mentioned, you know, Salpimi being that first place player, playing tempo, playing towards level 9, reaching that early Blitzcrank, that early Graves, that was their win-out player. So it was down to, you know, the other 2 players to try and roll down aggressively, try and make their board stronger. And the fight RNG in the end, I think, made a big difference to knock out both T1 players.
So Panda, it seems risky though. I mean, you're basically weighing all of your hopes and dreams on one player. In this case for Weibo, Salpimi, right? Salpimi drops the ball. Does T1 win this?
Of course. I think even with different matchmaking, as Stuart's mentioning, T1 wins it. I think we were coming here to the analyst desk expecting a T1 win.
Absolutely.
I think those last few fights, everything panned out perfectly for Weibo. Maybe they deserved it because someone like Guan had huge low rolls the whole game. His game was unplayable. It was almost a guaranteed ace from stage 4 onwards. So there was kind of this mitigation of low roll from Salpimi, but also I think a lot of things happened that favored Weibo at the very end there with the matchmaking. I was still surprised with the outcome. I'm happy for a game 3. I'm happy to see these 2 players or 2 teams testing each other one final time.
Yeah, if you guys don't know this, we actually were rushing back up to the stage to break down the 2-0. And then as we sit down, Weibo celebrating what ended up happening. Hey, the emotions are getting deep though. Let's take a look. All right, yeah.
It's 1-1. Only
underway. All right, back to the stage we go. The competitors are gearing up and getting ready to play the final game number 3 in this best of 3. For Weibo, all looked lost. I thought they were going to lose 2-0, but against all odds with the hero of Salpimi, Weibo ends up taking game number 2. Now, we go to game 3. T1 has been setting the tempo. But my worry, Stuart, is T1 was in the lead for such a long time. They were playing around Weibo, and then they lose in the last second. How does that affect their mentality for the final game 3?
I think they just have to stick to their same game plan. We know T1 as this tempo team. We know they like to play, you know, really aggressive and try and play for early stage 3 boards and try and, you know, save HP as much as possible. Stick to the same game plan. I think they were a little bit unlucky in game number 2. I think if they stick to the same game plan, they can close out the series.
Yep, and I feel like T1 has a great game plan. Clearly tempo is going well for them and they're a consistent roster, but it's still scary to know Weibo can just like that take a game from T1, and that's going to be in the back of T1's minds.
I'll call it now. Whoever wins stage 3 is going to win this next game. I think T1, that's their biggest strength as a team. We saw Salpimi beating both Bintum and Sangyup in that last game to take over that stage 3. That was, I think, the differing factor, the amount of HP saved and the tempo lost from T1. I'm looking at reroll. I'm looking at, does Weibo emulate or try and react with their own attempts at playing reroll? Do we see contests on Akali and on Jinx, on the MF Challenger as well? That's the big question for me. And who becomes the win-out players? Who are the players who can really come up big in stage 4 and stage 5 and win the game for their team?
So who are the standout players then? Obviously Salpimi for T1. Who's going to be the hero?
Bintum for me for T1. I think Bintum has taken caretakers 2 games in a row. Surely he goes off of it in game number 3. Surely he doesn't get offered 3 caretakers augments in a row.
Hey, it's time to go to game number 3 to decide it all. Counterfeit Clement, take it away.
All right, one fantastic series to start off TFT at the Esports World Cup. One game determines which of these 2 teams goes to the lower bracket. We did see some emotion come out of our players there, for T1, it felt like a game that was eminently winnable, being taken away from them in a hurry.
I have to agree with that. It was a lot about fight RNG. If Salpimi didn't find Crazy moving that early on, if LBTZ rotates into anyone else, that game could have been a closeout win for T1. So I think emotionally, it's probably a little bit harder for them to bounce back. But they have to lock in. They have to remember their pedigree. They have to remember their history. They had never finished behind a top 4 at EWC.
No, we certainly wouldn't expect any less from them as well, but this is the toughest challenge available in the very first round of the competition at all, to be going up against the reigning and defending Weibo Gaming, our champions from EWC 2025. As David said, we will be looking at for the early game and to see whether we, particularly, we've seen so far in both games, which team controls the streaks ultimately went on to win the game.
Stage 3, as Panda has mentioned, is the most important one. It's the place where teams can control the tempo. They have the most agency on rolling down and what to do. So again, I think you have to look for those setups in Stage 3, especially when you think about the encounters that we just had. You can actually roll deeper for your combat augment. On Stage 3, you have an additional roll for each individual augment. It really helps level up the power level.
Well, talk to me as we get our first augments coming in. This time, for the first time in this series, will be Goal. We'll, of course, be covering them as those in a second. Could you just have a word about kind of the different roles a player can play for their team, in the overall 4v4 picture?
I would say there's 3 distinct roles. One is the win-out player, where a lot of times the team will try to preserve HP for you, and you can just go full loss streak. The other side of that coin, I would say, is the scrapper role, where it's someone that just tries to preserve his HP as much as possible, takes immediate power tempo augment, and then just lends their HP over to the win-out player. The other role is a little bit unfortunate. If you do find yourself in that spot and you're losing out, you might be the so-called sacrificial lamb, you might be the quarterback, where if you go out in 4v4, you can still communicate with the rest of the team, and you can still coordinate everything from your spot.
Yeah, we've seen plenty of incredible players be that kind of player for their team because it frees them up to focus entirely on directing the rest of the squad. But we've got our early choices to go through. SCSC will aura farm his way towards a Sonar, so he knows he's got that in the tank for later on. And hopefully can end up with one of those massive Shepherd balls we were talking about before.
Exactly. Getting a Sonar for Shepherd is a great find. You can just retire the Teemo once you go into 4-3. So he's got himself a pretty decent position. Already found the bow as well for Guinsu's Rageblade. On the other hand, Bintum is up to some shenanigans. I will have to say that Anima is much harder to play in a 4v4 scenario. You do usually have the opposing team, because they're playing 4v4 now, there are more players that are likely to open fort against you.
I want to posit something here. Bintum, of course, I don't believe at least, was tied into Anima. I wonder if there's any kind of 4D chess kind of idea going on here, that if you're trying to encourage the other team to open fort against you, it's also, it costs them something as well to be trying to play, trying to keep their boards open to stop you from playing Anima.
And I think it goes into the fact that we have extra rerolls on Augment. So you can play an open fort and still be rewarded. You could get something like a restart mission and go like, well, that was all planned. And there's actually quite high chances for someone to do that. So just because you get more selection opportunities, I feel like open fort chances are actually higher.
Okay, we are getting word that Bintum fought against Salpimi in the first round, so hopefully from him from this point forwards, he may well be able to make this one work long term. SCSC, Tianlong will be our, along with Crazy Moving actually, will be our initial win streakers, try and get that early control and move into that kind of position you mentioned to be able to do more in Stage 3.
And our observers are spot on once again, showing us how strong SCSC's board actually is. He's already found his 3 Shepherd, has that extra unit on board, Teemo 2 as well. The only thing you can pick apart is he doesn't have great items, doesn't have a full item slam, but this is, I think this board is one of the hardest to beat at this stage.
Well, especially when you're going up against boards like Zangups, which seem like they're just primarily there to farm Leonas by just drawing out these fights as long as possible. Up against his teammate, of course, you know that you can make sure those rounds last a while.
Yeah, he will get his Leona 3s. I do expect SCSC to still be able to take this one down once the abilities go through. And I really wonder what Tianlong's board is looking like. You know, he is the big win streak player on the side for Weibo Gaming, trying to control the tempo early on.
SsangYup drops, so we've got 1 win streak on both sides. So Kale and Thresh for this time round. Of course, we know our players generally do love Thresh a lot, but for the Kale, the chance to reforge, you're talking about this kind of item flexibility on the 4v4 side of things, maybe a little higher priority.
I definitely think so. When you think about the possibility for getting emblem augments on 3-2, they're actually very hot, especially if they're gold. You have things like, you know, just Earth coming out. You still have spreading roots that could potentially come out. So getting that additional reforger now, I think that's the reason why everyone's going for that. Emblems are so incredibly powerful in 4v4 because they're very difficult to deny. The power lies in the vertical trait itself.
Well, for Tianlong will be our other win-streaking player we're talking about from before. He has not been denied so far. He's gone for the speedy double kill. If there's any further way to try and cement Weibo's style on the game, it's saying, I'm going to be knocking out players by the handful as quick as possible.
Okay, so hear me out. Okay. Here's the idea. Your teammates go 7 and 8. You cash out on 40 gold, plays Vex, and you save the day.
I mean, it's a high-risk strategy against Bintum, who's also running a high-risk strategy. But for so far, you know, for Tianlong, that particular setup could conceivably work. And for Bintum, he is stacking Anima. We thought it would be a lot of griefing, but so far, he's making it work.
Okay, I'll be honest. I was just trying to expand my horizons. But I will say, playing Tempo on your team and then making the enemy team go 7 and 8.
That seems better.
Yeah, it does seem a lot better.
To be fair, though, you don't have as much control over the opposing team, but we'll definitely be getting into depth as to where it comes up. SESC will drop the streak. So we're looking at Weibo Gaming with the 4-loss streak. We'll get Tianlong with the 4-win streak. We're starting to see echoes of Game 2 already.
That was a tough one for T1. I don't think they really wanted to give Crazy Moving the win right there. Especially if you think about it, it's very important for actually SCSC to out-tempo his opponent because he's getting contested by Tianlong on the Shepherd line. The Guinsus are all built from both sides. Now we have to take a look at Bintum. Will he run into Guan? This is why Anima is actually very difficult to pull off in 44, and oh no.
I mean, we knew this was coming sooner or later. I'm kind of surprised it wasn't sooner. But, I mean, you know, we've got the, let's see, so we've got the backline element of the Voyager. So long term for Bintum, you know, even if we end up with just 100 cash out or something similar, I have to imagine he expected this.
Yeah, most of the times in 4v4, going for 400 cash out is not actually a viable strategy. There's too many members that are dedicated to griefing you. So what we've seen from T1 especially is that they do 100 and 100 cash outs. You get 3 gold every time, you get half an item basically, so you can just kind of use that to power up your composition. I feel like for Bintum, he was going into this kind of opportunistically. If no one does snap my streak, yay, you know, great finish. If someone does, I already have the 100 in my back pocket.
Well, yeah, I mean, of course, you've still got a decent enough board to work from whichever direction you're going to be going a long time. So SsangYup, we haven't talked about for a little while, has got that Leona 3 you mentioned from before, so it's been printing that for a while. We know, of course, we're going to be seeing it ourselves with SESC bringing out the Shepherd long term. But for now, this is a decent enough board for SsangYup to take the losses on.
Yep, SsangYup with that Leona 3. The question for him is, where does he go from here? Because there's already 2 dedicated Shepherd players, so the AP lines are going to be very congested. It's going to be about who can roll down earlier. I expect this to actually be a very low-cap lobby. Everyone is kind of running into each other's game plan.
Yeah, and I mean, of course, that can only really help T1 because right now they have not got any of the streaks to work with at all.
I just want to say that Guan somehow was able to hit a Ornn 2. He only had an Ornn 1 on his entire board. Instantly able to play for stage 3 now.
I guess it makes sense. If you're going to open Fort, you can't, as you I think mentioned in Game 1, you can't work with any of the units you would otherwise be holding on to early on. But 3 costs, that seems a little bit more reasonable.
That's insane tempo from Guan. He breaks Bintum's streak early on and then goes directly into win streak for stage 3. If he can pull it off, it's a huge swing in the team's forecasted positions.
Well, you were talking about the idea of players, being utility players for their team, getting the jobs done that need to be done in this team environment to bring your opposing team low. Tianlong will be up against Sangyup in this round. That Leona 3 is looking pretty scary. The front line collapses, and it's Sangyup who will actually punch through and stop Tianlong from bringing the win streak fully into stage 3.
Great matchmaking from Sangyup. Unfortunately for Tianlong, still stuck on that Team 01, meant that he wasn't able to find what was necessary. I really want to take a look at Sao Ps because he is playing the reroll line. He has Treasure Hunter early. And if he finds a great combat augment for it, it could spike his board tremendously. It doesn't look like he actually finds what's necessary. He has to roll all the way down and doesn't find any of the reroll augments. This is kind of considered a tier 2 combat augment. A bit of a miss from Sao Ps.
Yeah, we're looking to see how all these pieces fit together, because right now, at least in the overall picture, Sao Ps will be doing a little bit of rolling. We have got T1 in first and second position HP-wise in the lobby, with Weibo having the bottom 2 spots.
And we're going to be taking a look at whether Sao Ps cashes out. Isn't going to find anything just yet. Looks like he's heading towards the Akali board. There you go, having the Akali in. But he's still quite a ways away from getting good Akali items. We'll see how he plays this. In the meantime, it's a very interesting strategy.
Yeah, he's decided to construct a Veigar 3 board by giving up one of his emblems. I mean, this feels like an extremely 4v4 approach to the game. Say, you know what, I'm going to take a hit to my long term to just give myself a board right now.
Yeah, going straight into the Veigar printer composition. But can he win here? This is actually critical. Oh!
I don't know if our observers even spotted how much HP was left there, but I thought that one was done and dusted. Crazy moving, though, moves into control. He's on the 4-round win streak, along with SCSC. Guan, you mentioned before, with the Ornn 2 in the pocket, and we've also managed to find an early Corki.
Oh, this is kind of rough for Guan. Going into the advanced loan here, if he unfortunately gets demoted from Prismatic Augment, it's going to hurt a lot. And he also failed to stabilize. I actually thought he was going to stabilize on Ornn 2. You get it on 3-1, you kind of expect to go that way. But unfortunately not able to hit the Samira and round out the 5 Space Groove composition early on. He's still missing the Nasus as well, so his board is not as strong as it could have been.
Up against his teammate Sao Ps, who is on the reroll line himself. As you said, I absolutely agree. I mean, at least we're farming rerolls off the time break in the 7-round loss streak. I don't think Sao Ps yet against the Ornn is going to have too much trouble making sure that stays the case, but that will break Sao Ps. No, sorry, my apologies. Will not break the streak through itself. Crazy moving up on the top will take the loss, though, and he drops his streak. T1, though, still in commanding position. 3 other top 4 players belong to them.
Yeah, this roll down has not gone very well on the side of Weibo Gaming. We had 2 players already expending some gold to just stabilize on stage 3, and neither has actually been able to accomplish that. They even run into each other, unfortunately. So, I don't know. For Weibo Gaming, we still have to check in on T1 spot to see if there's a clear winner so far, but this has not really gone according to plan for our former champions.
Yeah, Sao Ps keeps hold of the loss streak at the bottom, but yeah, win streaks have been broken across the field. I mean, Sangyup is building up strong, but across, looking at everybody else, yeah, it looks like T1 are on a pretty solid position. Guan will find a second Corki to just make this board a little bit stronger, but it feels like he's building up. He's got a lot of money in the bank. Bintum, back on his nonsense again, is building up the anima for a second cash out. Admittedly, a small cash out.
Bintum is basically just telling the team, hey, they're low HP. They're not getting what they want out of stage 3. I'm just going to construct a champion and make sure they never get up. They're just punching when they're down. It's a very important art in 4v4.
Will take the loss against his teammate, but I'd imagine that's got to be expected as well. Yeah, Bintum very much playing for the squad. Crazy moving. Will, I think, let's see. Yes, that's a loss off of this one. Sangyup, the player to watch from the T1 side to see if he keeps his streak intact, and he will. Moves up to the top of the table. T1 still with the top 3 spots. We're seeing elements of both games coming through here. Of course, when T1 managed to maintain that top spot for most of the game in Game 1, it went extremely well for them.
Yeah, in this game again, I feel like they have been rewarded with better tempo transition pathways, better augment selections, holding on to the HP lead. tremendously. And I think even Bintum can easily navigate himself into a spot where he's just printing the different, meeple units and being completely fine. So looking across the board, I wonder if LPTZ has a good spot to save Weibo Gaming. So far, it hasn't looked very nice from Weibo.
Yeah, we were talking again and again about the stage 3, as they were brought up initially. We're just not seeing Weibo really breaking out in the way which we'd like to be. We've got no streaks left, I believe, at all for Weibo in the game. Sangyup, of course, maintains the top and will extend that streak to the end of stage 3. But, if you go back to what we're talking about right at the beginning, Weibo like to be able to run away with the game. T1 like the strategic plan. It's seeming like the plan is coalescing for T1 round by round.
I definitely have to agree. They just had much better shops. They had better outs in their stage 3, able to stay strong there. Now for Guan, he's actually rolling early to make sure he stays ahead of the side of Crazy Movie. Both of these players are going for the Space Groove line, and it's just kind of unfortunate for Guan that he wasn't able to hit Samira and Nasus. If you get the 5 Space Groove, that's when you get your stacking AD and AP, and he should have been able to win stage 3. I feel like it's just an unfortunate low roll that he wasn't able to do so. Now is his chance to kind of get back in the game, but he does need to find Namis.
Yes, so we finally get Samira showing up. We are assured that she is actually in the set. Again, a reminder, this is game 3 of the series between Weibo and T1. Weibo are reigning and defending EWC champions coming in here for this first series of the event. It's starting to look a lot like T1 could manage to pull off the upset here, but this game is far from done.
Look at Salpimi's board. He rolled down to the 2nd Treasure Hunter cash out and still has no Akali 2.
Oy.
Oh, the denial from T1 is just spot on. Look at how many Akalis are across the field. SCSC holding on to 2 of them, making sure that Guan just falls down to a lower placement.
Will at least be able to, the consequence, of course, of holding those units will be a slightly weaker board. SCSC stoic there as he faces down Guan. So we're not currently in the situation of being too worried about the HP. Guan and Salpimi, Salpimi actually going down to 26. We're still looking for, whether there's going to be these early eliminations or not.
We get the flip coming in from Tianlong. No Radiant item found. This is bad news for Weibo Gaming again. The question now is, can he race for that LeBlanc? A lot of players looking for LeBlanc, especially SCSC, as our observers are showing us, already with the Sona just waiting in the wings here. Neither side has actually hit a lot of those LeBlancs. We have 2, 1 apiece coming out from each of them, but no 2 stars just yet. I imagine a lot of the team members are also holding on to them.
Well, yes, of course, that's another part we haven't even talked about as yet. People on the 44 able to grief each other, but also hold units and release them into the pool on command for when people are going to be dropping in. SCSC does have the Sona, of course, from the aura farming from much earlier on. Has the LeBlanc, at least 1 star. We'll see how he does up against Bintum, who, of course, is very much a player who's looking to be beaten by his own teammates longer term.
Yeah, Bintum is just going on to the sort of slow bleed out game plan. He has found his Bard though, so 7 meeples should be online here. I have to say, SCSC is so far ahead of Tianlong. It's not even funny. He's still sitting on 22 rerolls. In the meantime, for Tianlong, he does have his front line, but he's very far away from his LeBlanc too.
Oh yeah, and completely out of cash as well. We've seen that so often be the death knell for a player's performance. Just that they're going to be relying so much on RNG to pull out the rest of the game. The 2-star LeBlanc lands for SCSC. The stars are starting to align for T1. They're so close, they can taste it.
The matchup mapping from T1 seems so much better. I need to see Salpimi's board to see, has he found something that can save himself? He was sitting on 1-star Akali going into 4-2 after cashing out 2 treasures. So if he can't find that Akali 3, if he can't stabilize, this could be a very quick game going in favor of T1.
Well, Guan, one of those players we're hoping to see more from in this game, has got the Space Group board online up against the Aurelian Soul board of Sangyup, who is got the decent backline carries, not fully itemized as of yet. That Leona 3 has been doing work all game. The 8-soul not quite enough damage to pull off the board wipe. So for Guan, that's a step further back into the game.
Oh, what a close fight right there. And Salpimi still doesn't stabilize. Down to 17 HP. 2 potential free fall players on the side for Weibo Gaming.
It's worth noting Salpimi is on the Thresh trait quest, so is looking to try and throw a bit more RNG in. We saw in game 2, the players were not up for it at all. In this game, it seems like with everything at stake, a position in the upper bracket, which is the shortest way to get to playoffs.
T1 right now is in a commanding position. Sanyap has the HP, SCSC has the Shepherd lead. Can Weibo Gaming actually claw themselves back? We're sitting on just 3 copies of that Akali. We don't have a single Kindred to replace the Caitlyn.
Ooh.
Oh, this is so dire for Salpimi.
At least Xianlong does find the LeBlanc too. That's going to be a huge relief. But yeah, Salpimi on the left-hand side, I have to imagine is not going to find the Akali 3 for the rest of the game.
Great denial job on the side of T1. The question now for Weibo Gaming is, I think you look at your bottom players and you go, you know what, Salpimi, you're the MVP, but I don't think you're making it out this game. Who else can be the carry? That's going to be the big question. I feel like Guan is still in a decently good spot. He hit his Nami very early on, Riven 2 as well. So maybe Guan can be the one to kind of sneak by. But if you're looking at his gold, he had to expend a lot of gold to kind of stabilize that board. So it's not even apparent to me who can be the win out. Oh, huge win right there.
Yeah, I mean, as we look on the right-hand side, you can see the bank balance for nearly everybody in the lobby is gone. Everyone's been trying to roll so hard against each other, so they're going to have to make do with what they have. LBTC, I do spot an interesting pair on the bottom right of that board.
It's the double Corki tech. I have to assume that T1 has spotted that out. But you never know. If you can sell your board fast enough, if someone accidentally dies, then you can get away with it. But with SCSC on 62 HP, it's pretty hard. He can clone that Corki if he wants to and just deny it completely. He also has the duplicator to do so.
Yeah, SCSC, I think very happy just to have one of those Corkis on the bench to cut out that potential win condition. As we mentioned before, there are several scenarios in 4v4 where getting first place is the most important thing a team can do. So having something like a 3-star forecast is absolutely huge. SKSC up against Crazy Moving, the teammates facing each other. Well, I have to imagine LeBlanc's going to quite be good enough, yes. As SCSC keeps his win streak ahead, Crazy Moving will dip down a little bit further.
Now, Crazy Moving actually with a very strong board, even though he's contested from Guan, does manage to hit everything so far. And we are seeing the HP bars actually moving up a little bit. Bintum now down to 14 HP. We haven't seen Bintum's board in a while. He was playing the Vigar printer build, but he hasn't been able to find a front line. The Rammus 2 has evaded him. He's been denied.
Oh boy. That's crazy, given how much we've been seeing from everybody else. But I mean, Bintum, as we mentioned before, decided to sacrifice himself for his team as much as he's proven himself as a more than capable main team carry. Talking about the roles a player needs to perform for the squad, he's done as much damage as perhaps he's going to.
With 14 HP, it's still very possible that he has 2 lives. The base you can lose is 7 HP, is going to be up to 9 HP in stage 5. So there's a chance that he can still make it through, but it's going to require his teammates actually doing a perfect positioning for him, allowing to snipe out more units. Oh, huge find for Salpimi. Gets the artifact here. That's one of the better solutions for Treasure. Can he find something that actually fits his composition? Not really at this moment.
We see Guan on the other side removing his items from his backline carry to make sure he does not eliminate his teammates. So on the right-hand side, we'll see T1 facing each other as well. We have to see if Bintum is able to hold on a little bit longer. As you said, he's got the HP to maybe tank a loss, but this is going to be a big loss.
Yeah, both of these teams trying to lessen the blow right here. I think Bintum, he's out. Oh, he still falls to his teammate. That's unfortunate. That was an unforced error right there. As Crazy Moving was going up against him, they really wanted Salpimi to go into the 7th place, but it doesn't happen. They accidentally do too much damage to Bintum.
So we're left in a position here where Salpimi's finish is hugely important. You know, if he goes out in 7th place now, more or less resets the game with a small advantage for Weibo going forwards. But if he can hold on, as we saw in our previous games, and push a couple of placements further forward, this will change things dramatically.
This is a great find on the artifacts. Gets to Silver Mirror Dawn, and this just means that the Akali 2, if she can survive to 6 seconds, get the hit on the back line, it's going to be a very potent distraction.
Yeah, as we see there, as mentioned, even the 2-star version, Crazy Moving, has a chance to end Salpimi's run in this game, but the front line, I just don't think is comparable. We're seeing the Nami again being built a little bit more for utility. So we're now starting to see things going against T1. Their first elimination, Salpimi's building strength from the bottom of the table.
This has been the win-out condition for Weibo Gaming. In the previous game, they also had an over-leveled player still be able to find that Akali 2. They're going for it with the last rolls that they have. One more roll to seal it, but he doesn't find it. A great chance to come back, but it slips by Salpimi. It was his final roll as he sold the Belveth. But Crazy Moving, he could still go out here.
Yeah, we're keeping a close eye. They could easily both go out. Sangyup has removed items on the backline. The SCSC is not going to extend the same courtesy to Salpimi on the left-hand side of the screen. This is a real fight between the two of them. For T1, a must-win round.
And I have to imagine SCSC should have this one. He does have the Hextech Gunblade, saving himself from the Akali, but the Akali actually flies into the backline and assassinates both of the carries there.
That means no eliminations. We're left with a whole bunch of people on 20 HP, SCSC up at the top. Currently, T1 control 1st and 2nd place positions, which of course, if they maintain, will win them the game overall, irrespective of anyone else's finishes. But everything below there is up for grabs.
Trying to prevent themselves from going into the 7th place over and over again. This is the round where SCSC really has to show up here. He has 36 HP, looking for some replacements in the front line, gets a Blitzcrank almost off the first roll. A great distinction for him. And you can see he has his items off. He wants to keep Crazy Moving in the game. It's about which team might potentially be sending themselves up for a 7th and 8th.
Will drop down the items, of course, because he needs to be making his work against the opponents. Of course, Weibo with a numbers advantage means that they'll be able to manipulate the 4v4 system much more effectively. Crazy Moving needs to stay up. This time the Nami is hitting priority targets. The other Nami on the other side will get knocked up. This should be good enough for Crazy Moving. Gets the cast, deletes the Nami in 2v1, but one more bubble to do it.
Oh, both players on 1 HP, but it is T1 that comes out slightly ahead in this one. I believe it was one of the Weibo members that did... Oh, no,
it was Crazy Moving. Which means for T1 to win the series and hand a loss to our reigning and defending champions of Weibo Gaming, they must go 1st and 2nd. No other finish will do.
Wow, that last bubble not going through for Crazy Moving. What a huge loss here. LBTZ and Salpimi really not finding their stride on these rolldowns, but still able to stay in the game. The question right now is, can SCSC and can Sanyup salvage the situation? They're on 2 lives each. The best situation is they don't run into each other. But Salpimi, he hits the Akali 3 after a massive low roll all game. Finally gets his main carry.
Yeah, this was, of course, great news for T1, which means that guarantee one of the Weibo Gaming members will be going out here and now. I have to imagine, no, it's not the Akali. He's not good enough. Salpimi is down and out. Keeping our eyes on SCSC. He takes a loss, but he's not gone. Sangyup is still standing.
I have to say, I think that was a little bit of a mistake from Weibo Gaming on their side. You typically don't expect the double core keyboard to be the one that's higher cap than the artifact 3-star Akali Nova Emblem Treasure Hunter board. So that might have actually thrown a wrench in their game plan. They really would have preferred Salpimi to be the one leading the charge.
All right, let's look at the situation. 5 players remaining.
Yep.
T1, they need to get top 2. There's barely any HP left in the mix. What are they thinking right now?
All right, so SCSC has to have the best roll down here. He needs to hit the Blitz 2, and as I say that, instantly finds it. Nunu 2 also on the way here, so great finds on the unit. They're pretty much capped out if they just complete their board on the side for SCSC, and he's done that pretty beautifully. Tianlong, in the meantime, though, is able to go to level 10. Has no Sonas, though. Oh, he's just playing a standard 3 AP flex board. So we'll see about the items. That's the next point coming in from SCSC. He looks like... Oh, no.
Oh, no. It's done. Unless Sangyeop can take a loss here that's small enough, but I mean, this is the thing they were trying to avoid, playing against each other. The items have been removed, so there should be SCSC holding on. I hope so.
There is a chance that Sangyeop can still survive. He has 17 HP, and it's only going to be a 1-unit loss. Oh, that was so close. Well done by T1. If SCSC falls there, the match was over. But that was actually a perfectly calculated loss from them.
LBTC is out, so we're left with still T1 needing to get a top 2, but there's 1 life left for everybody. We're resetting the matchmaking pool. T1, they have to avoid each other. If they do, they can win out the game.
They should be able to avoid each other. They need to win both of their matchups simultaneously. That's the difficulty right here. We should be getting a match screen from both sides on our observers to just see if SCSC with his Blitzcrank 2, can he actually take both? We're going to get Tianlong on the right, SCSC on the left right here. Bar 2 already been found.
This one's for all the marbles, as you said. T1 need to win both fights. They're fighting from the bottom on the left, fighting on the right from the top. This is against the reigning and defending Weibo Gaming. SCSC is looking pretty good on the right-hand side. The LeBlanc is staying up and fighting. Weibo is going to win the round, and I think it's going to be all over. We've got to prove T1 have not managed to pull it off, which means Weibo Gaming from the brink, your champions, will win the first series of EWC 2026.
Congratulations to Weibo Gaming. It was a tough-fought series. In Game 1, they fell down almost instantly, going 6, 7, and 8. But they had the fortitude, the resolution, the ability to come back from dire situations. And in this game, unfortunately for T1, they were lacking just that a bit of power at the very end. I felt like the Bintum game plan didn't actually work at all. The Vigar pivot and stage 3, it bought them a couple rounds, but it fell flat on its face in stage 4.
It did really feel like the team was missing the kind of punch that Bintum brought out for the previous games, but ultimately I don't think there can be too much regret there because he made the decision for the team. We talked about for T1 the lessons learned from their losses, because we saw at the end of game 2 they were looking devastated by the loss. Again, as we expect, they were so close to handing out what would have been the upset of the tournament.
Oh, and just the tenacity to hang on. We were watching Crazy Moving and Salpimi, the two of them on 6 and 7 HP apiece, holding on for round after round. It was Salpimi at the end that did make it through. That would have changed the fortunes and the games entirely. I have to say, Weibo Gaming, this was a much closer match than it really deserved to be. I felt like they got incredibly lucky with the Akali rolls at the end. They did a great job at salvaging their own HPs to preserve their teammates at the bottom of the totem pool, and finally they show us what winners are truly made of.
Well, I mean, this is what we'd hoped for from this opening series of the day. 3 more to come after this, but we're talking about some of the best teams to play in EWC. They're the reigning champions, T1, who've been in the semifinals or quarterfinals every time. We expected this level of play from them.
It was so wrong for Guan in stage 3, but he was able to find it in stage 5 and stage 4 and eliminate T1.
All right, we're headed to break. When we return, we move into our second series of the day. This first one has been amazing. We'll see you soon.
It might have been a little bit of luck. It could have also been a lot of skill. But Weibo Gaming wins their first series of our TFT tournament here at EWC 2026. My goodness, though, T1 put up a tremendous fight early on in the series. They looked like they might be able to take it 2-0. But Weibo had other plans. It started in that game 2 comeback first. Let's talk game number 3, however, because it starts off with Weibo. And Weibo this time around, unlike the previous 2 games, Stuart, they decide to go for a bit of a lower risk strategy start.
No, exactly. They tried to play for tempo this time around. They play for lower risk. They don't take things like, branching out, trying to play for these high roll opportunities. But it was actually T1 that kind of took over the early game for stage 3, even though Weibo went for this less risk, high reward. It was T1 in the end.
Coming into stage 3, I thought again the game was T1 favored. I thought again it would be a blowout, so that wasn't the case. But looking at stage 3 in particular, T1, we had someone like SCSC on aura farming, an Ogma that gives you no tempo until you get your 2-star 5 cost on 4-3. He was still able to win rounds. That's a huge upside for him personally. Bintum as well, I was a little bit scared about the 3 players going into AP Flex, but Bintum found a way out. He played into the Constructor Companion, into the Veigar 3, into a high tempo gameplay for stage 3 as well.
Ooh, Bintum's a great talking point though. We'll throw in Crazy Moving as well. We go to stage 5, and this is a tremendous turning point, not only for T1, but also for Weibo.
Yeah, the turning point is really removing items. Weibo Gaming were playing against each other. They had a low HP member. They removed items. I believe it was Guan in the end who removed items. T1 on the other side, though, Crazy Moving didn't remove items, and he played against Bintum, and Bintum went out in 8th place. And at that point, if you're T1, as soon as you get that 8th place knockout, your backs are against the wall. You're like, oh, we need to try and get at least 2 members in the top 4 here.
And then we saw the mirror match between both of these Space Groove players. No Ornn 3 on either side, and Guan somehow manages to win the fight on a sliver of health on Samira with no items against a fully itemized Nami. I was shocked, and that almost sealed the deal because all of a sudden you have T1 7th and 8th in a stage 5 turnaround from Weibo that pretty much made them the favorites in this game.
And T1, man, a tremendous fight. But can we argue that T1 made too many mistakes and almost beat themselves versus Weibo taking them down?
Yeah, I feel like game 3 was too many mistakes. Game 1 and game 2, I think game 1 they were a little bit unlucky. Game 2 they really came out strong and they were, really dominant. Game 3, though, the item removes, the magnetic removers are so important in a 4 versus 4 and 5 environment. Saving HP, because there are situations, like Panda said, with Crazy Moving. He got a bit unlucky in his fight, but you get unlucky with one fight, you go 7/8. You need to get 1st and 2nd, and T1 didn't cap out their boards strong enough to get 1st and 2nd.
And Salpi Mi, I think, again, the MVP, he hits a Kali 3, a 2-star 2-cost champion, or 3-star 2-cost champion, on stage 5-5. At the end of the game, and he just gets enough placement in those last few fights to essentially win it for Weibo in the end.
Ooh, T1, they were in good spirits after that game 1, but as the series continued on, the emotions started to shift in a positive way for Weibo Gaming, getting the surprise win in game number 2, setting them up for game 3, where it was still very close, but they managed to get the win in the end. This is a series that was much hyped up. It was our crunchy story of the day, and rightly so. We knew these 2 teams are powerhouse rosters that could very well still be in our semifinals or even grand finals once we move into our next stage. But for now, T1 will have to fight through the lower bracket, and it will not be easy. But I think it's fair to say, boys, that T1 still looked incredibly strong and very well still one of the strongest teams in our tournament.
Yeah, 100%. I feel that T1 will bounce back stronger. They've done it before. They can do it again as well. Weibo do come up on top this time. But you have to remember, T1 is one of the most experienced teams in EWC, both in 2024 and 2025, they got top 8 finishes, so I wouldn't be surprised if they're able to bounce back.
I love these vault looks here that we get, Panda.
Beautiful.
The celebration, right, from Weibo is they're pumped up, they're feeling good, they get the win, and even in some of the emotions, you can tell it's like, wow, we actually did that. So we weren't expecting to win, but then again, that's kind of the story that they had last year.
And T1, I think you could see, how close they were, and they knew it. They knew they were just, a few rounds away from winning it. It just all went wrong in stage 5. I think, as the casters mentioned, the strategic depth on display here was maybe a top 4, even a finals caliber display. So I think T1 can know this, can know they face one of the strongest teams right at the beginning of the tournament.
That's right.
But they have a chance to bounce back. They have confidence in their play, in their game plans, in their strategy overall.
Well, Stream B's got another matchup taking place, and Kitty's going to give you the lowdown.
Hey everyone, this is an update for both the main stage and of course the secondary stage for TFT. For our game 1, we have WBG versus T1 on our main stage, where both games were very, very big stomps, and T1 was able to come in with an early game composition, and WBG could bounce back on game 2 with that early Akali hit. On stage B, we have Aurora versus Nongshim, where Nongshim are coming in as huge underdogs. Can they upset the Giants of Aurora, where they have a versatile gameplay with the scoreline being 1-1?
Thank you, Kitty, as always, for that update. Stream B, it's on the opposite side of the venue, but we're keeping it locked in right here on Stream A as well. 1-1 all tied up. Noxium Red Force going against Aurora Gaming. So when I told you the results, and I told you they were tied up 1-1, you couldn't believe it.
I thought Aurora would take that game 2-0, to be fair. I'm very surprised. I think Noxium coming into this tournament, one of the big surprise factors with Team Nemesis. You know, no one thought this team would make it to the main stage, but hey, as Hupe said, the power of friendship.
The power of friendship. I'm actually loving that story when it comes to TFT. The power of friendship can beat titans such as T1. Who knows? Weibo. The power of friendship seems to still be incredibly strong. Aurora Gaming, though, is going to have to fight back. They are currently in that Game 3 again. Not only are we on Stream A, but also keep that Stream B up because we've got 8 matches taking place today, and we've got coverage on 2 streams. Also, an update for Noxium Red Force. They are competing in our tournament, but they're not eligible for club championship points. Just keep that in mind. Hey, there's a lot of things happening for the Esports World Cup, including our EWC Play.
Playing you're not yet. EWC Play is your all-in-one platform to compete in fantasy, pick'em, and quests for a grand total of $300,000 in prize pool. Build your dream fantasy team in 5 different games and track your score with live results tables. Predict the winner of every game, every group stage, and every tournament. Complete daily and weekly challenges to earn boosters that help you climb the global leaderboard. Got what it takes? Join EWC Play now.
Hey, we got a big match coming up. Real quick, though, again, for that Noxium Red Force Aurora Gaming matchup that's still taking place. Bandit just told me if it is, in fact, Noxium Red Force who gets the win, that would be the biggest upset potentially in our entire group play.
I mean, you're looking at Hwamie coming off a attack round win, and you're looking at Noxium, a team who qualified on a very different patch. It was a one-cost reroll-centric qualifiers a few months back. Coming into EWC now, it's the end of the set. Everything's been solved. It's very different, and Noxium have a lot of, players that have not been on this big of a stage in their careers, and that's the big question. How will they face against any team, but in specific against Aurora, who are just star-studded with one of the GOATs of TFT?
Well, that's one of our 2 teams. Let's start talking about our next matchup. It's going to be Zeta Division going against JD Gaming. Now, Panda, right back at you. Zeta is a phenomenal team with a lot of prestige. They've done incredibly well. What are they going to be bringing to the table in our next matchup?
I think the big question is, do they meet the expectations they've been set out for themselves in the very beginning of EWC? With 2 attack round winners with Summertime and title, you would expect them to do so. But the biggest thing is the pickup of Mori. Mori, 2 sets ago, attack round, he was the breakout player from APAC. He was extremely confident. He called he's going to play the ASOL late game, which is like the riskiest, funnest to watch comp. Before the game even started, he played it and he won the game. Just Giga Chat energy, and they immediately got picked up by Zeta Division. I think he really added just another level of depth and strategy to the win-out role in particular for that team. And I'm a big Zeta fan. I think they have their chance.
Okay, so I see who you're going to be rooting for in this matchup, but JD Gaming has a fun story as well. First time in the org's history, they're playing at EWC for TFT specifically.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting story because they were close both times. In 2024 and 2025, they made it to top 6, but they couldn't get that top 3 that they needed to make it to the main stage. So yeah, just shy both times. But they come in this time with Hong Liang and Kezi, both players that have played together on a team before here in EWC back in 2024, played for Weibo Gaming, so they have that synergy there with Hong Liang and Kezi. But I think JDG as an org, they'll be happy that they're here because they've been so close both times, and they're a team to watch out for sure.
Yeah, when we talk about regions though, coming from the China qualifiers, they get 2nd place. How tough is that region to qualify through when it comes to TFT?
Well, you've seen the results in 4v4 in particular. I think it's a whole another layer of strategy and teamwork and comms and efficiency, and CN has been ahead all throughout. So I think qualifying as the 2nd seed from CN qualifiers is a really big result and a big confidence boost coming into this weekend.
Well, I got to say, for Zeta, JD Gaming, it's going to be a powerhouse matchup, and we've been asking for your predictions out there. Of course, we want you all to get involved. Who's going to end up taking this game specifically? Will it be Zeta Division? Will it be JD Gaming? Keep us involved here. Actually, tremendously in favor of JD Gaming. Pan, I'm going to send it back to you because you got to be angry. You're going Zeta Division, but chat says, nah, that's not going to be the case.
Title is no longer the GOAT of TFT after the last few sets. I think people have forgotten what he can do on the big stage. And I think, especially with Japan, there's a lot of pride for Title, in particular for the entire team, really. Like I said before, they have not really met expectations from just the caliber of players they are individually. Right. And I think they have a bit of a chip on their shoulder. I think they are hungry to prove they are one of the strongest teams in the field.
And I'm ready for you to prove that you can get your predictions right. Scan that QR code on the screen. Get involved. I'm going to like that. That's the first time actually here in week 3 that we brought that prediction bar. So I'm super curious what the future series are going to look like. And I would have loved to have seen who was going for T1 or Weibo Gaming. But hey, it's almost time to get our game number 2 started. Hollywood Rob TV, Damascus, let's do it.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to keep things rolling in our group stages. We started off with an absolute certified banger with Weibo versus T1. And of course, the title defenders ended up clutching it out in the end. But this next one, Damascus, is going to be just as fire.
This is all we want, good matches. I love a tournament that starts with the champion almost tripping, but then remembering we are there with the title defenders. We won last year. We're here to win again, in there. But up next, bro, 2 more big teams.
Zeta Division versus JD Gaming. Now understand, this is JD Gaming's first time with EWC TFT, but of course they do have someone that has extreme experience, and actually we need to make sure we understand when it comes to Zeta Division, they are the lone Japanese representative here. They are flying the colors loud and proud. Ladies and gentlemen, the highest level of play possible at TFT is going down right here. Let's get things going with Zeta Division versus JD Gaming.
It's a matchup that means a lot for JD Gaming specifically. First time coming into EWC representing a roster here for TFT. But for Zeta Division, building this team around Title, that is a big deal. When you build a roster around a single individual, Panda, it puts the pressure right back on that person to be the leader of the team. Who is Title, and how can he make the difference in this matchup?
Title is one of the greatest players of all time in TFT. He's a player who has been a superstar with 2 TAC round wins as well, but he's also the ag.al for this team. He's also the player who has a very strong intuitive understanding of TFT on a very deep level. So he can call the shots for his entire team. He can say on stage 3, hey, we have to adapt this way, we have to do this, you have to do this, I have to commit to this, and he is making sure there are no small mistakes being made like we saw with that Weibo and T1 match, for example. And I think he's the player who, maybe with Mori as well, has the most pressure in terms of finding ways to win out games, finding ways to become that clutch X-factor player that can win a series almost by themselves.
I mean, on the other side as well, you got Hong Liang as well. I mean, it's very, very difficult to kind of take over Title, as you said. One of the undisputed GOATs in TFT, but Hong Liang has so much experience in EWC, being both in 2024 and 2025, coming in with one of his old teammates, Kezi, as well. I think Hong Liang and Title is going to be 2 players to watch out for both these teams.
But I guess arguably you can say for JD Gaming, this would potentially be an upset if they do defeat Zeta. Again, there's a lot of questions revolving around this JD Gaming roster. How good are they going to be? They enter the EWC stage. That's quite a bit of pressure, but the chat believes in them, as well as, of course, if you're getting your predictions in, you saw how one-sided it was for JD Gaming. So they're putting a lot of trust into this roster to ultimately get the win. As far as playstyle goes, I mean, obviously you've got Japan on one side, on the other you've got China. Differences in playstyle via region, what do we expect from the two?
I think it's a difficult one. I think for JD Gaming, we're going to see probably very similar to Weibo. I think in terms of the high risk, high reward play style. I think for Title, he's known for trying to go for tempo as well. He wants to try and control his team. You have to think 4v4 TFT as well isn't just about your own game. You have to communicate for your entire team as well. Make sure that you keep everyone in a strong enough spot that you don't reach that bottom spot.
But also for Zeta, I mean, we've been talking a lot about them. For Summertimer, Yatsuhashi, Mori, this is their first time at EWC. This is a very unique play style and format. How do you think they adjusted a 4v4?
I really want to pay attention to Mori in this next series. I think he was the pickup. He was the most recent pickup. He was a pickup who was meant to be kind of the X-factor player, the player that at certain moments can find very unique game plans to win out. That's what he was picked up for. That's his role on this team, and we have to succeed on that. That's the big question.
Well, it's Zeta Division going against JD Gaming. Casanova, Dobbs, let's get it started.
Here we go. Game 1 of Zeta Division versus JDG. Dobbs, looking at this matchup, man, I mean, this has got to be the best roster Zeta has ever sent to EWC, and they still have to take on a big powerhouse from China to kick things off.
Yes, for sure. I feel like the Zeta played in 2024, and their roster now is just way better. They have Summertime, also Tactician Crowd winner alongside Title, so high expectations on this team.
Yeah, and we're going to kick things off with Kale and Soraka as our gods for the Space Gods for this one, and it will be a Zoe encounter.
Yes, I feel like these two gods are that crazy, so the game just will have like a slow pace, I would say.
Yeah, we'll see, especially with Soraka giving that extra HP, can definitely allow for a lot of opportunities for these players to use that as the team's pool, especially players who kind of playing the tank role, that kind of holding on to a lot of HP, playing tempo early game, and then using Soraka to make sure they have enough HP for the team as things go on. Kale, probably going to be the more tempo style that we'll see from this game in general, though, being able to get the extra items and look for those bigger cap outs.
Yes, I feel like Kale is the god that people will aim to pick a little bit more, because having more items can enable more carries, you can slam more items early, so it's certain more tempo, and people kind of likes to play more towards tempo in 4v4 matchups.
Yeah, we'll see how the start goes, but the stories of these two teams are kind of different, right? One side with Zeta Division, we have 3 TAC Crown wins, 2 of which are titles, of course, and then Mori with the big kind of breakout set to join Yatsuhashi and the rest of this team, making it the best roster we have seen from Zeta Division in the past. They have come in with big expectations, primarily on titles' shoulders at EWC in the past in 2024, but they fell short. And this time it's kind of redemption, trying to bring this back, trying to remind everyone why Title has been in the conversation for GOAT status for so long. And on the other side, you have JDG, which this team has basically been, you know, not exactly the legacy of Weibo, who won previously, not exactly the pedigree of Aurora when it comes to the top players from the CN region, but they still have a lot of skill and of power coming out of the region that has been the strongest in 4v4.
Yeah, I feel like every time a Chinese team puts their feet at EWC, they show as a contender, you know. Being the second seed in China has some weight, and having 2 teams that comes from China winning EWC 2 seasons in a row, so we always gonna have a high expectation on their teams, despite the fact that they're not as known as Huami or other high stars from China, but still a very strong team, and they finished at second seed in the qualifiers.
With the leader of Hong Lian playing under Lotus at this event, you know, he was known as the magician for a while. He was always finding these really unique spots where he could pull off these miracle plays, a lot of sneaking out 3-star forecasts in the past, but a player that's been respected for a very long time and kind of coming together with some other younger talent from the CN region to see what they can put together. And we got to mention that in the past, it has not usually been the CN team that we expect to come in and dominate and win EWC that has done so in the past. Sometimes it has been the team that does not have all of the legacy players, all of the players that have had so much success individually, but instead they come in and they play exceptionally as a team.
Yes, I mean, the team playing it's way important when you're playing in a 4v4 format, as sometimes you cannot shine as much as you do in the individual tournament. So that's why you need to have like some synergy.
And we've got Prismatics to kick things off for our first game of this series. It will be a Forged in Strength picked up by Yatsuhashi, but we'll see if we can keep tabs on these Prismatics as we go through the start, see where the lobby is headed.
Yeah, very risky. Strength Forge gives you low tempo, but late in the game, you're gonna have so much resources.
Now let's see Yatsuhashi can leverage those resources in the end game as he had an Akali start, which is going to be kind of one of the big stories of our tournament, will be this Akali Jax reroll line. Now, just because he has one early doesn't mean that it will be his role in the team to go for that Akali, but very likely that one on each team will be headed in that direction for many of these games.
Yeah, I want to highlight Mori as well, getting artifacts. Living Forge, very strong augment as well, but it just scales up pretty much. So we already have 2 players from Zeta aiming to scale up in the late game.
We do have a couple of players end up picking up some early emblems, so those will be other things to watch for cap outs. I think emblems often can lead towards players finding very high cap spots, and they can play for that end game. We'll always have to watch out who is on the early loss streaks but has win equity versus people on loss streaks just for the economy, trying to look to hold enemy units. So we'll continue to watch these spots and see where these players are headed, as we do have that first winning round so far. If you look at Chuchi here, trying to go up against Mori, who did end up getting that Living Forge, and we see the early armor item for the Poppy, which is going to provide a very stable front line.
Yeah, you can see that Mori is actually trying to play tempo, because the longer you live, the more artifacts are you going to have, and probably they already have the other player that is going to sack the round, so you want to mix your team style. Some players are trying to focus on blue streaking, and he's probably trying to maintain that high tempo.
And, speaking of loss streaking, we did have a bit of an open fort set up here for Yuchin, trying to set up a way to prevent Zeta Division from keeping a loss streak, but now he's going to buy out his shop and represent a board. We'll see if he decides to sell it again, if he's still contesting loss streak, and it looks like with Yatsuhashi, that is going to be the contest. So these two players looking to see if they can hold on to their loss streak against each other as we go forward in this stage 2.
Yeah, they just sold the boards, and if they face each other, they will break both of their streaks. So sometimes you want to sacrifice your own game plan to help your team, like shutting down the opponent.
Yeah, so it will be Yuchen and Yatsuhashi on that race to the bottom until they pair into each other for a fight. We'll probably just be seeing them sell out their boards as long as they are in each other's fight pools. And this will just be trying to prevent too much of the economy going to the other side. Meanwhile, for the win streaks, currently both Lotus and Mori on full 3 streaks. See if which team is able to hold on to that win streak as we go forward. But the first selection of the gods, Soraka and ag.al, and it looks like everybody go in for the extra early items.
Yeah, I mean, ag.al is just such a strong decision in here. It keeps the tempo. You can itemize everyone, like your front line and back line, and play is aiming for tempo just to save some HP throughout the game.
Yeah, back on board with Mori, looking for the win streak against Lotus. Currently looking at this, though, I would say definitely a bit of an edge towards Mori with the extra artifact on the board versus just this Stargazer emblem. I think the Stargazer emblem has a lot of potential scaling that can happen. We are on the altar, so that's going to provide a lot of power for Lotus in the late game, but as of right now, I think this artifact is going to give you a bit of an edge.
Yeah, I feel like Lotus having altar in this spot right now, it doesn't seem that too good.
They are fighting
because he doesn't have that to stack.
Yeah, so they are going to be fighting up against each other. This is very important for the Stage 2 win streak. Mori going to be able to keep a lot of extra econ by finding this fight win. Ornn gets one more cast, which is very impactful to get that additional shield, as the backline is itemized for Lotus, but not for Mori. But as we predicted, significantly stronger than Lotus's board, and Mori's going to be able to hold on to that win streak, presumably throughout the entirety of Stage 2, as both Yuchen and Yatsuhashi still having to open fort into each other because they have not found each other in the matchmaking.
Yes, for now, at least for Zeta, things are going very well.
Yes.
Because they're having the player winning streaking and the player at the bottom with a good spot as well. So let's see if they're facing each other. If they don't, Zeta might be in a great spot leading the early game.
Yeah, very much beneficial for Zeta if they continue to not have these two pair up. It just keeps Yuchen losing a bunch of HP. Meanwhile, Yatsuhashi is also econing. Yes, he's losing the same amount of HP, but when you have the positioning that Mori has in the game, it's overall favorable, especially since Tidal is also on a smaller win streak as well, not the full streak throughout the entire Stage 2. but comparatively to the rest of the win-losses across the board, both Tidal and Mori in very, very strong positions.
Something just stood out for me, in Summertime has Anima Emblem, and he is stacking pretty much. And he also has a Tactician Crown, allowing him to put another unit to the board. So things are actually looking very good for Zeta. This is an amazing start.
We'll see if that can end up looking for the potential of a win out. Tidal definitely having that Tactician Crown set up. Both Lotus and Tidal have those online at this point. So we'll see who can actually cap out higher. But that is the thing with prismatic lobbies, is you start to get the board strength is overwhelming. And that's where our eyes start to turn towards Yuchen and Yatsuhashi and how they can stabilize, because the prismatics are making these boards so strong. If you can't find your footing from that loss streak, you will go down very quickly.
Yes, I mean, 3 players actually have this augment, having an extra unit, so that can accelerate even more the mid game. So we have to pay attention on how both teams are going to play at the tempo in this lobby.
Yeah, so break it down a little bit here for Mori with this lead that he has on HP. He's got good econ, he's playing very high tempo, but we're seeing some item slams already, right? We've got a couple of swords, he goes into the Last Whisper. What are some of the good outs for Mori? I would imagine Corki ends up being kind of the very baseline direction that we'll see, but Mori is going to have a lot of options from this this big streak.
I mean, since Altar is the one in this game, I feel like Corki it's much more safe. He can still play Kindred, so it's important to keep an eye on his board. But both comps can do quite well, Kindred and Corki.
Yeah, often we're expecting a lot of these teams to contest Corki, have a player on each side on Corki, maybe a player each side on Akali. They have to find the spot for it, of course, but you don't want to give the opponent a free Akali angle. And then from there, I mean, we'll probably have an AP Flex player on each side as well, and we haven't identified who is going to be taking that role yet. I think Tidal did have an AP item slam, so it may be Tidal for the side of Zeta Division.
Yeah, for sure. Tidal has a great spot to AP. And Epic roll down, very strong augment. You get a lot of gold value with that.
Tidal's next pick is going to be, looks like, just some more econ, more gold. Right away for Tidal, going to be pushing levels up to 7. And yes, there are AP items slammed, as you said. Very good AP spot. So I think we've identified the AP Flex and the probably Corki player. Could be Kindred, as you said, for Mori and Tidal, and both of which playing from ahead, playing in very strong positions to set up for those late game outs.
I mean, the board strength of Tidal is just amazing. He has 8 units on his board already, plus the Bia, so that's a really strong opener for him.
Yeah, plus 6 active traits for Tidal already.
And for Psionic as well,
Yep.
it's crazy. He's going to push the tempo so much.
Yeah, and the only weakness that we're seeing out of Tidal's board is how many 1-stars he has, right? Like, that's the one thing to watch out for. Any board that has a really good upgraded front line, good upgraded backline might be able to chew through that, even though Tidal has so much strength because he's on all 1-stars. But that trait web is doing a lot of heavy lifting.
Yeah, I mean, when you reach Psionic 4, you upgrade your items value, so that's a lot of board strength.
Still, Yuchen, Yatsuhashi, 7 loss, have not seen each other across this game. Mori and Tidal both continuing their streaks. This chokehold that Zeta has created on the early game when it comes to economy via streaks has just gone unchecked. And it is a massive early boon for the Zeta Division squad.
Yes, I mean, when you have 2 players also in streaking, they're going to face each other, but even though they're losing this spot, that they still have a great early game, because Tidal is not losing for anyone else, and probably neither is Mori, right?
Yeah, we'll see how close the fight is. Usually it's a little bit too early in the game for it to matter too much, but you still want to save every single point of HP. And it looks like it will be a 1-unit loss for Tidal, allowing Mori to still keep this Mr. 100 going.
I mean, the perfect round, you know?
And meanwhile, Yuchen takes a win, and Yatsuhashi keeps the 8-loss streak. We'll see if he actually wants to keep losing at this point. Now we're getting to the point where it's like, hey, you're going to have to find a way to turn around. And this is what we were talking about with Soraka at the start of the game. There's more items available for Kale, but 12 HP is still something to even think about, right? Because this is team HP, you can think about it in that way. Looks like most players do still end up just going item, 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 we need board strength.
I'm actually impressed because I feel like 12 HP is a lot, and maybe it's sometimes converting a life late game, but maybe 2. So a lot of players still thought that a KO would have more value.
Yeah, I mean, just saying that the needlessly large rod, the item, is going to be worth more than 12 HP for the player throughout the game is really the calculation you have to make when you see it, right? Is this worth more than 12 HP? And every player in the game pretty much deciding yes. As Yatsuhashi looking to set up to be the potential Akali player for this side, having Nova, having items slam that are good for Akali. We see Gunblade and Guardbreaker.
Yeah, he's facing Summer Timer, another player from Zeta. I feel like the spot for Zeta is so good. If Yatsuhashi manages to come back in this game, they're very close to a win in this first game.
Yeah, 3 items on the Aurora already for Summer Timer. Yatsuhashi might end up just getting sacrificed for the other 3 to be so incredibly powerful, but because even then, not slamming items, just taking another loss. Yatsuhashi's going to have a pretty big roll down, and I imagine it's coming here at 3-5 with this cash out. Going to get
it seems to be a pretty good cash out, I guess. You have a lot of frontline items. He will reforge one of these. I still can't see what he got, but he's rolling.
Yeah, the Reforger hits Quick Blades and Rapid Fire Cannon.
Rapid Fire Cannon seems pretty good. Seems pretty good for this composition. And also Flicker Blades, it's amazing.
I mean, now it just comes down to the roll down. He has 40 gold. He's probably taking one more loss here against Tidal. He does slam items, though. The Maokai is very tanky. It's just as the damage there. Flicker Blades, it's just 1-star Kindred. And it's just 1-star Akali.
To get the Kindred 2-star, even Akali 2 will deal a decent amount of damage. He has so many good artifacts.
Yeah, and it seems like the cash out with these artifacts, the item strength is just far too much. Tidal gonna lose. And this is good for Zeta. At this point, you want Yatsuhashi to have a couple of extra lives to try and find that stability, find these upgrades. And so by getting him one there on his, probably at his weakest, right, is before he rolls down this 50 gold, is a massive boon because now he gets to econ through the neutrals round and then ship it on 4-1 to actually see what he can pick up.
Yeah, having an extra goal to hit his board, it's always good. And later in the game, having Mori and Taito with so much HP, they can always give him an extra life.
That is the power of the early tempo in 4v4. Because now it's not even up to Tidal and Mori necessarily to win the game. It could be Yatsuhashi while they slowly bleed out to 4th and 5th place kind of spots. But even then, they had positions that might have been good enough to even run away with this game. And we'll just have to keep eyes on JDG and how they can stop Zeta Division from here. They really have to find a way to put Yatsuhashi in the cage, hold on to his units, and it's too late already.
Yeah,
Kindred 2 already found, Maokai found, upgrade for Akali. Yes, it's not a 3-star Akali, but you have a 2-star 4 cost with these incredible items. No chance for JDG to even stop Yatsuhashi before it started.
Yeah, I mean, Yatsuhashi will have a great position by now. He's probably winning a lot of rounds. So I wonder if JD has the tools to come back in this game.
Yeah, we haven't seen a ton of the JDG boards yet. It's been a lot of the story of Mori's 10 streak. Yatsuhashi on the full loss streak looking for the cash out. Tidal with the win streak. Summer Timer also looking there, but now we're getting at least the first look at Lotus, and Lotus with that Shepherd's build. We saw a decent amount of this in the previous series, SCSC making that top 4 with it, but it not looking like the biggest cap out, and it already is losing to Yatsuhashi.
Yeah, I mean, Lotus has the Shepherd build, and it's a quite decent composition to play, but it caps high, but your mid game is not that good. You might fail a little bit.
And we are going to see Mori continuing on this 11 win streak, spent all his gold when he went to 8 to ensure that he can stay the most powerful in the lobby, find the Corkies early in case he is contested. And Summer Timer, meanwhile, also, as you mentioned, having another one of those Tactician Crowns, that augment on 2-1, giving so many extra units, making sure the pace of the lobby is increased because there's just more damage. If there's more units on the board, there's more damage being dealt.
Yeah, and he found just a lot of good 5-cost units already. A Bard and a Sona, they're quite strong, even at 1-star. So his spot is already looking good.
Yeah, on the other side of that, we saw Yuchin, who's the other player that was on the full loss streak alongside Yatsuhashi in the early game, looking at a potential Akali angle, but not having even the upgraded Akali either. Really big struggle from JDG in this game. While the HP looks okay as a whole, that Mori 100 HP is a looming threat, as now we're seeing Lotus's Shepherd's board once again, this time against Summertimer. It looks like this time around, though, Summertimer maybe not having all the strength that he needs. I think he's lacking a little bit of damage as a whole. Yeah, felt like this fight went for a while, the front line holding up for Summertimer, but the damage is just not there.
I think he didn't have time to move his items, so I feel like Bard, 1 star, is a little bit better than Aurora, and his front line was on the wrong side. And I feel like it was a great round for Lotus. Maybe he can find a way back into the game. And now we can see the artifacts he's picking. So Yuchin can have this bounce back in the game.
Yeah, so he gets his cash out as well. Same comp as Yatsuhashi, but he's behind the curve. 2 copies of Kindred, only a single copy of Akali. And the front line around Jax, we do see he does sell that. He is going to be able to move the items over to the Maokai. And I mean, break down a little bit of these artifacts, because there's a lot that are hitting the board right now.
There are a lot. I mean, he has 3 artifacts for the front line. It's a little bit weird because he also have items for the front line as well. So might lose a little bit of value in here, but he has a crazy Vex build.
Yeah, at the very least, he can kind of move this Morgana up and use it as a secondary frontliner behind the Maokai. And at least find ways to generate the value. But as you mentioned, this Vex is going to go absolutely wild, and we're seeing it already finding the win for Yuchin. He's been able to keep up. Even though he lost the last round, he had been winning the last few, and now the big cash out comes out. He just has to hit his units, and unfortunately for him, Yatsuhashi has already hit the same units.
Yes, I mean, he found the Vex. He kind of dodging the Kindred because it's going to be so hard to him to find it. And the Vex just did an amazing job in the last round.
So 3rd choice of gods. Start to see the commitment, the devotion of these players to one or the other. At this point, I expect to see a wall of Kales on the right side of our screen popping up in a moment here, but we'll see if anyone ended up on the Soraka direction.
Oh, here comes Kazi. He just sold his bold board.
Okay, here we go. 80 gold to try and make something happen. Playing around a Graves too. Pair of Bards in the shop, but that's not what he needs. He needs frontline to pair up with this. Gets the Fiora. This is going for a full 5 cost transition at level 9, trying to find a win out from there. Does end up getting the Fiora upgrade, so it's Fiora 2, Graves 2, pair of Vexes, ends up finding the Blitzcrank as well to add to this board after this round. Doesn't quite have the APM to get there, does have the double Vex instead of the Blitzcrank, but still a pretty good transition.
I mean, it was beautiful.
Yeah.
Sushi just did an amazing job changing his board, and I feel like having the Graves already, it's quite good. He will try to stack up the Grave with the upgrades. He might need a couple more rounds to finish his transition, but this round was very well played.
Yeah, and we'll see how much HP he ends up losing for not quite getting to the finish of it. Not too bad of a loss into Lotus there, and Chuzie is going to be able to end up potentially having some win-out equity, but he is very low on gold, and it's about finishing that transition and then getting that Grave stacked up before too many of the boards get too crazy. And I think in a prismatic lobby, sometimes that could be an issue with the 5-cost soup, is other boards have already kind of reached these pretty insane heights, and you don't get enough turns to stabilize.
Yes, speaking about stabilize, Yatsuhashi just took a loss, and he decided to roll down again. He might be talking with his team, trying to save some HP, because he might be in the spot that he can lose.
Yeah, it looks like maybe some amount of items are off of Summertimer's board, because there's nothing on the Bard, nothing on the Karma. So I imagine there's some amount of removers. It's crazy because this lobby has so many items because of Kale that it end all of these artifacts that it's hard to tell if there's been removes, but there was, and we see them being put back onto the Karma in this spot. It's going to be maybe a bit of a bigger loss than they needed onto Summertimer there. Going to lose a lot of extra HP, but it does keep Yatsuhashi alive.
Yes, I mean, I don't know, we didn't see who faced Yatsuhashi, but he took a bad loss, and he had so little HP already, so they are trying to save him, because dodging the 8th place is very important in the 4v4 match.
Yeah, and I think in doing so, though, they've put Summertimer in a precarious situation with how big of a loss that was. At 17 HP, he's going to be on 2 lives remaining. A really bad loss. It can be won, especially in stage 5. But looking at the rest of the lobby, there's a little bit more stability in the win streaks of the JDG players, and they've held on to enough HP that Mori's gap that he created is not enough to lock them out of the game yet, by any means. Only at 68 left.
I feel like the game started changing towards JD side. We had like such a dominant early game for Zeta. They're looking very strong, but now JD are looking way better.
Look at this Zaya. We have not seen Keza the entire time, and this is like, I mean, it's not exactly BIS, but it is pretty much there.
It is true BIS.
Do you think this is
Yes,
Giga BIS? This is
Giga.
true BIS.
This is incredible. He has Pandora items, so he cooked the whole game to arrive at this spot, and also he has the altar activated. He's looking very strong.
Yeah, I mean, that is a potential win out angle. You have the Radiant Kraken, another Kraken, and then the red buff to apply that healing cut across the board. Yatsuhashi now going up against Tidal. We'll see if Tidal is able to sack. Again, it looks like there's no items on that Aurelion Soul, so once again, Zeta members being able to sacrifice for Yatsuhashi to continue scaling up this board. Try and keep him alive and send someone from JDG out first. But there's a lot of HP they've invested into Yatsuhashi because these losses are massive. Summertime took a huge loss. Tidal takes a huge loss to Yatsuhashi. And if they don't pay dividends on Yatsuhashi making a deep run in this game, Zeta may have kind of thrown this away with how much HP they've lost.
Yeah, I mean, they tried to play tempo the whole game, and now they're sacking their HP to give an extra HP for Yatsuhashi. And if he didn't have a great finish, they won't have HP left to manage the win.
Yeah, Chuzia is going to be finally fully set up, has a Vex alongside the Graves and the Fiora. And they're going up against Yatsuhashi, so this is that big 5 cost soup, level 9, fast 9 for Jushi going up against Yatsuhashi, who's been struggling all game to get this board together. Zeta has sacrificed so much for him to still be alive in this game, and it comes down to this one fight. Can Kindred get the job done? She cannot, and Yatsuhashi goes down already after all that investment.
I mean, this is why for it is so amazing. The strategy was based on saving Yatsuhashi, but they didn't have time to cap high his board. And that Vex was just incredible, very strong, and he was able to kill Yatsuhashi very early in the game.
And this is supposed to be the potential win-out player. It didn't feel like he ever got the footing to actually be there, but they used so much health to keep him alive. He takes the 8th, and now Summertimer on 1 life. Tidal on 2, but barely, and it's down to can they take down Chuzia and Kezi. And from there, it's going to be tough because this is that full upgraded 5-cost board. For now, though, it's just Summertimer, and can he stay alive with this Vanguard Voyagers? It's up to the Karma. Is the damage there to get through as it goes up against Yuchin? And it is still just the 1-star Vex for the damage on the other side, so he should be able to have a lot of win equity, but it's not there as Akali finds her way through, and Summertimer falls in 7th. Keza goes down, but he will get that 6th place, meaning that Tidal and Mori have to 1-2. They started the game on very high tempo. They were playing to preserve HP to use for the rest of their team. Probably not that well positioned for win equity when you play from those spots, but Mori at the very least 50 gold level 8 maybe can play for first, and it comes down to can Tidal end up securing a 2nd place?
I mean, Mori is trying to win out with the Rammus 3, but we already see JD actually holding the Rammus, so it's gonna be very hard to him to hit. And Tidal have like a very difficult job to find 2nd place in here. Look, at JD, everybody is looking very strong.
Yeah, and Mori is going up against Lotus. Can he take Lotus down in this spot? It's just the Shepherds going up against that Kappa Juice on the other side with the Corki. Lots of damage on that Corki. Still able to potentially take this entire lobby, but the fact that Rammus 3 is the main look for that cap out makes it very tough. As you said, JDG going to continue to try and grief that, but by taking out Lotus, one more Rammus does go back in the pool.
Yes, I mean, he can recover his economy and then maybe hit that later, but all comes down to is Tidal able to get the 2nd place?
Look, and both JDG players eliminated, so now it really is just Yuchin versus Tidal. That's the main thing to look at. For Zeta, they have to go 1-2 with Summertimer and Yatsuhashi falling in 7th and 8th. So if Yuchin on this 7-win streak can just continue that and find even a second place, he just has to outlive Tidal.
Yeah, I mean, he was looking way weaker than the other player that was playing the Stranger Force, but he found that Vex won't save its game.
Yeah, the Vex has done so much at just 1 star, and if he can ever find that last copy of Vex, we think he probably can completely turn this around, as Mori tried to sell a lot of board to end up finding a little bit of the Corki. No, not sell board. I see, he's benched the Corki. He was trying to save Tidal, but in doing so, he doesn't get to hit Yuchin.
Wow, that's crazy. He probably didn't have any removers left, and that just paid the price because now he is not going to be able to win the fight against his opponent.
Does not get it. So the Corki is going to have to come back in if he can go up against Yuchin again, but it might have to be benched once more if he's going to face Tidal, which is just starting to cause a lot of problems with the total HP for the Zeta roster.
Yes, I feel like Zeta just tried to save Yatsuhashi, and they paid the price a little bit. Because if Tidal had a lot of HP ahead in here, it would be way easier to them. But they still playing, they still have hope.
Yeah, I mean, the team play is good, right? Of course, if they believe Mori is their most powerful member, if Tidal was in the pool and he had no way to stop himself from hitting Tidal there, they had to go this direction, and they need Tidal to be strong enough, but that is the Vex too, and that might be curtains for Zeta. We will have to see if Tidal can take down Yuchin.
I mean, Yuchin, eight wins in a row, a very good spot. He is gonna be able to reach that level 9 very soon. So he thinks, I think that Yuchin is in an amazing spot.
You know, Tidal moving a lot of items around for this fight. He's on a 4-win streak. He does go up against Yuchin. We're gonna have to see these items slam from Tidal very quickly, but he's taking a little bit of time. There's a lot of items on the bench still at the start of this fight. This is not the max power Tidal could have been at, as he gets caught a little bit with his pants down in this spot. But as he goes for the fight, the Ace-Soul still pumping out plenty of damage. The front line holding into the Vex for now, but Ace-Soul goes down, and it's just the Blitzcrank remaining as Vex wins the fight, and Yuchin gonna save all of that HP. Tidal on 1 life.
Wow, I mean, Yuchin being able to win that fight, and the Vex 2 did the job. I feel like if he wasn't Vex 1, Tidal might have a shot, but the Vex 2 is just too powerful.
Man, and those items just being 3-4 seconds late with how close that fight is. There's maybe a world that Tidal could have gotten there, but it's hard to say, and we'll never know if that would have been the case, as there is still a small chance that they can get there, as Mori has 1 more round that can be sacrificed, and then if they face Yuchin sequentially and win back-to-back, that can get the job done. So once more, Mori has to sacrifice.
Yeah, he put his Corki stacked on the bench, so Tidal is gonna be able to win this fight, but it also comes down to who is actually beating Yuchin.
Yeah, and with the 9-win streak, it feels like no one, but the fight is close enough that maybe there is a chance. Mori gonna take a big loss here, but of course, he's always 2 lives from this spot, so it doesn't really matter how big. That was cutting a little bit close though. 1 life is, 1 HP is a little bit much, but see how this matchmaking happens. If Zeta can fight Yuchin sequentially, if they can beat the Ghost, it is possible. Corki 1 away. Can he roll down? Can he find Corki 3? Mori, 1 more copy needed, doesn't get there. Does he sell board? Does he start selling down to find this? I don't know if he can.
He didn't aim to sell the board, and you can actually have 2 lives. It's so difficult to Zeta actually come back from this spot.
More items available. It will be Mori taking the fight first. We'll see if it ends right here, right now, or if the Corkis are enough. Starting the combat, hitting onto the Morgana. The Vex is going to get the damage ramping so quickly. Ginsu, Archangel, and the front line is just holding against the Corkis. It's not even close for now, and it will just be Yuchin holding on, taking down Mori and Tidal, and winning this game for JGG.
Wow, the double kill at the end, Yuchin just had an amazing comeback. JD might not had the best early game, but late game they look at quite strong.
Yeah, and I think it really just comes down to these decisions to save Yatsuhashi. So much invested in him, and he ends up still taking the 8th because of some of the strength that came through for those JDG comps when we got to the end game. Really, with how the start of this game went, it felt like it was Zeta's to lose.
Yes, and I feel like Zeta even invested their removers. We've seen a lot of rounds that he was benching the Corki, so he had the window to take down Duking, but he actually benched the Corki and he was unable to win. So the removers paid the price.
Still, this is one of the closest games we've seen so far today. Incredibly tight spot that we felt like early on had to be Zeta's, but they take the 7th and 8th, and then they have to claw back. From there, we thought it was doomed, but there was still a world where they could have come back and made it happen.
Yeah, this is 4v4, right? And everything can happen, and just a small fight or just the matchmaking at the end of the game can turn things around. So it's very important to stay focused, and JD actually won it.
We will see if Zeta can bring it back in the next game or if JDG can close things out in a swift 2-0. We're going to go to a quick break, but when we are back, we'll have Game 2 of Zeta Division versus JDG.
Chad, you might be onto something. There was a heavy favorite onto the side of JDG where we thought Zeta might be the favorite. Hey, you guys are right, at least for game number 1. The series is far from being done with. We learned that when Weibo Gaming just played against T1. Weibo fell early on, but they managed to come back. Can Zeta do the same thing? Hey, welcome back into the desk. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Stuart and Hoope. What's going on? How you doing?
He's back.
Yeah. What's up, man? I mean, that was a high pain. It was so difficult to navigate, so much to talk about, especially the early game. Lose streak for both Yatsuhashi and Yushin, but Yushin came into the top in a bad spot and cap it out in the end.
Yeah, so talk to me. Back right at you. Zeta, dominant early game. Casters were saying it looked like it was their game to lose. However, it was JDG who ended up turning things around.
Yeah, normally you want to have a win-out player, and that's what Zeta didn't have. Tidal and Mori, they were very present. They conserve HP a lot, have the possibility to transfer the HP later, try to go for the Corki 3-star to make the win, the hero play at the end, the Hail Mary, but it wasn't enough.
Yeah, I think Casanova called out perfectly. Yasutashi was their win-out player, their lose streak player that was trying to play for the 5 cost later on, trying to get as much gold early on as possible. You think of Summertimer, he was playing for them small anima cash outs instead of the big anima cash out because it's very difficult in a 4v4 environment. As you mentioned, Hoope, Title on a win streak tempo, Mori on a win streak tempo. So they didn't have that win-out player, and that I feel like was the big difference here in this first game.
Going back even to the very beginning, we see the prismatic augment. So we're talking high variance, and that's what we got.
Yeah, exactly. We saw a lot of different emblems, a lot of different artifact items as well, being able to increase the power of some of these early boards, which Taito and Mori were able to do perfectly well.
Also, birthday present into Graves, that is normally not the one you have, but it was enough for him to stabilize. So JDG also fighting out the middle table, and that's also important. You want the points and pressure Zeta in this case to get the 1-2 in order to win the game.
You had 2 denial players playing the denial game. It was Yatsuhashi onto the side of Zeta, and then Zhao Yutian for JDG, who ends up winning, by the way, and being the star player out of everyone, including that of JD Gaming. How did this denial game end up going? Because clearly it did not benefit Zeta.
Yeah, I think we're seeing a sort of a tradition at the moment in this 4v4 environment. We're seeing this Akali composition, which has been very popular recently, you know, kind of this composition that's come out of nowhere since the Tactician's Crown. And I feel like with this composition, because you're playing like the Akali, you're playing some of the low costs, you're able to deny some of these early units. You know, you're able to deny some of these 4 costs and try and get as much gold as possible. As you mentioned, unfortunately, it didn't work out for Zeta because Yatutashi went out in 8th place. And I think as soon as they go out in 8th place, it's hard to find that one out.
Hey, we've been paying attention to what you guys are saying out there in the chat. Let's pull up some of you. Shout you out. Hobo Meowster. All right, what's up? How you doing? Hey, wait, doesn't Zeta haven't 3 Worlds winners? Yeah, I mean...
3 crowns. 3 Tactician crowns, 2 for title, and 1 for Summertimer that we were expecting them to pop off. For me, Summertimer had a good game plan. He tried to catch the anima early, but it just wasn't enough. People are capping boards in a way that we weren't expecting here. So, I mean, they need to step up. They need to have a winner player.
Akali is broken. Chopper.
That's what we said. Akali, I think, one of the strongest comps now coming into a 4v4 environment. We know that during the Tactician's Crown, it was all about, the 4 costs. It was all about the 5 costs, trying to play towards these AP flex lines. But now with Akali coming in and with 2 cost reroll being so important, so huge.
Very JDG has this, and clearly they did. Again, for some reason, chat, that's their favorite team, man. JDG, they're backing up all the way. It's the first time that they've taken the risk here to support a TFT team in EWC, and so far it's paying off. However, still more to go. Circus says, called it. Lich ban on Riven broken.
Yeah, normally some artifacts that we are not used to see right now, and of course you have to get anything. Whatever resources the game gives you, you have to put it in place, and he made it work.
Yeah, individually as well. I think, when we talk about this Zeta division, title Summertime, as we just mentioned, 3 times Tactician's Crown winners, but the team play for JDG in the end was absolutely huge.
So for Zeta, early game lead led to a late game loss. Tough break for them. It's 1-0 up for JDG. We head back to the stage. Zeta Division, JD Gaming about to go toe-to-toe once again. So let's get it going, Casanova and Doms.
Here we go. Game 2, Zeta Division versus JDG. That last one, Dobbs, I mean, it felt like it was such a close match between these two. Zeta, that very strong stage 2, stage 3. And it just was the issue of trying to find Yatsuhashi out of that spot, let him be the win out. And they invested so much health to get there, and in the end, comes back to bite them as JDG and Yu Chen be able to find the first after sending Summertimer and Yatsuhashi in that 7th and 8th.
Yeah, I feel like JDG just had a better game plan at the end of the day because Zeta tried to save Yatsuhashi so much, and they blew up the lead. And then JDG just kind of proves that why China is always contenders to the title. They just show that what they can do in this first game. Team player by them was amazing.
I mean, it's amazing. Every single time we come to EWC, the CN region does pop off. They prove to be kind of the best 4v4 region. I mean, even when we just come down to TFT in general, CN is very, very strong always, but it is even accentuated in that 4v4. And even when it is a team that has maybe less expectations than something like a team like Aurora or a team like Weibo coming back as the title defenders, but JDG is still here and ready to swing. They are still a powerful roster out of CN, and they proved it in this first game against Zeta. I will say, I was very impressed with Zeta's early game. I think I didn't love some of the stuff towards the end where they were trying to save Yatsuhashi maybe too hard, but I understand it. He is the win-out player on the roster. You are looking to try and find somebody who can take the first, and with the amount of HP that was saved early on in the game, it feels like you can afford it. And it really just was disaster struck afterwards. So as much as it feels like it could have been a mistake, the game plan as a whole is sound. And I think if Zeta can repeat what they did in the previous game, find a little bit more luck on the roll down for that win-out player, they can find a dominant position and take game 2 as we are jumping in Varus and Yasuo.
Yes, I feel like these two gods are very good for the game. Varus can enable some rerolls, and Yasuo can enable even more some compositions. So quite interesting gaming here.
Yeah, Varus going to give those extra units, and on the other side, Yasuo is going to be able to give you these hexes, these permanent hexes to buff up some of your carries or tanks to be even more powerful. And Sona is going to be our encounter. So as you saw on your screen, your level ups are going to be 2 XP less in this game.
Yeah, we can expect a little players aiming to play some tempo in the game as the levels are cheaper. So it comes down to similar to the last game, the players try to accelerate tempo very much, and I feel like this game is going to be the same thing.
starting out on Yatsuashi. This was, you know, the player with the very strong loss streak in the last game finds the cash out with the Forged in Strength, ends up putting together a very powerful board, but got outscaled by the Vex on the other side and could not quite get over the hump of some of those JDG compositions. We'll see how it turns out this time around, as he does get a big early upgrade of two-star Vanguards. This is going to be a really powerful opener for Yatsuashi. So he was the loss streaker last game. He's very likely to be a win streaker for this game.
I mean, if he finds a good placeholder item unit on the back line, he will have an amazing early game, because Nasus and Leona 2-star it can lead you to a very good opener.
Lotus on our screen. This is Hong Lian, now known as Lotus in this tournament. Storied career in the CN region. Very, very popular content creator as well. And I would say the leader of this team coming in.
Probably mostly the ace of the team.
Looks like he does have a full bench already. Cluttered Mind can be a consideration. Already getting a little bit of help with the XP with Sona. Not much, but it is a little bit. And when you are trying to look for a fast 8, those breakpoints of those extra 2 XP can mean a lot, especially when you combine it with something like Cluttered Mind. Because we do have an Artifact Anvil broken for Mori. What do you think the pick is here for the
I love Thresh Lantern. It's solid pick. Can put on the front line, and it brings a unit from your bench. It's a lot of board strength throughout the whole game.
Yeah, and that is going to be the pick for Mori. Does end up making you have even bigger cap outs at the end game, right? If you can get like an extra upgraded 5 cost on your bench.
They put a Blitzcrank.
Oh yeah, that's good enough. Yeah, throw him in there. Yeah.
Yeah, it's very important to note that this game, everybody just got 1 item, which means they had much more gold towards the game. So this opener, they can maximize their economy. So the game is a little bit slower.
So we do have the Thresh Lantern gonna go off and throws in an extra Zoe. Doesn't actually do too much overall in this one, and the fight is gonna go to the Ginsu from the other side, but we'll see just what happens at the start of this one. Trying to take stock of some of these other augments as we get a look at some of the early boards. Double Emblem start for GG.
Yeah, very quite interesting. Yeah, I feel like he can. It's quite impossible to play both emblems in the same composition, but he can pick either one and try to make a good comp out of it.
And this is Arbiter for him. He does have each interest earned 25% gain a Leona at the end of combat.
Quite good for print Leona, and then you can always play Leona 3 during your game and then sell the spare units for having more gold.
Yep, and of course at Arbiter 3 it does increase those chances, but those were just the selections, so we'll see. It should be getting a lot of Leonas over the course of this game. Can look to, we've seen, you know, 3-star just played from this version of the Arbiter as just tempo, because you end up getting the 3-star very early.
Yes, quite good option. I feel like most of the time you're aiming to get the Leona from the Arbiter. It gives you so much value.
Yeah, and with 3 Arbiter early, finding that Diana is pretty big for Chuzi.
Ooh, you even take the win?
The win.
And it's the perfect win, right? You do not do a lot of damage on your teammate.
See, the early streaks starting Yatsuashi, we mentioned, expected to be an early win streaker. Here's Yuchen from the last game getting the win. And he is also going to be on a win streak for this time around, playing around in early Psionics with the Victor. And once again, having the same artifacts that helped him win in the last game, the Foxfire.
Yeah, it's quite interesting that this artifact is not that great. It's one of the middle range, but he was able to win out in the last game with it.
I'll see if he can find a Vex to pair with it once more and repeat the success of the previous game, find another win.
Yeah, we've seen Summertimer playing the Earth, getting an early Spatula, probably leaning toward Space Groove, which is a very solid composition. And with Spatula, it's even better.
That's, with the Spat, it's probably one of the win-out angles, right? So you can look for a lobby win on Space.
For sure, you can win out. We can play either like 5 Space Groove or even 7 with like a Riven with the Space Groove emblem. he can be quite strong in the late game.
So we have our first God selection, Yasuo or Varus. It's going to be permanent max HP on the Yasuo, so if there's anybody re-rolling or playing for a unit that is going to stay on the board for a long time, you can get a lot of value there, and then the Varus is just going to give more champions.
Yeah, you can always play the Varus to get an extra tempo. Some players are aiming to do that, but if you already have a unit that will stay into your board like the whole game, like the Leona we were talking about, that can be a great opportunity to scale even more.
Yeah, same with even potentially the Maokai if this ended up being the Akali build once again. I mean, we saw the comp last time. It was Maokai as the stable tank, you had Akali, and then the Vex was the secondary carry, and we could see Yuchin in the same direction. But he does go for Varus instead, so he's not actually trying to beef up this Maokai. I think trying to stay a little bit more flexible than locking himself in right away.
Yeah, we don't. It's hard to say what he's playing, but Summertimer, on the other hand,
we can say this is Akali, yeah, and already having the 2-star Jax, and you get the Hex to just beef this up. On these reroll compositions, Yasuo often gives you some of the highest cap out potential because you have a 3-star unit and you are enhancing it with a Hex. And this is happening once again here with a Jax. Now, it's not immediate power, but it will give this Jax a bunch of HP over the course of the game, allowing Summertimer's cap to be even higher than some of the other Akali builds have been.
Yes, and also he has a spatula. He can make a Nova emblem, which is pretty good. And here comes the Akali 2-star already. So this early game, it's very good.
Yeah,
this is very good for Summertimer.
This is a great spot for Summertimer for this game. Last game, you know, honestly, his spot was feeling pretty good, and he ends up going 7th in the previous game. And I'm not sure that exactly was indicative of his build overall and more just some of the team play they had to do, losing a massive amount of HP, keeping Yatsuhashi alive in the last one. And this time, can play a little bit more for himself because the team is going to want to enable this Akali to do everything it can. It is a comp that can win a lobby, and at the very least, it's going to be very powerful. He will be contested. Very likely, once again, it will be Yuchin contesting that from a win streak side, but Summertimer's going to have more gold to work with on this massive loss streak.
Yeah, as he already have both Jax and Akali 2, I don't think that he needs to roll a lot on 3-2. So he's already have like the upgrades, so he's looking quite strong. Even though he has like 4 lose streak.
Yeah. 4 loss streak, the win streak's being controlled by JDG. Yuchin is 1, but Lotus is just behind with only a single loss in the first round. But does end up taking a loss here. Gets broken by Zeta, Mori and Tidal trying to crawl that back. As Yuchin and Summertimer will be the story of the game for now, both of which looking towards that Akali direction. At least early Yuchin is still flexible to get out of it. Summertimer is locked.
Yeah, we've seen something very similar to the last game. Taito and Mori playing tempo. They're also with top on the top of the standings right now. But Yuchin was able to secure the 5-win streak. That's very important for the AG.
Chuchi is looking at what items he can get together for this one. Does have a belt still on the bench. Do you think, okay, looking at both the Meeple and the Darkstar emblem here, which direction can we even go? Because there's no items yet, but the 2 anvils allow you to kind of pick and choose.
I feel like you're waiting until you see your augment, because if you're able to get another spatula, you can try like the 10 Meeple win out or something crazy. Or you can also wait the augment, see if you get a combat that's good for AP or good for AD, and then you create your items right after that.
Well, let's stick with Chuchi to 3-2. Let's see if there's any way that we can kind of determine whether this is going to be that Meeple or the Darkstar direction that ends up getting picked.
He can also reforge one of these and then try to go for something else. It's quite important to watch what he's aiming to get in the next round.
Still able to find another win against Yatsuhashi. Keeping track of the side of our screen at those win and loss streaks. If Yuchin can get broken, if Summertimer ends up breaking the loss as well. And Yuchin does get broken. Mori or Tidal able to take that as they both continue their win streaks.
Oh, he got the 2 extra emblems. That was perfect. Let's see what he can get out of it.
Yeah, so entire board gets sold, gets a bunch of gold.
And some rerolls.
Gonna have to completely rebuild the board. Ends up getting Stargazer and Bastion to add to it. No Reforger yet.
Yeah, that is actually quite good for Corki, because you have an extra Meep, also an extra Bastion, so it's probably what he's going to aim for.
All right, so looking for the Corkis on this roll down. Level 7 roll down for now.
Yeah, I like this kind of play because he just sells his board, but he do not want to lose tempo, so he rolls his sphere rolls by now, trying to have a board as soon as possible to not have the other teams save HP.
Yep, but he will be running into Summertimer, who does have that upgraded Jax and Akali, i.e. already completed on Akali and halfway to the Gunblade. It's going to be a big loss for Chuzi, but still, all of those emblems do give you the opportunity for pretty massive endgame boards. You can create a lot of endgame power with the emblems, so we'll have to keep an eye out on if Chuzi can look for the potential of a win out for JDG.
If you got a Nunu pretty early in the game, maybe you can fit as well. Oh, here comes the huge Leona.
Yep, and that is with the Space Groove emblem. You were talking about how this is another opportunity for win outs. So JDG having a few different players that can look for it, as it is going to be Lotus, and of course taking that Yasuo spot to continue to buff up this Leona in the front line, but now shifting it over to Ornn.
And I want to call out something that I'm noticing in this matchup. I wonder if this is going to repeat across the tournament. Both teams are actually rolling deep on level 7 a lot. We've seen some players pushing level 7 very early in the game, and some players actually rolling deep to try to stabilize as soon as possible.
Yeah, it's been very cool to see that for this. It's been a bit different than some of historical 2v2. We've seen a lot of, multiple 2-cost rerolls getting spammed in these games, trying to even take reroll lines that are weaker to try and play for a 5th or a 6th. And a lot of this has been more around level 8, and it's been more around the 4 costs than we had previously seen in other sets.
Yeah, and Yasuo, given the mana regen, quite strong option for the players that are aiming to lean towards that play.
It's going to be the Yasuo being heavily selected once again. I think we have Summertimer going up against Title soon, both of which looking like they were on 2-cost reroll lines. It's going to be the Melios that Title is looking for. Summertimer's already rolled. Now Title is going to look, taking a lot of the 2 costs out of the pool so they can support each other. This is what we've seen in the past.
Yes.
Multiple 2-cost rerolls on the same team. You take 2 costs out of the pool to make it easier for your teammate to hit.
Yeah, the Jack's actually very contested on this game, and he will also, Zeta player has the tools that he can get out a lot of Jaxes out of the pool. And he still have Pantheon that he's a quite good tank. If he is not able to get the Jax 3, the Pantheon will do the job.
Yeah. And it's very unlikely that the Jax 3 will be easy for Title to find, especially since Summertimer is also kind of wants it, but we've seen some adaptations to this comp playing around the Maokai as the frontliner as well, in the event that you can't just roll down for the Jax. The only difference here is that Summertimer has been stacking HP on that Jax with the Yasuo Hex for a while, so might just end up having to play around a 2-star Jax that has been kind of augmented by Yasuo to be a little bit tankier than a standard 2-star Jax.
Yeah, we've seen
Title's going to continue
a lot of spatulas this game. Another one in the Kazi side in there. A lot of players aiming to the emblems.
We'll have to see if that can be something for the end game, if one of these verticals can be reached, but currently we haven't seen any duplicate emblems, right, of the same type, which allow those verticals to come easier. Could come down to some crazy Reforger endgames on some of these where they're not as valuable, and you go for the Reforge and hit another Meeple, and then suddenly we've got 10 Meeple angle for Chuzi. So we'll have to see if that ends up popping up, especially as we get to the next augment selection.
Yeah, I like that all those players are trying to go to the high variance augments, because the emblems are actually, most of them are random, and then if you get something good out of it, it's amazing, but if you're not, you're gonna have to work out with it. And Chuki here having an early Karki with Meeple, it's looking quite strong for the next stage.
Yeah, has one copy of the Corki on the 3 loss, and Yuchin gonna send that to a 4 loss. But there is a lot of gold here ready for the 4-1 roll down, 4-2 roll down potentially for Choosy. Lotus is going to take a loss from Tidal. As Tidal did lose the win streak to Summertimer. Summertimer has been able to turn things around with that Akali and Jax from the early game, as we expected, with the 2 stars already online. Just trying to save a bunch more health, as we do have neutrals once again, as players should finally be getting a lot more of those items, with the early game being very gold focused. Should start to level out.
Yeah, I want to highlight Taito playing Lulu, and this is the Lulu can actually give him extra gold, and he's trying to push a tempo pretty hard with it, getting the gold value a lot, and trying to invest that in, and actually getting some value out of the HP that he's saving.
Rammus found to join this Meeple board, so pretty much everything that he needs for the Meeples. Continuing to look at that vertical. Pair of Corkis, pair of Rammus, and there are a bunch of upgrades coming through. Massive roll down for Choosy. Just not finding the Corki 2. I think that's the big miss, but with the Rammus, the front line should be so stable that this should probably be good enough.
Yes, he's always able to duplicate that Corki in his bench. So he actually passed a lot of karmas. He did not want to spend the gold on it, but on the last row he got Ramos and Karma on the same shop and decided to upgrade that.
So now let's see if it's enough for him to turn around this loss streak, and I think it should be. This Rammus is just far too tanky. 4-1 upgraded Rammus with 3 items is not something that many boards can actually even burn through. Even though some of this lobby has potential to really cap out high with these emblems, currently the spikes aren't there, and we'll see 4-2. This is the chance for some of these boards to go nuclear, as we do have the option of picking up a ton of additional power, especially if you can find some more emblems to pair with what was already there.
Yes, I feel like there are a lot of emblems in the game, and that can dictate the late game in the lobby. And we've seen some role in here for both sides.
Filio 3 for Tidal is found.
Important. He's 1 Lulu off.
Tidal 1 away from the Pantheon as well, so ends up not going towards those Jaxes, of course leaving what he can available for Summertimer, but still having the front line. You mentioned the Pantheon can stabilize the board instead. 1 away from the Lulu. Tidal's roll down was insane. He is so close to finding everything, and he will have one more chance, one more look at a Varus God decision that can find the last little bit that he needs to 3-star this. Duplicators are very common out of Varus.
Yeah, what you mentioned is quite important, because you have to remember, later in the game he will get a boom out of the God that he picked, and Varus is quite strong. When the more you have 3-star units, the stronger you get. So having this spot that he can get Lulu, Pantheon, and also Milio 3, it's quite good for him.
And meanwhile, taking stock of the HP, Summertimer and Tidal holding onto the top of the tables. We do have, it looks like towards the bottom was going to be JDG, and overall Zeta once again controlling the health as it gets towards the mid to late game, as Tidal not going to need to roll much more at this point. He's just at 0 gold. He's just going to be rolling everything he has every turn until he finds these 3 stars. 1 additional roll, but doesn't quite get there. And looking at the other side of Summertimer, he's used a remover on the Akali, looking to try and potentially sack for a teammate. 40 gold, 6 win streak, so still potential to look for another roll down, but he might even be considering going to level 9. He hasn't been rolling for Akali or Jax, he's just been pushing levels. So maybe looking to even play that Vex endgame that we saw previously from Yuchen to win on the previous game, as he goes up against Yatsuhashi. That's who he was sacking for on the Shepherds, playing around the LeBlanc.
I feel like the Shepherds are quite strong comp. The stage 4 it's very good, and later in the game you have 2 options basically. You can either add a Vex on the board, or you can play like a Sona, so he has a lot of options. Here comes the duplicator you mentioned.
Yep. There it is. I mean, that's exactly what he would be looking for, right? You just get a bunch of these duplicators, you find the upgrade, and there you are. His title will likely go in the Varus direction.
He got it.
Yasuo picked up by Summertimer, just continuing to find more of these hexes, especially since he didn't end up free roll. He didn't go for the Akali 3, didn't go in that direction, especially with the Jax potentially being 3-4-way contested in this lobby. Ooh. And there we go, there is the Lulu hit.
I mean, that shot was so good for him because now he's able to just duplicate the Pantheon. He even rolled it a little bit more. I wonder why.
Yeah, I don't even know what else he'd be copying after the fact, so just going to be able to get that Pantheon off of the duplicator, and that is 3 stars on this board. Massive spike for Tidal, who's already near the top of the tables when it comes to HP. And really, it's Mori and Yatsuhashi who they have to be able to get out of there, as Chuji is at the bottom at 16 life. That's who they're looking to try and trap in the cage, send him 8th place as Summertimer and Tidal face off once again.
I guess he was rolling for either the TF because he has the tiny duplicators as well. So if he found like the Pantheon natural, he could duplicate the TF and got another 3-star unit.
Yeah, it's heads up. I mean, you would expect to just jam it, but looking for even more outs to get more power, considering he may need to win the game this time around, as Chuzi is going to take another loss. Mori as well. Looking at those two at the race to the bottom, but if Mori can just hold out a little bit longer, 7th place is good enough. And he's a 2-star Graves that's getting upgraded. Just found a 2-star Sona, so there is still potential for this board, especially if he can find the Nunu upgrade. It's just a single 1-star Nunu. He does have the pair in the shop, and that can stabilize this board quite a bit because the damage can be there through Graves, through Sona, through Karma, and it really is just the front line that seems to be the weakness for Mori's board.
20 HP can mean that he have like 2 or 3 lives, so he's in a very good spot to have a good placement.
And the many emblems not able to get the job done for Chuzi, and he's now just playing 6 meeple instead of 7 for this fight. I think they may just be letting him go, as it doesn't look like any items were taken out for Kezi, and they're just saying, you know what, it's not worth it. Cutting their losses, unlike what Zeta did with Yatsuhashi in the last game. Not even looking at this as, you know what, the chances of you capping this thing out are way too low. Cut our losses, keep the HP on the rest of the team.
Yeah, we couldn't even see he had 3 items on the bench of his front line. So the opposite play from last game, they decided that he was already dead, so it's better just to save the HP. So they just sacrificed their own teammate for the team to have a better chance to win.
And Lotus has the Yasuos, and it is going to be 2 frontline hexes and the mana gen on the back line. So this is a really good Yasuo for an AP flex line. You get a lot more damage from the mana gen, and it has the Space Groove emblem to try and continue to beef this up as well. Plus Blitzcrank was found. So a lot of value on this board. This front line is deceptively very tanky, even with only the 2 items there, because those 2 hexes are providing a lot of value.
Well, did he forgot that he already had Void? He just make another one.
He just made one? Oh no!
Yes, he had 2 already. Seems to be a very good item at the end of the day. It's not gonna be that bad. But his bow strength is quite good. Breathing 2, very good. The emblems that he has can help a lot. But let's see if he's going to be able to reach that level 9, because JD just got an 8, so they have to aim to win the game.
All right, but going up against Yatsuhashi, this is going to be, a lot of stakes on each of these fights whenever JDG is facing off against Zeta. It's so much HP that they need to preserve at this point. The total life totals are actually quite close, even considering Chuzi going down. So there's still a lot of game to be played for JDG, but this is a big loss for Lotus, and Yatsuhashi going to put the punishment down, and every single one of these victories for Zeta just puts them closer to a victory on this game.
Yes, I feel like it's quite difficult to Lotus to reach that level 9 with this board already, and he was actually waiting to the items to rotate with the Pandora, so having one less item is quite bad on this stage of the game.
And I think Mori's comp has continued to come together. A bunch of those upgraded 5 costs, and he's stabilized on that 20 HP, the 2 lives being enough that now, even if he takes a loss, even if he has to sack for an ally at some point, he's very, very powerful. As Summertimer as well as leveled up to 9, not playing the reroll, but still the Akali Jax just doing enough. At this point, he's played tempo throughout the game. He's not going to cap out so high because he didn't go for any 3 stars, but just looking to see if he can find maybe one more fight win, hold out long enough to outlive Lotus, and that's exactly who he's up against. The Nami trying to chunk through the front line, but it seems like a lack of damage overall for Lotus, though the Akali being the main carry is going to struggle to chew through this front line and does not get through very easily. No damage left. Summertime are going to take a big hit, going to just be down to a single life.
Yeah, this is a pretty common 4v4 kind of play, that you aim to play the 2-cost line and then you save a bunch of HP, but instead of re-rolling because you don't have many units, you just push levels to play some tempo, and then you give HP for your teammates that you save it in the early game. And he outed plays a Chuki, so it's already good enough. He did his job, so he can now trust the other teammates to finish at the highest positions and then secure the win for the team.
Yeah, the biggest thing he can do now is take one more win against the JDG player and just keep dealing some damage, as we do see he picks up the upgraded Fiora, which can maybe add a little bit of damage, but no items for her. And does end up going against Yu Chen, so this is exactly what he would want to try and find a win. But Mori, on the other side, took a loss in the last round, is actually on a single life, playing around that Graves and Bard as the carries. We thought this board had potential win-out equity, but the Graves does find the backline, so that should be good enough. But the Nami wins out on that fight. She gets a little bit more damage out. Now the Bard has to try and finish, and barely Karma gets it done with one more cast. Mori almost goes down there. Meanwhile, Lotus ends up taking down Kezi. Summertimer does fall, so it is down to a 7th from Zeta, an 8th from JDG. The rest of the HP totals looking a little bit tough for JDG, but Yu Chen at the top of the tables with 44. Mori on a single life, and even though there are these 5 costs that we thought, hey, maybe this is stable enough, still no upgrade on the Nunu, means that Mori is still in trouble. Took an earlier loss. If they fall in 6th, the door is open for JDG.
Yeah, I think it's still anyone's game. That fight was so close. It was like back and forth, whoever was going to take the win, and it was crazy that the Graves survived long enough, and then the Bard did the job.
Yeah, I mean, Graves wrapping on the backline, but not winning the fight against Nami was very scary. You'd expect more damage out of this 2-star 5 cost, but he does have a tank item on him. He's not that big of a carry. He is kind of more of a bruiser, doesn't have a ton of burst, and it's kind of down to the Bard to deal enough damage as he goes against Kezi, and you're seeing the weakness of that 1-star Nunu. It goes down already, even into just the Kindred and Akali. The damage is not there, and Mori's board deceptively looking strong, but really quite weak in the rest of the lobby. Goes down in 6th. Lotus taking a loss as well, though, so JDG not out of the woods yet, as both Kezi and Lotus are on a single life apiece, and Yu Chen is finally taking a loss.
Wow, look at that Akali. She had so many hats. The more hats she had, she'll have much more damage, so that fight was crazy. Akali just did an amazing job, and he's look quite strong at this point.
Yeah, taking a look at Lotus's board once again. Not able to find a Blitzcrank 2 to really tie this all together with the Space Groove. Relying on this Nami for the damage going up against Yatsuashi. It is going to be that Shepherd build. And there are 2 artifacts on the Aurelian Soul as he is just melting through each of the targets that he gets on. The front line is not going to be too long for this world, and it comes down to, does the Nami have the damage? And she can't get through the front line fast enough, but it is very close. The Asol quite low, and Nami does pick it up, so that is going to be a fight win for Lotus against Yu Chen, and Kezi does go down, so that is JDG now on life support, as Zeta still, Tidal and Yatsuashi both on win streaks, both holding on to a lot of health.
Wow, this game is so close, and we can look that in the standings, both teams actually won a match, so whoever takes the win in here will take the game. So it's very important to both teams to try to reach the highest cap in the game to secure the victory.
Yeah, all that matters from here on out is that first place. So if Lotus can look for a win out, if Yu Chen can look for a win out, either way it works. But for Lotus to get there, it feels like it has to be the Blitzcrank upgrade to have any chance. And there is a pair, and there it is! Gets both the Tom Kench and the Blitzcrank upgrade. there is a world for Lotus to turn this thing around.
Well, I'm amazed because he was second some HP at the early in the stage, but he was able to go into that level 9 just after that, found the Chojin for the Nami. Her build is quite strong. He has the front line, has the Blitz too. He's looking very good right now.
Yeah, as close as some of these fights were before, now that is a big power upgrade. Going up against Yatsuhashi now, and those Shepherds did end up finding the Sona finally to add to that board. We'll have to see if the damage is there from the Blitzcrank and the Nami. The Nami going to be continuing to chunk through. So much mana generated through not only the Yasuo, but the Shojin. Overall, just creating so much power on this board. But the extra life coming through for that Morgana, she's so tanky. It's an incredibly close fight once again, but Lotus hangs on as Yuchin falls down, and Lotus is the last hope for JDG in this fight.
Yeah, Taito took a huge win against Yuchin. It was such a one-sided fight that Lulu is quite strong. I wonder if Lotus can actually outplace him with the Blitzcrank. I mean, he still have the tools to do so. Let's see the last fights.
Yeah, he was able to take down Yatsuhashi in a very close fight, but we have not seen him take down the terror that is Tidal. He has even 3-starred the Twisted Fate at this point, which did allow for even more power from the Varus. Actually, no, he's Yasuo. He has 2 Yasuo locations, so he's not the Varus. Doesn't get power from the extra 3 stars, but he has been scaling this Pantheon the entire game. So much health, you can't even count the bars on that Pantheon. And it is just going to come down to, can this Lulu do the damage through this? Up against Yatsuhashi for now. The Ghost giving us a little bit of a preview fight, but it's not at full power from Tidal, and it's already close.
Yeah, it's very close, but it all comes down to how it's going to be the fight against the real one, the positioning, and whoever takes the win here, we win the game. And for Zeta, it's quite important because they lost the first game, so they do not want to be facing the elimination game early in the tournament. So this might be very important to Taito, and he has the tools to close it out.
Yeah, and you know what's crazy? You're looking at this Pantheon with all this health, but 2 of these items are made via Cloak. This is a lot of magic resistance already on the front line, and yes, there is Shred, but that is going to be so helpful when the only threat remaining to you is an AP composition, and you have so much of this already built. It just comes down to the damage, frontline versus frontline. Pantheon in good position to just be tanking Nami over and over again. There's not any attack damage really from the other side, so it is just coming down to these abilities, and it is so much tankiness. The Pantheon, it's not even close. He just keeps healing. It just comes down to the backline access, and Nami takes out the Lulu, but it's not enough. Tidal takes the game, and Zeta's going to send us to a game 3. We'll send it down to Damascus on the stage as we continue on, and we get our next one.
Zeta clutching it. It came down all the way to the final 2 players on each team, but Tidal clutching it, and Zeta stays alive for now. An important first match to avoid going immediately to an elimination match tomorrow. Zeta still alive, and it's time for the members of JD Gaming to take a moment in the dugout, reconsider, re-strategize, because game 3 is coming very soon. Time to go for a new strategy.
Was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Zeta Gaming answers right back to tie the series up. We go to once again another game 3 to determine who will be moving forward and who's dropping down. This was probably one of the most normal early games we've had, Stuart, to begin with, but it did get quite chaotic towards the end.
Yeah, the early stages were definitely very normal. There was no like open forts this time around. There was no one going for like any crazy loss streaks or win streaks early on. It all really came down to the emblems. There was a lot of players taking a lot of emblems in this game, and with all them emblems comes high variance. It depends what you get, depends what you reforge into. But it wasn't a member that actually had emblems that won the entire lobby.
Yeah, 100%. Honlian, I was very impressed, or Lotus, now the new name for him, because he got a space group and he got the Bastion. Normally you don't see that come. And he managed to assemble a great composition. He played with actually what the game gave it to me, to him directly, and Tyro was the one that we needed to take the win. And he played also a game that was very risky. Lulu reroll is not something I expected to see. It's very easy to be griefed.
Zeta Division, they built this roster around Tidal, and it seems like it pays off, at least to tie the series up. Tidal being one of the OGs as well as one of the GOATs when it comes to TFT, getting that win. But it's a team effort, though. But let's face it, Tidal had to work hard. Was there a point where JDG could have secured the win?
I think during the early stages, they didn't really have a lot of win-out players, to be fair. You know, when it came to it, you know, we've been in the bot 4, two members. It's very difficult to try and get that win-out, especially when Title has so much HP early on. You know, he has so much HP, as you mentioned, Hoope, the Medallion Lulu, which we don't really get to see too much. But Title bringing it out just shows his variety and his variance in his compositions, that he can pick up any composition he wants.
And speaking of variety, there's a lot of variety when it comes to the Esports World Cup. Plenty of games taking place, and the Level Up documentaries got you covered.
A lot of people are haunted by their past. I'm inspired by it.
They're not just playing for themselves, they're really playing for their entire family.
They have defeated their demons. They have crushed the curse.
Well, Stage 5, as it typically is, was chaotic, and we lost several members on both teams. More specifically, at one point, I thought Zeta, or excuse me, JD Gaming was going to be in a lot of trouble, but Zeta then starts to lose 2 members. It took a lot for them then to come back. Now, when you lose 2 members, especially in this 4v4 style, are you knocking on the door of death? How do you come back from that? Stuart, we'll start with you.
Yeah, you need to try and win out the entire lobby. You know, when you have 2 players in the bottom 4, that's kind of the stress levels start rising. You know, everything becomes under pressure because you need to make sure that you have that win out. You go to that first and second place, but you need to make sure if you get the bot 2, then you try and win out.
We saw Mori here tanking a Nunu over the 3. I mean, he wanted the CC from Nunu. He wanted to make sure the Nunu was doing the CC, the crowd control, to get additional value, so I think it's not the worst decision.
I think it was a bit unlucky that he missed the Nunu 2 as well. You know, he had the Leona 3, but wanted the Nunu 2-star late for the CC for the extra tankiness, but not enough.
This one's fun. Lotus messing up his items, kind of lost the game. What do you think about that? We're getting some analysis in the chat. Do you agree with it?
I think the items are really important, especially when you're trying to itemize your carries as well. You know, making sure that you have the right items, you have the right carries as well. For Lotus, unfortunately, he wasn't able to find his right carry, you know, the cluttered mind in the end, trying to go for that fast level 9, trying to find his carry. Couldn't really find that 5-cost carry that you really want at level 9.
I was kind of shocked when Summertimer, we hyped him up, ended up getting eliminated out in Stage 5 alongside that of Mori. You lose those 2 players, it puts the pressure back onto Tidal. So in that moment for Zeta Division, Stage 5, you've lost 2 players. What is Tidal and Yatsuhashi thinking in that moment? How did they play together to then beat, I believe there was 3 more members remaining on JD Gaming.
Yeah, you cannot play the defense anymore. You have to play to win. So normally we saw Tidal in the first game. He was preserving HP together with Mori to give that to the other players. Right? And then in the end, here, he had to win it all. So he totally committed to himself, maybe playing a little more selfish, but being the hero and taking the win.
All right, well, it's about time to head to the stage. Let's go ahead and do it. It's ready in just a moment. Ooh, we're back. The competitors are getting situated and ready to go very shortly. It comes down to this map number 3. Winner moves forward. The loser, well, they're still alive right in this double elimination bracket. However, they're going to have a lot more work ahead of them as they have to battle through the gauntlet with their key potentially at risk of being crushed. The key, the heart of every competitor, the goal to protect it at all cost. It's crushed. So far are your dreams at this competition. What are we thinking? Zeta, JD Gaming going into game 3. It's almost too close to call.
Yeah, it's too close, and I think Summertime is his time to pop off. He's the most recent crown winner here. Tidal already did it, and Summertime has that aura, has that possibility. He's going for the win now.
So how can he pop off if Tidal is the leader, at least at the moment? You got 4 players, they all want to pop off. How do you determine, like, you're the one to carry the torch?
I think it really comes down to early stages. You know, the augment selection early on is going to be really huge. As you mentioned, you know, you need to understand who is the win-out player early on. If you can understand who the win-out player is, then they can go on and carry for the team.
We see that they're asking permission sometimes. We saw Expeditionists, and they're like, okay, can I get this? Can I be the win-out player? And you talk to the rest of the team, you get the permission, and then you're the one that's funneling all resources to you. So that's very important, and of course, you need to have the confidence from your teammates to do it.
I mean, we mentioned at the start of the series as well about Titus versus Lotus as well, 2 of the most established players, I think, in TFT, you know, Title with multiple Tactician's crowns as well. Lotus was the one in game number 1 carrying. Title was the one in game number 2, so I think it comes down to them 2 as well. Who can be the one that steps up in this game number 3?
That's the question. All right, casters, it's time to get game number 3 started. Take it away, Casanova and Dobbs.
2 series today and 2 series going the distance. Game 3, Zeta Division versus JDG. We had Yushen carry in that game 1, Title carry in game 2. Who's going to bring it together? We heard from the analyst desk, Summertimer's time. Do you think it's summertime, Dobbs, this time in EWC?
Summertime here in Paris. I feel like the series are actually very close. We watched it earlier today, Weibo and T1 being decided on details. And here it comes down to the same thing. I mean, it's very important to have a good start. Back 2 seasons ago, Zeta didn't have a quite good start. They faced Wolves. And they lost, and after that they went to the elimination game and got eliminated. Their key were crushed, but here they're trying to make a statement against the best region, which is China. So let's hope to have a great game now.
And kicking off this game, we have Yasuo and Echo as the gods, and a Twisted Fate encounter is going to leave us with all gold augments this game. What does it generally mean for us with all gold augment games in general?
I feel like the average, it's a common game, nothing crazy like the prismatic augments. You don't have expedition because silver augments comes down to, oh, this is a low quality augment. It's very everybody's gonna be weak unless there is a player with expedition, so that can shake things up. So I feel like Twisted Fate, everybody has a decent chance, and let's see whoever cooks the better game here.
It'll flatten the variance quite a bit. I want to call out the spot for Summertimer early on. Does have 3 Darkstar in, but notably the Cho'Gath 2. 1 cost reroll has fallen off quite a bit. However, Cho'Gath reroll is one that you can consider, and having an upgraded Cho in the early stages is exactly what you would need to potentially go in that direction, as this unit does permanently stack throughout the game, so getting it online early is important.
I feel it's kind of augment dependent. If you have like a treasure hunt augment, that can be a thing. Oh, early learnings.
Early learnings, that is a potential go time, but he does not want it, and instead has Frontline Foundations as the pick, and it's another Cho'Gath. That is a huge hit for Summertimer. 6 Cho'Gaths already. If I've ever seen a go button to go potentially for a reroll line, it would be 6 copies on 2-1.
I mean, this is crazy. We are talking about he aiming to getting the reroll with the value augmented, and he suddenly aims to the most standard opener, and then he got the 6th copy of Cho'Gath. Is he actually going to the Cho'Gath tree, or is just going to play tempo?
Well, the crazy part about it is you get a brawler, and like, of course, like there is a lot of reasons to kind of go in this direction at this point, but I mean, we'll see if Summertimer decides that is his place to be or not, as we have a Space Groove emblem once again, this time for Kezi.
Yeah, I've seen that Kazi already slammed Shojin, which is an item that it goes pretty well with Nami, and having Space Groove Emblem is one of the best emblems to have in the game right now, because you have great shots to stay in the middle placements, and also it also have a great win rate chance.
Yeah, it goes alongside the Stargazer emblem that is with it. We'll try and see what they can use out of that. It'll be the Boar for this time for Stargazer. We had the Medallion last time, which enables that Lulu reroll very heavily, makes it really strong as a win-out comp. His title was able to take advantage of, but the Boar this time not going to be as good for those purposes. We'll see what Kazi can potentially use out of this.
Yeah, here comes Chuchi, and he's playing towards an augment that gives you basically nothing in the early game, a couple, some gold, but later on you have a powerful tool to come back in the game. So he's probably the player that's aiming to play lose streak, and later on he can actually build a great board with it.
Yeah, and both Chuzi and Kezi both have Arbiter for every 4 seconds, 14% chance for Leona, so they're generating Leonas, potentially can go towards that 3-star, as we've seen time and time again, to stabilize front lines when people are able to find that Arbiter in the early game.
Yeah, and here Yatsuhashi going into that Primordial line gives you extra gold. Let's see, he also has calculated loss, so he is the Zeta player that is going into that loss streak line, probably having a lot of gold to roll down a lot in the mid game.
Yeah, I mean, game 1, Yatsuhashi was on loss streak, couldn't get out of it, ends up taking the 8th. I'm not sure, how much was Yatsuhashi's fault there. It felt like he was forced to open fort against the JDG player the entire time. He's playing a good loss streak augment. He plays his cash out well. He hit everything that he needed to on the cash out, and then just ends up taking the losses and falls out. Meanwhile, Yuchin was able to take that loss streak and completely turn things around. So we'll see if Yatsuhashi can convert this time on this loss streak. He's going to have to for Zeta to be able to take down JDG.
Yeah, I've seen that Zeta actually is aiming to that line, right? This kind of strategy. The second time that Yatsuhashi picks the augment that gives him low value in the early game, but a lot of value later on. So they're trusting that Yatsuhashi, despite the fact that he was not great at the game 1, he has the tools to come back and do a decent job in here. So they're trusting their teammate. I respect that.
Well, yeah, and it's amazing to see that much trust go towards the player with the least accolades on this roster. Yatsuhashi has still been to the TAC Crown multiple times. He's still a very, very strong player in his own right. But you look at names like Tidal, Summertimer, who had, both TAC Crown wins. Tidal has 2
Mori
wins.
had a final
Mori made it to a final lobby. So he gets a little bit overshadowed by some of these teammates, and the fact that they all trust him to take the loss streak augment, look for that potential win out in the end of the game is amazing to see. So we do have God of Time for Echo is going to be an artifact after 8 rounds. I think a lot of players will end up there, but I didn't see which hex it was. I don't know if you caught it, but we'll see it in a moment. I'm sure if we do, is a lot of players are also kind of going on Yasuo. So pretty decent split between the two.
Yeah, I mean, over the course of the game, players that are selected artifact, they will scale a little bit more because the artifact is such a powerful items, but the twist is that you're just gonna get that later on.
It is going to be that same hex that we saw in the last game, scaling up that HP. If you're looking at a frontliner that you're going to be using for a long time, this becomes a very appealing selection.
Yeah, for sure. He's probably showing that he's going to use that Leona as well for the whole game. Same as the last game.
If Summertimer is on Cho'Gath, that is a pretty good way to keep scaling that Cho'Gath up.
Look at that.
And it is there. He did take it.
He has 7 units. He has 7 Cho'Gaths already.
Oh.
2 copies away for the Cho'Gath 3.
So this is maybe optimal circumstances for the 1-cost reroll, kind of the last 1-cost remaining that we've seen as far as the recent patches. 1-cost has had some very powerful times over the course of the Space Gods, but this time it really is just the Cho'Gath Lysandra comp that we're seeing a little bit left over.
Yeah, I wonder if he is going to aim to get at Lysandra 3 as well. So quite important to know that he can play either Lysandra or another unit, like Karma Carry or maybe Jhin, depending on the items he has. So it's important to keep an eye on his game plan.
Yeah, it may just depend on how fast he hits the Cho'Gath. If he hits the Cho'Gath and he's on like 3 copies of Lysandra, just push levels and try and find something better. But if while rolling down for the Cho'Gath you see a lot of Lysandras, then you might end up sticking around and try and finish that.
Yes, that's a great approach. We've seen Lotus here not aiming to hold that Lissandra. This is a kind of play that usually the players hold units from the other team, but the one cost is kind of difficult to hold because there are so many in the pool, and then he's not aiming to hold that.
It's why historically we've seen, one cost compositions pop up in 4v4, especially when you can kind of roll them together. There's so many in the pool, and it was a big strategy of Nongshim Red Force and their qualifier to kind of get here. But that patch was way better for one cost, and so we haven't seen much so far. And honestly, we probably won't see that much over the course of this week, but the fact that we get a Cho'Gath is such a treat, especially with those conditions that Summertimer had, as Lotus is going to complete the win streak in Stage 2. Mori and Tidal having small streaks, and then Yatsuhashi is our sole full loss streaker. Chuchi was able to take a 4 loss after just a round 1 win.
One Cho'Gath away for the Cho'Gath 3, but I want to just talk about Lotus. He is the ace of the JD team, and now he is in a great spot, great early game. So let's see if he can cook up a win out of this.
Yeah, but Summertimer on your screen, as you mentioned, one Cho'Gath away, has the Brawler emblem, so as soon as he can find that last Cho, I'm expecting this to just be a level up angle, considering there's only 3 copies of Lissandra. There's always a chance that you can kind of have a bit of unlucky rolls on the Cho'Gath and just find a bunch of Lissandras instead, but we're going to see if Summertimer can find this quickly. He is going to roll down on 3-1 and just try and find it right away, and there's the Cho'Gath 3 on 3-1, and Summertimer can already push to level 5, and he's going to start to look to push even further levels from here.
Yeah, it's quite good. I think he didn't spend a lot of gold on it. And let's see which item he's going to select here. That can be a hint to see which line he's actually playing.
Yeah, that might just be a Dragon Claw on the Cho'Gath. Get the extra HP regen, help him against the AP compositions. You're not going to slam it yet? There it is. Yeah, so it is just going to be the Dragon Claw.
He was waiting to see if he was facing his teammate, and in order to give more damage on the set of player, he just slammed the item. But it's still possible to him to play either like a bruiser line with some random carry at the back, or maybe depending on the next augment that he can get, he also can play Darkstar.
Yeah. The longer these fights go, the better for the Cho'Gath. More casts, more scaling, more feasts. Every time it casts that ability, it is going to scale some HP. Every time it gets a kill with that ability, it's going to scale even more. And with the HP scaling at the start of each round, this Cho'Gath can get pretty tanky for Summertimer over the course of this game. Even potential to win out with the Dark Star, especially if he can end up maybe scaling towards the Karma or the Jin and find it early enough that he can continue to push those levels.
Yeah, I'm impressed that he actually took forward thinking, because the thing is, when you're playing Cho'Gath 3, you want him to be strong in the early game. And when you click forward thinking, you're sacking your gold and just getting that so late in the game. So you're gonna lose tempo. And then I don't think that it's something that you want with Cho'Gath. I wonder what he's planning for this game.
No, I fully agree with you. Usually you would want to be trying to level up very quickly, make sure you can get stuff around the Cho'Gath, and in this spot, there becomes the world where Cho'Gath ends up in a position where he can't stack anymore because you get outscaled too quickly. And maybe he just thinks that he hit early enough that the Cho'Gath is going to do well enough for the next few rounds. And the last few rounds of forward thinking, you're like, hey, it's okay, because I'm going to scale to that end game that we've been talking about. Forward thinking is certainly a way, though, that Summertimer can try and convert this board into a win by getting all that extra gold. So maybe that is the consideration, that Cho'Gath will scale enough from the Yasuo Hex and through at least some of these first few rounds that it can get you there.
Yes, I mean, he will have a bunch of gold, so it ends up if he can actually reach that level 9, or if he's spending the whole gold on H to be strong in the 4-2. So it's important to keep an eye on him, because he's actually trying to cap the board very high, picking this augment.
Yeah, but both Kezi and Chuchi both are on the Leona 3. We saw them both with the Arbiter early that gave that extra Leona per round, and they've both been able to scale up and get those 3 stars. We also have a Teemo 3 for Chuchi, which is going to be that Shepherd comp, but this is early enough that the Teemo is going to be a really nice stabilization piece.
Yeah, he just find his way into that augment that gives you a 3-star one cost. So the
That makes
Teemo was
sense.
perfect
Yeah.
because it matches a lot with the Leona, and you can add a LeBlanc later on in the game, and you can transfer your items. So the game plan that he has in here, it's to scale a little bit up. And then he had so many losses, and getting the Teemo early can help him to reach the final levels in the game.
I didn't even notice because it seems so natural to have a Teemo on that board. So that makes perfect sense, and he's going to be able to scale up. And that makes more sense that he's level 6 already because he wasn't even looking to roll at all, just gets all that value. Meanwhile, Summertimer is still winning some of these combats. He lost the last one, but he's able to pick up this one even without having to spend any of that gold. So if this was his plan, feel like the Cho'Gath is stable enough and he can win a few rounds while still getting towards that forward thinking, it can be so powerful. But Blazing Speed for Echo is going to be another way that you can empower some of these 3-stars and continue to just get even more value out of single units that you've been focusing the entire game.
Fun fact that Echo sometimes give you the buff that gives extra XP, extra HP. So he could have that for the Cho'Gath, but
we can see the third option. Maybe it is.
Yes, maybe there is a chance that we can see a super big Cho'Gath in here.
Is going to be taking a look at Lotus, who has kept the 8-win streak throughout. Still deep into stage 3, having that. Playing around just a Lissandra 2, but with very good AP item slams. Going to be able to pivot this into just the AP flex. We talked a lot about how each of these teams will likely have, maybe an AD flex playing Corki, AP flex playing around probably Nami, Karma, could be Aurelion Soul, right? And then you probably have an Akali player, and then maybe the miscellaneous piece, right? Is the average meta game that we have for 4v4 this time, and it is going to be Lotus in that AP flex slot for JDG for this game. Meanwhile, the AP flex is likely Tidal on the other side, as we see him playing currently around the Psionics.
Yeah, we've seen Taito playing some Aurelion Soul today, and about the Hongblian, he actually the player that likes to cook a lot of 4-cost 3-stars. Quite difficult to see that in 4v4, but on how the games he's playing by him right now he can have a huge streak on this stage, sack the other one, and then go for the legendary units. And here comes a natural Vex.
Yeah,
come on.
Natural Vex to be able to play into this comp early on, already going in the AP direction. Can utilize those items quite well, and I expect that Lotus will end up picking that up. Meanwhile, Tidal barely holding onto that win streak. We had that picture-in-picture there as the Victor held on. 1 unit left. Tidal going to be able to keep that econ going, but his board has fallen off a little bit comparatively to Lotus, who I feel like has just continued to put the pedal to the metal when it comes to this composition. And trying to keep that win streak is going to go against Tidal, so one of them going to have their win streak snapped and end up losing a lot of value. It's going to have to be whether or not Lotus can take this down the front line. Alawi 2 for Tidal. Better front line for Tidal. It feels like a little bit more damage overall from Lotus, but the better front line seems to be king in this spot, as this Alawi just will not go down.
Wow, this Alawi just tanking too much, and the Victor has some great items as well. Could do some amount of damage over time with the Morello. I feel like Lotus is still getting the Vex. He's 1 item away from having Ginsus. That could be a thing.
Meanwhile, Summertimer gone win-loss, 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 but considering he took forward thinking, I don't think you care that much about the streak. You're just kind of, if you can preserve any amount of HP, it feels really nice. And so Summertimer, I think, getting those wins during stage 3 is going to be invaluable.
Yes, totally. I mean, when you take the power forward thinking, if you win a couple rounds, you're already in a great spot, because the augment will pay later.
Yeah, it's comparable to taking something like AFK, right? Like, it's not quite like AFK because you can still position and change your board around, but you'll have no goal. You'll have really not much to do in your rounds, and instead you're going to get that power later. So when you take AFK and you win rounds, often that's bad because you won a loss streak, but if you were to win streak with AFK,
yeah, it's amazing.
You're like, wow, that's incredible. This is so good.
There's like no downside at all.
Yeah. All right, Riven 2 found for Yatsuhashi, as well as a Tom Kench 2, so going to start potentially transitioning this board, as Yatsuhashi has to find this big roll down. He is in the loss streak position, was playing that calculated loss the entire time, and has to find something that he can put together to not just take the 8th place, as he is down to 17 health already.
Wow, this board can cap very high, but he's very low on HP, 10 loss streak. So the Zeta division actually needs him to come back.
Yeah, and I mean, he's going to have to fully stabilize because Juji and Yu Jin are both at 55 and 57 health respectively. It's going to take a lot of time before anyone else is threatening to go 8. But he is going up against Summertimer, and this is a big boy Cho'Gath already. So much HP, though there's not much damage on Summertimer's comp yet, so Yatsuhashi is going to be able to easily find that win at the very least to finally break this loss streak. But this was not the fight that was important yet. It is going to be the next one when he actually has to go against a JDG member that is actually trying to take him down.
Let's see the augment choices in here. A lot of good options. Glide, that's still pretty good. Booster Pack can have some tempo as well. Great units. That's what
looks like.
chose.
Booster Pack is the choice. Ends up finding a Shen.
Oh, Shen's quite good on this board.
Yeah.
He's still on Akali 1 though.
Yeah, this is a bit tough. Level 8 Akali 1. Where's the transition point? What can you find? I mean, is this Graves? The items are pretty good for that if you end up finding some way to get to the 5 cost, but gonna be rolling on 8. Pair of Rammus finds the Kindred 2.
Yeah.
Akali 2. Okay, there's the stabilization point. Needs a front line. Could play around Rammus, but ends up selling it out instead of playing around the 2-star Rammus.
Yeah, didn't trust the Rammus in here, this spot. I feel like Rammus is way better when you're playing Meeples, and when you're not, he doesn't do much. And then he tried to upgrade the Tankage, but he was unable to find it.
Yeah, so going up against Yatsuhashi, he found the Nami, so the back line has finally been upgraded to match the front line. And Yatsuhashi should be one of the strongest players in the entire lobby. And it looks like that is going to be the case, as there is going to be, even with the upgrades that were found in this fight, it's not enough. And Yatsuhashi also getting a ton of gold off of this. What is this augment selection being able to generate so much gold?
I mean, did he have a Sona?
Oh, it was a Sona, I think. Wait, we'll have to see. We'll have to see Yatsuhashi's, because all of those units, all those kills he was getting were dropping gold.
Wow, he got the 6 Dark Star.
He is malicious. He is malicious.
Yes, I mean, he got the best augment that he could ever ask for. Getting an extra Dark Star emblem, it's pretty good, because you can either have the 4 Bruiser and 6 Dark Star. So if he finds a Karma 2-star in here, he'll have a decent board. But with the amount of gold that he had, I think he actually low rolled it quite a lot.
Look, I mean, yes, but look how big this Cho is, and he's just gonna keep getting bigger as this game goes on. Just having to find the backline to support it, though. As you said, he low rolled a little bit on what he could find. He did get the Dark Star emblem, which is huge, but he does need to actually find a true carry. He only has 1-star Karma as the current carry for this, but potentially he's going to want to cap out at Jin later on in this game. And there is a Jin on the other side for Mori that is being played around, as Summertimer is going to take a loss. Yatsu, I think Yatsuhashi was able to find the win once more. We'll have to see as that updates. It was so important because he picked up Malicious, so Yatsuhashi wanted to be able to snowball this big roll down and rebuild that economy. So he takes Malicious, he wins the first fight, generates a ton of gold. It's also good in 4v4 because your teammates can sack for you if they need to, and you can continue to generate that gold.
Yeah, looking for Zeta spot, they're actually in the very difficult place. I don't see a player that is actually having a clear spot to win out. It's not that clear yet. They have the tools. I mean, the Dark Star can build up in there. The Titan have a lot of HP, so they can ramp up. But for now, they still need to hit those upgrades in order to have a decent spot to win.
Yeah, and I mean, currently, right, Yatsuhashi is on 17 life. He's turned the loss streak around. Malicious has given him a lot of additional gold. He has best friends, so he has Combat Og as well as this additional econ he picked up at the end. But it's gonna help him go to 9. He just has to thread the needle here on how many more fights he can take before he starts trying to pump. Because if he can fully econ up, slowly level to 9, and then really put on the pedal, try and create a very big board playing around the Blitzcrank, playing around another 5 cost, loss that he gets to add to this board. That gives so much potential for Yatsuhashi to win this game. Right now, going up against Mori, who is also quite low for Zeta Division. They're going to want a close fight if they can, and it looks like they are going to get it, but maybe a slightly bigger loss for Mori than they wanted.
Yes, Mori just took a lot of damage, sitting on Zaya 1, unable to do the enough damage to transpass the front line from Yatsuhashi. And I feel like Kazi, as an example, has a great spot to contest the Space Groove as well. So the game is very, very close.
Yeah, big thing for Zeta is trying to send Kezi out in 8th from this spot. Mori is the other one, I think, contending him. Yatsuhashi, I think, is stable enough to probably not take the 8th, especially because he has so much gold to work with. If he looks around the board and he has a bunch of JDG members in his pool that he thinks he can't beat, he can spend this money. He can find a way to get there. But for now, if he's not spending it, I imagine that his matchmaking is potentially more Zeta members or players that he thinks he is stronger than currently. So really, Mori versus Kezi for that bottom spot right now. Mori playing around just the 1-star Zaya. It's not doing a great job of pushing through this Leona just yet from Juchi, and it is going to be all that damage from the Teemo. But Teemo at this point should be a little bit outscaled, and it really just is the fact that these are 1-stars, so Mori is struggling to get through the front line.
Wow, I mean, this fight should be easy to Mori if he had Zaya 2, but the Teemo is going to be able to win it out. And I feel that Mori is in trouble because other players are actually starting to hold the Zaya on bench, so it's getting way more difficult to him to actually hit that.
Yeah, this happens anytime you show weakness, we'll say, right? You're not able to find what you need on your roll down. The opponents see it and they're like, well, you have no gold, you're on just a pair. Find all the Zayas, hold them on the bench. Do not let him out because we can send Mori in 8th place, and that is exactly what JDG has done, and potentially that is going to be the case. Mori likely to go 8th place. Yatsuhashi is going to be on the chopping block at 17, but of course he was just able to push 9, continue to level up this board, and really now it comes down to what can Summertimer do? This Cho'Gath's been scaling all game, but is it enough? Does he find the backline to pair with it? Because you look at the HP totals in JDG, currently sitting in 2nd through 5th place with only Tidal at the top and not enough of an HP buffer on Tidal to protect his teammates as he's on a 4-loss streak.
Yeah, here comes the Zaya 2, and I feel like Yatsuhashi has to step up. The team put so much value on his spot, and he also took the Echo, which scales up pretty well, in contrast with the augments that he got. He got a lot of economy augments, and in the other hand, he had a lot of Echo God to actually ramp up his team.
Yeah, and I mean, Mori, we looked away, we looked back, and suddenly this board looks a hell of a lot better. He's got the new front line as well as an upgraded Zaya, but still just on Jin 1. He does have the pair. If he can find the upgrade there in time, maybe there's a world that Mori can hang on long enough, but this is very close. The fact that he has best in slot Zaya is really the saving grace as he takes some damage onto Lotus. That is massive for Zeta. They need to chunk away at these JDG members as much as possible as Summertimer picks up a win as well.
Wow, huge losses to JDG.
Yatsuhashi takes a loss here. This is massive, as Yatsuhashi is in a position that he could be the win-out player with all the gold he was able to generate. He leveled to 9. The upgrades were not there, though. He finally finds a Shen to add to this board, but it's still just 1-star Blitzcrank. The upgrades are not there. He can't find them on this roll down. There is the Blitzcrank pair, but it's not quite enough. He has to find a couple more rounds of stability. Hopefully for Zeta, he can run into Tidal, and Tidal can buy him around, or somebody from JDG that is weak enough for Yatsu to bully.
Let's see the matchmaking. And
Yu Chen. It's going to be the Akali and the Kindred with the frontline Morgana. Is the damage there for Yatsu? It's going to be the Nami hitting onto the Akali, already taking her down, so it's just the Kindred, but the Riven has made it to the backline. This should be a win for Yatsu, and a big one at that.
Wow.
As Mori on the other side, though, is going to go down to Kezi, and is that completely out? He will take the 8th. Mori cannot hold on long enough.
Yeah, Mori didn't find a way into coming back, but at least Yatsuhashi didn't take the loss, because otherwise they would be sitting on 8th and 7th place. That would be almost the end of the line for them, but Yatsuhashi taking the win. He has one more shot to get into that Blitzcrank 2 and then turn out the game.
Meanwhile, Tidal on a 6-loss streak just took another big loss. He just spent a ton of gold. He had 60 gold. He just spent all of it. So hopefully for Zeta, Tidal has been able to stabilize and turn this around because he was in free fall alongside Lotus for the side of JDG, and that's who Zeta needs to fall immediately, is this Aurelion Soul from Lotus. Going up against Tidal, we just saw Tidal spend a ton of gold. He is also on the Aurelion Soul. Doesn't look like the board took that many huge upgrades, but he did go to level 9, so able to get some additional traits in. And it looks like it is going to come down to the Aurelion Soul battle, who can take down the front line first. But there is a Dragon Claw on the front line for Lotus in this AP mirror match. Is it enough? It is not. Tidal going to take down Lotus, and it looks like you'll be able to send him to 7th place.
Oh my god, that fight was actually so close, and whoever would take that win could change the whole fate of this game. So Tidal secured a very important win in that round.
Yeah, meanwhile, Yatsuhashi faces off against Summertimer, and they get a very good loss on a Summertimer, only a 2-unit loss. It's a lot of HP saved for the side of Zeta in this round. A very big win for them, as JDG does have the advantage of overall HP at the top of the tables with Kezi and Yuchin at 35 and 32 respectively.
Look at that Blitzcrank 2-star. He has Ultra BIS. He also have the Anomaly, which is pretty strong. That Ornn is quite strong as well with 2 artifacts. So Yatsuhashi might have a great spot in here.
Yeah, he's turned it around. That extra gold from Malicious, taking as his 3rd augment after he had spiked. He knows he's going to win some fights, gets so much extra gold to allow him to skyrocket to level 9. Now he faces off against Tidal. Tidal did not remove anything for this. They're keeping full power on both sides, believing that Yatsuhashi should be able to deal with it, and considering he does have an artifact that does give a lot of magic resistance, putting it right in front of the Aurelion Soul makes a lot of sense. It's a huge loss for Tidal, but they did need to keep Yatsuhashi alive because they can send Juzi into that 6th place spot, and it looks like that is what happened here.
Wow, look at the face of Tidal. He knows that it's quite an important fight. Yatsuhashi looking very strong. Chuchi just got into that 6th place, so Tidal can actually push Tukin to the bottom side, and if another player of JG falls down in bot 4, Zeta division will be the winner here.
And Yatsuhashi just fought Tidal. They likely shouldn't hit each other. We did have a player eliminated, so there's a small chance they can find each other again. But if they don't, they just have to keep winning their fights, as Yuchin could lose 2 in a row and completely fall out, or 1 big loss at 17 can be enough. We're going to see who his fight is. Looks like we're not seeing him here, as Yatsuhashi is going up against the Kindred Akali. On the other side, it is Tidal versus Kezi. We're just trying to see if the 2 Zeta members can stay alive for now. Tidal having to break through that 3-star Leona with the Space Groove emblem. The rest of his front line has fallen down, and it's up to his damage dealers if they can get it done. The Nami with a little bit too much. It looks like Tidal is going to fall, and we still have a game, as JDG is able to eliminate Tidal, as well as Yuchin falling. Tidal just had to live a little longer, and he could have gotten it done. And now we're at the point where all that matters is the 1st place. If Kezi can hold on, he can clutch it up for JDG.
I mean, what a series. It all come down to the very last fights. It's very important. Zeta bet on Yatsuhashi comeback, and he's still alive. 4-win streak. Kezi also very strong with that space.
Yatsuhashi is saying Summertimer has the best chance.
Wow, I'm impressed actually.
He eliminates himself on Dragon.
Yes, probably they know that Summertime has a better shot against Kezi, but I'm actually very impressed.
Surprised. I thought Yatsuhashi looked strong. I thought there was a chance they'd just kind of play for it, but recognizing that really all that matters is your strongest going up against this, facing this as much as possible. And the Cho is so big. Our analyst said it's Summertimer's time, and it is summertime here in Paris for this Cho'Gath. He's growing like a weed, and he's got a backline protecting him with that Karma trying to get the job done.
This fight's gonna tell us what we can expect, because both players can survive a little bit longer.
See how the Cho'Gath survives going up against this Nami, but it is an AP comp with the Cho'Gath having a Dragon Claw to try and tank up against it. He should be able to hold on for a very long time. giving the Karma everything she needs. And this first fight does not look close. It seems Zeta has made a very good decision in sacrificing Yatsuhashi and leaving it to Summertimer to win 2 in a row, because I don't see how Kezi stabilizes from that fight to a win in 1 round.
I mean, the fight was so one-sided that it's so hard to tell if he can actually come back, even with the Chen 2 stars. So I feel like the Cho just scaled too much already, and he still can upgrade the Jin in order to be even stronger in the next couple of rounds.
All the conditions, all the stars aligning for the Cho'Gath, right? Finds the natural 3 copies, hits it off your augment to get 3 more and a brawler emblem. And then from there, the Yasuo gives you the scaling HP for the entirety of the game. And now this Cho'Gath is such a monstrosity for Summertimer to try and take this game for Zeta Division so they can take down JDG and advance on the winner's side here at EWC. And it looks like Kezi does not have the damage. The Cho'Gath is too tall, he's too strong, and he's gonna nom all of JDG, and Summertimer's gonna take it down.
What an amazing series. And when you have 2 Tactician Crown winners, Taito and Summertimer, you have so much, and you can count on these players. And Taito won one of these games, Summertimer clutched it out. So amazing play by Zeta game.
Relying on those 3 TAC Crown wins, 2 of them from Taito, 1 from Summertimer, knowing that these players can clutch up when they need to, and they absolutely did.
Such a great performance, I feel like, from Zeta, and they actually lost the first game trusting the strategy. Didn't work out, but they have the ways to come back, so they trusted Taito, and then later on Summertimer. This very last game was amazing because it was very close, and JDG was very close to win as well, but the way that the Cho'Gath scaled was scary. He was so tall, he had so much HP that was impossible to kill.
I want to give some flowers to Yatsuhashi as well. First game, they put him in that position to go lost streak, and it goes bad. It goes bad at the end. He ends up taking the 8th, and it doesn't matter. It doesn't shake in game 3, same position. Go for the lost streak, goes down to 5 HP, and is able to bring it all the way back to a 3rd. And from there, as a team, they recognize we have to sacrifice Yatsu and let Summertimer finish it.
I feel like Yatsuhashi was even stronger than the player that finished second, but you actually want to sacrifice the player, so you don't give a chance today to succeed. So it's important to let the strongest to kill him.
Yeah, the matchup was so good for the Cho'Gath, and Summertimer takes it down. Zeta Division picks up the win. We're going to go to a break, but EWC at TFT returns after this.
All right, Zeta gets the job done. They came in strong. Chat didn't believe in them for the predictions. They thought it was going to be JDG. However, it was the opposite. However, I'm proud of my desk because my desk was like, Zeta should be the team to win this, and they in fact got the job done. Well done. That Cho'Gath was insanely big, and as soon as I saw that, I said, I think it's a wrap.
Sometimes the units being big doesn't mean they're strong, but once you get the Cho'Gath as early as stage 2, then you can stack them up so quickly.
Yeah,
the Cosmic Heck as well was just absolutely crazy.
Totally. It's a unit we normally don't see, but in that stat statement, he made it work. Starting amazing, popping off, and he's almost out of the screen because of the size. Perfect spot. Had the Cosmic Hex also to get the additional HP. Perfect win for him, and Zeta takes it all.
Well, Upe, I'm excited for this section. It's going to be the first time we're using a Telestrator on the stage. You've got a big moment. Break it down for me.
Yeah, this is game 1, so I just want us to watch exactly what happens in the beginning. So we have 4 carries here coming up for Suchin, and this is exactly what you want to see. You want to have a moment when you can pop off and you can really win the game with this. So we have 4 carries, and we have in the front a lot of tanks. Why? Because we have this Aument that is one of the best in the game. Fortune strengths give you artifacts throughout the game, and you have the possibility to pop off. Let's speed it up a little, and we see the game itself. This is a double kill for JDG for game 1, and we see that the possibilities here to win it all was in the bench. So there was a chance here to get the Corki 3-star. He didn't manage to do it, so he had to play it out. And in the end, it's just about to wrap in and to get the additional wrap as a possibility. So here, the Saya has a chance to go into this side. The Corki goes into the left, so that's the weak side. And then ag.al has a chance here to pop off and get a little win out of that. He was just too impressed. It was just too much damage. This is the final fight. So you have access to a backline. You have a scaling Vex. You have tanks that are not dying because you have so many artifacts in the front, and this is exactly what you want to see when you win the game. JDG took the first one, and then Zeta just pop off and turn it around.
Yeah, I think you perfectly highlighted the positioning as well. You know, the ag.al wrap into the back line as well. The positioning in this 4v4 format is so important because we talk about strong side and weak side, making sure that players understand that maybe they need to save a little bit of HP, maybe they need to try and win out. Like you said, that double kill in the end for JDG was really huge.
Yeah, well done first and foremost on the telestration. I hope we have more of those sections. I know you're a big fan of the telestrator, and I hope you guys all enjoyed that as well. The emotions are getting big on stage, though, and rightly so. It's only day one. We're going to see some smiles, right? It's still a double elimination. You get a little bit of leeway if you do, in fact, lose, but things do start to hurt, especially when you get to that game 3, and you know your time is coming to an end, at least in the first series. For JDG, they just had to go through that 1v1. Unfortunately, they couldn't win the 1v1, and that's a scowl if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, I think like you said, the 1v1 was really huge, but that was all down to Zeta Division as well. Right at the end of that game number 3, sacrificing Yasutashi, and he actually kind of forfeited, and he was like, okay, the dragon's going to kill me. Summertimer, this is your time to shine. And you mentioned it as well, Hupe, at the start, start of game 3. Summertimer had to be the one to pop off. That Cho'Gath 3-star, really huge. But if they Zeta Division let both of them live, then Kezi had the chance to face the Ghost and save a little bit of HP, and Zeta Division could have played each other.
Reflections, they're good under pressure, and that's exactly what Summertime did. When he won TAC round, he wasn't the favorite, but he got to the final game, and then he clutched it out exactly when he needed to, and that's exactly what you want to do here.
And he clutched here. I mean, obviously in that 1v1, an incredible job. We pointed him out for a reason. The Zeta Division roster was built around Tidal, and Tidal did in fact have his moment in game number 1. But at the end, though, it was Summertimer getting the job done for Zeta Division. Hey, and Stream B is stacking up. It's looking good. Kitty, give me the update.
Welcome into our match recap for our first series. So far, we had WBG 2-1 against T1, where WBG managed to win 2 games in a row. And of course, on Stream B, we had Team Aurora versus Nongshim. The power of friendship, unfortunately, did not prevail, as Team Aurora won the series 2-1, dropping the Nongshim team to the lower bracket. For our upcoming series, we have JDG versus Zeta Division, currently 1-1, and ag.al 2-0 against Mouse, and it was a complete stomp. So let's see what is going to happen for the remaining rounds.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we are keeping the vibes rolling here at the Esports World Cup Damascus. That last match, fire.
Listen, all I love today, only game 3s, right? 2-1, 2-1. There's no such thing as a free match at EWC. It was clutch, it was clean. We move forward, it's about surviving.
And we might be seeing that same trend continue, I'm not gonna lie, because our next match, as you can see behind us, is already being set up. We have Movie Star Koi going head-to-head with Team Vision. Now, I need you guys to understand something, okay? Even though our other squad is called Team Vision, you have to understand, Movie Star Koi, they're the ones who had the vision when it came to last year. They missed qualification, but decided to keep the same roster together and ride it out. And now look at it, it's paying off in their back.
I respect that like crazy, Rob. They were here in 2024. They missed 2025. Lots of teams would have come up with a new roster, new players, whatever. No, they stuck. They know their teams is only banger players. They knew they could make it. They made it this time, and you know they're going to make it count.
And on the side of Team Vision, things are a bit different. This is their first time here with TFT at EWC. However, please understand they are a legitimate title contenders because they won the China qualifier. And if you are moving like that in a region that's that strong, then you already know that means that you are one of the best, the creme de la creme. But that's all qualifiers. It's about what happens right here on the grandest stage of them all at EWC. We're about to get into our next match.
Hello, Rob TV, Damascus. Thank you so much for setting the stage. It's Team Vision versus Movie Star Koi. Now, they said a lot. I just want to recap real quick because these are very important talking points. China, represented by Team Vision, and this is the powerhouse team from China, winning out the competitive China qualifier and arguably one of the strongest contenders we have in the tournament, going against Movie Star Koi, who decided to stick with the same roster that narrowly missed out on EWC just last year. Will the gamble pay off? Well, we're going to find out. Starting with Team Vision, Flancy returns after competing with Twisted Minds last year. He's now with Team Vision. What does that mean?
Yeah, Flancy was a big player last year. Didn't make it out of groups though, unfortunately. You know, a player that's going to want to come back this time around. A player that's had a pretty dominant year as well, has made it to both regionals in China, has made it to 3 TAC crowns as well. So this is a player that, you know, has a lot of strength. And yeah, exactly. Like, has a lot of experience, especially in solo play. In a team environment, he's the one that's coming in. As for the rest of Team Vision, all of them, this is their first time on the main stage as well. A lot of pressure, as well as Movie Star Koi. All of them are brand, all of them new.
Well, both orgs anyways taking a big risk here coming into TFT EWC for the first time ever. And for Movie Star Koi, again, sticking with that same roster, I mean, that's a big risk. Is it a risk that pays off?
I mean, this is the best roster Spain can ever accomplish. So the Spaniards are here and they're friends. Daleson, the Japper, they're in the second place. Reven, the biggest content creator right now for TFT in Spanish. And of course, Safo, who just went right now to Tactician Crown and did a great run. So they know each other. They're able to jab, they're able to be comfortable with conflicts and discussing, and that's a strength here in 4v4.
I mean, the story of Reven is absolutely crazy as well. You know, being picked for the TPC as well, and then his kind of story developed from there. He hasn't had the best of most recent performances, but I think it's a player that can definitely pop up as well. And like you said, you know, that full Spanish team, I feel like Reven really revitalized the kind of scene in Spain as well. Brought in a lot of passion, brought in a lot of players, and this team is definitely one to watch.
Yeah, Spain's only representation in the tournament. What does that mean for the regional pride?
I mean, Spain didn't have a representative in TAC Crown until last set when Reven came there, and after that he popped off. Ibai said, a big content creator, one of the biggest in Hispanic community, okay, Reven opened the door for Spain to actually be on the field right now, and now Safo went to Tactician Crown, also Guillosco went, and now they're here in EWC, so a pop-off for the country itself.
Stuart, to be the best, you got to beat the best, and when it comes to China, they are the powerhouse region. And when you talk about Spain's only representation is here, represented by Movie Star Koi. The region only gets bigger if you continue to improve your region, and it starts by beating a team such as Team Vision.
They definitely have a point to prove. You know, if they're going to want to be one of the best, if they want to try and get out of this group, they need to beat Team Vision. They need to beat some of the best. We know that China are coming in as one of the favorites in terms of the region, as the stage host mentions as well. You know, being able to qualify first place in China is no small margin.
Yeah, and with Flancy in the forefront. Flancy is a player that every person in the Chinese region learned with him. He's a big streamer. He's a person I learned also to learn TFT. The tech from the CN region came to the West because of Flancy, so it's great to have him here, and now maybe he has something up his sleeve and that he can show us.
It's fun watching TFT and hearing the stories about the friendships, but also how big some of these players are when it comes to their streamer profiles, their streamer base. But then, dude, they put that aside to fully grind when, of course, EWC is coming up, because sometimes it's hard to balance the two worlds.
No, I completely agree. I mean, we saw from, you know, we can mention Soju quickly as well in terms of that streamer front as well. We got Reven in this game, who is also a very big streamer. Some of these players are kind of slowing down on streaming because they want to focus so much on this 4v4 tournament because it matters so much to them.
Yeah, for Soju, it was taking time off their stream to actually perform better. Yeah. For Koi, it was the opposite. They've been streaming scrims throughout the day, throughout the week, because they value also their content creation and they think it's good for the people to know 4v4. This is a concept, this is a new format itself that we have for 3 years now in EWC, and people love it. So exactly the harmonization here of 4v4, I think is great, and there's a lot still to run it.
What makes China one of the best regions out there in comparison to Spain, who's a budding community?
Yeah, China for sure is, for them, is the return of the Garden of Greatness, if you will. We remember Huami when started winning in Dragonlance and then stepping it up. And it's a region where everyone was thinking, okay, the super server, this is where we have to go to learn text. Then maybe North America, the Americas, EMEA step it up. And now I believe it's a little more balanced, but they're the OGs of TFT. They're the one who maintain the tech, who play differently, and now maybe the field is a little more balanced.
I mean, I think they can step outside their comfort zone as well. They can play these sort of compositions that no one else plays as well. They can play different play styles as well. They're very adaptable throughout the game. I think we've seen that from last year as well, from obviously Weibo, the winners from last year, being able to adapt, playing lost streaks, being able to play compositions that maybe others are not going to be able to play.
For Movie Star Koi, Revan was mentioned quite a bit. As far as play style goes, where does he feel the most comfortable?
I mean, he's very OTP normally, so he likes to get a comp and really resource management. You're really good at line selection and you can play anything and you can see all multiverse. Reven is the opposite. Reven goes for a comfort zone, but he knows exactly how to play that line and how to play that playstyle. So expect to see him maybe going for reroll angle as a specialty, or maybe he has something up his sleeve that he really wants to play.
Yeah, I mean, you also have the other players as well on Movie Star Koi. You know, Dalasom as well, I think, is a player that, you know, performed pretty well in regionals recently for Space Gods. So these are players that have a lot of experience with this set. Obviously, the set is a lot more balanced. We're seeing some different compositions coming out, like Akali, which we didn't even see at regionals and Space Gods. And there's some adaptation that you have to do from that 1 versus 1 format. It's going to be a close one. I think, you know, Team Vision will probably take this one, but I think Movie Star Koi are no doubters.
All right, well, it's nearly time to get started. We'll be heading to the stage in just a moment.
Welcome one and all back to the hydration station. Of course, with the sun bearing down, we need to stay hydrated to keep our performance absolutely top tier. But fortunately, that's exactly what we're going to be doing here today. My name is coveted, joined from Koi, we've got Dalasom, we've got Sappho as well. If you get that correct, you will take a drink and score a point. Once all of your drinks are gone, you will be the winner of the game and we shall celebrate at the end. Okay. Which champion generally has appeared in the most TFT sets? Yes.
I think can be Yasuo?
It is not correct.
Is it Lux?
Also not correct, it's Jinx. EWC 2024, the grand finals. Who was the runner-up team? Was a little fast? I saw you scratching your eye, but I'm not sure I'm going to take that one.
T1?
It was correct. Take your first drink.
Okay.
I see the grimace. In which TFT set were augments introduced?
It was 6. It was set 6.
Is that your final answer?
Yes. I think so.
Gizmos and Gadgets.
I think so.
The Dragonlance TFT set poster, which dragons were featured on there?
I'll say Aurelion Sol and Shioyu.
I will give that for the... We only needed one, and Aurelion Sol was correct. What's the maximum Voyager you can play that still does something meaningful?
6.
Correct. What is the name of the universe that Teamfight Tactics is a part of?
Runeterra?
Yes, correct.
Nice.
So first of all, I'm going to ask for a champion's attack range. Is that understood?
Yeah.
Okay, and the champion is Vex.
Okay, Vex? Ooh. Think can be a lot of rounds. Is it 5?
It is 5. Sappho, you're the winner. Take your final drink. There you go, it's a little tactician's crown for your head. So Sappho, as our winner here, 5-4.
Yep.
I've got one last true or false question to ask you. Movie Star Koi, they're going to be the winners, or you're going to be the winners of EWC 2026. True or false?
That's the easiest question you have asked. It's the true.
I'll drink to that.
Let's go.
Thank you guys so much for enjoying the hydration station. You're watching Teamfight Tactics at EWC 2026, and we'll see you next time.
Oh, Sappho is hydrated, man. He was knocking those questions out of the park. How do you think you boys would have done?
He missed his mouth a little bit with that last drink. I'm not going to lie.
Why you gotta roast him, man?
I mean, I saw him drink and I was like, wow, maybe he was getting too excited that he won in the end. Yeah, but great piece of content.
Yeah, for sure. Do you guys think you would have done better? Could you have beat him?
Similar.
Similar?
I wouldn't say better, but yeah, very similar for sure.
These guys have a lot of knowledge. You know, these players have a lot more knowledge. We could easily swap places, you know?
Absolutely the case. It's so interesting seeing them answer the questions and truly understanding how much they know. I mean, you have to, especially if you want to be the best in the world. Fun content pieces will keep them coming your way each and every day. Once again on the very stage is going to be Team Vision and movie star Koi as they get ready to go. He's actually enjoying that content piece that probably just played, thinking to himself, I wish I would have done a little bit better to take down Safu. However, even though they were against each other, they'll now be together on that very stage. It's going to be a lot of fun. Trophy in the middle, and again, that means so much to each of the competitors out there. And movie star Koi, as well as Team Vision, for their first time as the organizational standpoint being on that stage, I know this is a big moment and a strong start is needed.
Yeah, it's a big moment for both of these orgs. Like you said, both of them first time here at the main event for EWC. Movie star Koi have tried to qualify before in previous EWCs. Unfortunately, weren't able to, but sticking to the same roster just shows that friendship and everything else. And you can see the emotion of the players. They're all happy. They're all excited to be here.
Okay, well, it looks like the game is going to be starting. Let's send it over to our casters, Panda and Clement.
The first showing of Western TFT here on the A stream, MKOI and the power of friendship versus the #1 seed from CN. It's Team Vision. Clement, I have to ask right away, what are your thoughts, your first takes on this matchup?
Well, I think both of these teams are kind of the battle of the underdogs. We didn't really expect MKOI to actually beat out Gentlemates, Jedusor, Lakoko, a very strong French team, and we didn't really expect Team Vision to come out of CN. They were a last-second pickup. There was a lot of domestic CN organizations that skipped over them, and it was finally Vision, a Saudi Arabian team that said, we're going to take a shot at these guys, and they came out as the first seed. It wasn't Falcons that came out, it was Team Vision.
It's also a very interesting team composition for Team Vision. In particular, someone like Moji, for example. He is known as a coach. He is known as someone who has done a lot of work in elevating certain players from CN, a big study group from the both APAC and CN regions, to perform really highly at TAC rounds. But now he's the one playing. He said, you know what? It's my turn to show you guys what I got.
And we've talked to him about this a lot. It's like, you can't just be known as a coach. You have to get in the ring yourself. You have to prove that you can play at a high level. I think, honestly, he was the reason a lot of the orgs were a little bit hesitant to sign on this team. But MOGG, I think he understands the meta so well. He spends 7 hours a day just going in a lot of the times to the tournament realm and testing things out a lot. So I think Vision is a very cerebral team. They talk amongst themselves a lot. They really are the backbone, along with Zenbai and Koyoi, as the biggest Eastern sort of study group.
And a lot of star power as well with someone like Flancy on the roster. For MKOI, it's going to be a big test, their first big showing on the 4v4 stage here at EWC. A lot of great results individually. For the first time ever, Revan did qualify to attack round last set, Sappho making it this time. Just for the team composition, some extra insights because I know these players quite well. Dalesom is really going to be the ag.al. He's the one calling all the shots. He is the one paying attention to all the details throughout these games. And Sappho is kind of their star player, their kind of X-Factor player, the player that is going to try and go for those win-outs quite often, and a very intuitive and creative player when it comes to TFT. So I definitely have my eyes out on both Sappho and Dalesom, and on Revan in terms of, as we heard on the desk, what kind of OTP, what kind of specific comps he can play to a really high execution rate in this series.
Yeah, I think we all remember when Reverend went to TAC round and he played over half of his games on a single Draven reroll composition, and he did very, very well with it. 3 wins overall. Definitely a one-trick pony. If you want to learn from someone like that, he's your best player to look out. On the other side, for the side of Vision, I would say that Moji is actually typically your win-out player. I have partnered with him in the 4v4 before when he was still playing in APAC, and he's a player that knows what he wants. He's very communicative. If he has a strong spot, he's saying, I'm going to go there. This is the resources I need.
Walking now into game 1, it will be Thresh and Ari as our gods. And it will be a pretty good Akali spot for Flancy here. Maybe Novaflex as well on level 8, but Akali has been the name of the game really across the first 2 series. A really strong combination of emblems here for Flancy. For MOGG, as we saw, it was going to be a savings account, so we're expecting a really big spike on stage 4 in particular, but very low tempo coming out from him in particular for stages 2 and 3.
I have to say, Vision is already going up to a pretty strong start. They opted into a lot of high risk, but they were rewarded properly. I feel like Flancy is in a very strong spot here with his spreading roots, and then you have Darkstar already committed by Zenbai here. So a lot of high caps that are coming out, and I'm really curious to see whether MKOI can actually wrestle the stage 3. I feel like that is the correct counter response if you see someone going for that many high caps.
It's kind of shades of what we saw from T1 and Weibo, where Weibo seemed to be much more stage 4, stage 5 oriented, and T1 seemed to try and up the tempo, up the pressure in stage 3 in particular. We'll see if MKOI tries to follow that lead and play for a similar game plan. But Space Crew +1 for Dalesom, one of the stronger +1 emblems as well. It allows you to play into just a very strong, stable level 8 board with the Nami and the Blitz as well.
Also Riven with a great board setup too. He's getting double sources of the Econ already with the Cluttered Mine and has 3 Timebreaker just starting on 2-2. So a lot of powerhouses. I actually feel like in this case, it's a who can cap higher, because both of these teams are coming in guns blazing, always aiming for the highest cap possible. They're probably not going to play too hard for tempo.
Yeah, none of the team really seems to have kind of a slow start or, you know, a low roll start. I think as you're mentioning, that is going to indicate just higher cap boards overall. Less desperation plays on stage 4, you know, rolling down to 0 gold, not hitting your copies of the units you need. But we'll see what Dalesom can do with his talent in particular, one of the best item holders, I think, throughout the entire set in stage 2. Especially with the Space Group emblem here should help win a lot of these fights. We talk about the power of win streaks early on, the setup for your stage 3 board in particular. I think whoever can dominate stage 2 and 3, especially with 2 players, has a massive lead in terms of trading HP later on in the game.
Yeah, and Koyoe also up to a pretty good start. We actually saw 2 2-star units being upgraded on the side of Team Vision, trying to wrestle away that stage 2 advantage like you were talking about. And I really like Salvage Bin for 4v4. It's one of the best augments because you can build early, and once your other teammates find great spots, you can fill in the rest and reforge your items.
You can play for tempo, you can also play for flexibility, you can play for adaptability, which I think the 2 most important aspects of 4v4 are exactly these 2 things.
Ooh, Mini Recombab is going to be absolutely spicy right here, because as we were talking about, we do have those 2 Team Vision players. They're sitting on that Milo 2, and they also have that Mordekaiser 2. So are they going to take a shot at that, or are they going to just stay in their own lanes? Koyoe with the Mordekaiser 2 already opting in to roll the dice.
If you are playing for high cap, if you are playing for level 9 board, of course, trying to get 2 Ahri picks at some point in the game for the Ahri boon is really important, so players have to factor that in as well. If they are split on this decision, maybe just going for Ahri is a safer play.
Let's see what they get.
It was Ahri.
Okay, never mind, sorry.
XP, thank you, Clement.
I misread the orbs right there. There were a number of players that actually did go for it on the side of Vision. I'm pretty sure Mochi did go for it, and what a good find right there. Right into the Brawlery composition, gets an Urgot too.
With the Bruiser +1, and the Nova +1, and the Gunblade, and the shielding from Urgot in stage 2, I will go ahead and say it now. Flancy will be win streaking the rest of this stage, unless, you know, MKOI has done something absolutely insane with their own main recombobulate, but it's a really strong setup here for this Urgot.
Yeah, we saw a pretty even split across the teams. It mainly has been the side of Vision that has gone for tempo play and going for that Thresh. On the side of MKOI, a lot of them actually opted into more econ options.
It is a Victor here with items. Is there going to be enough shielding and healing from the Urgot? He's moving on to that backline already. And yeah, the Victor's not doing quite enough burst damage. It's just the Omnivamp coming in from Urgot here there's not enough DPS really to take him down at this point in the game.
Yeah, you really need a source of burn early on to take down something like that Urgot too. We're going to be taking a look at some of the boards we haven't seen so far. This was the board I was worried about because you can get punished opting in to that Darkstar line without enough Cho'Gaths. If you look at just the augment, you have to win streak with it to start stacking, and you typically need 2 really strong pointers. You either need 4 Darkstar to start, or you need something like 5 Cho'Gaths. I would say Zimba is actually a little bit behind tempo.
And if you could pick between what you want a 3-star first, either Lissandra or Cho'Gath, because of the scaling nature of Cho'Gath's ability, it's just that much more important in terms of holding the front line and just having an easier time navigating the late game as well and scaling to a board that can cap very high. Especially if you find a Darkstar +1, you can hit 6 Darkstar and 8, for example. You can be one of the strongest players in the lobby. We saw that from Summertimer in that last game.
Yeah, very powerful if you get the Cho'Gath 3 online early. Summertimer got it on 3-1 and was able to get the full stacks right away. Moji on the other side, I think it's very interesting to note that even though his board is almost completely empty, he is keeping on to the 1-cost Space Groove champions. So that's a very clear indication that he's going to be running directly into Dalesom.
And Sappho we saw there with the Rage Blade build, so already indicating he's playing either into Xayah or Kindred most likely. Sappho was one of the players this set that has been playing a lot of Xayah at regionals, at TAC Crown. It is the Huntress for Stargazer, I think not quite the strongest option for Xayah, but if there's no other real route for Sappho going forward, that might be good enough to salvage, a top 4 and just play for placements, play for HP.
Now we're going to go back into the Cho'Gath sweepstakes. This is always the most important part when you're playing this Dark Start. Having that Cho'Gath online early makes such a huge difference. We're taking a look at Zembai's board right here. He's really looking for those tiers. You want to get something like the
Bow, the Adaptive Helm. It's all about, again, scaling that Cho'Gath, right? The more cast you can get, the more HP you can get going forward. Especially at 3-star, you gain more HP per ability bite. So it is a big, big difference.
We're going to find out the answer right here as he pops open the anvil. He should roll a little bit here. Still thinking about this position. Everyone's taking a breather, trying to communicate with each other.
There will be a very important fight between potentially Flancy and Sappho for the extension of the win streak going forward. Of course, reminder, the Urgot 2 on Flancy's board. So hard to take down.
Doesn't have a good hit here for Zembai. Really would have preferred a tier. Is just going to go for the Jeweled Gauntlet for the backline for now. And actually doesn't roll. We'll see if he actually gets rewarded on his 3-2 augments. Koyoi still one of the, fully open players. Just judging by his items, he does have a chance to go for something more along the AP lines. Typically, teams have been going for 2 AP Fast 8 compositions.
You do have flexibility, of course, with Salvage Bin, but your units are your units. You have a Mordekaiser 2, you have Leona's waiting the line. It will be some variant of AP Flex, and I think you talked about it perfectly at the very start of the show today, that AP Flex is going to be kind of that comp that you play if you're homeless. You don't really have a clear direction or path. You will be angling towards some version of AP Flex on stage 4.
Oh, and what a good reward here. Actually gets Prismatic Ticket. Didn't roll a single time and gets rewarded. This can happen usually, but we actually see a lot of players still prefer to roll just a little bit, maybe to 40 gold. Zembai says, I'm not going to roll, I'm going to high roll.
We'll see what the options will be. Obviously, this really throws a wrench in some players' game plans. We're seeing MoGG trying to scale into a very strong late game. A lot of potential future econ from savings account, and then an explosive combat power augment. You haven't committed any items yet, so you can truly play around it perfectly, building out a Rabadons and not building a JG first, for example.
Oh, and actually Zembai chooses not to take Prismatic Ticket, is going to roll his emblems. Does he find a Dark Star or a Brawler? Those are the twos he's looking at.
My goodness. Dark Star +1 and a Rogue +1 to pair with a Kaisa later on stage 4. And Psionic, you can do some kind of interesting stuff with Sona as well, with the Shepherd connection with Lissandra, depending on how your final board ends up looking like. That was a pretty big high roll, and maybe a necessary high roll as well for Team Vision.
Yeah, great find coming in from him. Sappho, on the other hand, might be going into the Gnar reroll line. We see 2 Gnars lined up already, taking up a little bit of his interest. So most likely just committing in that direction. And this is one of those 2-cost lines that if you find the spot for it, still did very, very well at TAC Crown. It's just hard to get into.
Not the star of the show when it comes to the reroll right now. That is something like the Call we've been seeing a lot of, the Jinx even still. But I think Gnar, especially printerless Gnar, where you just don't have to play for 7 Meeple at all, can be very, very strong coming to stage 4.
Now Zembai getting a good burst of synergy right here as he does find the Lissandra 3. This is going to superpower the fact that his first augment requires him to get stacks to continuously feed that dark hole, that black hole on the left of his screen right there. So decent find for him, but still a lot of copies away from the Cho'Gath. Can't really rely on that too much.
Does have the duplicator at the very least, so we have that guarantee only needing the 8 copies to get that Cho'Gath online. But you want to get it online maybe as late as stage 3, but no later than that, ideally, for the scaling in particular.
And Odessa right here trying to play for the full loss streak as well, but was broken before. This is one of the players we haven't seen before, and it's actually going to be the first glimpse at something like a Brawler E that we've seen all tournament.
Very similar game plan to Moji. In this case, is going to have more flexibility around the Pandoras instead of just the straight combat power from the Jeweled Lotus. But both of those players will be spiking on 4-1, and they're both kind of required to win their 4-1 fights. If either player loses after getting that gold injection, it's a really bad sign for your team's chances.
Yeah, especially if you're starting out with a big loss streak like that, you want to stabilize before the opposing player. And I think Moji, for instance, he's clearly going to Space Groove, so he needs to get the roll on before Dallasum. That's going to be the critical tempo point between these two players. And on the other side, I think Odessa, his loss streak was broken, but he has more time since he's playing a completely uncontested composition.
And you lose some gold, of course, but it's not like you're playing Anima, and if your loss streak is broken, the whole game is over. Like, you're still playing for the same, very just low tempo game plan, regardless of your loss streak. A little bit more or less gold doesn't really influence too much. It's going to be more about the APM on that 4-1 roll down, and the stability to go from no board to a perfectly stabilized board on one turn.
Yeah, and we are seeing a lot of players actually picking up the additional interest coming in from Ari, so that just kind of signals that the stage 3 is not really that exciting maybe for this game. I think a lot of players are just looking at the fastest fast 8 roll down they can possibly get, so the tempo is a little bit off from the previous series that we've seen.
Odessa seems to be angling more of a Corki setup. We saw that be kind of one of the stability lines in stage 4 in particular, but a line that can also win out potentially. You can chase 3 stars like we saw some players trying earlier today.
And a very good roll down coming in from Zunbai. Actually hits his Cho'Gath 3 away from 5 copies in 2 turns. So he's right on schedule.
Maybe bad news for Flancy, though, who is on a win streak. Maybe wanted to continue that win streak in stage 3, facing his teammate here. Is the Cho'Gath strong enough to take on the Urgot? It's very close. Lissandra is going to get targeted here by the Belveth, but it looks like it is going to be a fight win for Zenbai. So maybe not exactly ideal for Team Vision. Flancy is still the player with the most HP to trade, so maybe it's time now to start sharing that HP with the rest of his team.
Yeah, the danger is what we're seeing here. Odessa already found a Kindred here, and if you don't get that Kindred early for Flancy, it can slow your composition down by quite a bit. I do expect him to still pick that one up unless he's angling for something like the Corki, but that's kind of a weird direction to go when you have a Gnar player on the side of Safo. So this is one of the most interesting spots actually early on. You can tell where they're trying to go. Picks it up last second.
He's going to hold both options. I think it's going to be important, at least for the first part of your roll down, to flex both. And then once you start hitting a lot in one direction or the next, you can just pivot off of whatever it is you're low rolling on and go into either Corki or the Master Yi.
Yeah, it definitely makes a lot of sense. He's on 50 HP. He wants to keep both of his options open right here. So trying to hold on to both. In the meantime, we're taking a look at Revan. Has been a while since we've seen his board. Did level to 7 aggressively, so he really wants to find this win here. Also going into the Nova composition. It's actually going to be very congested on the AD side, something that we rarely see in 4v4.
This is why I think Odessa will probably be going into Corki. I was going to say it would be interesting if Odessa was the one, playing Nova as well, because he can roll before Flancy most likely with lots of gold on 4-1. And he can potentially try and box Flancy out of playing into the Nova line altogether.
Right, and Moji is still holding on right now. Both Odessa and Moji on over 80 gold right now, so the 4-1 roll downs are going to be massive. I think we can get a side-by-side of them. It's going to be very critical for Moji to kind of break down Dallasum. Dallasum, of course, doesn't have the gold just yet to hit level 8, so he's going to try and rush for those Nami copies. And in the meantime, Odessa needs to figure out where is he going. Is he going into the Brawler E-line where a lot of players are going, or can he get into the Corki?
It will be Corki, full sell on any of the Yi and the Kindreds that we saw earlier on. This is the time to shine for both Moji G and Odessa. They have to stabilize their boards now. They cannot give up any more HP. Nami 2 already found for Moji. We're still missing the Ornn upgrade. We haven't seen any high roll blitzes on 8, which is a pretty important thing you're trying to play for with this much gold. On Odessa's side, this does have the Rammus upgrade, does have the Riven as well. Is that going to be enough?
I think the Riven, too, is definitely going to be strong enough in this time. He just needs some tank items to pass the time. In the meantime, I think Moji also with a very good roll down, so he's kind of passing the buck now to Dallasum. What are you going to do now that I have 4 Nami copies?
And the players who have been kind of coasting through stage 3, winning some fights, losing some fights, the moment they face these two players, they know this is where the lobby tempo is now going. There's a big spike. There's a lot more pressure coming in from the bottom of the standings.
Yeah, and Revan does need to find his spot right here. He's still looking for that Kindred, I think, and Clancy also now has to go for the big roll down. He's still trying to saddle both sides. It is going to come down to this Prismatic Augment. We are in the Graves encounter, so can they find Econ to get them there?
Golden Gamble, a strong option, of course, if you hit the Radiant in particular. Will be Wand Overflow for Safo, a perfect pickup. Only had the Rage Land on LeBlanc, now all of a sudden can go for a 3-item LeBlanc if he wants to build out 2 Rabadon's Death Caps or mix and match with his component that he has right now. Big roll down here for Dallasum as well. trying to flex around the Space Groove line, rolling behind MojiGG, so some of these Namis are already out of the pool.
And Dalisum had to go for Econ, right? He was already behind the curve, has to go for the Commerce Core, but unfortunately isn't able to find the second copy of Nami. And rolling behind someone is very detrimental in 4v4 because once your own teammate hits, everyone else can then deny you on the opposing team. So it's going to be very hard. I feel like there's a good chance he might have to use Riven as a secondary carry.
Need the roll down incredibly strong for both of the MKOI players. We'll see if they can still manage to win some of the key fights here in Stage 4. We talked about it. Stage 2 and 3, very low tempo. Stage 4 now is where a lot of this game will be decided.
Yeah, lots of Fast 8 players. On the other hand, we do have Revan with an artifact pickup, is going to go for Sweet Tooth, and does find something relatively good here. Going on to the Akali, finally gets a copy of Kindred. Hasn't stabilized until he gets that Kindred too, but at least he hits on the initial artifact.
A fight between teammates, you want the closest fight possible, and I mean, it's pretty good. A 2-unit win there for Dalisum up against Revan. Revan starting to fall a little bit on the HP now. Moji has stabilized, Odessa has as well. 2 wins for both of those players. This was their mission, their goal coming into Stage 4, win pretty much every fight if possible in Stage 4 here.
And I'm really curious where Flancy does end up here on his composition. I don't think Dalisum has a chance to really find that Nami too. It's going to be incredibly lucky if he does. For Flancy, on the other hand, you know, I'm wondering if he actually wants to go for that Brawler E. It's a completely open 4-cost line, only contested on the Kindred, or he could go for the sort of Nova Fast 9 play. We haven't got a look at his augments just yet, but here is the answer. Again, it's going to be something akin to the Tempo Nova into the Fast 9.
The call to chaos from Flancy. The Kindred doing her absolute best, but the Riven is doing a lot of work here for Dalisum with both of the emblems here. She can potentially wrap onto the Kindred once this stun goes through, and she does. That is going to be a really big win if it comes through the Golem. Can the Golem clutch it up for Flancy? I think there's just too much power coming out from Nami and Riven here. A big win for Dalisum.
Yeah, a really good find on Dalisum to get that Leona 3 as his main tank. I didn't really pay attention to where that came from, but it's paying dividends in Stage 4.
He was printing Arbiter in Stage 2 and 3, so he had a chance to, I think especially if you're contested on the Space Groove line and you know you're not going for Ornn 3, you know you might not even hit the Ornn 2, on your roll down, having the Leona as this guarantee of stability in the front line for the Nami and the Riven is absolutely massive. Very adaptable play from Dalisum. This last round, we saw both wins from Revan and Odessa and Dalisum, so a really good round for MKOI as a whole in terms of trying to restore and save as much HP as possible.
Coming back really strong for them. It's always important, as we saw in that last Flancy fight, about positioning your Akali, because Akali doesn't usually have enough damage to warrant getting an Edge of Night.
And so it was 4 full wins for MKOI in that pivotal 4-3 round.
And the Nami too. Wow,
the Commerce Core coming in so clutch for Dalisum. Knowing he was contested, knowing he was rolling late, he had to try and find Econ. He found it, and now it's paying dividends.
And Moji now down to his last life right here. Flancy still stuck on missing 1 Kindred, trying to deny Dalisum. He can't sell his Namis at this point. He's going to go up against Koyoi with combat augments going into the Shepherd 2 line. Very strong for him as well, as you do have extra units just in the front with the Teemo and, of course, your Shepherd.
Both players here looking for a long, dragged-out fights for very, very different reasons. LeBlanc on one side, and it's the Golem on the other for Flancy. But it looks like Koyoi's LeBlanc 2 is just strong enough with Hold the Line in particular. A perfect augment for LeBlanc as a whole. Really synergizes really well with what the comp wants to do.
Ooh, Moji takes another loss, down to 3 HP. We just saw Flancy with 3 items on his bench because he knew that he didn't want to put items back in when he didn't have that Kindred 2, when he was still trying to lose for his team. So Moji going 8 would be absolutely huge right here. I feel like Moji played a really strong econ game, good roll down, but didn't really find a secondary carry. Not trying to run the Riven here. Skipped over the Shen earlier on.
This could be a pivotal fight in terms of how the game is going to be structured for Stage 5, in particular how the teams have to adapt. And it will be the mirror match between both Space Groove players, Dalisum versus Moji. The Nami and the Gwen targeting the Riven right away from Dalisum. That could be pretty big. The splash damage coming onto the Riven despite the Rogue. But the Riven stays alive. So much extra healing, so much damage coming out from the Riven that not only finally takes her down, but the full health Nami from Dalisum is going to clutch up the fight. It seems like it's a very close 1v1 at the end. But Moji does go down in 8th. And a very strong message being sent by MKOI coming into Stage 5.
Yeah, even coming in from behind, still able to stabilize on that Nami 2 and clutch out the matchup. Takes Moji down to 8th place. It opens up a whole host of options for MKOI to play this game.
Odessa on his way to 9 as well. This is one of the ways that you can actually try and play for a higher cap on Corki. You don't overroll on 8. You're not donkey rolling the entire stage trying to find Corki 2. You find it relatively early and then you can push 9. You can add in the Bard. You can start adding in a little bit more firepower in the backline.
So I think this game for MKOI right now is pretty much in the bag. They have the best cap out. Now Dallasum has won the mirror matchup in the highest sort of cap board that we've seen in the Space Groove. And now they have a player that is, you know, guaranteed into going to be in top 4. Moji's also in 8th place. If you have those 3 conditions, you just need one more player to get in the top 4 and then you're safe.
Zambak is one of the players we talked about having a really strong setup on stage 3 with a Darkstar high roll on the +1. He also found Hold the Line. 3 different players on Hold the Line, which is incredibly strong augment in terms of combat power in stage 4 onwards, especially with these setups. Darkstar, look at the front line. It's completely full value for the 3 backliners here.
But I will say he is still missing on a lot of the backline damage that he could potentially get. He is trying to hold off of his items right now. Most likely to keep Koyoi, I think, into some sort of curve. If Koyoi can hit that level 9, Shepard, you know, you can add in Sona. He does have like the psionics for a higher cap as well. So he's just trying to make sure that the player with the highest potential cap can also join him in that top 4.
And we're seeing the gold here, right, from Zembai. There's clearly a lull in the pressure being added from Team Vision. They're waiting for a big spike, potentially on 5-2, with the deep roll downs and going to 9. Ari Boon on a lot of the players as well, so some extra combat power coming in from the gods.
This is really important. I think it really separates the good team from the great teams. When you have a player going 8th, you have to know that a lot of times it forces you to go for those 1-2 spots, to go for higher positions, and you have to take damage in order to reach higher cap. Now is their roll down. We get the Bard immediately, enabling also just the conduit to be online.
A Bard 2 would be a huge high roll here as well. A Jin 2 potentially. Revan could be on 1 life. We're now in stage 5. He's on 15 HP, so definitely a player to watch out for to see if the score will be evened out with Moji and Revan potentially going down in 7th and 8th.
Yeah, very late Kindred find coming in for Revan. Now, this is the matchup we want to see. The 2 players currently with the highest caps for their respective teams. Revan might just be walking across the board into the back line. We have seen this happen so many times before. And where did the Riven go?
She disappeared. She went straight into the black hole, into the dark hole from the Darkstar comp. So much burst of damage coming out on that right side from the Cho'Gath plus the Jin plus the Karma as well. Revan stays alive. Very important fight here for MKOI.
Huge win for Revan right there. Koyoi's trying to go level 9. He needs his time to roll down, and there you go. All gold spent for Koyoi. Because of that loss, he decides he cannot play for a higher cap. He is just trying to salvage his position.
That being said, a worrying trend for Dallasum and Safo, both on 2 loss and 3 loss. Odessa suddenly now is maybe the player playing for the win out on the Corki line, which is not maybe what we expected. We'll have to see how exactly he caps out his board on level 9 with that hold the line pickup.
A really strong play from Flancy as well. We were looking at him and just 2-star Akali trying to play tempo, but able to get a 3-win streak coming into stage 5. Incredibly powerful. Now Koyoi might be facing his biggest challenge. 18 HP, he won't go out just this round, but he's not expected to take out Dallasum.
We'll see how far Dallasum is taxed. If Dallasum can stay on 2 lives, it's really important for trading HP as well, going into the end of the stage 5 here. It looks like it will be, it's a very close 1v1 at the end. LeBlanc does just barely win it. Dallasum now down to 1 life as well. 12 HP, that will be an elimination if he does get another loss here in stage 5.
Wow, that was kind of an unlucky positioning matchup. We didn't get Riven going into the backline, was focused relatively early on. It was definitely a winnable fight from Dallasum, but Koyoi with a very good clutch.
It looks like Koyoi is not really going to hit any more of a cap. Donkey rolling on 8. He is just playing for placements. He is just trying to really outplay Dallasum, maybe Safo as well. Maybe sneaking the top 4. Why not?
Looking for that Blitz 2. 1 copy of, a couple more rolls to go. 6 more rolls. Can he find it? That would be a huge boost to this board. Dallasum, you got to get those rolls going in. Stops.
Doesn't have the gold to buy it regardless at this point in time with the Pantheon cell even, but does get the Shen online, does get a little bit more combat power onto the board, a little bit more help for the Riven as well with the shielding.
Yeah, it's all about the Riven positioning right here. He does dodge away onto the right side, so away from the Corki damage, and that will be huge. That should be enough for him to clean up the backline and keep himself alive.
Odessa has the HP to trade for his teammate here. Dallasum alive. Koyoi, does he stay on 2 lives? Does he win this fight? He's up against Odessa, up against Flancy rather, we're seeing there with the Golem in the back. And now Koyui down to 1 life, 5 HP. Sappho also brought down to 4 HP. If both players get eliminated, whoever gets the higher placement could really affect the requirements for the top 4.
We have 4 players on a single life at this point. This is the most pivotal round of the entire match. On the left side, we have Sappho, right side, Koyoi, who can stay alive longer and give their team those critical points. I have to say Koyoi has a much lower cap just from looking at it right here. Is not filling out his front line completely, has to position correctly, has the Alawi on the right side. Is it enough?
It is going to be the LeBlanc mirror match. We do have hold a line on the side for Koyui, could be very impactful. The TGs for Lissandra and Sona with the Lucky Gloves, pretty strong for Sappho as well. A lot of itemized carries. The front line is holding on for long enough, but the Nunu stuns could be absolutely massive towards the latter end of this fight. For now, not too impactful. LeBlanc's still alive. Where does the targeting go? Does Sappho get onto Koyui's LeBlanc?
Down.
Koyui's down as well. That will be elimination for Team Vision. Does Dalesom also stay alive? If so, that could be pretty good news here.
Oh, we're going to get our answer. Odessa does fall down, so if we look at the scores in the bottom so far, it is going to be MKOI with a 2-point advantage. That means for the side of Vision, they need a 1-3 to close out this game on a win.
Do you think Dalesom and Sappho have any win-out potential is the big question, because we thought Odessa maybe might be that player. He's been eliminated now in 5th place.
It does seem like Flancy could still drop a couple of rounds. Zumbai is the strongest player right here. If I'm looking at this Flancy board, it's not exactly a strong board, right? You look at the front line, he's using a Tahm Kench as his main tank, and he has 3 items on the Akali. So I think there's a chance where they actually take down Flancy, but Zumbai might be a bit harder.
Flancy has gone 9, is rolling for the final cap here. Does have the synergy between Baron's Lair and the Golem as well. You're kind of scaling into the later stages of a fight, as long a fight as possible.
And Vex is absolutely huge here. Great find, because once you proc the Akali, the Vex steals all the ADAP, sells it instantly, still wants to go for the 4 Marauder. That's also the correct play. Is he going to have enough time to actually move some items over? Nope, doesn't look like it.
Flancy up against a very big Cho'Gath from his teammates. The Bard added in, the Rogue Emblem on the Bard for now, but all the damage will be coming in on that left side. The items were removed a little bit on the Lissandra, so trying to fight for the closest matchup possible between these 2 players. They're both on more than 1 life. On the side of Sappho and Dalesom, that's an elimination almost for certain here. There's just too little HP to share between these 2 players, and that's Dalesom being taken out in 4th place.
That might be a little bit worrisome for the side of MKOI. Remember, all they need is just to secure a... they need to get a first... no, it's 1-3, right? So they just need a... They just need a second.
Yeah.
No?
Is that going to be a possibility for Sappho? He's on 1 life. I mean, potentially against Zenbai, he could knock him out. But Sappho's board, we saw he was donkey rolling on 8s. He did not look quite strong enough. And Flancy is looking like the player to beat at this point in time.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Actually, Sappho needs to go first right here. So if like Vision get 1-3, they just clinch the game. So it's going to be really hard. I don't think Sappho... I would have given Dalesom a higher chance to actually win out on the game with his space group.
Sappho has gone 9 now, does have all the extra TGs helping out his entire front line, the Sona as well. The LeBlanc, is she going to do enough? Is the 4-cost carry without the further upgrade onto the 5-cost, onto the Vex enough? It looks like it's not going to be the case. Sappho taken down. Team Vision takes over in this game 1.
And congratulations to Flancy. Even though he still looks very puzzled on this game, he's definitely having a good review session. It started out looking pretty dicey for them. Moji obviously lost the 1-to-1 matchup, but Flancy out of nowhere with the early spreading routes was able to stabilize super hard on the Kindred 2, was able to win all of stage 4 and give them enough of a cushion.
And a very strong start here for Team Vision. It's going to be a really hard battle for MKOI. There were, maybe the power of friendship underdogs coming to this matchup against the CN #1 seed. A very uphill battle, but hopefully they're able to force that game 3. They're able to bounce back from this loss. It was really close. It was all about that stage 5, and they couldn't quite handle it.
And I feel like it was those flex spots on Vision that won it for them. They had those early spreading routes into Flancy. They had that Dark Star. Those are the routes that are less treaded by the players, and they're able to take down game 1 of the match.
Well, there it is. Game number 1 has concluded. Team Vision up 1-0 over Movistar Koi. It seems like the Chinese region is looking like the best so far, but what can the Spaniards do to come on back? They're going to have to send your energy their way so they can do their best in the next matchup. Hey, welcome back to the Allianz Vault. I'm Taylor Reflection, Snowball Counterfeit, and Dobbs with me. Good to see you, boys. Dobbs, Team Vision, game number 1.
I mean, quite well played by Flancy, and he recognizes that Moji was going Nate, and then he opted to get Culture Chaos, and he ended up being very strong. 3 is very strong arguments that played through the game for Flancy, and of course, Team Vision.
And I kind of want to bring up sort of the big picture here, because even though for MOGG it didn't ultimately work out going 8, it did mean that control of the win streak and the loss streak was fully under their control for the entire game. I think if you're working under those circumstances, from the games we've seen so far, it's very hard to get the first place you need to win.
Taking a look at the vault, it's all smiles, and rightly so, as Vision take game number 1 in what they would probably consider a comfortable fashion. I mean, look, after all, at the end of the day, this is a team that represents one of the best regions, and in fact, won one of the best region qualifiers, right? So it's up to Movistar Koi to truly prove themselves, again, from the Spaniards. A region that's relatively smaller, newer, now up and coming, forced to come back. Do you think the Spaniards can do it, though? That's the question, because Movistar Koi could set an exciting precedence if they can come back in the series.
I mean, it's a quite difficult job. I mean, they have the tools to do so. They're the up-and-coming Spanish players. Their team actually trusted them. Last year, they didn't quite well in the qualifiers, but this year they were able to be here. So they deserve a shot, right? So it's going to be quite difficult to take down the first seed in China, but I think D'Alesson and Raven can do some quite good job leading the team to a win.
Yeah, well, I mean, still, when we looked at the first half of the game, at least how we came to the top 4, they did have the advantage. I do think they were lacking in the resources to finish out the game in the way they would have liked to, but there was still a lot to like about what Movistar Riders were doing there. As we saw from the content, they are very much a closely cohered family. I think if any team's going to recover from that loss, it's them.
So I guess positivities, you mentioned there were quite a few positives. Let's go into detail. What do you think they did right that they can apply, of course, going into the next game?
Well, I think for me, the HP preservation was very good. Even though they were missing out on the streaks, they made sure they kept multiple different players in position where they could conceivably do very well and win out the game. I mean, ultimately, I'd love to see that combined with at least having one of the streaks, but that's something positive.
Well, I feel like I watched a couple of screams from Movistar Koi, and what stands out for me is that D'Alesson is very communicative. He's very good at shot calling the game, and the other players they're so good at communication. And I feel like this is one of the best tools that you can have in the 4v4.
Well, the club championship race is well underway. We're in week 3. Trav, give me the updates.
ag.al have been presented with a golden opportunity this week in the Esports World Cup. But it's not just that. They come along with strength, confidence, and very good standing in the club championship at the moment. Currently, they're sitting on 1,100 points, with another 1,000 available from Teamfight Tactics if they put in a good performance this week. They absolutely breeze through the qualifiers with 2 2-0s and demolishing their competition. This week, they're presenting 3 fresh players and 1 veteran to try and settle them down into the competition. With this being 4v4, we don't see it too much in Teamfight Tactics, so it could throw a bit of a spanner in the works. Team Vitality at present are in a great spot to get some points on the leaderboard, so ag.al going to have to be preying on their downfall a little bit if they want to be doing well. But it's not just about Teamfight Tactics. This week, ag.al have a great opportunity to spring up into first place with a victory, and that's what they're counting on.
Ooh, like I said, Club Championship update, it's getting spicy, and a lot of those orgs who are at the top are starting to play very, very well in this tournament in TFT, and this is a big moment, especially for the roster of Vitality, who will be coming up next. But for now, we've got Team Vision, Movistar Koi, who are going to be heading into Game 2 relatively shortly. But there's some fun things happening for the Esports World Cup, and I've got former Real Madrid player and Frenchman Karim Benzema, who's going to be doing some type of show match.
All in my core, high step is a layer. I like a movie, just keep moving, it's a trailer. Chopping in my kitchen, got me trying to get my cake up. Thank God for all this coming to me, not straight up. All in my core, high step is a layer. My life like a movie, just keep moving, it's a trailer. Chopping in my kitchen, got me.
EWC, you never know who you're going to run into, and you never know what you're going to go see. Karim Benzema coming through. That's actually big news for the Esports World Cup. Getting lucky, though, sometimes is a fantastic element when it comes to TFT, and you think one of the players actually did get a little bit of luck on their side.
Yeah, I feel like clicking on Singularity for Zembai, and then right after that, he was going into the roots and getting a bunch of emblems. And one of the emblems just comes out to be Dark Star, and then his spot just skyrocketed, and he was in such an amazing spot to help his team to close out the game. And I wonder if this is a thing that Team Visual wants to keep doing, or if they are going to risk it all, or just play safe in the next 2 games.
Well, for Vision, they don't necessarily have to risk it all, at least at this point, right? It's movie star Koi who's got to try and risk it all to come back. And after all, look, they in fact are the underdogs here. Let's face it. So going in to game number 2, it is a must-win, or else they move down to the lower bracket. What are the adjustments you want them to make?
I think, again, we saw some good play for them, generally keeping the HP up, generally playing strong. I think they're going to have to play more aggressively to try and break at least one of these streaks coming into this one. As we discussed for you off screen, this has been a big time in EMEA history for Spanish players who've really been breaking through a lot of ceilings. I think establishing themselves here at EWC is a priority. So I think if we've got to see anything left in the bag of tricks, it's coming out next game.
It's a fun series. Team Vision versus movie star Koi will be heading to the stage in just a moment. Good job, boys. Ooh, the stage is set. The competitors are ready to go once again. It's Team Vision versus movie star Koi. This is not going to be easy for the Spaniards, movie star Koi. Not at all. They've got to come back in this series and tie it up 1-1. And then after that, they've got to win another one. But Team Vision, they are looking poised and ready to go. Coming out from one of the strongest regions TFT has to offer. It's Team Vision versus movie star Koi. Game number 2. Panda and Clement, let's get it started.
Movistar Koi needs to play for the comeback, needs to play for the game 2 win, and I think the biggest change, they need a win-out player. We had no win-out players in that first game. Very strong stage 4. But all of a sudden, when it came to stage 5, Zenbai and Flancy absolutely took over.
And it really was the difference on what you're doing with the players that are playing from behind. If you looked at what Vision was able to do, they actually matched the front runners on the enemy team. The top 2 players were Safo playing Shepherd, and it was Dalasan playing Space Groove. They matched that with Moji, and they matched that with Koyoi. So they made sure that the players that could get high placements were always going to be dragged behind by the players that weren't doing so well.
The problem, I think, was with Safo that he was stuck on 8 for a long time. He couldn't really hit the high cap that you'd expect from that AP Flex player who becomes the win-out player. We'll see if things change here in this game, too. It will be Thresh and Echo as the gods. Echo allowing players to play into kind of that lose streak, huge cash out stage 4 spike that we saw from both Odessa and Moji last game with savings account.
Yeah, there's a lot of different ways that you can play around with the Echo. You do have artifacts. You do have the 30 HP boon that gives you equivalent of 25 gold. So there are a lot more bounce back mechanics in this game. And from what we've seen in game 1, I don't think either of these teams are super heavy on the tempo pushing. They're more about reaching their respective caps.
The Stargazer will be Medallion. We did see a title showcasing just how strong that can be with the Lulu setup earlier on in that Series 2. We are going to have, of course, a component animal start that we're seeing here. So reroll, a little bit of a benefit in terms of trying to find your best in slot, trying to have that, huge carry online as early as stage 3 with 3 items, potentially allowing a lot of tempo to the game.
Oh, Revan did actually have a chance to pick up that Milo, decides against it, and I have to agree, Medallion, whenever you see it, it's very, very powerful as that one of AP flex outs. A lot of times you don't want to contest a level 8, you would rather go onto the Lulu tree right here, so maybe Revan is leaving it for someone else.
Especially with component ambles, right, where you can itemize both the Milio, the Lulu, and the Jax early on, as early as stage 4, really.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised that he didn't attempt to at least save the Milio, especially when he was holding on to the Lulu. But bygones are bygones. We're now looking at 3 different options here. This is the most important round. Everyone has to start communicating who's the most likely win-out player, who's going to play for the tempo. Now, Revan has a chance to get a lot of gold, and because he is on this Space Groove line, might be considering going for something, as we talked about, Space Groove, usually the highest cap of the boards.
There will be some risk involved with picking up advanced loan, of course, on terms of the stage 3 augment that is offered. We're seeing yet again savings account picked up by a player from Team Vision. This time it's Flancy instead of Moji. So it seems like the team overall really values what savings account offers in terms of having that one player who is happy to lose streak stage 2 and stage 3, but then they're able to hopefully come back and take over in stage 4. It wasn't the case last game for Moji, but Flancy is hoping to turn that around.
From what we've seen, Vision really likes to overwhelm the opponents with the number of high cap situations that they can build. We have the savings account, we have a lot of opportunities to go into branching out or going to spreading routes. That's the game style that they like to play. And if someone fails, they are just the griefer against the enemy team. So a very interesting way to play, and that's why they're the first seed.
A scaling arbiter here for Dalesom, mana spent into permanent max health. It is a Zoe pair with some great utility items already slammed here and the concentration augment picked up. If we find the Zoe 2, this could be one of the win streaking boards with some frontline upgrades as well for Dalesom here. And most likely, well, certainly, he will be one of the AP Flex players coming into stage 4.
It's kind of interesting to see someone pick this augment up. It's generally considered only pickable if you have the tempo to go along with it. So I think it has to be some sort of like a team negotiation where, hey, we really need someone going into the Fast 8 AP line. Can you kind of cover that spot for us?
Maybe it's a game 2 gamble where you say, hey, I have a Zoe pair. If I have the Zoe 2, all of a sudden I could be that win streak tempo player. Looking at Safo, he is not the win streak player. It seems like he's on the 2 loss. The open 4 does play now the Cho 2 plus the Pantheon. We'll see if he tries and just fight for some HP preservation here. Has the spatula, has the chance to play into one of the verticals. We'll see if that'll be Darkstar.
And we have Flancy's typical move right here. He's trying to front that he's not going to sell his units, but I'm pretty sure he will if it is the last second and you have Safo in your pool. I guess he just didn't have... Maybe he faced Safo before? He didn't actually sell anything. Very interesting.
We do have the Bruiser +1 for Zembai. Most often, this is played into Yi across this entire set. Just the best holder for it. Of course, with the Akali build coming out, 5 Nova being a comp you can play for, there are a few more options in the late game.
Flancy is going to get his 3 loss streak, even holding 4 units right there, so a good find on his part. In the meantime, Koyoi will fall to the advanced loan.
Ooh. Once again, Mini Recombobulate is offered and Divine Intervention from Echo. A perfect setup for Flancy. Most likely a reason why Flancy picked up Savings account in the first place. He said, hey, I might have some extra synergy coming in from the God Offerings. And this is one of the ways players have found a bit of an edge, a bit of value in this set, trying to align their game plan with the potential God Offerings coming through.
Yeah, you really want to find some potential for late game scaling. That's how TFT works. If you can delay your spike, you usually are rewarded handsomely. And Flancy with Savings account into the Echo Boon God, exactly planning that game out. Only one player going for the mini combobulator, so we'll see who chooses to spike their board.
And for Flancy, his Arbiter is going to be some gold gain off of the interest you have. You have a 9% chance to gain 2 gold, so that is why we're seeing Flancy still playing a board, not fully open to forwarding, and having 3 Arbiter here as well, so bumping up that percentage a tiny bit. Really trying to maximize the gold gain, maximize the chance to get to 7 interest with the savings account. Trying to be a little bit greedy here for his team.
Yeah, I think this is easily punishable, but you could also actually just get ahead because you're getting so much gold. So it's a bit of a risk-taking move on the side of Flancy. In the meantime, Safo, a little bit frustrated. He's not running into Flancy and breaking that streak off of him. Mochi, on the other hand, is also trying to go for a full loss streak. Will get broken right here, but he already has his 3 Primordian online, so I don't think Mochi's too unhappy with that. Also is picking the Warlord's Honor, so most likely going to go for a 2-cost reroll.
Most likely that will be Akali, of course, for the board he has currently set up. Does have the 2-component Anvil still unpopped, so has some flexibility around either the Akali or the Jinx, we haven't seen too much of since Akali became kind of the star of the show in the 2-cost space.
Can Flancy actually get away with this? He's playing super greedy, getting maximum gold from his Arbiter, and still playing a bunch of units when you have Safo in your pool, when you know he's trying to break your streak. This is a calculated play by him. If he gets away with it, then it's genius on both ends.
We'll see if the matchup will come through. Both players on their 4 loss, trying to maximize the econ generation. Safo does not sell his board. Flancy does.
Oh, okay. There we go.
And they do not face each other, so Safo is rewarded with his frontline Caitlyn. He will be losing this fight, of course, against Odessa, who we're seeing now is playing towards a replicator backline at the current moment.
Flancy is just telling his teammates, I told you I wouldn't run into him. I should have kept everything online. But I think that was the right move. When you have a 4-loss streak, you don't really want to risk it and break it, even with the Arbiter income coming in. Like, it's 12%. You're not guaranteed to really find that many hits on it. So I actually like this move by Flancy.
For Dalesom, no Zoe 2, no problem. Still a 5 win streak. So the attempt into playing the AP flex into a win streak, high tempo start has paid off for Dalesom here, and he's close to a big power spike, right? With both the Zoe 2 and the Leona 2. We'll see what his 3-2 augment is. Incredibly important. He'll have to decide if he wants to play for even more tempo and to defend a win streak, or for more of a late game scaling plan.
And there are a couple of game plans we haven't touched on just yet. Koyoyi here on 97 HP, kind of playing that middle bruiser position. We're not sure where he's going to go with that. And also Sappho and Odessa. But still, we'll have to take a peek at their game plans. But just looking at, for now, we do have a slight HP advantage on the side of MKOI.
Leona 2 is big here from Dalesom from the Orbs. Doesn't have a Leona print, so pretty impactful to just find it naturally, help out the front line. Of course, he does need some backline, which is why the Victor comes in here to try and help the Zoe dish out some important damage in this conduit line.
And he's found great items as well. Gets the Jeweled Gauntlet while 100 streaking. You can't really ask for more in this starting position.
Can Zembai beat him if they face off here on 3-1? Those are the two players who are really trying to play for the high tempo win streak, who are trying to preserve HP for their team as a whole. And Dalesom says, I'm going to put it all in. I get a Gwen too. Does he put it in time? I don't think he did. He plays the Cho'Gath, it looks like, instead. Is that going to be the fight difference? You are playing up against Zembai here, who has slammed all of his items onto the Briar.
Yeah, and Zembai is heading just for the Space Groove composition right here. The Briar has not been focused down just yet, but the frontline difference is so massive for Dalesom that he should be able to just crunch through Zembai's composition.
Koyui slowly becoming a win streak player now as well on a 3-win streak. The 3-2 augment round coming through. It is going to be gold augment, so Revan is not quite punished. It's going to be hitting a silver augment here. I think the best possible outcome you could have hoped for. We'll see what Revan can do to turn this HP around for his team.
Does look like he's just opting into the Lulu line here, but when you're playing Medallion, you really want a lot of these extra copies, right? Every single 3-star is going to give that much more damage amp to your comp. Rolling down heavily, really wants to find either the Milio 2 or the Lulu 2 to kind of stabilize his backline items. Hasn't hit either just yet, but he should be fine. Stopping at 40, I think, is a great call.
Lulu pair, Jax pair. The Lulu would be big because you just print more gold as well with Medallion. And we do see the Revan does find the Lulu too, so really important. It looks like it will be Revan, and that is him trying to add some pressure, add some tempo to the stage 3 here. An early ASOL for Dalesom. 4 Conduit already online for the win streak player from MKOI. Very good news for the stage 3 here.
Yeah, and I don't think I've seen many people actually go into this augment, picking up a double Arbiter catch-outs right there. That has to be some 4v4 secret tech that we're seeing here.
And reminder for Dalesom, his Arbiter was every 4 seconds you have a... No, actually it was the 50 mana gain permanent max health. So Dalesom is really trying to scale into the late game with his current build.
Super interesting builds coming out. In the meantime, for Moji, we kind of expected him going into this direction, playing around the Akali, but no Akali 2 after rolling down very, very deep.
That's Dalesom's shop. He found 3 Zoes. He picks them all up and slows down the opposing potential 2-cost reroller, playing on the Zoe while also thinning the pool for his own 2-cost with the Akali. So a really important pickup there for Moji.
Yeah, but can he actually win streak with this board? After you roll down, after you hit Warlords, you really want to start taking over the game here. He's still missing on that Guard Breaker, Striker's Flail, and missing on the Hextech Gunblade. So I'm not sure the items are actually enough to wrestle stage 3 away from the opposing players.
Facing off against Odessa, we're seeing here he is moving into the AD space with the Last Whisper with the Striker's Flail, most likely indicating that Odessa will be playing into the Corki line yet again. That was the spot he played for last game. It worked out okay, ended up going 5th. Odessa might be the OTP AD flex player potentially on the team.
I was kind of surprised. I felt like the Corki should have done better being completely uncontested with the Radiant item hit, but it was still 5th place, which just goes to show you why a lot of these players are going to go for the potential for the AP flexes mainly. We do have the just the magical box being selected mainly by all of the players here. People don't want to sacrifice rounds towards Echo, want the immediate power.
We'll see what the mystery loot ends up being for the players who are hoping to add a little bit more variance to their game even.
Yeah, typically you just get a big bunch of gold. You could get a 5 cost, which is also very important.
Oh, Flancy is sending a message to the rest of the lobby. I'm playing Misfits, I'm playing Fast 9, I have savings accounts, I'm maybe skipping level 8 altogether, and playing for the true 1 HP win out type of game plan. High risk, high reward. If he makes the level 9 board with all the different unique trades coming in, it's so much extra HP on the board. Double Rage Blade Slam here on the Milio.
This is some risky business coming in from Flancy. I really appreciate this so far. In 4v4, a lot of times, if you can communicate with your teammates, you know your teammates aren't playing a super heavy stage 4, then you can kind of do this. You can get away by matchmaking, but
he's going to be so rich. He's level 7, 70 gold, savings account not procced yet, Arbiter printing gold, Timebreaker already online. Ooh. It's a lot of econ generation coming out from Flancy. He has moved the slider all the way to the end. Maximum econ gain and maybe maximum risk as well if he misses on his roll down on level 9. It might be a 4-5 potentially, depending how much gold he's going to have. We're seeing already the proc coming out here for Flancy. He could stabilize on 8, but I don't think he's rich enough to heavy roll on 8 and then still make it to 9 and play for 5 costs.
Yeah, I feel like you have to go straight level 9 at this point. The 4-2 augment's going to be huge. I feel like he does have enough gold to actually make it to 4-2 before he starts that roll down, but if he misses on another econ option, this is not actually enough gold to stabilize on a Fast 9 board.
Also the Stair Axe and the open cloak and the glove is great for TG, but we'll see what he ends up having for his natural components for tank items going into the stage 4 as well. Up against Zenbai here, who is playing around the Brawler +1 on the Gwen for now.
This is very good positioning from the side of Zenbai. He's actually feeding a couple of spare units to the side of Flancy. This is something that Vision really likes to do in their scrims, or it's just like, hey, I'll put a couple of units here, you can take them off the board. Unfortunately for that, still not enough damage, but the idea was there.
LeBlanc comes in here. You can play around the Arbiter as well. You have the Rage Blade Slams, can potentially be a segue unit in stage 4 instead of the Milio here. We'll see if you can fit it on level 8. Should be a pretty clean fit here. And you're almost going 8 above 70 gold here for Flancy.
And we have to see what he hits on the Divine Intervention. One of the few players to actually pick that one up. You can get a lot of extra gold for it, so maybe that was the one he was playing around. About 20 gold, there's no champion dupes, so I think he just got straight gold.
It's a really interesting, just overall game plan from Flancy. Great vision to pair all these different things together. His augment selection, the tempo of the lobby, his god picks as well to try and play a very risky game plan. Does get the TG, does get 2 more component anvils as well.
Great vision for the team vision. Am I right?
That's the alley-oop, Clement. You got it.
Okay, thank you.
There was no defense. You scored, buddy.
All right, we're going to be taking a look at Odessa and where he pivots his game plan to. He still has an open, but no Reforger, though.
And no Corki. Is holding Nami's, potentially no one on MKOI playing into Space Crew, so they're trying to deny immediately right away, but that is sacrificing. No Nami's. Who's your carry here? It's going to be Riven and Milio. You're making the Nami 2 here. It's going to be a really shaky stage 4 from Odessa, who's at 45 HP already.
Yeah, he really needs to hit on the next augment to get a Reforger, get better chances. He really wants the Meeple coming in here. He can build a Rogue if he wants to here, but no Corki, so he's still looking at his options.
Odessa trying to make this a pretty clean loss, or maybe even a win if he feels he's already too low HP. No more real damage dealers. Can the Zoe take it down? She doesn't have that much frontline burst. Looks like it might not be enough, actually. I think it's a good thing, right? That has a lot of extra HP. Wants to keep Odessa a little bit more healthy coming into the stage 4.
Building the Nami 2 just to keep away from, I believe, Moji's board. We are going to be taking a look at Flancy's side to see if he can fit even more econ. Doesn't find it just yet. Has malicious monetization, is thinking about it, is forced to go into it, and here we go. The biggest roll down to see if he can find all those 5 costs with the unique traits coming in. Graves already found.
Wow.
Graves 2 on 4-2. Wow.
Fiora pair as well. If he finds Fiora 2, that could be enough to stabilize. No copies of Vex. Remember, he did build 2 Rage Blades, so he is really indexing on finding a Vex as his main carry throughout the stage 4 and the stage 5. Missing a lot of frontline upgrades as well, and the gold has already disappeared. Could be a little bit scary here for Flancy. On the side of Koyui, he's also holding 3 Corkis, making Odessa's life as difficult as possible, but he also has not found his upgrade on the Blanc, so we're seeing a lot of low rolls on the roll downs for both of the players here.
Everyone just punching down at this point. Koyote trying to play around that Lysandra 3 as his main carry. On the other side for Flancy, he's trying to keep his tank line alive, trying to buy time for that Vex to actually come in onto the board right here. The Graves 2 is huge. Once he gets a couple of tank options going, I believe you get the Assault Frame. That should stabilize his board good enough.
Akali does not kill the Graves. The Graves does stay alive. It should be a win here for Flancy. He does stabilize. This would be an enormous win if Safo was able to take down Flancy to potentially 1 life in this stage 4. But Flancy has done enough. He's bought some time for himself here.
Right, and we do have the Assault Frame just coming through. The next question is, can he just find any of those Vexes? That's a big hit for him. Blitzcrank going in over the Kindred, should sell the Kindred. If he can hit Vex 2, that would also be, get Jin 2, that would also be good enough to stabilize. Last roll's coming in, doesn't find it just yet.
A tough shop here, might have to lock if he wants to preserve everything else. The Ross is really the only thing in the front line holding it down for the Graves. The Sterax on the Fjorda will help a tiny bit off of this TG, as will the red buff here. Getting some anti-heal online up against Odessa. Odessa has found at least 1 copy of the Corki. Is that going to be enough? I think it's another big test for Flancy. Both players on the bottom of the HP standings right now.
Should be kind of difficult for just the 1-star Corki to be taking down this this front line coming in from the
Misfits.
3 costs. Yep, sorry.
Looking at Safo, he did lose a fight against Flancy. We're seeing the heavy as the crown onto Koyui's LeBlanc. Is it enough to scale into the fight? No, the Kindred does win. Safo, a very important win against Koyui here. Look at the HP totals for Team Vision. Zembai is looking healthy, but everyone else is on the bottom 4 of the standings.
Yeah, we have 3 members just clustered around all the way from 5 to 7. Next boon coming in here is going to be another Thresh boon. Didn't really catch what it was. I feel like it was another mystery box.
We do have a duplicator still here for, I believe this is Dalisom's board with a 5 conduit. Big question, Revan, Dalisom on the Zoe and the Lulu, have they hit their upgrades? And right now the answer is no. 1 off of the Leona, 1 off the Mordekaiser, 2 off of the Zoe. We know Moji was holding a lot of the units. He was the griefer for Team Vision, and we're seeing so close yet so far for both of these players.
Yeah, I feel like Dalisom's game plan is really slowed down. He does still have 1 extra duplicator here, so is going to use that for the Zoe when he finds the last copy. But so far, this is not going to be able to make use of his augment to actually win stage 4.
Low roll augment as well for Dalisom. 4-2 Pandoras is never a good sign for a high cap game plan. We talked about the no win out players in game 1 for MKOI. It might be the similar case in this game 2. Team matchup between Dalisom and Safo on the left-hand side. Revan printing some gold with a Lulu, but we're still missing the 3-star copies. Is this board strong enough to win some fights in stage 4 against the level 8 4-cost players? The answer right now is going to be no.
Yep, Akali not focused on early enough. Flancy continues to scale up, actually on a 4-win streak, very clearly now as the win-out player.
There's a Vex.
Also the Fiora too, so I think Flancy is set. We don't even have to look at his board. I feel like he's just going straight first at the moment. The question is, who on the side of MKOI can actually stop this? Who is the win-out player once again?
And if Flancy's going first and Zembai is this healthy, it is looking pretty good for Team Vision, no matter what Koyui and Moji do, despite them being on 2 losses right now. I think Moji has been kind of the econ player holding down so many of the units, trying to grief, just trying to get maybe an outplacement on Odessa, for example, and his job, his duty is done for this game too.
Yeah, we have seen a lot of these Akali players. They just play tempo Akali, they get the Akali 2, they straight level, they make sure the HP is high enough, and that's just a job well done, finished already. On the other hand, for Zembai, even though he hasn't been able to hit his Nami 2, it's been denied very heavily, he's still super healthy, and he has enough combat augments that I feel like he's going to go get a top 4 regardless.
And he has a Blitz pair on 8s, always a good sign if you're a Space Group player. If you can high roll a Blitz 2 somehow on level 8, you are in a very good position to go straight to 9 and to stabilize your game plan as well. Odessa does get the Riven 2. Is that enough to continue this little win streak that he has going now?
Playing around for the 4 Bastion Riven. He's still missing a lot of his frontline upgrades and a backline item coming in for his secondary carry right here. So we'll see if this item is enough. He instantly took it because he still needed gold. So a lot of times when you do that, you're just like, you're just kind of forced into that situation. It seems decent enough though. TG built already, has another damage item. I feel like this was a decent find from the treasure roll.
Matchmaking going to be really important here. Moji, on his last life, has still not given up on his griefing duties. He's still holding the Zoes. He's still holding, well, just hold off the Lulu there. If Moji goes down, those Zoes are back in the pool. If Dalisum is not hit yet, that could be his chance to hit his next big power spike.
Yeah, we do have two players. Safo trying to sack for his teammate. 3 items on the bench right here. In the meantime, Moji, he's just trying to keep himself alive as soon as possible. This is how Vision plays. They scout who's your best player, and then they just try to drag him through the mud. Dalisum is not having a good time facing up against Moji.
It will be Zenbai versus Moji. Items have been removed from the Blitz, it seems like, but not from the Nami. Is this board going to be strong enough from Zenbai to maybe accidentally eliminate Moji in 8th place yet again in this game too? A very important fight here for Team Vision.
There is a world where you could take 11 damage, but isn't looking likely so far. Zenbai is just going to crush Moji. And the question now is, can Dalisum actually stay alive after this pivot? If he can find that brief window before getting eliminated or hitting his Zoe 3 and stabilizing, it could swing the game massively.
He held on to 10 gold at the very least, does find the Zoe right away, does have a duplicator, does have the Zoe 3 now. Is it enough? Is the Leona going to hold on for long enough? Remember, she has been scaling with a permanent max HP that he's had in from the very beginning of stage 2, but it's a 6-loss streak. Is the Zoe going to magically fix this? Does he have someone like Flancy in his pool, for example?
Yeah, I can't believe this is just giving me deja vu. The same game plan. Moji runs directly into Dalisum. He's like, oh, you're the team's captain. Well, I'm actually the least individually accomplished member on the team. I'm going to run into you over and over again.
Uh-oh, it's Revan versus Dalisum. Revan has the Lulu 3 now. Hasn't removed any items. Is Dalisum strong enough to survive it? He's on 15 HP. He could take a very small loss and still live for one more fight. Look at the gold generation from the Lulu on the medallion. The cast comes through from the Zoe. One last cast could maybe save this, but no. He does stay alive though on 1 HP. A calculated loss if I've ever seen one.
Wow, Revan actually slammed 2 items after spotting Dalisum, and he still doesn't eliminate his teammate. That was some expert level calculations.
Optimal fight judging. Odessa has also turned things around. A 4-win streak now for the Corki player, just trying to fight for extra placements. Flancy, as we know, he is one of the strongest players as well. I think he'll be soaring up the HP totals coming throughout the rest of this stage 5. Can MKOI come back, Clement? That's a big question.
Ooh, they definitely can. Odessa has a very strong board at the moment. Double carries already leveled up, but it's about who runs into Flancy. And this is the best situation for Flancy. The Ghost gets to run into Dalisum.
And Dalisum might not be strong enough. There's so many 5-cost upgrades. The Fiora dishing out damage, the Vex dishing out damage, so much extra HP from Misfits. Look at these HP bars. The units are not being taken down. The Zoe has been vanquished by the Fiora, and that is Dalisum being sent out in 7th place. Odessa also takes a loss. He's down now to 3 HP. Safo and Revan holding on, but I mean, Flancy, he's coming for you guys.
Yeah, after looking at Odessa's board, I actually have to revert my statement. Odessa is not going to be the one saving the lobby. Once again, I feel like this Corki composition just isn't strong enough in terms of its raw power. He was 5th place in the previous game, most likely going to go for a 5th again here. That was just great from Flancy, able to take HPs off of 2 players at the same time.
And I'm starting to get deja vu from game number 1. I think it's going to be a very similar situation. Not enough of a high cap game plan from Safo or Revan. Odessa going out in 5th or 6th. And in the end, this might just be a Team Vision 2-0 sweep against MKOI. We'll see what Odessa can do here. As you said, he's too far away from level 9. He's too far away from the Bard 2. That would be the next big cap.
The Riven might be finding herself in a strong position to go into the back line. She loses the Assassin a little bit too early, and the frontline carries are also dead on the right side. That was tragic positioning from Odessa, who will be falling down right here. There was a potential for a wrap, but not enough tank line actually attributed to the right side of the board.
Same exact situation as in game 1, a 6th, 7th here for Dalisum and Odessa. It's going to be 2 players out already from MKOI, forcing a 1-3 from Safo and Revan, but Flancy did take a loss. I believe that might have been a
intentional
trade. Yeah, a trade to his teammates. I don't think it could be anything else, considering how strong his board has looked throughout the last 2 stages.
Yeah, that's how confident they are. Even knowing it puts Flancy in 1 life, they're willing to take items off the graves to just make sure that Koyoi might even go, might survive longer than Odessa. So their game plan has succeeded so far. Taking a look at Safo's board, unfortunately, he doesn't have the cap out potential either. it is a very strong Nova board, but unless you can get the Nova onto something like a Fiora, it's not usually going to win against a Misfit.
Well, Fiora 2 in particular, it's still just Fiora 1 for Safwan. There's just so much HP coming out from Misfits onto this 5-cost board. We've hit all the upgrades. We're seeing just the absolute rampage here from Flancy. It is not even close, let's be honest. He is absolutely taking over the lobby. Koyui also doing his job against his teammate, against Zembai. Both staying alive, that was the goal of this fight.
And Revan now down to 3 HP. If Revan drops out, the game is officially over, and so will the match. They are looking on the precipice, being forced into the lower bracket very early on. Revan was playing a reroll composition. I'm not sure he has the cap to fight against something like this.
And it will have to be a win for Revan. There's no chance to outplace when you're 7 HP below the next player, which is Zembai from Team Vision coming into this next fight. We're moving into stage 6. Huge losses, or huge HP tax on the losses here. It's a really close lobby, but I think we kind of see the power of Flancy, who has, the moment he stabilized level 9, he has been in complete control, the puppeteer taking over the game and really signaling how it'll end.
Yeah, we're taking a look at Revan's board right now. He's still 1 copy away from the Jax. He has had a lot of gold generation from the medallion, but unfortunately not getting his main take. It's just as
Is it enough? Jax 3 has been found. You have the uplink. We talked about the component anvils being able to itemize the Milio, the Jax, the Lulu, the Maokai as well, who has been 3-starred. A lot of frontline.
Is going to be running into Zembai. Zembai is considered some of the weaker boards on the side of Vision. This is the first step towards the end point comeback. It's not going to get any easier from here.
Revan can also go 8 if he wins this fight. He has a chance to scale a little bit more with the Lulu gold generation, but already the Blitzcrank is moving towards the backline. There's not enough burst just yet from the Milio and the Lulu. The Lulu is attacking the backline, but the Nami is onto the Lulu. Revan's taken down in 5th place. It's a blowout win for Team Vision. Koyu also going down, but a smaller loss in the end. And MKOI, again, we're missing that win-out player.
The final boss, Flancy, on the side of Team Vision, didn't even have to do the eliminations. The rest of the team had enough tempo to carry on the game plan itself. If I look over at this series, I have to say I've not been very satisfied with the Odessa game plan. Both times he goes straight for the Corki, but it doesn't actually drag down the opposing team's player. It's usually a 5th place, so it seems like a wasted slot on their side.
Crazy 2-0 sweep here from Team Vision. Even Moji, who won 8th both games, he did his job. He dragged down Lalisom, holding onto the Zoes. He dragged down Revan, not allowing him to hit the Lulu in time. Overall, really clean gameplay and team play in particular from Team Vision, the CN #1 seed coming into EWC.
Great way to actually approach 4v4. I call it the Hungry Ghost strategy, where you just send one of your players to just annoy the other team's captain, you drag them down with you, and if he goes 8th place, suddenly Flancy is wide open to take the first.
And the MVP, I think, is as we all expected from Team Vision, was Flancy. Just stellar play, stellar understanding of what he had to do in both of those games, and he really was the carry for Team Vision.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
We knew it was going to be a tough series for the Spaniards and movie star Koi, and it indeed was. Team Vision get the 2-0 win, and they will officially be moving forward. However, movie star Koi, if you're a fan of them, don't worry, it's double elimination. They still have the very real chance to continue in the tournament, but they're going to have to play seriously and protect their key, because they will now drop to the lower bracket. Team Vision, a team that went through the gauntlet, were the most dominant team in their qualification for their region, and rightly so, the winners of this series. And Flancy, we hyped him up, man. This guy was incredible.
I mean, his first game, he showed an amazing game. And in the second one, I think it was even better. Because on the early game, he got an economy augment. And then later on, he saw the angle to play Misfits, which is an incredible augment. And I think the Movistar Koi didn't have the answers to fight Flancing back when he had such an amazing spot like that.
Yeah, Flancy was set up for top one very early on. You filled me in on that, Counterfeits. And obviously for this, for Flancy's perspective, is it a bit risky to commit everything, but all your eggs in one basket and bank on the fact Flancy finishes top one?
Well, I mean, you've got to put your eggs somewhere if you're going to be able to win the game. As it was, that was so much better a game for Movistar Koi. They managed to break the win streak. They broke the loss streak as well. They had everything they needed to get that Game 2 victory. So that does necessitate taking larger risks on the side of Team Vision if you're going to close out the series, because that was so much better than them for the Spanish guys.
Better, but not good enough. You were praising Dallasum over in the green room. You think he did incredibly well.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he was doing absolutely amazing, especially picking up the concentration, going there into the divine environment as well, just finding a route that wasn't available to anybody else. He had such a good ball, but dropped off so harshly towards the end.
An interesting point that I thought was really cool, Dobbs, was the fact that Dallasum has actually coached and mentored champions in the past. When is he going to be a champion himself?
I mean, he still have a shot, right?
Sure.
I mean, you're not out yet, and going into the elimination stage makes a little bit harder. Your key is on the line, as you said, but they have the tools to come back. They have more than a year together, so they know each other very, very well. And of course, they were facing one of the best teams.
One of the best.
And they still have the tools. They need to find the force to come back in the series.
Now, Moji got a lot of attention by you, going right back to you, Dobbs. Now, Moji, first out, I believe, in game one as well, or at least one of the first two. He goes out first this time around. Is it intentional at this point? Because I understand there's sometimes some teammates need to drop off for others to rise up. Is this the case with Moji, or is he dropping the ball sometimes when it comes to Team Vision?
I feel like Flancing got his back on the first two games, and I feel that at least for the Team Vision, it opens up like a flag, and sometimes you can go wait when you have like a great spot to win it out, but you have to be careful. Sometimes it won't work.
I think I'm starting, as we see more and more of these games come through, I'm getting less and less worried when a team does have a player like that who's playing utility, goes 8th. As we saw, it is a very recoverable position, because we're used to in regular TFT, going 8th, of course, being the worst thing that can happen to you. In 4v4, as it is, it's a very manageable position where you may well have done enough for your team already that actually it's very recoverable.
Who was the star player out of the lineup of Team Vision for you guys? I heard the casters discussing it. Who do you think you had to go with?
I mean, I think it's an easy answer, and Flancy just did an amazing job. 2 win-outs with crazy boards, and he played like 2 different strategies. He was able to cap very high both of the games, and his augment selection was good. He clutched out both games. It was amazing.
Amazing indeed. Flancy is that guy so far. We'll see how far Vision can continue to go. But for Movistar Koi, I think there are some positives to take away. You mentioned their early game. They were definitely looking strong. Going into their future series, though, it's not going to be easy. What are some positives they can hold on to as they head into the next series?
I mean, as we were talking about before, the Game 2 was dramatically better than the Game 1. The only problem is, of course, with this, even with this being double elimination, there are very few opportunities for them to learn their lessons. In this case, I think they learned a lot coming from Game 1 to Game 2. Maybe if Game 1 had gone differently, we could have gone all the way to a 3-game series. But hopefully the lessons will stick.
Well, we had one series on Stream A, but Stream B has their own programming. Kitty, give me the update.
Congratulations to Godlike for the 2-0 win against Fnatic, and Fnatic will be dropping into the lower bracket moving forward. This was a really stressful tournament for the Godlike esports players because we had late arrival on Dasik. However, he really delivered on that game 2. All prismatic augments, and he was able to go on a 9-win streak to really seal the deal. The players looked hyped, the momentum was running, and I can't wait to see the rest of the games for Stream B.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
Thank you, Kitty, as always. Traveling across the venue to go to Stream B, it was Godlike with a 2-0 win over Fnatic. Now, to me, from an organizational standpoint, that sounds massive. But as far as the players in the history go, how big is that 2-0 for Godlike?
Well, I think that it opens up really hard for Fnatic because they didn't have good results between 2004. The last two seasons in EWC, so they can ramp up and still bounce back in the elimination game, but it's quite difficult to have bad results before and then start bad.
Well, we've had a lot of great matches, obviously, here on for Group A. Counterfeit, we take a look at some of them. We started the day with Weibo Gaming with the 2-1 win over T1.
Yeah, and that was incredibly close. What an astonishing way. We could be living in a world easily where our reigning and defending champions had gone down to the lower bracket, but they fought their way back. I think God, like you said, especially having to substitute a player at the very last second to be going up against Weibo in their next match, that's going to be an absolute banger.
Scary, though. Isn't it scary?
Oh, yeah.
For Godlike, come on. Can they put up more of a fight than T1?
I mean, there is a very cool story about Godlike. I want to know how they actually played because they had a player that was being unable to come in here to Paris due to visa issues, but in the last minute he got in, and despite the fact that he didn't have enough sleep due to travel, but he still maybe have overcome that. So this is a thing that can also motivate his teammates to help him reach the win. So I feel like it's going to be a great match against Weibo.
It's crazy if he's already like under, he doesn't have a lot of sleep. He's coming in. And imagine what he's going to be like on day 5, especially if he can make it all the way. That's pretty spectacular. We take a look at our Stream B, equally as impressive with our matchups. And of course, for the B bracket, let's take a look at the group and see how it's ended up playing out. Of course, though, at the top, that's where we started off the day, was Mao's ag.al. ag.al do get a big win. Now, for our club championship race, ag.al is an org and a roster that we need to look closely at. Now, the one coming up, though, on the B stream, Team Nemesis, virtus.pro. That's going to be a fun one. I've heard a lot of cool and crazy things about Team Nemesis. We'll have to check in with them a little bit later on. But for Zeta, ag.al, that's going to be one of our first decider matches coming up in the future. What do we think about that one?
No, I think it's going to be fantastic. As we saw, Zeta Division, they've really have struggled before to make an impact. Certainly Japanese TFT, we've had, of course, multiple crown winners. We're having multiple of those crown winners in that team. So I really hope we get to see some very big stuff from them. To go, of course, straight to playoffs with the superior seed is what our teams are really hoping for, the shortest route there.
That's right. Well, we've had 3 great series here on Stream A, 1 more to take place on B, and 1 more to take place here. Luckily, we're getting all the coverage with our great interviews.
What's up, guys? We're here with one of our final matches to start the day. It is Vitality and Flash Wolves. I've got Soju. I've got AQ1H here with us. Soju, what do you think of this matchup here with Flash Wolves, one of the representatives from APAC?
It's kind of unlucky that we played them first. We respect them as good players, so yeah, we're like kind of confident, I guess, but not the most confident.
Jin, you want to get the translations there?
那前面收据这边说，感觉第一轮打你们，感觉还是比较幸运的，比较庆幸的。虽然他们比较有信心，但是也不算是满怀的信心吧。然后也想听听你的这边的看法。
我跟收据的看法一样，我觉得我抽到 VIT 也挺幸运的，因为我们觉得 CN 队比较强，所以其他队伍的话，感觉训练赛中的话。虽然我们没有跟 VIT 有训练赛，但是我感觉以过往的经验来看的话，我们觉得我们可以轻松拿下。
Well, we are of the same boat. We definitely feel pretty happy that we got matched up against these guys. We at least it's not a Chinese team because we think that Chinese teams are like super strong this tournament. We haven't scrimmaged against them yet, but based on past tournament, I guess, meetings, we think that it's going to be a fairly simple victory for us.
Any final words to AQ1H?
Yeah, so we scrim China a lot, and we actually just beat everyone except for one team in China. And I've been asking around, and everyone says that it'll be an easy win for us.
他这边也说，他们其实跟很多中国的战队都就是打过训练赛，然后基本上除了一支战队以外，其他人全部都被他们疏通了。所以他感觉，对他们来说，对他们而言，而且他也问了他一些朋友，他们都说跟你们打也算是他们轻松能获胜的。那你有什么想回复的吗？
我觉得训练赛叫做训练嘛，所以正赛见吧。
Well, scrims are scrims, and tournament is a different matter. So we'll see you on the arena.
All right, spicy here with our words. Let's see if it gets spicy in game Vitality and Flash Wolves.
Fighting words from both players. Shout out to Digon, of course, for the interviews. 3 match down, only 1 remain. And you know what? We just had our first 2-0 Team Vision. They got the motion today, Rob.
Yo, our first 2-0. Of course, there's been a whole lot of 2-1s. And we did see that movie star Koi. They're trying to come back. They're trying to fight back from a disappointing match that they had last year. There's a whole lot of action here at the Esports World Cup. But just because there's action does not mean you're going to have a movie ending every single time. 2-0 domination. Welcome to the real world, baby.
Absolutely, that's what it is. And right now, final match incoming for our stream A. There is, of course, a match happening on the stream B side. And on one side, it is the org, it is the home org. They're actually ranking really high on the club championships. It is points that they need. Rob, I know these guys will make some noise throughout the week, and I'm looking forward to them. Vitality.
I mean, Vitality, their 3rd consecutive year here at the Esports World Cup. And I'm going to tell you something. Experience matters, ladies and gentlemen. And you know that they're riding high right now because even in the club championship, they got a whole lot of points. And y'all already know it's $75 million on the line. So there's a whole lot of pressure, glory, etc. Team Vitality is poised as one of the favorites here.
Absolutely, and it's hard to not root for them, right? We've seen how much noise they can do. We've seen a lot of them, winning a couple of the other events as well. So they're here to try and snatch that title, but they've got to face a big client, Rob.
Okay, and of course, their opponent is going to be Flash Wolves. Now, I need y'all to make sure that you are not asleep. I need to make sure that you are all put up on game. This team was forged in the fire. They had to play in the Asia Pacific region, which means they had to go up against the best of the best. They played T1. They had to go up against players, teams like Virtus.pro, Team Secret, and of course, and of course, Zeta Division from Japan. And when you're forged in that fire, then that means that you have a great chance to make it through EWC.
They've been through the trenches to qualify here. This is their 2nd EWC, and they got the momentum. On one side, experience. On their side is momentum. The question is, who finishes the day on a good note?
Ladies and gentlemen, it is about that time to get into our next match. It's going to be Flash Wolves versus Team Vitality.
Thank you, Hollywood Rob TV. At Damascus, the veterans return. The Wolves arrive. This matchup is the last matchup here for the day, but a great one nonetheless. Team Vitality, I feel, has unrealized potential. Last year in their group, respectively Group A, I feel like they were in the group of death. They had to go against Weibo Gaming. They had to go against T1, 2 Titans that made it not only top 4, but also, of course, ended up winning the entire event. This roster has yet to prove themselves on the EWC stage. However, this is the year they return with the same roster to make history. How we feeling about Vitality this year?
Well, first of all, I'm speechless because I was not expecting that trash talk. That level of trash talk was amazing. I didn't see that coming, and I feel like Soju was pretty confident what was saying, as well as AK1H.
That's right.
So I feel both teams has the tools to fight for the win, and I feel like whoever have a better execution can have a better spot.
That's right. One of the things said by Hollywood Rob TV was the fact that Flash Wolves were forged in fire. And he's absolutely right. T1, Virtus.pro, Team Secret, Zeta Division. That was the qualifier that they had to endure and go through. And they ended up making it here for their 2nd EWC appearance. Forged in fire. Is it enough to take on the veterans?
I mean, I think coming into this one, you have to think that the Wolves, they've got, of course, half of their roster being brought in for this event in particular. AQ1H, of course, we saw I always enjoy trash talk by way of a translator because it helps really drive it home. It was very deliberate. But I think with Ironbog, of course, being a big hitter for the team, with AQ1H in there, it's a very fearsome opponent to face up against. But, you know, to just touch back on what you were saying about Soju, of course, for anyone who's not aware, did just make through to the top 8 of the Tactician's Crown, the only America's player to do so. He's a player very much in his growth stage as well.
Let's talk about what else is on the line here. For Team Vitality, yes, they returned, but Milk isn't looking to return next year. He has announced that he is looking to retire, which means this is his opportunity to go out with a bang, and it starts beating down the Flash Wolves.
Well, Milk always meant to be like a player that loved it for before. He has always said that on his streams and on Twitter. And I think they're playing with their friends. You know, we know that these guys are very close, Setsuko and Soju and Prestivan, also and Milk. And I feel like this is a great tool for having in 4v4. Sometimes you have to trust yourselves, and then this is a great thing that they can show.
To add another layer here in the Allianz Vault, we've continually said it, we'll say it again. Vitality has won Week 1 games, Week 2 games, and they're looking to win here in Week 3. Vitality has dominated the Allianz Vault so far. And when we talk about the club championship race that Trav has been breaking down, he's laid out the storyline. Navi's in first place. But Navi's not playing TFT. Vitality is, which means winning this tournament, or even honestly getting any type of championship points for the club championship race, means they could potentially take over first place. So you add that on, Vitality returning from last year, coming in from a hard group of last year's competition now against Team Flash Wolves, who's arguably another contender for the winning spot. Vitality's got a lot to work with and a lot to work for. This will not be easy, but I really firmly believe the fact that Milk, this is his final tournament before he retires. He's going to be given all of his heart and soul into this matchup that's going to be before us very shortly. For Team Flash Wolves, though, I say they're a contender. Is that true?
Oh, yeah. I don't think anyone can seriously suggest they were not. I think they'll be coming into this one all guns blazing. The thing is, of course, we talk about with Milk, he has been focusing on just the 4v4 scene for the last season. So I think he's going to be going out as strong as he possibly could be. And he's, of course, got the great history behind him. But for players like Ironbog on the Wolves side, 5 crowns, 2 top 8s at those crowns. We've got really scary players on the Wolves side of things. They're not here to give anyone a gentle landing to their career.
Well, they're called Flash Wolves for a reason, right? They're looking to eat their competition alive, and they can do exactly that. Look, we talk about the sentimental stuff, of course, with Team Vitality from last year. We talk about Milk retiring. Flash Wolves, though, they don't care about that. In fact, they would love to happily retire Milk because that means they're moving forward.
Yeah, especially with that early interview, I think they are not doing anything easy to in Vitality's favor.
So what makes Flash Wolves Vitality, if we had to point out some positivities, what makes these two rosters so great, and what specifically makes Vitality a scary roster heading into this matchup against Flash Wolves?
I feel like they have different tools. I mean, Soju has a great season. He finished top 8 at Tactician Crown, as Counter said. And Milk is a very strong player. He can cap the board very high. And I feel like my question is through Setsuko. The first season when they played on EWC, Setsuko was the player that was in the middle of the table. He was forcing rerolls and staying on the middle placements. But we know Setsuko from being good and pushing level 9 and going into that high cap boards. How he's going to show up on this stage.
So Setsuko is the one, like we mentioned Flancy, right? Being the guy who would consistently play for top 1. Setsuko is going to be that guy for Team Vitality.
I hope so.
Okay, fair enough. Well, for Flash Wolves on the opposite side, who would be the Setsuko in your mind?
Well, we already mentioned the Ironbog. I think AQ1H still, he was almost a set champion himself, coming second at Cyber City's crown. So I think for those two in particular, Ironbog, AQ1H, I would be fully expected to see at least one of them shooting for the really, really strong finish. Kababao and Terry, while I do want to draw an opponent comparison between the two teams, though. Of course, the Team Vitality, the same roster was playing last year. For the Wolves, bringing in 2 new players this time around, I think the synergy bonus for Vitality is going to be the strongest it could be. They're not just these taunts, they're very long-term friends with each other. But for the Flash Wolves, it's all about, I think, just bringing as much skill to the table as possible.
Yeah, I feel like the last season didn't click for Vitality, but as Reflections was saying, their group was terrible. It was just the winners and T1, which ends up being an amazing team. And I feel like their shot in this tournament, it's a little bit easier. And as they said, they're confident.
Yeah, I think staying together in general, you know, year in and year out, especially when think about the story, Vitality says, we still believe in you. You guys were finished off, 9th through 12th last year. You didn't have a good play in group play. Granted, again, we talked about their competitors, Weibo, T1, I believe Alcatia also in there, which, of course, for Alcatia, they did finish last in that group. And give Vitality credit, they did, in fact, win that. But Vitality believes in this roster. They stayed together, but will it pay off? Let's find out. It's Team Vitality versus Team Flash Wolves. Casanova, Hoope. Let's get it started.
All right, Hoope, we're jumping in with Vitality versus the Flash Wolves on this one. And I am so ready for Milk's last ride to see if he can pick up a win before the career ends. And it's going to be Thresh and Ari for our first game of this series.
100%, the last dance for Milk. And we start with Thresh and Ari that are very interesting. Ari, amazing to go level 9. A really incredible spot, if you will. And Thresh, obviously, the randomness. A guy that can give you, a god that can give you so many resources. It's random, but the EV, the expected value is so good every time, so I really expect everyone to go as a default for that line.
And what I'm going to be looking for with Vitality, especially with them returning with this roster, we kind of know how they've liked to play in the past. Milk has very much taken that quarterback role. He will be kind of commanding the troops in a lot of these games and is often happy to take some of the worst spots in order to do so. Alongside that, you would expect Setsuko to be the win-out player, but historically, he has not been. In his solo career, of course, he's playing those fast nines, he's winning these crazy spots playing for first, but it has been Soju who ends up being the one capping out the most for Vitality. So the question does remain, as they said on the analyst desk, will Setsi be the one to step up this year?
This is the wildcard, and normally in 4v4, everyone has to be flexible and play any spot. And I think this is the only team that enables a player to do whatever he wants. So Setsuko, they have said it before. Setsuko, do your game. We'll plan it out, we'll set the stage, and you can play exactly as you feel comfortable with. That hasn't worked in the past. So is Setsuko going to take a more tower role, a defensive role, or we will see him trying to do that cap out in the end?
Yeah, and the big thing with Vitality is this team that has been together for so long, 3 years, you know, there's synergy there. These are some of the best friends in their lives, being able to come together and play like this. On the other side for the Flash Wolves, on paper, they are just the stronger roster when it comes to final lobbies at Tactician Crowns. Overall career trajectories from these players is a little bit better than what we've seen from the side of Vitality. And it comes with, you know, the 2 final lobbies for Iron Bog, final lobby for Kibao, runner-up at Cyber City for AQ, and as well as Terry making the KO Coliseum final lobby. These players have all done incredibly, and they've come together this year as a full roster speaking Cantonese this time, which is crazy to kind of have that ability to swap languages and then have that full synergy with the roster, which I think is going to be a big boon for this team.
Also, the learning about AQ1H. This is a player that used to be the coach for the team, and now he's player. And all of that knowledge is being influxed directly into the game. I feel it's more of a win-out composition of a win-out squad here for Flash Wolf versus a tempo play, if you will, for Soju. So I really believe that Vitality will try to pressure early game. Meanwhile, Flash Wolf will try to just cap out and have 2 win-out players.
Well, and when it came to the APAC circuit, it was Kibao that ended up being that win-out player time and time again, averaging better than a 2 AVP. It was like 1.6, 1.8 in the APAC qualifiers. They also beat T1 to get here, which is so impressive. Every time we expect T1 to be a favorite in these tournaments, Flash Wolves got the better of them to become the #1 seed. So very much looking forward to this. And we are going to be just starting off the early game for both sides.
Bodyguard here for Iron Bog, very great. I mean, you're already thinking about the legendary of the game, having combat augment, a great augment to actually perform in the legendary of the game, probably going for the blank angle. We see Terry here already committing to the Jacks, maybe thinking about Stargazer. We will check a little about the constellation, but still open to ideas here. Board, not the best, so I really think maybe a tempo play for now and maybe try to play something else.
Yeah, we could see that. Just the Gargoyle Stone play augment just going to be giving some additional frontline stability. Could very easily go in any direction from that.
Okay, so for Cherry, now is the setup. Exactly. You need to talk. You need to actually think, okay, who's going for the win out? Who is pressuring the lobby? Who will just play tempo to preserve HP and trying to help the rest? And this is exactly what we're seeing for the players. For now, Terry, IQ1H are dominating with 100 HP, so it will be important. If at least one of them preserve that HP and manage to maintain tempo, they can pressure later into the game.
Yeah, but of course, Terry staying at level 3, probably not going to be the main person looking for win streak, of course, just playing it a little bit slower. Will probably lose this round to Kabao, as, you know, of course, the front line has already fallen. Take a couple rounds to see where these win streaks and loss streaks are going to shake out, but at the very least, that is going to be a win, then a loss for Terry.
Yeah, taking it slow for now. Looking for the game. Milk is still with the Lustrik. No, only Prestion, the one with the 2 Lustrik. So it will be interesting to see. AQ1H, very interesting to slam the Kraken early, having Treasure Hunt. That is normally a reroll augment because you want to get the threshold as soon as possible. So he's cooking something here. I really love it. Normally Velvet is not your primary carry here, and we haven't seen the Jinx Velvet reroll being played so far throughout the tournament. So it's very interesting if he's going to this angle. A little of the cooking that we were talking about for Flash Wolves.
Yeah, so we'll see if he ends up going in that full direction, or if this Kraken Slayer ends up just being maybe a Xayah late game, but often you need some additional item correction to get to that Xayah angle to feel good. You just need so many bows for that composition to really come online. And yes, you can start with a Kraken, but who's to say you're going to find the 3 more bows that you're going to want for that comp?
I mean, yeah, Xayah is what makes more sense because of the item, but the augment is telling you to go reroll. It will be very interesting. He slammed it directly, so he's thinking about tempo. Let's see what he does. Setsuko directly here, slamming items, trying to be the one who's pressuring the lobby, and he's maintaining win streak, still the only one. It will be very important to him to then preserve HP for the rest.
Yeah, he's the only one who went to level 5 on 2-3, just really, really pressuring as hard as he can. Meanwhile, Prestivant keeping that loss streak going. We'll see if he can hold on to a full loss, and if Vitality can hold on to both the top and bottom end of the lobby in Stage 2, as we do have the first choices, and Thresh has been pretty popular selection, and once again, it seems the entire lobby are heading that direction.
We can think about Ari as a miss here, only giving the rerolls. That is good if you're going for the reroll line and you're rolling right now, but obviously Thresh, you want the variety, you want the volatility here, and of course the special economy that you get to the threshold. So yeah, 100% Thresh selection.
We'll see if that continues through the rest of the game, but I feel like often when we see these Thresh lobbies, it is very much 8 of 8 Thresh consistently throughout these, so see if Ari ends up being enough to change anyone's mind as we look at Setsuka's board once more, and he already has a Zion board, not likely to commit to that composition, but so early having a 4-cost and a 3-cost paired for the snipers, just giving so much value with an upgraded front line of Pantheon and Aatrox.
Yeah, holding also the Lulu and the Jax, maybe only playing defense in case someone on the Flash Wolf sides is going for that angle. Holding a Poppy also that probably is going to manage to get 20 here. Yeah, there it goes. And now he needs to be winning here. Gets the strong side, and AQ1H taking away the Kraken, puts it again, trying to win against Setsuko.
Yeah, and I mean, I think it's unlikely that he can find the win, but is going to at least try and get some amount of kills, because really trying to break through this front line with the amount of damage Setsuko has is quite difficult. This is looking to be a pretty massive streak for Setsi in this game. Meanwhile, Milk was on the other smaller win streak, and he is going to lose it, so no full domination for Vitality just yet, but it is still going to be the loss streak and the win streaks both controlled by the Vitality side.
We saw a little here about Soju having already the Aris Blessing, having a good possibility here, good tempo, and just maintaining it. And here's the important part. Prestion with a Lustrik, just opening up with Primordial, perfect gameplay, just trying to hold on. Has a Spatula later to cap out, probably going into the Space Group line. And of course, on the left, Setsuko, both controlling the sandwich, as we will. Yeah. Someone in the bottom, someone on the top, and then you can manage to control the game a little better.
Yeah, and the fact that Preston hasn't had to open Fort for this, he's been able to play the Primordians, get that extra economy from that on top of the full loss streak econ. Curious if there's any chance for him to get griefed by somebody from the Flash Wolves, but we aren't going to see it here as he does run into Milk, so that is going to be an easy conversion of this full loss in Stage 2. And I didn't see anyone fully contesting that from Flash Wolves either. It felt like most of them were playing at least some amount more on their boards. They were looking to preserve HP. And the biggest loss streak, of course, is AQ1H on the 3 loss. But overall, Prestevant playing those Primordians has actually saved enough HP that he's really not that far behind AQ1H, even though AQ1H has a win in Stage 2.
Yeah, I like the plan so far. Setsuko managed to maintain the win streak. Soju is looking strong. We have Milk also with a Winsu already going for the LeBlanc with a great angle. And AQ1H together with the Flash are more thinking about the layers of the game. So this is exactly a setup that we were expecting. Tempo play from Vitality versus cap-out possibilities in the later stages of the game for AQ1H. Will they have the gas to actually get there, or will the pressure of Vitality will be more superior?
Yeah, and I think that's one big thing for us then is how does Prestevant stabilize? Because he's going to have the one with the most econ injected into him on this loss streak. He's going to have so much gold, but the Flash Wolves are going to try and trap him in the cage, make him go 8th. If he can escape that, find his composition, and get above the pack, they're going to have so much extra HP between Setsuko, Soju, and Milk that you can start sending Flash Wolf players into the bottom 4, and that's how you execute the tempo strategy, and that's how you finish the game when you've gone for that, because you're probably not going to have the first place, so you need to win out in the other stages.
Yeah, for Setsuko, it's very important to maintain the weak string. AQ1H will be weak for now. Next stage, in 3-4, in the next round, he will totally roll, want to cash out the trade treasure, and of course try to find an additional possibility to stabilize the board. And there is where we will see. We see him holding also the Urgots, so maybe thinking also about Misfortune having other possibilities in mind.
Just going to start for now, not slamming anything additional, just making a ton of money. 70 gold in the bank, now going to pre-level to 6. Going into the next round, but he's going to take a large chunk from Ironbog.
Having Darkstar Pros 1 here early for Ironbog, one of the best emblems, maybe in parity with Space Group, because you don't need that additional Darkstar in the end, so he can really roll deep at level 8 on 4-2, again, thinking about the later stage of the game, and Flash will be very, very strong on that stage. Vitality needs to pressure so much here on stage 3.
Just taking a look at these selections. Epic Roll Down is on offer, is going to get skipped.
Guess the Jinx really wanted to go for the Jinx 2-star, not even getting the pair. Has additional frontline there with the Maokai, really wanted to go for the Rek'Sai because it's easier to 3-star. So this is not the best roll for AQ1H. He decides not to roll deeper because he doesn't want to waste his additional economy, but he needed a little more here.
Yeah, and I mean, you were talking about the Bel'Veth Jinx, and this is a reroll we have not seen much of. And it does feel like there is somewhat of a commitment at this point towards it, right? It feels like that is the direction that AQ1H has now locked into. And on the 5 loss, unless these hits start coming through, not even finding the 2 stars necessary, there's going to be a lot of trouble for the Flash Wolves and just starting here with AQ1H. Still a lot of gold in the bank, still on this loss streak, so there is time. But certainly a bit of woes for Flash Wolves early in this series.
And for Milk, we saw the Winsus, and now we're seeing also the Archangels, so now he opens up to also play Vex. Normally is Lissandra, the possibility, or LeBlanc itself, and then you go into the Vex, but he's thinking still about going directly into level 9.
Got Setsuko going to take another win over Prestevant, continue that win streak, as Prestevant has started to find some upgrades to his board. Akali is looking to be the angle for P-God here, as he does have both the Kindred and the Akali. The Akali currently paired, and he's holding on to these extra Bel'Veths to try and slow down AQ1H.
Going directly for the Nova standard, if you will, one of the new comps that was assembled last patch. Also a defensive comp, especially to maybe avoid the 8th place and try to pressure in the middle stage of the game. Once again, the tempo. Setsuko finds the Winso here, still maintaining the Saya and trying to keep pressure.
Now, Prestevant once again facing off against the teammates, so he's just going to continue that loss streak and keep the win streaks alive for Vitality. Meanwhile, Setsuko going up against Ironbog. Ironbog trying to snap this win streak, but it is not going to be close. The Xayah with the 2-star Maokai in the front line is still just far too powerful for anyone in this lobby, and Setsuko taking big chunks out of everybody he runs into.
And for Soju, this is great because he was one off of the Leona that he's been printing with the Arbiter, and now he will be stronger than ever. Also bitter clear for a great position here. Free Bel'Veth here as a chance for that primordial line to have possibilities. And once again, 100% selection on the Thresh Space God.
Yep, everybody going to Thresh. So we do have a parting gift for somebody picking up the 4 cost there. See if that can actually add to any comp. If there's an AP Flex, there was a potential Aurelion Soul. As there is Prestivan finding the Akali in the shop. It's going to be a level to 7, and we'll see if there is a big roll down or if he's just going to go 7. Because he's hit that Akali naturally, he can slow it down. Just add something to the board and re-econ back up to 50 gold.
Yeah, 100%. Already have the two costs. Thinking about level 8 and re-establishing the board probably with Tamkens, probably trying to look for the Kindred to have a secondary carry. And very important, he's not slamming items, he's just being strong enough to play defense against his teammates, just waiting for the face-off to make sure he puts the item if he goes to against a rival.
Yeah, finally, either Setsuko or Soju will have to lose their win streak as they do rotate into each other, but after an 8-win and a 6-win, I think they will take it. Not ideal, but it looks like maybe finally Setsuko's streak will be snapped as the damage from the Foxfires on the Zoe are actually quite immense. It is just the Xayah left, one more cast, but the Zoe is not quite enough to get there. Setsuko's going to hold on to this massive streak, keep his 100 HP.
Also perfect loss. You're going against your teammate, only losing by 1 unit, preserving HP. Perfect possibilities here for both of them. And as you mentioned, I mean, 6 win streak for both. That's a lot of gold and a lot of HP that now they can funnel into Milk. That is actually, I think, will be the win-out spot player going for the Vex, already having the Winsus. So I think HP going to Milk, and that will be the win-out player for Vitality.
Yeah, do you think they'll leave Prestivan on an island on his
Yeah, Prestivan plays defense
They
every
basically
time,
say, hey, you know what, Prestivan, just get us a 7th. You know, like anything here. And his spot's not horrible, right? He's getting towards the Akali, but he is playing, of course, tempo with the Akali. He's going to level 8. That is not looking for a cap out too incredibly high for Prestivan.
He's the hard worker of Vitality. I asked Setsuko, what do you think about Prestivan? He's tier 2 player. Let's not talk about him. And then I got Soju. And how his game be? Does he play good? He's a hard worker.
Yeah, wow, okay, he's a hard worker. All right. But we'll see him working hard in this game to try and keep himself alive while his teammates try and funnel Milk and see if they can turn this thing into a W, as that is Milk with that 3-star Leona as well. Does take a small loss to Ironbog here, but only a single unit loss. Not too bad for Milk as he continues to find his outs. He still has 70 gold, level 7, going to be pushing towards that Vex.
Yeah, and so difficult here for IQ1H. Doesn't find the Jinx 2-star, so needs to carry the Velvet. That is not ideal because Velvet is very close to the front line. It's very easy to be punished and killed, and you really want the Jinx. It's the one that does the damage. Velvet has been nerfed throughout the set, and Jinx is supposed to be it. He knows the position is not good, so expect a big roll down now for him.
Yeah, we'll be looking at that 4-1 for AQ1H to see if he can get it done. Setsuko finally took a loss. I think Terry on that full win streak may have been the culprit to get there, as Terry does have 92 HP, holding the fort down for the Flash Wolves as we took at the rest of the lobby, and it has been a bit of a struggle for them. AQ1H is going to go for the big roll down here, Hoope, and we'll see if he can find the Jinx upgrades. He at least found the 2-star.
Yeah, finds a Raz that is very difficult to put in here. A little uncomfortable. That's the unit you want for the later stages of the game. And I mean, he's in prison right now. He knows he's far away from hitting, and this is not the best game. He needs to try to stable, and he needs one roll down, and he's maintaining gold so far.
Yeah, and he's holding on to the extra Akali's, trying to prevent Prestivan from hitting that, but I don't even think Prestivan's going to reroll. He's just going to go to 8, play around the 2-star, not worry too much about it. Meanwhile, Ironbog is playing that AP Flex. He does have the Aurelion Soul with the Dark Star on it. And he's going up against AQ1H, who did just hit some upgrades, but not that many. I mean, it really was just the 2-star Jinx off that roll down. He's going to take another loss, a huge loss to Ironbog, as this Flash Wolves team is continuing to hemorrhage these HPs.
Also, great line recondition here for Ironbog, having the Dark Star that normally doesn't have good tanks, so gets the dummy with the Augment to compensate. And again, a good spot for him with the Dark Star emblem together with the Azo, a great chance. We have
Prismatics
here.
is going to round this out. That can change a lot in an instant for a lot of these players. What are you looking out for in the Prismatics line?
Barons is the default. It's a lot of combat augment, especially for Setsuko if he wants to maintain the pressure. But let's see if he's thinking about going level 9, maybe something else. But for sure, Baron Slay is just too much raw power here.
Passed it up, just goes for the money.
He's shifting gears. He knows he's maybe not so strong right now, thinking about level 9. He's not even rolling. He's going directly level 9 and then finding the cap out.
Well, and he has so much health to work with. He can actually take the time and recognize, hey, maybe I can win out for the team at this point. And there's not a lot of opportunities here where he needs to sacrifice. Milk is actually relatively stable. I mean, this is just a LeBlanc one. He's going to need to find a little bit more, but he has 2-star Karma that's going to continue to anchor this board.
Also, the 3-star Leona. I mean,
Yeah.
that's exactly what you need. You need the time for the LeBlanc.
And as well, for Prestivan, they're not going to sacrifice for Prestivan. He is just on his own at this point. So Setsuko can look to become the winning player for the team. And I think with that big life lead that he had, seeing that opportunity to go 9 and play his comfort zone, very reasonable, and we'll keep our eyes on Setsu to see if he can make it happen. As Prestivan does go against Milk, this is kind of the weaker members on Vitality as of now. And it is just going to be a small loss towards Milk, equalizing the HP between the two.
Also very interesting, in the bench, Prestivan holding 2 Vex, maybe trying to hold up for one of Flash Wolf units, but probably will be sold unless when Milk is going for the unit. So just playing preemptive defense here for Prestivan and having that chance.
And still maintaining this kind of consistent placements between these, right? Terry at the top, then all of Vitality, then the rest of the Wolves following through. As we saw a little bit more of a roll down here from AQ1H, does find the Belveth 3, but the Jinx is still far away. Even a Kali 3 is about to arrive long before the main carry of this comp.
Also, you have scaling with the Krakens, and you really need a buffy frontline. Maokai is not great items for the Maokai, but you really need a 3-star. Normally, the Rexa is doing the work, so AQ1H will keep falling from now on. He could win some rounds here, but later stages, stage 4, this is downfall for him.
Yeah, probably a good enough spike on stage 4, but we'll see if that's the case, right? I mean, the Belveth is carrying, but the Maokai is going to go down already, and this Kabaobao's LeBlanc is actually just a little bit too good at 2-star. AQ1H, as you said, still not even stable enough.
Yep. And Kebabo looking good. It has already the LeBlanc, 0 gold, so true 0 for him, thinking about level 9 and looking to contest into the AP line together with the Vex and AP Flex to get Sona, Bard, or everything he gets.
And we do just have everybody going back to the Thresh well, get the random boon plus some extra gold. Some players are going to be able to get those 5 costs from the parting gifts if they are low enough. Not sure that that really does anything for AQ1H. He's at the lowest life total, is most likely to be having a nice little option like that, and still probably not going to make all the difference for him. Does feel like AQ1H is going to get the speed run to 8th place in this spot.
Yeah, so tough. Maybe trying to think about griefing someone else. Ironbog looking great. I mean, has a frontline, has the Tankage 2-star, generating gold with the Tankage, has the super Aurelion Soul, Darkstar, great items also. This could be a win of players. He managed to get the Jin 2-star for Flashwood, but is it enough? There is too much tempo from Vitality, and Ironbog cannot do it alone.
No, and especially not if AQ1H goes down first. Ironbog and Kebabo both being pretty strong is a boon for Flash Wolves, though, because they're starting to try and rubber band this HP. See if they can pass up Milk, pass up Pressive, and Setsuko in free fall, but we know why. He's got 83 gold in the bank. He's going to be going level 9, so he's going to take a couple more losses, and then he's going to look to slingshot for a first place. But Ironbog going up against Terry. We haven't seen Terry's board in quite some time. It looks like he's been playing around the Akali from a heavy tempo standpoint because it's only 1-star with 3 items. So very much relying on just the power of the itemization in the early stages. And now Terry is going to fall off a cliff when it comes to power level in this game. That is a worry for the Flash Wolves because they do have some good strong points in Kabebo and Ironbog, but Terry is not far enough ahead to really maintain for a board that looked that weak considering his gold state.
Yeah, and now the huge roll down here for Setsuko. Finds the Vex 2-star, finds the Fiora, finds the 2-star Blitzcrank here. Lacking a little frontline. There's the Nunu. And Setsuko is doing it, man. He didn't pop off in last EWC, and now he's coming back in best form. Setsuko doing exactly what we're expecting to see. Dubsere doing the desk. This is exactly as Setsuko. We want fast 9, full tempo, taking risks, and capping out the board.
Yeah, and I mean, he finds so much of what he needs. I saw the Ginsu earlier. I was curious if he'd go this direction, but we thought Milk might want to go for the Vex. Turns out, you know what? Setsuko also has a Ginsu. He has the better spot. Milk can just try and play to preserve HP, and they let Setsuko go for the win. And at this point, considering the board strength of the rest of the lobby, it feels very likely that Setsuko's going to be able to walk this one home.
100%. Kebaba holding some LeBlancs there. We know he has 3 and holding 2 else, so the Kebaba looking for LeBlanc 3-star. Of course, this is known by Vitality, so it will not be very easy for him to get it. And Ironbog Bog, this is not strong enough. He needs to get the Jin 2-star. He's thinking about level 9 and maybe try to compete against Setsuko that is just too strong.
He's going to send it, only 10 gold left afterwards, so not really a good chance to go for that Jin 2, but still having that level 9, if he can turn the corner, if he can high roll a couple of Jins really quickly, there is a world that Ironbog can start to contest. Big notable thing though for Vitality is Prestivan has gone on a 2-loss streak recently. We didn't expect him to be long for the world, but the hope for Vitality was that he could outlive AQ1H, and with the 2-win streak, with the Flash Wolves finding the pickup on the Belveth 3 and potentially even that Akali 3, certainly finding an opportunity to escape the clutches of that 8th place.
100%. These are the eyes of a winner. Look at Setsuko just focusing locked in, knowing he's level 9 and being so flexible, being sure that he's not being wrapped maybe by Ganakandi or anything. You really need to protect your Vex. And Ironbog needs to face him right now, maybe to have a chance, but I think until now I don't see no one that is stronger than Setsuko.
Yeah, Ironbog's combat is going to be Milk instead. Milk still on the 1-star LeBlanc, not able to ever find an upgrade for that carry. And that is going to be tough for the Vitality squad, really needing to pick up that 2-star, relying on the upgraded Karma that he found earlier, which is still very good, but at this stage of the game, needing the dual carry to fully be online to make something happen, Ironbog is going to pick up this win easily. Milk going to take a huge chunk. Prestivan, we'll see if he is able to hold on for one more round. He does find a win, but Milk is going to be on his last life, and AQ1H able to find the win once more.
And we know Setsuko is strong, but if Milk and Prestivan go holding hand 8 and 7, that would mean they will only win with a 1-2 for Vitality. That's the worst spot you want to be. They can manage to do it, but it's not what you want. You want to at least have another one take the 7th and have additional possibility cast. So these are the players that could make the win or loss here for Vitality.
Yeah, the saving grace is Soju, level 8 with over 60 gold. Potentially can go to 9 himself and look for a win angle, but it is going to be Milk versus Soju and Prestivan versus Terry. See if Soju is able to sack at all for Milk. It doesn't really look like it. Feels like all the items are on the board. We'll see if Milk takes him down. Meanwhile, Terry, this is going to be just a straight fight. Prestivan trying to hang on. Does not really have the damage to get through Terry's front line, as that is just the 3-star Jax just holding out, and it is just far too much. Looks like Prestivan will fall. We already saw the drop from the side of Milk. Maybe Prestivan actually gets there. There was a wrap from Akali, so now it's just the Jax. And even though it is Akali 2 versus Jax 3, Akali is the damage dealer, and once we get to overtime, Prestivan holding on is massive because Milk is gone.
Total massive win, and AQ1H takes the L, so that's only 6 AP. 1 life for AQ1H for Vitality. So important to play strongest ball right now and make sure to turn AQ1H on 7th place and then have a clear chance to take the win with Setsuko.
This was a huge win for Prestivan because now if Prestivan can hold out just one more fight, 1 or 2 more fights, Setsuko just needs to place first, and Soju has the buffer to be able to go 3rd. He could go 2nd. He might have the board for it. He did just go level 9. He's winning, but being able to have that buffer to go 3rd is so massive. AQ1H gets a ghost, it looks like, and it is just going to be Prestivan then. Has to hold on. AQ1H should probably win this. It gets Prestivan's ghost.
Yeah, and Prestivan is not strong enough. He has a great front line, not enough damage there with the Grinded, but we saw the front line making good damage. Akali is the one to see here on the left, but it looks like it's just not enough for the raw power of 3-star from AQ1H.
Yeah, it's too much, and he's going to hang on. Now, Ironbog is another player who could fall very soon. He's down to a single life at 9, but does Prestivan go down? He does. That is a 7-8 for Vitality, which means Flash Wolves have turned the corner. 4 life on Ironbog, 6 on AQ1H, and Soju lost his last round, which means he is nearly on 1 life of his own. He could take a softer loss still, make it 2 lives, but Soju is going to have to hold on for a 2nd place. Setsuko may now even need to look to sack for Soju, but he needs to be dealing damage to these other Flash Wolf boards.
100% AQ1H, the leader, if you will, for the team, used to be the coach and played it perfect. I mean, he maintained it. He low rolled a lot in the early stage of the game, maintained with the line, and now already getting a 6 guarantees is a win for Flash Wolves.
Yeah, he found his hits. We'll see if Terry can even potentially sacrifice for him a little bit. Doesn't look like many of the items came out, if any of them. Having that Jax 3-star, still a pretty powerful board for Terry as a whole. Soju going up against Ironbog. That is still the Jin 1, but the Riven got to the back line. It looks like Soju's carries are all gone. He's going to take a loss. It's not big enough to end the game right here, right now, but Soju is now on a singular life as AQ1H finally falls.
Yeah, I mean, Setsuko can win the game, but without Soju going second, it's just a loss. He's thinking about popping off a little more here, Cass, trying to find the second. No, he decides to sell the Sona here. Has a bar 2-star, has the Victor still as the secondary carry, has a good tank, but it just doesn't look like it's enough. Pair of Blitzcrank doesn't find the additional one.
Yeah, and even then, Setsuko lost that last fight, so somebody out of K-Bao Terry is actually strong enough to contend, and they still have some gold to work with, so not looking good for Vitality. You drew it up at the start of this. Tempo game plan versus Cap Out. Tempo was holding on for a very long time, but Flash Wolves turned the corner, and now Soju on his last life has to face off against K-Bao. Still hasn't found the 3-star LeBlanc, but has found the 2-star Sona for these Shepherds. Really put together a very powerful composition that Soju is just not able to stand up to. Bard goes down, Victor falls, Soju is out, and that is going to do it on this first game. As we had Prestivan go 7th, 8th, Vitality needed that 1-2, and they can't get there.
Yeah, 100%. Here's Setsuko knowing that it wasn't just enough. K-Bao doing great. Playing exactly the way he had to, thinking about augment of bodyguard, thinking about the later stage of the game, and AQ1H, a player that low roll, maintain his tempo, maintain exactly what the team needed here, Cass, and take a 6th place to play defense and take the win.
Yeah, I mean, this is playing from a knife's edge for the Flash Wolves, right? Of course, they fell so far behind in the early stages of this game. There was such a huge HP advantage for the side of Vitality, and even then the pivot to putting Setsuko in a position to look for the win out, because they felt like Milk or Prestivan could hold on, weren't going to go in that 7th, 8th, but just no one would die at that point from Flash Wolves. It was just one life for AQ1H, one life for Ironbog, but that is all you need if you can turn the corner, and they absolutely did.
Yeah, only needed a little more, and of course the chance to do it here. There was final fight here, Soju just trying to step up, but was doing amazing, but it's just not enough here, Cass.
Yeah, and we'll see if Vitality can bounce back in the next one and convert on their high-tempo game plan, or if the Flash Wolves will take it in 2. We're going to go to a break, but TFT at EWC returns after this.
Is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
We talked about the team that was forged in fire. Team Flash Wolves get the job done. Now lead 1-0 over Team Vitality. The veterans who are returning to the stage now, trying to make it through group play, but can they come back? That's the question. I believe in Team Vitality. After all, this is in fact their stage for the past 2 weeks, and it might be their stage once again. Let's talk about the first matchup here. Game number 1, Team Flash Wolves looking great.
Wow, we have to set up what happened in that game because it was a miraculous comeback. And it all starts with how strong Vitality was. We know early on that Setsuko is going to win the game. Birthday Reunion, one of the best augments. He gets a Xayah early on in level 5, is able to carry all his Vex items. He is going to go very, very strong. And then on the other side, the pressure from all the Vitality players. They had almost a 30 HP advantage just in stage 2. They had the better streaks. I thought it was going to be a very clean Vitality sweep.
I mean, I think nobody would expect that A1KH was going to come back, and then suddenly he got the Akali tree, and he was able to save that top 8 and even get in a top 6 finish. And you know, even when you have the winner, that Setsuko was going to close it out the game, you still have to focus on that middle placement, and Flash Wolves that just took the win out of that.
Well, Flash Wolves looking great so far. We'll see what they can do in map number 2. Obviously here, though, the series will continue. However, the Esports World Cup, there's a lot of things happening. Check it out.
Is playing You're Not Yet. EWC Play is your all-in-one platform to compete in fantasy, pick'em, and quests for a grand total of $300,000 in prize pool. Build your dream fantasy team in 5 different games and track your score with live results tables. Predict the winner of every game, every group stage, and every tournament. Complete daily and weekly challenges to earn boosters that help you climb the global leaderboard. Got what it takes? Join EWC Play now.
Well, Vitality's looking to come back, and we got just the man to talk about their comeback. It's Danny Ingles, CIO of Team Vitality. I feel like we've been seeing you around a lot recently, because here in the Allianz Vault, your team has been spectacular.
Yeah, you see with my outfit, I'm definitely enjoying my summer vacation in Paris, you know. Now starting TFT and a heavy week for us. I think we have 14 in total this week. And looking forward for more club championship points.
Yeah, I know you guys have invested quite a bit for the club championship, and you're nipping on the heels of Na'Vi for first place, which, hey, let's see what your team can do here for TFT. And speaking of which, you have trusted this core roster since 2024, which is quite rare to believe in a roster. Last year, obviously, they had an earlier exit, but we've highlighted the fact that they had unrealized potential. They had to go through the gauntlet. Weibo Gaming, T1, it wasn't easy for them. But, I guess, with the rosters changing so frequently, how much of an advantage do you think the continuity of this roster gives you and your roster, and where do you feel the chemistry shows the most?
Yeah, I think especially in TFT, there's a power of friendship, and our team in particular now qualifying for the 3rd year in a row as the first seed of America definitely shows that they're here to represent North America in particular. Not the start that we wanted, but they also have a track record of always going down the first game and then coming back to 1, so I'm hoping that we see this again. Not happy for my health and my heart, because it's definitely nervous for me, but it's not over yet.
Well, it's double elimination, right? So even if they do, in fact, drop down, which we're not hoping they do, okay, to be respectful, I'm not looking to fight on the desk with you, Danny. But if they do, obviously, they're going to be just fine. But it is more heartache for you, obviously.
Yeah, absolutely. But I prepared the secret weapon backstage, because we actually have the MLBB women's team here.
Oh!
The champions of last week are just backstage to give the boys a little bit of tricks and tips, hopefully, how to win on this stage in particular.
And let me tell you, I think personally they gave the best championship walk we're probably going to have all of EWC. Those ladies, they're absolutely spectacular. But looking back at your previous EWC appearances, what's the biggest lesson this TFT roster has learned together and are applying this year for 2026?
I think what is so interesting this year around is that we are on a whole different timing of the set, right? Like the last 2 EWCs, there was always a new set coming out, meta was shifting regularly, and last year that made us really nervous because we didn't really figure out the meta going into the tournament. I think this year around, they definitely feel much more confident, and seeing a player like Soju finally stepping up on the individual scene as well, definitely makes me very confident we have a captain and can lead this team hopefully very far.
Yeah, he was happy whenever you said that name right there. Clearly a big supporter when it comes to Vitality. And, as far as EWC goes, this is your 3rd consecutive EWC together as Vitality's TFT roster. And over the years, have you developed any pre-match rituals or traditions before stepping onto the stage? Because again, you're an integral part to this stage here in the Allianz Vault. You're constantly supporting up for your teams, both male and female. Lucky socks, I don't know. Do you guys got a dance ritual? What is it? What's the secret?
Well, probably have to take out the B shirt again that I had last week as well.
I love that one.
Maybe that's the lucky one that I have to bring tomorrow. But no, overall, I want to show that we care a lot about our teams and that the players feel trusted and supported as well. And ultimately, I want to trust them as well. I think they are the experts in the game. I'm backstage. I'm officially listed as their coach as well.
Oh, that's awesome.
So I feel more like the Ted Lasso of TFT right now.
Liquipedia, get it updated. We got coach here, Danny Ingles. Milk is retiring. That is a big talking point as well. What has he done for your roster, your team, and what does he want to achieve this year for what could be his potential final before retirement?
And he was always vocal about how much he enjoys 4v4, right? So making this his final event is definitely special for the team, for us as well, because it's not often that we have players that are in Vitality for 3 years in a row. And obviously they have brought so much to us as well, not only on TFT overall, but the first EWC top 4 finish was also super valuable. So I hope that he can go out with a bang, a big bang, and hopefully then enjoy life afterwards. And who knows, maybe, like TFT can kind of track him back in the future. You never know with these guys.
Coach, what's the game plan to come back? Huh? Are they coming back? What are you thinking? I know the heartbreak is there, but I believe in the boys to be able to dominate the competition. Vitality, after all, just a great organization. I guess if you had to say anything to your fans, your supporters, because again, you put so much into the club championship race this year, what would it be?
Yeah, let's be loud. Let's be loud and proud. And also, let's not go 8th for once. So let's start a game where we don't go 8th place in the lobby. And then I think if we have a win-out player, then I think the boys will get some momentum for a third match as well.
All right, Danny Ingles, CIO of Team Vitality, hoping that they can come back. Coach himself as well. He's got a lot of things to do. We're going to let him go. But until then, let's head to the stage. Here it is, Team Vitality versus Team Flash Wolves once again. Flash Wolves, they strike hard and fast in game number 1. They now lead 1-0 in the series. But Danny said, look, Team Vitality, they're used to the heartbreak. They're used to coming in and obviously just breaking hearts with a, first game loss. However, they can come back. But what is the secret for Vitality? What do they need to do to truly come back in this series?
We just heard the coach talk about it. They need more win-out players. Top 4 is a lie. It's a LARP. They need strategic players that are going to go reach for the highest cap possible. We all know Flash Wolves. They're a very slow burner of a team. They like to reach their maximum potential. You have to match them.
Got to match them indeed. Setsuko, you got excited when that name was brought up. What do you expect from him here? Because he was a big talking point during game 1. Game 2, he needs to be even bigger.
He played a great game 1. I think he capitalized on the high roll really well, but they need to find ways to slow the opponent down. The real issue was Prestevin and Milk not hitting their carries.
All right, let's see if they can do it for game number 2. Casanova, Hoope, take it away.
A masterclass in win-out versus tempo in game 1 between Vitality and the Flash Wolves. As you can see, that big lead that evaporated oh so quickly and suddenly towards the end of it. And we've got Soraka and Varus as our gods for this one, Hoope, going into this game number 2.
Yeah, Soraka, not the favorite of the crowd, if you will, has a shield that is pretty good. I particularly like it, but Varus is the one to look at. 50% chance of him to give you duplicators that are so important into going to the reroll line, and 50% chance that he doesn't give you much. So if you actually are thinking about going to the reroll line, expecting the duplicator, and you don't get them, it could be a low roll.
Yeah, so gonna have to be keeping our eyes on that. We've seen reroll pop off and also just be kind of stagnant, right? A lot of the expected Akali rerolls have kind of turned into more having to play it from a tempo perspective. You're not able to actually re-roll that line. Instead, it's going to be a lot of fast 8 playing around her as just a 2-star. But we did see something like Summertimer playing around the Cho'Gath when the spot appears for you. When it's given to you, you can take it and run with it, and you might even find yourself winning a lobby.
100%. We see also Stargazer is Altar and already with a good composition here, starting with the Jax for Ironbox. This is a comp that he's very comfortable playing and could be useful. We already saw the Lulu that I didn't think we would see so much during the tournament. Tidal won a game with Lulu before today. And it's a great comp. Of course, it can be Griff, but of course, having Varus, having the additional duplicators is easier to navigate.
Something that we'll continue to look out for as this game develops, if that is something that these players can go for it. I mean, the Lulu it was very strong on Medallion, on Altar. I think it's still very playable, and we'll see if they can actually go for that, or if it gets griefed out. Might not even be something that is on their minds going into this game. But Milk, that player on your screen, his last ride, retiring after this event, 4v4 champion for so long. He always is talking about how excited he is to play 4v4, even when the game has not been his favorite. When he has not wanted to play 1v1, he still wants to play 4v4 with his friends. We'll see if Milk can make something happen in this game, as it is going to be silver augments. We're looking for that expedition.
Yeah, 100%. A great moment also to rememorate here, Milk. I remember him on a previous Tactician Crown playing the Kled, forcing Kled reroll at every moment and having that possibility. Since then, he has matured. He's a veteran. He can play any line especially, and obviously looking for a great possibilities here. Goes for the immediate item, finds a Shojin that is pretty flexible for the early stages of the game, but commits you a little into the AP reroll line, if you will. Pretty good also Misfortune that he had it already on place.
Yeah, AP direction, potentially just Nami later. We've seen Nami be very popular from the AP lines. Could be Aurelion Soul, but I think the Shojin's like a little bit less popular in that regard.
Yeah, Miss Fortune being a caster, also a great possibility. Setsuko playing defense, so another one going into the Stargazer line, so probably 2-player influxing here on the altar to have possibility. The first time right now we see risk coming from Prestiven. 3 anima being played right here. It will be important for Flashwolf to have a defense player to open his board and make sure Prestiven doesn't pop off.
Yeah, and we'll see who ends up getting that duty from Flash Wolves, because currently we're looking at Ironbog, who has Caretakers, and it is a jinx for the Caretakers for Ironbog, so he certainly can't be the one looking to sell his board, because he's going to be wanting to go for that jinx 3-star through his Caretakers.
Someone has to do it, man.
Yeah. Well, yeah, we got
We have the mirror.
Terry, yeah,
okay.
it'll be a mirror matchup.
If you cannot open, you do the same. So mirror matchup here, Terry. Having the Ilawi is it's more difficult because you have a great tank. Of course, you can put it on the back, and we'll see probably changing positioning immediate here for Terry, trying to go for the cheese and trying to lose the round.
Yeah, we'll see if Terry and Prestiven face each other early or if they dodge each other forever, like we've seen with some of these lost streakers in the games today. An early fight where one of them is able to take the loss can make a big difference, and it will be Prestiven going up against Terry. The positioning did allow for Jinx to get focused first. That is boding very well for Terry, but the Alawi is overall a stronger unit than a lot of the rest, but everything is down. It's going to come down to a cast from the Alawi. Gets the big shield. The damage is coming through, but it's not taking anything down yet, and there's going to be a cast from the Aurora and the Jinx, and that's going to be too much damage.
Wow.
Prestiven wins the round, but that is a bad thing.
Ideal positioning here for Terry, scouting, making sure he makes the movement at the last moment. Jinx was focused first, and we see the laughter. He's smiling, he knows this is perfect, and we know Vitality has a great possibility of ramping up. They want to go for the comeback, and now Terry in a great position because it's very difficult for Vitality now to grief an additional player, knowing that you don't have the cap-out player on Prestiven.
Yeah, and Soju's going to be the one to do it.
Has
right?
to, man.
He's pretty much sold everything out. They have to stop Terry in his tracks before he can go for just the biggest cash out imaginable, and this just hurts their game. It hurts so much, as Soju may have been looking for a lost streak anyway, but now he just takes a bunch of damage for free because he does not rotate into Terry.
Wow. Dire position here for Vitality. They can still pop off, but they will need tempo play, they will need a win-out player, and they need to stop Terry.
And it's just going to be Setsuko going up against Terry, and Setsuko, of course, cannot sell out of his board even if he knows he can rotate into Terry. He has to play for the full win streak. He's on a 3-win streak, but AQ1H is also currently winning, so it will be contested between Milk, AQ1H, and Setsuko for the full win, as we do have duplicators coming from Varus, just the tiny duplicators, though. And then Prosperity on the other side, which is going to be looking to buff a champion you're trying to keep for the long haul. So kind of overall weak options between the two, but we might see Tiny Duplicator just come into play to help beef up some of these boards.
Yeah, I mean, going for the tempo. No one going for Lissandra, Cho'Gath, but as you mentioned, just going for a little strength. You're having your ones cost immediately to 2-star and having a little more presence in the board. It's very important now in the beginning.
Yeah, a few players, though, considering Soraka. We'll see potentially if there are some reroll lines available for the Flash Wolves, or if they already have a tank that's going to stay for much of the game. You often see that with just Arbiter and having the Leonas, but I don't think I really saw that many Leonas just yet. So,
yeah, for Soju, open fort angle immediately here. He can put something in because, I mean, 3 units from Terry, but he wants to make sure that Terry knows that he cannot be stronger and hold maybe additional units. So all the bench will be sold for Terry just to not get an additional one or having that possibility. And Soju full open, making his self-created, and he needs to be faced now. The later that he doesn't face the Terry, the worst, and there it is.
He got him. Okay, so this is a huge save for Vitality. They really needed Soju to not have to keep open forting for a very long time, and they need to stop Terry from continuing to get this lost streak cash out for the Anima. Prestiven is going to go back into the lost streak, but he's going to be extremely low when he goes for a cash out, unless he can do just a middling one to save HP later on and just hope that Terry can't go all the way. But Soju stopping him in his tracks for now is at least going to prevent the worst case scenario where Terry becomes an unstoppable force.
We see the health here. Milk 100, AQ1H and Setsuko, so a priority here, if you will, but once again, the sandwich. Vitality holding the stronger line, Soju and Prestiven on the lower, and Terry and the rest with good cap-out possibilities. So a little of edge, if you will, for in the start for Flash Wolf, but with good possibilities for Vitality to ramp up.
Yeah, I think it will be big here if Vitality can dodge each other on the win streaks and stop AQ1H. If they can go into neutrals with 2 5 streaks, that is going to do wonders for their econ going forward. And let's see who it is. It is AQ1H versus Milk, so there is a chance for the change to happen. It is going to be that MF trying to punch through the Meeple front line. Has a upgraded Gragas as his own anchor frontline with the Gargoyle Stoneplate, and it looks like Milk has been able to get through the front line first. If he has enough damage, it feels like Milk is actually going to do it, and with Setsuko winning on the other side of our screen, Vitality is going to keep 2 5 streaks going into neutrals and prevent Flash Wolves from even having one.
Double streakers, and also remember, Prestiven lost the early stage of the game, or won with the Anima, but now he can wrap bomb again. So maybe he will not go for the 400, but he can still make 200, maybe 100 a few times.
It looks like he got griefed again though, or he just decided to not play for that deep Anima because he takes a win in this final round. I think that's going to completely lock him out of taking a big loss streak for the Anima. He now has to play it from a tempo perspective, or at least it has to be trying to change up the game plan because it can't be full loss streak.
Yeah, level 5 here for Setsuko, trying to find an angle here. And what do? Do you expect something? Do you find an angle and maybe grit a little the economy, or do you just try to ramp out together with Milk and just take a chunk of AP of the rest? That will be the decision for this stage 3 that will be pivotal for the result of this game.
Yeah, it feels like historically we've seen a lot of when you have this kind of opener, you just try and lay down the punishment. But I'm not sure if that's going to work against the Flash Wolves. We saw how good they were at stabilizing their boards, finding their out, and they completely slingshotted from that last game where they were at the bottom of the tables. The health was looking bad. It was looking like Vitality might run away from it. And then all the Flash Wolves players found their way back.
Start slamming. We have Protector's Vow here. Good defense, but still holding 2 items here to wait to see the placement and whoever he faces, and then maybe commit to a red buff or even a Winsus, but I don't know if he wants to really commit to that line right now.
Runs into the Anima from Prestiven, so still Prestiven has put an item down onto the Aurora. He's at least trying to pick up a couple of kills. He's not playing for just the turbo loss streak, even just slams the Jeweled Gauntlet to see what he can get in this fight. And he does take out the Jax at the very least. He might be able to get one more takedown. Probably not. Looks like Aurora will fall, but at least Prestiven not taking the full brunt of Setsuko in this fight. And I think that is kind of the game plan now, is to loss streak, but not loss streak too hard.
Artifacts always a great possibilities here. Also the emblem, if Soju has a good angle here and tries to go into that line. Ironbog with good possibilities, also trying to find something interesting. Heavy is the crown, very good into the LeBlanc if he has the angle to go for it, but decides to go defense.
He's going to go for frontline. Just safe frontline pickup, gets that for the Jax, which is a best in slot item for Jax anyway, so it's already something you're excited to have. And he already has Akali too, so he is going to be playing around the Akali with the Caretaker's Jinx. So he's going to be getting a lot of these extra copies of Jinx and kind of play in that direction.
Yeah. Iron Block trying to get stronger here, finds the Jinx, finds an early Morgana. That is the best tank in the game. Debatably, for me, there's not better tank than Morgana. Finding her early, even though it's 1-star, it will give him a good stable board.
Soju is the direct contest. He ends up finding a pair of Akalis and an early Kindred to match up with his board at level 6. The stage 3 should look pretty good for Soju, especially if he can 2-star that Akali. But the items are already good, and it is a collector, so a way to kind of restabilize the econ, get even richer, and really level up Soju's spot.
Yeah. For challenger players watching the game, you already know this, but for the new guns, for the people enjoying the show for the first time, Akali is a unit that already gives precision, gives crit damage to the whole team, so everything crit additional that you give to her, like Collector, like the Striker first, is even stronger. So, as you said, Akali 2-star will be a menace to the enemy team.
Yeah, no, I mean, we already saw just with the 1-star, Soju was able to win, and he can start to turn around this big loss streak that he started the game with. I think he preserved a decent amount of HP considering how big of a loss streak this was. He's in lockstep with Terry and Prestiven, even with his open forwarding to try and grief Terry. So I think Soju's position overall is actually quite good, and it is just a matter of he's contesting into a member of the Flash Wolves, and can he hit first?
Also the communication, Cass. They keep talking every time. They're thinking about what is the matchup right now, how do they want to position. The talk at every moment of the game is so important at being able to preserve HP and then try to pop off.
I mean, Setsuko once again potentially just looking to go towards the Vex endgame. He's level 7 already. He's on this huge win streak. I don't think he even rolled much. I think he just leveled to 7 and is pushing the lobby in that way. He does have the 2-star Gwen that he can just anchor around for the time being, and I think that's probably enough for stage 3. Setsuko might have just a repeat game of the last one where he just tempos out the early game, uses that HP buffer he gets to go 9 and play around the Vex.
Yeah, especially if he finds a good economy augment to do exactly as you mentioned and look for the pop-out spot. Once again, Varus as the priority, but no, more Soraka right now, just getting a little more stats and great possibilities here to maybe have more presence into the game.
Yeah, mostly Raka ends up being the choice. I believe that was the edit 66 HP and 33 HP, you get something, so looking for just more power long-term instead of the quick buff that you get from the Varus. Terry is going to end up taking this little cash out here.
Yeah, second one. Already having good stats here with the first one. Now an additional one. So yeah, he knows that he can. It's not possible to go because of Soyu. I mean, the great defense play from Soyu makes Terry do this. And we have seen that this pop-off is not good enough. Normally, you really need something else to support the game. So this is not enough for Terry. Low in HP and trying to avoid the 8th to get with Prestiven.
Yeah, it's going to be a fight between the two to see who can get that 7th place. And I haven't seen Prestiven spot in a little bit, but Terry is looking rough there, and only a 2 HP buffer between him and Prestiven. It is just going to come down to who can make the stronger board, as we do have Kabao going up against Setsuko, seeing if he can stop the streak. But the Gwen 2 is just far too strong. The damage is there, and there is no stopping Setsuko once again with this massive win streak, as he did in the previous game.
I mean, the CIO from Vitality said it perfect. The combat possibilities here, we just need to not go 8th and have a player pop up and go first. If we manage to do that, the plane plays by itself. Setsuko being that we know players with good possibility, and Prestiven, the one who has to avoid the 8th.
Yeah, he has to fight against Terry to avoid this. They're both in free fall, down to 36, both of them losing out in stage 3. And yeah, there's not a lot of upgrades on this board, just the Leona anchoring the front line, and then you have the Nunu that was found, so at least there is some opportunity for Prestiven to start to find some stabilization around that strong frontline tank, especially if we can find a good damage dealer to go with it. So we are in the final round of stage 3 before neutrals. Terry versus Prestiven. This is a big fight. Prestiven wins. He's going to gain a big life buffer over Terry. This is crucial for both sides, and the Aurora is at least being able to kind of cleave down all these weak units in the front, which is going to buy a lot of extra damage. It's very small amounts, but these margins matter, and it is going to make all the difference. Prestiven is significantly stronger, and not only is he going to win this fight, he's going to deal a reasonable amount of damage, a 4-unit victory over the side of Terry.
Humble AP here for Prestiven with the 1-star Aurora, and Terry playing humble AD, if you will, with the Misfortune. So both of them, as you mentioned, I mean, the pop-off once again, Terry getting an additional possibility, and Prestiven holding HP. That is now the most important resource for him.
Yeah, he's got a 9 life buffer, but he's actually tied for Kabao as well, who is very rich, level 754 gold. Same with Terry. There's a lot of room for these players to start to cap their boards, and the 4-1 roll down is going to be critical for Terry, Prestiven, and Kabao to see who can stabilize the best, and if any of them miss, they will free fall this 8th.
And for Terry, he had the LeBlanc 2-star, knowing that a teammate is going to that line, decides to sell it entirely. He's low in HP, and he knows he cannot cap the board. Great defense there. Recognition of exactly what you have to do in 4v4.
Look at those gold numbers dip immediately. Terry sending it, as well as Kabao on this round. Full sell from Terry into a pivot. We'll see what he can end up finding. It looks like a pair of Namis, ends up swapping over to Corki. I think he had 80 items, so it needs to be the Corki instead. Gets to the Corki 2, finds Fizz 2, finds a lot of the Meeple, gets the Rammus to stabilize around. I mean, a really great pivot from Terry. Finds just about everything he needs except for the Rammus 2. He does have great frontline items, and that might just be enough for stage 4.
He has 2 ambuls to find a sword. It shouldn't be difficult, but of course, there it is. Immediate sword here, so the Death Blade coming into here for the Corki. Decides not to slam because he's going up against his teammate, and he wants to avoid friendly damage as much as possible.
Meanwhile, on the other side, Setsuko goes up against Prestiven. Prestiven does have a lot of items, ends up actually getting this win over Setsuko. Setsuko was able to keep some amount of items on the bench and save some HP for Prestivant, and Prestivant held strong. 76 gold. He did not go when Kebabao and Terry did, and he gets to win his round while Kebabao loses one. Now he gets to see the Prismatic before he sends it, and this is a big advantage for Vitality.
What is the auction? Goes for investment. So thinking about capping up. Rose here at level 8 and just trying to find the better placement here. This is flexible AP as we were mentioning, Cass, so he needs to propose anything. Karma is important. Any front line that he can find.
There's
and
Karma 2.
Nice.
Finds Karma 2. He's still anchoring around this Leona front line, which is not ideal. He needs to find probably something to replace this, but Aurelion Soul 2 hit as well. All of the AP threats are being found, and really it is just a frontline issue now for Prestivant.
Has the Lawi 2-star is not enough, but it's pretty good, at least decent for the start of stage 4. Obviously trying to look for something else, then Nunu will be ideal.
But this is massive. He saw where Flash Wolves wanted to go. He can pivot the other direction. He plays around AP, recognizes what AP threats are still open. Okay, it's Karma, it's Aurelion Soul. He finds both.
Okay, now going up against Ironbog, who had the Caretaker Jinx, already 3-star. Playing a tempo for now, no items on the Jinx. Just thinking more about the Akali, that is the one doing the full damage there. It's not wrapping still. The Ilawi looking damage, but the Leona holds strong. And for now, a great win for now for Preston. I didn't want to call it out soon, but yeah, it's good enough.
He's got it. He's just fine there. I mean, Ironbog finally finding a 3-star Akali. We haven't seen so many of them today as much as the comp has been very relevant. It's just the 3-star has eluded players for a lot of the day as Ironbog does find it, but I think Prestivant made such a great pivot there, going away from the Anima early game. Everything was tragic there. He loses the mirror to Terry. It finds another win randomly throughout, but it saves enough HP that he can just go for this full pivot into the AP flex, and he's put together a very powerful composition with that extra gold, and he's still making econ.
Yeah, having the chance also to get the Corki 3-star. Obviously Loki for now, 3 missing here. On the later stage, on the last game, Ironbog was the one playing Darkstar emblem on the ASO, and now Kebabao taking one from the book, and of course with a great composition that lacks a little front line, but it's very good, already having the Dark Holes in the front for the tankiness.
Yeah, pretty much the same setup as Prestivant, just a different frontline setup, and both of them kind of having not the most ideal front lines, but at least good enough. Meanwhile, Terry has picked up the second Corki 2. There's a world where Corki 3 can come through, but surely Vitality is aware and is starting to try and grab any Corkis they can, so it will just be a double Corki setup instead.
4 tiny and 1 lesser for Varus. Not the ideal one, but of course helps. Maybe try to find that Kaisa 2-star that you're missing, maybe a little front line to help, and of course everyone going for that place, either for the unit or just for the gold if you sell it directly. Tension gets built right here, Cass. They need to pop off. They need to have a win-out player. We know they're building their composition as strong as possible, but the HP is running low, and Vitality is looking for the win.
And we have to see who will be the hero for the Flash Wolves right now. AQ1H has a lot of health that they've held on to, but the rest of the team are going to be on their last legs. We saw them turn things around last time, but Soju trying to put the nail in the coffin with the pickup of the Jax 3 does not have opportunities to get towards an Akali 3, but playing the tempo style, playing around just the 2-star Akali as we've seen it for the most part. Now he just needs to find potentially a Kindred upgrade that can get him the rest of the way. Goes up against AQ1H, and we're just seeing our first look here. It's the Shepherds playing around the Zoe and around the Victor for now.
The position is the worst. Yeah, getting strong side here from AQ1H. Great positioning from him. So you will have a very difficult possibility ramping out of the tankiness here.
Yeah, but let's see if Akali can turn to the Victor, and there it is.
Damage.
Crown of Demacia is just going to end immediately, and AQ1H ends up taking a big hit for it. Soju able to really turn that comp online. Okay, Bao versus Ironbog in this spot. It is going to be Ironbog taking a hit. No, that's Setsuko actually. Setsuko has gone in towards the Xayah with his items. Not able to go towards the Vex yet, but he could still later, or leave it open for someone like Prestivant to potentially go there.
Beautiful transition. Prestivant also having the Kindred already prepped here, also negating from the rest of the unit, and one off here. So very important. Terry one off the Corki. Probably someone in Vitality is holding one.
Prestivant has one, and there's
one more off. unless someone else is holding one either on the store or not.
He's
keeps
still rolling.
Yeah.
I think maybe that Corki is not found yet by someone from Vitality. I wonder if they're all rolling to find it. Prestivan does have one. That is a dangerous prospect. They need to take out Terry now. And it is going to be Soju. Soju has a chance to do it. With the Akali, the front line very powerful with this Jax, tanking up the double Corki. And that Akali's still fighting its way through, but gonna get stuck on the Rammus. How long will she get stuck? It looks like a little too long as the Corkis are finally able to take her down, but maybe not just yet. It will be too much. Soju not able to finish Terry, and he has one more look at this Corki unless Vitality has found it. I don't see it on Soju's bench. It was only Prestivan's bench. Can we find the Corki somewhere else, or does Terry still have a chance?
Low goal here, only 6 gold to try to find the Corki, so that's only one row. If you think he's, lower enough, he will need to sell something here, but he was winning. It's not needed.
He's still rolling. I think, unless it's in a shop somewhere, it must not be on the board, or else there's no reason for Terry to roll.
There it is.
Corki in the shop for Prestivan, he can lock it up.
Nice. Great defense play here for Prestivan. You having the possibility, finds the Leona 3-star just to have an additional tanky here, makes the switch, and now has a real tank to go together with the Aurelion Sol.
He's not out of the woods yet, though. Prestivan very low on HP, and while he is currently blocking both of the Corkis, if he goes down, Terry has the opportunity to find his way back in, because that would be both in the pool immediately. So Prestivan right now has to outlive Terry for the chances of Vitality, because if Terry can live, finds that Corki 3, the game is over.
Split screen right now. You place it perfectly, Cass. This is exactly the two players that we have to watch right now. Avoid the ace is so important, both because Terry wanted to win the win-out spot one-on-one, and of course, try to avoid Flashwood for taking the win with the Corki 3-star.
Prestivan's matchup is going to be Setsuko, and Setsuko sacking. He's taking items off of his Xayah. He's going to be able to get Prestivan a win. Meanwhile, on the other side, looks like going up against the Ironbox board, who I believe is sacking as well. Only 2 items on the Jinx, but he only had 2 earlier, and that's the full 3 items on the 3-star Akali. Yep. I don't know how much he was able to sack, but it looks like it's enough for Terry to hang on. The double Corki still powerful enough to get the job done. Big loss for Setsuko into Prestivan, but the sacrifice is needed. Have to keep him alive.
Elite 4v4 right now. Both players keeping alive the win-out possibilities. For Terry finding the Corki, but they need to take out Prestivan, who's still 15 HP.
Meanwhile, Ironbog has dropped down to a single life in Kababao as well. This is looking very good for Vitality with 3 Flash Wolf members on those blinking health bars. See if they can send them out 7th, 8th, and just try and lock this up.
Pure muscle. Also saw you with a different composition, playing Nova, just playing full flexibility, pressuring the lobby when he must, and Milk playing 6 space group right now just for fun, has the Kindred, has the Riven, and has a great front line here to step it up.
Terry once again going to run into another teammate. AQ1H, no items on the Nami. Looks like he is able to sack for Terry once again. They're looking to just keep playing this dance, but no one except for AQ1H can sack for Terry any longer. Prestivan is going up against Ironbog, though. A very real fight. If Prestivan can take down Ironbog, he lives longer, and Aurelion Sol gets the back line. Ironbog goes down. Prestivan stays alive a little bit longer, and that's a Flash Wolf going 8th.
Oh my god, and Flash Wolf has invested so much to keep Terry alive that this is so much in favor right now of Vitality. Having a chance here, Soju gets a huge chunk, but we see full yellow on the top.
Yeah, it is just AQ1H with HP kind of contending in that 2nd spot right now, but I don't think his board is strong enough to contend for a 1st in this, and he was sacking for his teammates, trying to get Terry out of there, get Terry an opportunity to go for the 1st, but for it to even matter, they have to eliminate Prestivan, and they have struggled to do so. Prestivan has played this game beautifully.
They cannot stack anymore for Terry. They have to win out the game. They know they're in a bad position right now, so full strong side here for Kababa on the right, and finishing the transition there on the left for Terry just to put the front line in place.
Yeah, it's Setsuko looking to put the nail in the coffin, going up against Terry. Does have the Xayah fully online, going against the double Corki carry, so it is still a little bit more damage on Terry's side. It comes down to the front lines, and Nunu 2 is the anchor for Setsuko. The damage is there, the front line is there. It just comes down to the Rammus Can it outlast the Nunu? But the crowd control buys a lot more space. It is a very close fight. One more cast from the Nunu. Is it enough? It is. Terry goes down.
And
7,
Kebaba
8,
also.
6, 7, 8 for Flash Wolves, and that's just game 2 going over to Vitality.
Totally clean. Elite 4v4 by both teams, maintaining the pressure for Vitality here, making a huge possibility, maintaining the work here. Pressed, even playing defense in a great level. Didn't find the Corki cast. This has been elite. This has been so great, and we are gifted with a third game right now.
Oh yeah, this is beautiful from both of them. We talk about the masterclass of win out versus tempo in game 1. This is what happens when the tempo players succeed. They send them out in the bottom 4, 6th, 7th, and 8th. And Vitality is able to take that win. It looks so dominant, but it's just a knife's edge. It's moments away from Terry finding the Corki 3, and the game looks very different.
It's so beautiful. I mean, and they're still talking about it. They know they're prepared. They know exactly that this was the game plan they had prepared. Coming into EWC for the 3rd time, they know exactly how to navigate every spotcast. They know how to win games. They know how to manage the pressure into the lobby, and we see Ironbox totally destroyed right now. He knew he had the possibility to get the win out there. The Jeans was not enough with Terry Kerker. Items were not enough. They gave too much resources there for Terry, and they couldn't make it out.
Yeah, and I mean, it just felt like a position where they were going to send Prestivan in 8th once again, but he held on. He held strong. He found a great way out of that Anima early game where it just could not come together. Lost in the mirror to Terry, but made it happen. And now Vitality knocking on the door of escaping out of this group, trying to find this win. Vitality versus Flash Wolves, 1-1. We'll see the rest after this break.
Well, Denny said it best. Team Vitality, they got a habit of losing game 1, but then fighting back, and that's exactly what they do in this series against Team Flash Wolves. The series count now 1-1. The question is, who's going to take the last game of the day? Well, let's find out together. But first, to recap game number 2, Vitality, exciting stuff. They come back. However, Dobbs, Terry, if he would have hit the triple, man, if he would have hit the 3-star, things might have been different.
I mean, the lucky was in favor of Vitality on this game. I feel like they had such an amazing game plan. They started very strong with 2 players winning streak early game, and Soju actually sacked his board and break Terry's streak. And then later on, one Corki away, he could have hit, and the game was going to be very different.
But Vitality got it done just in the nick of time. We take a look at a live look at our vaults, our dugouts here. Team Flash Wolves on your screen, forced to reconsider that game number 2 and make a game plan going into game 3.
Yeah, and Flash Wolves have been just playing at a very, very slow pace. They want to play for the cap-outs, but unless you have the augments for it, I feel like they need to pick up the pace. They need to fight for the stage 3, as most other teams have been doing in 4v4.
Yeah, I feel like in this game specifically, Ironbog has some tools to have a strong early game, but they didn't have the items, so it ended up not being good for him.
Yeah, I saw on the screen there in the dugout, Team Flash Wolves immediately going to the screen, talking with their coach about what we can do, right, to wrap up this game number 3. Not going to be easy. You look at the history, though, of Flash Wolves, the gauntlet that they had to go to. Again, a team forged in fire in order to qualify for this stage. They've had their back against the wall before, much like they do now, and they found a way to overcome it. But exciting stuff for Vitality. If they can win this series, they might, in fact, make it out of the group, something they couldn't do last year. We take a look at some of the comments from all of you out there in the chat. Keep them coming. This is one of my favorite segments, to see what the chatters are saying. Milk, the savior of NA. Cliff Teasy, what do we think? I mean, hey, this is in fact his retirement route. He's retiring after this, so he says anyways.
I feel like Milk has a great spot on that team, but I feel like the spotlights are always into Soju. He had such an amazing season so far. The set Space Gods, he's doing amazing, and I feel like he is the greatest player in the team.
You could take this one. I saw you laughing already.
Yep, a Kali unit, you have to get used to it. It's just going to kill all of your carries if you don't 2-star them. Just very, very powerful tempo machine here.
Ooh, what else we got? Setsi Fast 9 every game. Giga Chad, Toxic TFT.
I like that. I called that earlier today, and I said that we needed to see that kind of Setsuko going into that top 1 finish, and he has done it so far, so I enjoyed that. He's such an amazing player.
1, 2, 3, 4, holy!
Complete stomp coming in from Vitality, and I think you have to feel good after that game too. They were winning 90% of the time this series, so going into this one, momentum should be on their side.
Well, Stream B, they just wrapped up, but they had an exciting day. Kitty, break it down for me.
Final update from Stream B, where we just finished Nemesis versus Virtus.pro with the score being 2-0 going over to Virtus.pro. Game 1 was an early Belveth hit for Virtus.pro, where they were able to get the ball rolling very early on with that Belveth early tempo. And of course, for Game 2, it was a complete sweep for Virtus.pro with 4 of the Nemesis players in the bottom 4. So as the schedule updates, I'm looking forward to see how things turn out for tomorrow.
Thank you, Kitty, for the update. Of course, Stream B working incredibly hard over there across the set. Sad for Nemesis, though. Virtus.pro, however, it was to be expected. Virtus.pro, they move forward.
I feel like Virtus.pro being the runner-up of the last season, they were the favorites in that series, and they cleaned it up 2-0. It was a statement.
Which is big for Virtus.pro, especially when we talk about the club championship race. Trav, give me the updates.
Sitting in second in the club championship with 1,400 points, Team Vitality have got a unique opportunity to bolster their title charge this week. They're in all 4 of the games being played out. However, over in the Allianz Vault, they're looking to switch their focus from MWI to TFT. In 2024, they managed to crack the top 4 and get some good points, but in 2025, they fell short in 9th to 12th. The question remains, will the home crowd advantage allow them to get over the line and take the club championship? Stick around to find out.
Final series of the day, Team Vitality versus Flash Wolves. We head to the stage in just a moment's time. Ooh, here it is, 1-1. It comes down to a final game. Vitality lost the first game, but they come back in a big way. Now they've got the confidence. They've got the ball rolling. The question is, though, will it be stopped by Team Flash Wolves?
Oh, I think someone has to stop Setsuko. Both of these games, 100 streaks to start off stage 2. Great positioning and on that altar Zaya. If you want to defeat Vitality, you have to defeat Setsui.
Ooh, Setsui. But what about Team Flash Wolves on the opposite side? I mean, Iron Bog has been out of this world. AQ1H as well has been spectacular. And let's not forget, if Terry would have got the 3-star, this could have been much different. It's not like Team Flash Wolves dropped the ball. They've been stellar. It's just Vitality got the job done a little bit earlier than Flash Wolves could have.
Yeah, so we were talking about that Vitality crushed the game, but it was one Corki away to everything could be very different. So I feel like Flash Wolves had an amazing did an amazing job in the first game, and they know what to do. So let's see if they have the tools to bounce back.
It's a group of friends. Vitality also veterans. They return. Vitality has put a lot of hope and entrusted faith in this roster to be able to do better than they did last year. Danny said, please no longer finishing 8th place. We want to go further. It starts with this match. And honestly, if they can beat Team Flash Wolves being the strong team that they are, I don't see Vitality being stopped anytime soon. Give me your best take. Vitality or Flash Wolves game 3?
After watching those first 2 games, I have to go with Vitality. Strong early game, strong finishes.
Yeah, I feel like I'm with Vitality as well. I feel like the first game, they were on an edge of winning. Of course, in the second game as well, but I feel like they're doing a great job so far.
Vitality has been spectacular here in the Allianz Vault. They've in fact won weeks 1 and week 2. Are they going to be able to win week 3? This is just day 1 of 5 for our TFT tournament here at the Esports World Cup in Paris, France. It's been spectacular, but we still need to watch the finale between Team Vitality and Team Flash Wolves. Casanova, Hoope, let's get it started for the final game.
Hoope, let's kick things off. Varus and Evelyn are the gods as we go into this final game between Team Vitality and the Flash Wolves. Vitality, disappointment last year at EWC, this time trying to change history by starting off with a big win against the Wolves.
They said it perfect, Cass. They want this to be their redemption arc. That's what Prestiven is saying. That's what the CIO was saying here for Vitality, having that possibilities. And you mentioned it, Varus and Evelyn. Varus, more influx into the reroll line. And Evelyn, if we get steamroll, that will be tempo play. I know this is the favorite god from Vitality if they manage to get the angle.
Yeah, I mean, with the early tempo we've seen from Vitality, Steamroll could be a way to completely shut this out. And Steamroll is just giving all that extra gold if they can find it. Stargazer is going to be Medallion this time. The last time we saw Medallion, it was that win from Lulu, so we'll see if we get that again.
Yeah, 100%. It was Tidal doing the Lulu, finding also the Twisted Fate that is not needing the combo, of course, inflexing more on the 3-star to get additional power. That could be an option here. They're playing a lot of defense, so difficult to navigate a 3-cost 3-star, but obviously an option here to consider.
Yep, Arbiter for Prestiven is going to be Leona printing. So for each interest you would gain, you have a 20% chance to gain a Leona at combat end. It's going to be a little bit slower on the Leona print than some of the other versions, but it will still potentially get you to that 3-star.
Yeah, if he manages to maintain great economy here at the start, especially with good economy augments in the beginning, he can get into the pop-off as soon as possible. It's tight here, Cass. This is the final round for them. Of course, trying to avoid going to the lower bracket and maintain that win streak possibilities. This is a flashy... Vitality has always been like this. I mean, they start losing, they pop off, and the excitement, the tempo for them is the name of the game.
They're going to have to dial it in for this one after that game 1. Could not close it out. Flash Wolves ran it all the way back, going from those low HP bars, but it is going to be a prismatic to kick things off, Hoope.
Yeah. Great possibilities here. Shimmer Scale also good with the economy that we know Prestiven is looking for. He's asking the rest of the player, can I go up Gorgo Mobility? Can I be the win-out player? Or someone has a better angle here?
Just waiting to see whether he's going to do that or if it ends up being even something just like expected unexpectedness. It is going to be Shimmer Scale, though. He's going to go for that econ you were mentioning, looking for that Mogul's Mail. It's safe, and he's going to be playing around this Leona regardless. It should be 2-star relatively fast. It's going to synergize with his Arbiter to make sure he can print those Leonas even quicker.
So important here, Cass, to ask permission, to say, okay, what is my spot here? What do I have? If it's going up for Gormili, he needs a win streak also and have a chance, obviously, to pop off the later stages of the game. Setsuko, I mean, thinking about Fortune Strength, so this is great. This is an artifact now, and then you get artifacts every few rounds. If he managed to stay alive until stage 4-5, for example, he can be the strongest in the lobby.
Yeah, and we saw just the power of this in the series earlier between Zeta Division and JDG, and it was in that first game that we had 2 players, one from each side, going forged in strength, and one of them was able to take the win after the big loss streak between the two. So see if if Setsuko once again can be that win-out player, but this time not from tempo. It will be from the loss streak.
Similar for Terry here with Combat Story, trying to cap out the game in the later stages of the game. Shimmer Scale also for AQ1H, so also thinking about economy and maybe playing it slow. Clement say it. I mean, Flash is playing maybe too slow. They need to tempo out. They maintain the slow play cast. They are thinking about the later stages of the game.
Yeah, but Vitality also slowing things down. Only Soju with a win. They had the double win streak in the last game. At least at the very start here, I'm not even seeing many levels be pushed by Vitality. They're actually matching Flash Wolves' pace instead, with only 2 players going to level 4 here on 2-2. Soju and Ironbog both looking for those win streaks, and everyone else playing slow, playing for their economy, and playing potentially for those major cap-outs around the Prismatics.
Yeah, having that chance for obviously challenger players already familiar with TF, they know this, but just to explain, comeback story right now for Milk, what it does is for the much HP you lose, you get additional stats. You get attack speed, you get strength for your game itself. So the lower they are, the stronger they are. So we have players that are going to stack fully the early stages of the game, and they can win out.
All right, so that's going to be the Arbiter build, I believe, for Soju now. Looking at his bench, he has a pair of Gwens. We saw that Gwen be the main carry for Setsuko's comp for a while in the previous game, but gonna have to sell those out to make Econ, just playing around the early Vanguards and hoping the Zoe has enough damage, but Soju not the strongest board. I could see somebody have a stronger board in this lobby, but it is just gonna be Setsuko for now, who is at level 4, but only with 3 units, still just looking to lost streak and play Econ.
Yeah, I mean, normally with the first artifact, you're not strong enough. With the second one, you really need to pop off. So for Setsuko, Stage 3 will be the name of the game. That round will be the influx, and he will start popping off.
Meanwhile, there is the first Akali for the game. Going to be Terry holding on to that. Has a pair of Akalis to potentially play into that line. Somebody will be going for it, as the options are going to be Blood Pact and Super Parting Gifts. So no steamroll just yet.
Okay, not having that chance. That of course will be ideal spot right now. Deadly or Dead plays here for one of the players for Flash Wolf. Very good tempo, also good possibilities, and stacking onto the later stages of the game. Normally we see Corki on this line, but he could stay on the Akali. We know she's very annoying, and she can really tempo it out on the middle stages.
Looking for the final choices from these players. Saw a pretty good mix between the two. So we do have an Evelyn, at least for Soju. He is just looking for that extra money to try and continue playing to push levels and keep the win streak alive. Evelyn is going to tax HP as a resource, though, in this team play. So, of course, it is going to be about equal, though, because everybody is going to be looking towards this Evelyn. So all it does is just reduce the total amount of HP in the lobby.
Yeah, and for Soju, I mean, this is exactly the way he loves to play. Tempo play, keeping himself flexible, opening himself for the Vanguard AP line that he loves to play, because there's so many variations, Cass. You can play it any when you can, and you can really be a little greedy with the items. Decides to slide the Rabadon, slams also the blue buff, and try to pop off here and take a good chunk out of Kebaba.
Yeah, and I mean, he's going to do just that. Not a single takedown for Kebaba. It's going to be just a full hit onto that side. And Soju just continuing to look for this win streak, try and be that anchor for the team, as Ironbog on the other side has that 4 win as well. Flash Wolves this time did overall have the early HP, but we'll see how it's kind of all fallen once we get that big look at the entire lobby, because it was pretty much every player in the lobby taking it slow except for Soju and AQ1H.
For Ironbog, we're seeing there good communication, a player that has been to Takrown so many times, a player that lacks a big result, a big win. EWC could be that big win for him. Soju, as we mentioned, maintaining tempo, trying to look for something, and Setsuko playing defense here, or just making sure to be the one in that perfect lose streak position and get the economy.
Yeah, Kebaba is the only one kind of contending with him, but Kebaba is on worth the wait, so not able to actually kind of sell out of everything. It doesn't really make sense to do so. So it will be a good opportunity for Setsuko to just lock in that full loss. Soju runs into Ironbog, so we'll actually only have a single full win streaker, and Soju, having slammed all of these items on Zoe, should have plenty of damage, but that is a Radiant Giant Slayer on to the Bel'Veth, and it just comes down to, is the melee going to be too much of a problem? And it is not. Ironbog going to keep the win streak for the Flash Wolves, and Soju going to lose out on this one. This is the first time that Flash Wolves have controlled the early game. However, Vitality has been able to maintain the loss streak, so one streak for one when it comes to this stage 2.
This is what Clement was saying about Flash Wolves. They were playing slow, and they had a chance here to play a little more aggressive Ironbog, looking for that possibility, and you said it, Cass. He managed to make it, and now we have 2 players, Ironbog and Terry, preserving HP, punishing the lobby, and this is exactly going against Vitality's plan. It could be difficult to navigate from now on.
Soju trying to play that AP flex line immediately on level 5, finds Anami. Not necessarily ideal with the blue buff versus the Shojin, but it's still very good, and it is an early pickup of that 4 cost.
100%. Having a chance. Also, he only had the Zoe still, so having a 1 star 4 cost looks amazing. Ironbog also trying to look for Orgraves. He will wait one more, and we will see a deep roll down for him on stage 3-2.
Yeah, meanwhile, Kababao with that worth the wait does finally get to the Zoe 3 here on 3-1, so is going to be able to play around that. Should have good opportunity to try and win out stage 3. Exactly as Clement wanted. A little bit more fight in stage 3 from the Flash Wolves, and Ironbog, Kababao both going to be doing so. Vitality this time are the ones on the ropes when it comes to the health totals. But, you know, with Setsuko's spot, we identified early on he's going to have really good chances to go for a win-out angle. He's done so in the last 2 games from win streak, but really what Setsuko's known for is doing this from loss streak, and this is absolutely going to be the comfort zone.
They need to stop Ironbog here as soon as possible. And no, this is friendly fire. This is perfect for the Flash Wolf. Ironbog takes the win here, Cass, and has a perfect spot to roll down and maintain the win streak even more.
And we'll see who can end up breaking that as Soju takes a loss to Prestivan. Not sure how powerful Prestivan's board was, because I expected Soju with the pickup of the Nami to be quite strong, but he stayed level 5 on 3-2, whereas Prestivan did go to 6. So we do have Prismatics once again. We are going to see the next pickup of these augments. Just a bunch of giant belts for Milk, just trying to stabilize that board around the Akali.
Trade 3 for Terry here. If he managed to accomplish something interesting, Marauder, something that makes sense, could be amazing. And of course, he can really miss. Maybe Meeple, also an important opportunity if he managed to go into the Corki angle.
So Milk ends up finding Akali 2. Gets Jax 2 as well. Did roll down quite a bit, though, down to 20 gold. Looking to stabilize this board. He should be relatively stable, though, from there after finding those 2 stars.
Okay, finds the Meeple here opportunity to try to go for the Corki, and also has a chance to stay here and just play a little more flexible into Master Yi, a unit that we haven't seen so far, and I don't think he will influx into it. So I really think this should be a Meeple angle and then transfer into Corki.
Yeah, so with these items, right, Deathblade already one of the best for Corki, so certainly having an easy chance to go in that direction. And Terry, playing the Corki in the previous game, will be on Corki duty once more.
Okay, so you hear holding strong, low in HP, and hasn't, as you mentioned, he stayed low level, just trying to accomplish and then maybe pop off. And for Vitality, this is very difficult, Cast. Maybe a level 7 angle here to stabilize. Ironbog looking pretty good, has the Baron Slayer, so also scaling Augment here to get powerful in the middle stages of the game.
The roles have been reversed between these 2 teams. It's Flash Wolves playing tempo, it's Vitality looking for the win-out angles, and Setsuko is going to be the leader of that with this massive loss streak with the Forge and Strength, and that's really the big thing we're looking at. But Vitality has to continue to play around that, because they can't go 7-8 and force a 1-2. Setsuko may have the best angle in the game currently to play for first, but that does not mean you can get complacent. The rest of Vitality has to get the job done.
We're seeing Prestivan right now. I mean, no presence. You have a little strong board, you have the Zoe, level 7, middle placement, so thinking about stabilizing on stage 4. That would mean losing a lot of HP. If they don't hit, this could be a loss for Vitality. They really need to high roll and get very, very lucky on the first stage of stage 4.
Yeah, and I mean, Prestivan's going to be very rich. He's 1 Leona away from kind of stabilizing around that Leona 3 front line that he's got from his Arbiter, but down to 58 health, and we're going to get a 3-star 1-cost option from the Evelyn, or just duplicators. It looks like most players going for the dupes. The random 3-star 1-cost, a little bit tough at this stage to actually even fit in your composition. It's really looking to high roll, and the HP you lose is so valuable in 4v4.
LeBlanc, pretty interesting if someone is going for that line, especially the Winsto users in the early stages of the game. Nami also a good pickup there if you have the pair prepared. But of course, no one still with the pop-up angle. The name of the game is Tempo, and for now it's being won by Flash Wolf.
Getting our first look in a while at Setsuko's board as he goes to level 7. Just the Blighted Jewel for now, as he will get the rest of those a bit later from the Forged in Strength.
Good chance here. Also getting the anima in, trying to get a little more strength and even be a more of a cap-out player, but low in HP, and he really needs a recognition. Someone needs to funnel HP for him in the later stages of the game, and that's not happening. On the right, Prestima at least find some upgrades, but still a lot of gold and one off the Leona 3-star.
Yeah, he'll get it in this next fight just from his Arbiter. It should be able to print that last Leona, but that is going to be one more fight that he is weak as Setsuko goes up against AQ1H. Is going to be going into his Mogul's Mail and the Melio carry for now, as Anami added to the board for Setsuko to just get a little bit stronger. And it will allow him to at least get a bunch of takedowns that will mean he's not going to lose nearly as much HP as he has been losing in these fights, but still not enough. And he's just going down to 2, maybe 3 lives at this point. Not even rich enough, as he's level 7 at 3-5. But he's going to need to go at least to level 8 before the big roll down. Here's the cash out, as he's going to start to get a lot of value from that Force and Strength.
A little gold, a little stat with the augments, they allow with that. It's always good to maintain that flexibility and angle. Finds the static shift here as an additional, so goes perfect. Good synergy. Has the Blind Ninja, has the static shift. Normally with the static shift you want to play Vex, with the Blind Ninja you want to play the LeBlanc, so he has a good angle to maybe transition from one comp to another.
Yeah, he has direction going into the potential 4-1 or 4-2 roll down. So he is going to run into a 3-star Leona from Prestivent. Finally he hits, and then he runs into his teammate after all that, but it is still going to be fine as a whole. Of course, Setsuko, he may be taking one more loss here into Prestivent if the upgrade was enough, but maybe all of these artifacts get it done for Setsuko, and he can finally turn things around, keep Prestivent on a loss streak, but save HP on the biggest win-out threat for Vitality, and that will be the case. Massive win for Setsuko, not too terrible of a loss, and Prestivent was already loss streaking, so good for his econ as a whole.
Yeah, needs to find the stable point, needs to find the critical mass. Already having the infinite remover here for Setsuko is just huge. If he managed to be the leader, to be the strongest, he can just take out all the items and then funnel the HP to his teammate and then punish directly and quickly Flash Wolves.
Look what he's doing. He's trying to save APM for the next round, sells off the entire bench, didn't have anything for the comp that he's pivoting into, and we'll see if on 4-2 we actually see a massive roll down or if he has a little bit of extra time, because he's currently playing around a Riven and a Nami. These are 4 costs, these are powerful units. They're not exactly what he wants for the end game. As you mentioned, potentially playing around the LeBlanc and the Vex is what the itemization is asking for.
He needs to take whatever the game gives him right now. Find stabilization will be so important. Decides to pop off? No.
One more round.
Yep.
He's got one more. He can do 4-3 instead.
Makes more sense. He needs to play it safe, still have a little HP, so have a chance here to stack one more and go for that additional possibility. Preston here, level 8, he's the one rolling on 4-1, trying to look for stable angle, finds one LeBlanc, and finally the Leona that you mentioned, Cass.
Yeah, Setsuko actually gets to see his augment before he goes off. Big hopes for Vitality is that Setsuko's able to find one more win. Maybe even a teammate can sacrifice for him. Prestivent going up against AQ1H. Does have all these items, good items for LeBlanc as a whole. Gambler's Blade and the Ginsus. However, Gambler's Blade not providing that much because currently Prestivent is broke. He had to roll all the way down. See what he can generate though, as the Leona is stable at this point. AQ1H has not spent a lot of money recently. Still level 6, 53 gold. So this is a massive win for Prestivent. A big hit there, and it looks like AQ1H was looking to reroll Melio, and he's still a couple copies away.
Yeah, 2 ways to play the Lulu comp, if you will. The first one is to try to find Jax and Melio quickly. He didn't accomplish that option. Or you go level 7 and just find the Lulu. He tried to stay on level 6, but far away, as you mentioned, from the Melio and also from the Jax. So difficult spot to navigate. He has a lot of economies he should hit right now.
The roll down from Setsuko ends up picking up new recruit, so he's going to get that +1. He's going to try and find the big pickups, the LeBlanc, the Nami upgrades, maybe just the Riven upgrade. Doesn't find anything, but gets pairs for both of the main carries of his current composition, as well as pair of Morganas for the front line, but doesn't actually get to complete anything just yet, and he's out of gold.
Yeah, so you find a Blitzcrank that it could be useful here. Also finds the Aurelion Sword, but again, no pair here, Cass. True 0 in gold for both of them. Trying to find the stable spot. They will need to keep rolling and try to really win this round. We were mentioning, they won or they lost the stage 3, and now they really need to win now.
And it is going to be Setsuko going up against Soju, so this is going to be some team pressure. think ideally they want to wear the damage onto Soju. Setsuko still has the opportunity with this Portion strength to really cap out high, win the lobby. So getting the win on him, having Soju just take a bit of a loss here is overall beneficial. Milk has been on a bit of a free-fall, 3-loss streak so far. AQ1H kind of doing the same with his attempt to reroll Milio, but now he's pushed to level 7, spent a lot of the gold as he's down to 30 HP. Milk takes a loss as well. He's playing around the Akali, has 5 copies, as well as 6 copies of Jax, but he has not been able to hit the full composition.
You can feel the pressure here. Ironbog also going to True Zero, didn't find the Jinx, has a Rek'Sai 3-star there on the front, but lacking so much damage and difficult for him. If he doesn't hit the Jinx, he will also go into a pitfall.
Yeah, Milk rolling down to 30 gold. Still not finding any of the big upgrades. We'll see when he ends up just sending it as he goes up against Terry. Terry having a rogue emblem now. Looks like he did reforge the Meeple emblem, so not playing towards Corki as we thought. Instead playing around the Kindred for now, as Milk's Akali is hanging on by a thread, but it is still living, still getting the damage down. Is it going to be enough? Takes out the enemy Akali, and it's just the Kindred left when it comes to the damage, but the front line is in shambles for Milk. Very close fight. One more cast from Akali can do it, and she gets there. This is a huge win for Milk to save HP for Vitality.
On the other hand, also Prestiven taking the win, preserving more HP here. We see a lot of Vitality members there on the bottom, and now the final possibilities. Lover plus. This is the chance to find the 5 cost, the 4 cost that you actually need, and everyone is going for the Gamba.
Yeah, everyone looking for it. Nobody looking for the 2-star 4 cost. No looks for a cheeky 3-star 4 cost off the Evelynn. I think that is incredibly high risk, especially because the health loss from the Evelynn is so scary at this point. And if you devote to Evelynn, you lose more health per loss, which could actually make such a big difference in 4v4. You have to be so confident in the Evelynn selection to go there. So everyone's just going to go for the Varus, go for the safe option. Now just a little bit of gold. Setsuko does have to find these hits. Shen 2 found for Setsuko. Massive upgrade, but still looking for damage as his Nami is still just a Nami 1, but he can use Shen as a carry. He brings Mittens onto Shen instead.
I love it. I mean, Shen is a unit that is very underestimated because he needs to cast 3 times to actually do damage. With the Mittens, he's faster. He can get the possibility. He has more attack speed, and he could be a big carry right now.
Now taking a look at Kabao's board, he has the highest HP in the lobby. Getting that worth the wait Zoe has made a huge difference. It's made a huge impact. But now the comp should start to fall off a little bit as he begins to transition to the level 9 board. We'll see if it can win. For now, it will be stronger than his teammate Terry, who I think is kind of starting to fall off quite a bit with this Akali comp, but still, I mean, this unit is disturbing. Yeah. Whatever that Twitch chatter is, they were completely correct. I mean, come on, that looks like something Kabao should absolutely win, but it just does not do it. Every time the Akali surprises you.
We see on their hand, finally, Setsuko finds the Morgana 2-star in a stable position here. Doesn't find the damage. Still lacking the Nami. And Milk here just trying to hold up, trying to find the Akali. 2 missing here, Cass, and of course Griffin, the Jax from AQ1H.
Yeah, I mean, he's 1 away from his own Jax 3-star, so really just the big fight between these 2 players, and Milk has rolled all the way down to 0. He just has nothing left in the tank. If he can find these last 2 pickups, he can escape this 8th place, but it's just going to be 2 rounds to get there. At least he will have 1 neutrals round to make a little bit of extra gold.
Finally finds the Nami 2-star here for Setsuko, so in a great spot right now, 27 HP, having the replacement, the Forgers here to eliminate items and put again, and have that great possibility to replace and now funnel to the rest of the game.
Milk found the Jax as we panned away, but does not have the Akali 3, and she gets focused down by the Jinx. Jax is not going to be enough by himself, and the Kindred 1 with only a single item isn't cutting it either. But Milk will at least live until the boons and gets a chance to maybe find this last piece of the puzzle, find the Akali 3, and then it's all positioning from there.
Wow, and Prestiven taking also the L here against Ironbog. Milk really needs to pop off here, find the Akali. Prestiven needs also to avoid, and this is the danger spot here, Cass. Milk and Prestiven once again trying to avoid the 7-8 with the possibility of Setsuko to win it all.
It is huge. The 7/8 is starting to look likely. The knife's edge that they've been playing on this entire time, it's been the Flash Wolves in the previous 2 games. They were the ones looking to turn the corner, to cap out big, but now it's Vitality in that seat. Milk, 2 copies of Akali away, only 12 gold to try and get there.
For Soju here, something similar. He's in the jail of level 8 right now, trying to find the bar, has the duplicator to do it. And now Bar is a great carry right now. Also having a possibility here to get a chance, the Leona in the front. Milk couldn't find the Akali yet, so 2 off here. And AQ1H also finds the additional tank here of the Jax. And also now has the Lulu.
He found everything.
Wow.
He found everything. The Melio, the Pantheon, the Jax, the Lulu. AQ1H might turn the quarter. Title 1 with this board on Medallion. And now AQ1H with 14 life. If he can't be stopped by a member of Vitality, if he can't be sent in 7th or 8th in this moment, he could run away with the game.
Kebaba, on the other hand, playing defense also with the Aurelion Soul, so has the additional units that Soju is looking for, and Milk here, running for his life. He really needs to withstand one more.
It's an 8th.
But no.
It's an 8th for Milk. Will be Vitality taking that. If AQ1H can live. No, he'll go down. Ooh. Down to 1. Prestivan couldn't quite finish the job. They needed that. They needed AQ1H to be sent 7th, and Soju is now the next potentially in trouble. They cannot take 7th and 8th here with the life totals currently. They are too far behind to bank on a 1-2.
For Soju, not finding the upgrades is so huge right now, and the possibilities here are in favor of Flash Wolf, sending 8th place here, Milk. So you still trying to roll, not even having the pair, so the bar will have to do all the damage right now. Very important to protect him and to maintain a strong side, very focused on the one side.
Last minute positioning from Soju, and he will be the one going up against AQ1H. He has to win this. If he loses, that could be it for Vitality in this series. This is for everything in this moment. It comes down to the Bard. Does it have the damage to get through this front line? Focusing on to the Pantheon as the Lulu continues to pump out so much damage, but the focus fire is there. The Bard and the Aurelion, are they onto the back line? The Lulu, one more cast. It's too much damage. Soju falls down in 7th. And the Flash Wolves are running away with this game as Setsuko takes a loss as well, and the HP is not there. The math is not mathing for a 1-2 from Vitality.
Looking so doomed right now. They need to pop off. Setsuko has a chance here with the emblems and with the possibility here of Artifact, but Prestivan doesn't have a strong enough board. Pure present and elite gameplay right now for the Flash Wolf. With Grey Spot, they did everything, Cass. They maintained the tempo in the early game and now have pop-up possibility to close it out.
Yeah, AQ1H living on 1, finding his comp in the last moment, takes down Soju, sending Vitality 7th and 8th once again. A repeat of game 1. Setsuko now rotates into AQ1H, can look to try and finish the job. If he can get there, maybe there is a hope, a shout, a chance in hell for Vitality. But looking at the HP values, if Flash Wolves can hold fast, if Flash Wolves can hold on their sacrifices with each other, they can force this win as AQ1H does go down, but Prestivan takes another loss, and that may just do it.
Yeah, all the eyes right now on Prestivan. Any win-out possibilities here, trying to find the Nunu 2-star, playing with the Fight Shepherd. Doesn't have the Vex 2-star here, and that's the pop-up. That's the chance he has to take the win here, Cass. Finds the Nunu 2-star, finds a Bard, but it just doesn't look like the damage is strong enough. He really needs a Vex 2-star, a Sona, something to make presence here.
Yeah, and he had to sell out of his Sona pair in order to make the Nunu. Certainly going to hurt, but the Nunu is so important for the front line, but as you said, the damage is just not there. And with only 17 total HP between the two members of Vitality, and he's facing off against Setsuko, he has to find a 1-unit loss, and even then at 14, I'm not even sure exactly on the math of that one, Hoope, but it doesn't matter, because taking that loss here just means they'll have to face one more time before this game is done, and the 1-2 dream is not going to be possible for Prestivan and Setsuko. And once again, they're going to have to start the group stage at a major disadvantage. losing in that round one. Setsuko lives, but this is all but the writing on the wall, Hupe.
Yeah. I mean, if they face each other once more, no matter the result is over here for Vitality, the math is just not working. They need the Hail Mary both in composition and, of course, in matchup here, Cass. And, of course, the stand-up here for the three Flash Wolf member, Ironbuck, Terry, Kabao. So huge and so strong right now.
Yeah, Kabao making it all the way to level 10 and now continuing to level up the composition, right? As have just the Blitzcrank 1-star as well as the Sona, but now he can start to find those upgrades and he has 61 HP to work with. He'll face off against Prestivan, still playing around this 3-star Zoe from earlier, does have 4 Conduit online, has the double Death Cap jeweled gauntlet onto this Aurelion. The damage is all here. The synergies from that level 10 board. And even if Prestivan is able to pick this up, which he is not, Kabao has so much time to make the board all the stronger. And the Flash Wolves are going to pick up this series against Vitality.
They won against T1 in the close qualifiers, sending it to the global qualifiers. So APAC representative number 3, they're happy, Cass. They know they did well. They play the way they have to. They changed gears. They started playing slow, and then they play tempo, flash out that board, and find an amazing win against Team Vitality that looks a little down. They played well. The second game was a total blast for them, but it just wasn't enough in the end.
Look, Clement laid it out on the analyst desk. He wanted to see the Flash Wolves come out and match the pace of Vitality. Vitality in this game, their spots made them need to slow it down, and because of that, they were actually run over by the Flash Wolves this time. The comfort zone from the Flash Wolves is playing for the win out, but this time they showed that they have the flexibility to play all kinds of styles in 4v4.
Also being in a comfort zone, right? You win today, you get to the upper bracket, you play with more comfortable, knowing that you have one life. And for Vitality, I think this is comfort spot because they know how to ramp out from bad placement and possibilities, so they really can go lower bracket for them. Wasn't the best possibilities here, but now they can pop off tomorrow.
The lower bracket comfort zone for Vitality. You can knock them down, but you can't kick them out. Congratulations to Flash Wolves for picking this up, and we'll see if they can close out this group and if Vitality will make it as well. Sending it down to the desk.
Is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
And just like that, our final match of the day has concluded. Team Flash Wolves get the job done, beating Vitality 2-1. They move forward in the upper bracket. But don't worry, Vitality fans, they're still in it. They just got to fight through the gauntlet in the lower bracket. It's not going to be easy, but nothing ever is if you want to be a winner. Hey, welcome back into the Allianz Vault. I'm Taylor Reflections, Noble, joined by Clement as well as Dobbs. What a series we just had before us. Vitality, they fought back, but only for a moment. It was Flash Wolves who looked stellar in the end.
Yes, I feel like tempo was the name of the game, and I had a note that in the 3-3 phase in the game, Vitality had the 4 players at the bottom of the standings. So it's very hard to come back when you have such a low pace early game, and Flash Wolves, they were able to explore that.
You know, I think for this series anyways, Flash Wolves probably were the favorite, right? However, the veterans of Vitality, they've chose to stay together, and I think they did a great job. They're still going to be in it. Let's go ahead and start taking a look at our Group A bracket and how it ended up unfolding throughout today's competition. And Clement, we had a lot of great matches, and tomorrow looks set.
Yeah, a ton of 2-1s going into this one. Team Vitality, of course, did drop out against Flash Wolves. And overall, it looks like CN and APAC are holding on very strong to their seeds.
T1 Fnatic will face off against each other alongside that of Movie Star Koi and Team Vitality. Those will be our first decider matches. Ladies and gentlemen, we crush keys tomorrow. There's going to be 4 in total. The keys, the hearts of the competitors. They got to protect it all the way till the very end. Of course, our decider matches on the top end, on the upper bracket, are looking quite stacked themselves. We'll take a look at Group B. And again, just as competitive, Dobbs.
Wow, I feel like Fnatic specifically starting the lower bracket against T1. I mean, they have to bounce back. They will have to do a lot of job.
That's right. Clements, man, Maus, JD Gaming, Team Nemesis, Nakshum Red Force, once again put into a position where they got to protect their key.
Yeah, and overall, we have 5 Western teams already in the lower bracket. It's been a really rough run. Those signups really coming back to kind of bite the Western team. So I hope they show up tomorrow and give us a home crowd favorite.
I'm sure of it. Just like we'll be crushing keys tomorrow, we'll also have 2 or 4 teams, I should say, advance to playoffs. It's going to be a big day for sure and a lot of great matches to get through. Let's take a look at our schedule for tomorrow. It's going to be action-packed, not only here on Stream A, but also over on Stream B. We're keeping the action going. We're working hard out here for all of you out there. We start with Weibo Gaming versus T1. This is actually, I believe, today's schedule. But we will have tomorrow's schedule up for you guys. Make sure you're paying attention. Weibo, here we go. Hey, Weibo Gaming going against Godlike Esports Vision versus Flash Wolves, T1 and Fnatic and Movie Star Koi, Team Vitality. Like I said, it's going to be 2 matches in the upper, 2 in the lower. 2 teams move forward into the playoffs. 2 teams have their keys crushed. For Stream B, though, just as busy. ag.al, Zeta Division, virtus.pro versus Aurora Gaming, Maus, JD Gaming, Team Nemesis, Nakshum Red Force. Again, same thing there. They'll have 2 teams go to the playoffs. 2 teams will have their keys crushed. Any specific matches you guys are really looking at?
You have to look out for MKOI versus Vitality right there. At each point in the set, either of these teams had carried over 25% of our viewership, but one of them has to fall out tomorrow.
Ooh, that's tough, but that's the way it goes in these competitions. Movie Star Koi, I feel like they showed a lot of life today. I think tomorrow they're going to be probably okay.
Yeah, I feel pretty sad. They're facing each other very early in the competition, already in an elimination game, but hopefully the best of they can actually convert the win.
That's right. Only the best move forward, right? That's what this competition is all about. It was a great day for sure. Let's throw it over to Kitty to close out the day.
A momentum-defining day with the 4v4 format at the Teamfight Tactics tournament for the Esports World Cup 2026. And of course, we had clutch wins coming in for Aurora 2-1 as their series will be progressing tomorrow. And of course, we also had Godlike Esports grabbing their huge defining 2-0 win from Stream B. Tomorrow, we will still have 4 more days continuing the tournament. And we also have the lower bracket, a second life for the West. So now the question is, can the West prevail and can they bounce back?
Yes, and tomorrow we have very important matches. 4 keys are gonna be crushed, Rob, and you know that's the big moment. I love hearing that bah when it happens.
Oh yeah, man. You know, that means that at that point, your journey is officially over, ladies and gentlemen. Tomorrow we have either qualification or what, Damascus? Elimination, all right? That means that the stakes could never be higher than this. And as far as our losers matches or our lower brackets matches, I'm looking forward to, of course, T1 versus Fnatic. But now, the next one, you did say there's a little bit of a history.
Movie Star Koi against Vitality. Listen, for the guys who don't follow like either this or like any esports, there's always a fierce rivalry between France and Spain. And lately it's kind of been France being better. No bias at all, but you know, La France, all of this. So there is a mission.
The bias is crazy to me.
Hey, Spain might be world champion, but we kind of nice still.
All right, by default, that means that I'm going to be going ahead and rooting for the other squad. I got to make sure I root for... Well, why are you looking at me like that, Damascus? Why are you looking at me like that?
All right, we'll talk about this after the match some more.
Okay, we'll argue off stage. That said, ladies and gentlemen, today, of course, was phenomenal. It was 10 out of 10. But trust me, think about your favorite sequels. EWC is just like that, okay? The second day is going to be even better as we are up in the ante. Qualification or elimination, and this is what it's all about. Ladies and gentlemen, you do not want to miss day 2 of EWC. We'll see you tomorrow at 10 a.m. Paris time. We gone.
book Esports World Cup.